Congratulations to all the students here for surviving the arduous 3 years of high school. Soon you will step into university life, enter the next turning point, and begin a more colorful and splendid journey. On the podium, the principal was delivering an impassioned speech while all the students listened attentively. Only Chen Ran looked around in bewilderment, his face full of surprise. What's going on? This looks like my old high school. Suddenly, a striking banner caught his eye. Congratulations on the senior graduation ceremony. Chen Ran was dumbfounded. He had clearly been attending a banquet. How could he suddenly be back on the day of his high school graduation ceremony? Am I drunk and dreaming? All right, I won't ramble on. The principal said with a smile. Now let's welcome with a round of applause the graduate representative of the senior class, Li Anan, to give a speech. Li Anan. Hearing that name, Chen Ran's heart jolted. He instinctively looked straight ahead and saw a graceful girl slowly walking onto the podium. The girl had delicate features, rosy lips, and bright, clear eyes. Li Anan walked to the center of the podium. Sensing everyone's gaze on her, she couldn't help feeling nervous and unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes. It really is Xiao Nan. The moment he saw Li Anan, Chen Ran's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Li Anan was his first love. They had once dated, but when their hidden relationship was discovered by their parents, the fierce opposition from both families forced them to break up helplessly. Later they went their separate ways and were admitted to different schools. The next time Chen Ran saw Li Anan was at her memorial service. Li Anan's parents were like two vampires. Not only had they never paid a cent of her tuition, but they also kept draining her relentlessly. Later, Li Anan was targeted by several malicious girls at school. Those bullies tormented her every other day. All kinds of torment kept fraying her fragile nerves. At last, she could bear it no longer. On April Fool's Day, Li Anan chose to jump from the rooftop of her university dormitory, ending her short and bitter life. Chen Ran stared blankly at Li Anan. He knew perfectly well that Li Anan was dead, and this was only a dream, but just being able to see her was enough to satisfy him. Chen Ran pressed his hands on the desk and stood up from his seat. Huh? Chen Ran, what are you doing? Bro, the principal is here. Don't ask for trouble. Damn, his brother Ran trying to confess to Li Anan in public. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Chen Ran walked straight toward Li Anan, his eyes never leaving her. This was his first love, the white moonlight of his heart, the dream he could never forget in his life. While Li Anan was speaking seriously, she noticed the commotion below. She instinctively raised her head and saw Chen Ran leap onto the podium in one bound. Then with a swift stride he arrived in front of her. Chen Ran. Li Anan stared at him blankly, his sudden appearance leaving her at a loss. Don't speak. Let me take a good look at you. Chen Ran quietly gazed at the girl he had longed for day and night, gently stroking her cheek with his palm, his tears immediately streaming down. His fingertips felt a real touch. He could even clearly sense the warmth of Li Anan's body. If only this were not a dream. How wonderful it would be. Chen Ran, don't cry. Li Anan's heart trembled. The way Chen Ran looked at her was full of complex emotions, excitement, nostalgia, and overwhelming love. At that second, Li Anan was moved by Chen Ran's emotions. Her eyes also reddened, and the feelings she had suppressed for Chen Ran burst forth like a volcano. As if forgetting the thousands of eyes around them, she raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of Chen Ran's eye with her sleeve. Xiaonan, I've missed you so much. Chen Ran held Li Anan's face in both hands, then pulled her into his arms, tilting his head and leaning in. Their lips met instantly. Li Anan widened her eyes in disbelief. She had fantasized countless times about kissing Chen Ran like this, but she never imagined it would happen at the graduation ceremony. Li Anan tried to push him away, but Chen Ran's scorching passion was like fire. She felt as if she was melting. Soon she gradually gave up resisting. The two of them stood under the spotlight, becoming the focus of the entire audience. Silence. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place. Both students and teachers felt their minds go completely blank at that moment. But the silence didn't last long. After a moment, the scene exploded like firecrackers. Damn, Chen Ran is incredible. So this is what a speech really means, mouth to mouth. I've learned it. Kissing at the graduation ceremony. Chen Ran really knows how to play. I bet Li Anan will never forget this unforgettable kiss. Is this the legendary mouth-to-mouth transmission? Everyone was shocked by Chen Ran's actions, and the uproar swept through the entire lecture hall like a tsunami. Some girls in relationships were full of envy. The graduation ceremony was the most important moment in every high school student's life, and to be able to kiss the person you love most at such an important moment. What a romantic thing. The girls who were in relationships looked at Chen Ran, then at their own boyfriends, and immediately became furious, pinching their boyfriends hard. Look at Chen Ran. So brave, so romantic. Comparing people really drives me crazy. Can't you learn from Chen Ran? I don't know what I ever saw in you. Having been scolded out of nowhere, the boys were totally depressed and silently cursed Chen Ran 100 times in their hearts. Chen Ran, you beast. Can't you show off your love somewhere farther away? You had your fun, but now we're all getting scolded ruthlessly. The teachers below the stage also came to their senses. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. There were quite a few young couples in the school, but since the graduating seniors were adults, the teachers would never interfere with dating as long as it wasn't too excessive. However, someone as audacious as Chen Ran was absolutely the first in the decades since Sunshine High School was founded, daring to kiss a girl at the graduation ceremony. This kid had some serious guts. Haha, youth is wonderful. The principal laughed heartily. He was a very open-minded man and didn't care at all about such trivial matters. Ahem. Ahem. The Dean of Discipline walked onto the podium and separated Chen Ran and Li Anan. If you want to kiss, wait until the ceremony is over and do it slowly at home. The moment they were separated, Li Anan instantly snapped back to reality. Only then did she realize that all the students and teachers were watching. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Oh my God, what have I done? I actually kissed Chen Ran in front of so many people. This is so embarrassing. Chen Ran shot a displeased look at the Dean of Discipline. It had taken so much effort to dream of Li Anan, yet this dean had to barge in and ruin it. Of course he was unhappy. You won't let me kiss her? They'll kiss her right in front of you. Seeing Chen Ran moving to hug Li Anan again, the Dean of Discipline reacted swiftly, hooked an arm around Chen Ran's neck, and dragged him off the podium. Cough, cough. Chen Ran felt like he was almost suffocating. He took a few deep breaths, and just as he was about to say something, the words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Why do I feel it so hard to breathe? Even a dream couldn't be this real. Could it be? All of this is real. Chen Ran and Li Anan's embrace and kiss ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. The students who had been lifeless just moments before were now buzzing with energy like they'd been injected with adrenaline. As the instigator of this farce, Chen Ran was escorted by the Dean of Discipline to his seat. You better behave yourself and stop stirring up any more trouble. The Dean of Discipline loomed beside Chen Ran like a telephone pole, ready to stand guard until the graduation ceremony ended to prevent any further mischief. However, Chen Ran couldn't hear a single word the Dean was saying. He could no longer tell whether this was a dream or reality. Hesitating for a moment, Chen Ran gave his thigh a hard pinch. A piercing pain wrenched his features into a grimace. Hiss. Damn, that hurt like hell. If this were a dream, it couldn't possibly be this real. Besides, with such intense pain, he should have woken up long ago. Yet the people and things around him remained utterly unchanged. It seems I really have been reborn. Chen Ran leaned back against his chair, his emotions surging like a roller coaster. The thought of his painstakingly amassed fortune dissolving into nothing made his heart drip with blood. But when he caught sight of the radiant, energetic Li Anan on the podium, he suddenly felt relieved, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Was money important? Of course it was. But compared to Li Anan, money was nothing but bullshit. If the money was gone, he could simply earn it back. Being able to see Li Anan alive and well was already the greatest gift for Chen Ran. With his thoughts in order, Chen Ran stopped struggling over the rebirth and turned to the boy seated on his left. Stopping. Chen Ran hooked his arm around the boy's neck and chuckled. Ever since you went to Africa, as a Li and son-in-law, we brothers haven't caught up in ages. Dapeng's full name was Li Pengfei, Chen Ran's sworn brother, who had grown up with him since they were kids. Go to hell. While you are the one who went to Africa as a Li and son-in-law. Li Pengfei shot Chen Ran a massive eye roll. Though his family background was humble, finding a girlfriend was hardly a problem for him. He wouldn't become a Li and son-in-law even if his brain was fried, especially not in some godforsaken place like Africa. Heh. Chen Ran didn't bother explaining, and instead asked what year is it right now. Since his high school days were too far back in the past, Chen Ran couldn't be bothered to remember what year he had graduated, and he certainly had no patience to count on his fingers. Did you smash your head on the way out today? Li Pengfei stared at Chen Ran with confusion. This guy had run up to the stage to kiss his ex-girlfriend one moment, and then asked what year it was the next. Way too abnormal. Why so many questions? Just answer me. It's 2008. The Olympics start in a little over a month. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Li Pengfei. I bet you also forgot. You said you'd treat me to a midnight snack on the day of the basketball game. Hey, I'm pretty sure I never said that. Chen Ran smiled with amusement. He was just too lazy to calculate the year, not senile. Back in high school, his weekly allowance was only 100 yuan, and meals among friends were always split evenly. The notion of someone treating was unheard of, because everyone was flat broke. Li Pengfei was still too green to fool him. 2008, huh? Chen Ran sank into deep thought. Since he had been reborn, he needed to plan carefully for the road ahead. He didn't want to live the rest of his life as a wage worker like in his previous life. Working yourself to the bone barely earned enough to survive. To make real money, he had to do business. In 2008, the domestic economy was soaring. Every industry was brimming with vitality and opportunities were everywhere. As long as he seized the chance, he could very well become the next tycoon. He possessed business foresight that others lacked. He knew the major trends of future development, and that was his one vacant advantage. As long as he dared to fight, he would carve out a piece of the world for himself. While Chen Ran was envisioning his future blueprint, Li Anan's speech came to an end. Thunderous applause erupted across the hall. Thank you to Li Anan for her speech. Next, everyone gather at the playground for class graduation photos. Led by their teachers, the students filed orderly out of the lecture hall and headed to the playground by class unit for the graduation photo. Chen Ran and Li Anan were in the same class, lined up one right after another. Brotherly, let's switch places. Chen Ran patted a short-haired girl beside Li Anan. Her name was Li Qing, and her brash, boyish personality earned her the class nickname Brotherly. No way. Don't think I don't know you're just trying to take advantage of Anan. Brotherly refused Chen Ran with righteous indignation. Come on, are we still brothers or not? Chen Ran raised an eyebrow and said after the graduation photo, I'll treat you to the crispy chicken tenders from the stall outside the school gate. Li Qing was a massive foodie. With the mention of crispy chicken tenders, she subconsciously swallowed. No swap, no swap. This is the bottom line of my integrity. Before Li Qing could finish, Chen Ran pulled out 15 yuan. This is enough for 3 servings of chicken tenders. Swap or not? Chen Ran, what do you take me for? Li Qing let out a stern rebuke. Then the next second, she snatched the bills from Chen Ran's hand and stuffed them into her pocket. She then eagerly swapped places with Chen Ran. Let me just clarify, it's not about the money. I'm only doing this for our brotherly bond. Alright, I know you're a real one. Chen Ran waved his hand and was about to talk to Li Anan beside him when Li Qing from the back row patted his shoulder again. What now? Li Qing grinned. Eating chicken tenders alone is too dry. Boss Chen, how about adding 3 yuan extra so I can grab a bottle of cola? Scram. Chen Ran ignored Li Qing completely and set his gaze on Li Anan. Feeling Chen Ran's scorching gaze, Li Anan's face instantly flushed red, so shy she couldn't bear to look at him. Xiaonan. Chen Ran restrained himself this time. Instead of grabbing Li Anan and kissing her like before, he merely took her soft, delicate hand. Chen Ran. Can you let go? Although Li Anan adored Chen Ran from the bottom of her heart, she was a very conservative girl. The two of them were currently in a breakup state, so such intimate contact was hard to justify. I won't let go, Chen Ran said with utmost sincerity. Xiaonan, starting today, I will never let go of your hand again. Are you willing to let me protect you for the rest of your life? Li Anan was stunned. Chen Ran's eyes were extraordinarily sincere. She had never imagined he would say such things to her. After a brief silence, Li Anan nodded, then threw herself into Chen Ran's arms, bursting into a flood of tears. Through her sobs, she choked out the words, I'm willing. I'm willing. Chen Ran held Li Anan tight, his entire Buddhist blood boiling at this moment. In his last life, he had chosen to let go. And the moment he let go, it became a lifetime of regret. In this life, even if the Heavenly King himself came down to earth, don't even think about tearing them apart. Li Anan, I am determined to have you. In the Bai Residential Complex, Room 101, Building 8. The Chun family's home was an old public housing unit less than 40 square meters with 1 bedroom, and a living room, and an exceptionally cramped bathroom and kitchen. A single bed was placed in the living room, where Chen Ran usually slept. Never thought I'd be back in this old house again. When he was a child, Chen Ran felt a tinge of inferiority due to his family's modest means, and was too embarrassed to invite classmates over. Later, after entering society, he worked himself to the bone day and night just to afford a bigger place. But after achieving all his aspirations, he looked back and suddenly realized this old house was where he felt most at ease. It held his entire childhood and countless cherished memories. Chen Ran picked up the graduation photo frame from the desk. In the picture, all the students stood straight except for him and Li Anan, who were locked in a tight embrace. The photographer had captured the exact moment of their embrace. Finding the scene truly heartwarming, he printed the photo and gave a copy to both Chen Ran and Li Anan. Gazing at Li Anan's image in the photo, Chen Ran couldn't help but smile. Anan, will make sure you and mom and dad live a good life. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door, and a middle-aged woman walked in. It was Chen Ran's mother, Wang Shuqing. In her youth, Chen Ran's maternal grandfather had been a village cadre and was quite literate, which is why Wang Shuqing's name was more elegant than those of her peers. A graceful lady of beauty indeed. Wang Shuqing's appearance lived up to those 8 characters. Had her family background been better, she would have been a true lady of refinement. Mom, you're back. Chen Ran put the photo frame in the drawer, slipped on his shoes, and walked over to greet her. Wang Shuqing took off her shoes and changed into slippers, immediately noticing several steaming, delicious dishes on the dining table. Did you cook all this? Yeah, I also washed the clothes and mopped the floor. Wang Shuqing was clearly skeptical. She pushed open the bathroom door and took a look. The dirty clothes soaking in the bathtub were indeed all washed, and the dry clothes from the balcony had been brought in and neatly folded into piles on the big bed. Why are you so diligent today? Are you trying to ask me to buy you something again? Wang Shuqing looked at Chen Ran suspiciously. This little rascal usually couldn't even be bothered to wash a dish, yet today, he had finished all the housework. Fawning over someone for no reason spells trouble. Mom, you've got the wrong idea about me. Chen Ran spread his hands helplessly. I just saw how hard you work, and since I'm on break with nothing to do, I figured I'd do some chores to lighten your load. You little brat, at least you have a conscience. Wang Shuqing felt something was off. Her son seemed to have matured quite a bit. But Wang Shuqing didn't dwell on it. If Chen Ran was willing to help out, it meant he was becoming sensible, and she was nothing but pleased. Mom, you work hard, eat more. During dinner, Chen Ran kept putting food into Wang Shuqing's bowl. Back in the day, he was young and foolish, always asking his parents to buy him this and that. It wasn't until he started working himself that he understood how hard it was to earn money. I've had enough, you eat more yourself. Wang Shuqing smiled gently. Chen Ran's change was a bit unsettling, but it warmed her heart. The next day, Wang Shuqing left for work early in the morning, while his father Chen Jianzhong, who had worked the night shift, had come home and was now fast asleep in bed. Chen Ran stretched and got up from bed. The college entrance exam was over and summer vacation had officially begun. However, Chen Ran had no intention of idling away his time. He planned to earn his first pot of gold during the break. Set a small goal: first earn 1,000,000. After washing up, Chen Ran began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Soon he found red 100-yuan bills tucked away in the crevice of the bedside table, in the tape slot of the radio, and hidden within the pages of the Xinhua dictionary. These were red envelope money he had received from elders during holidays and festivals, which he had saved and hidden away separately. Chen Ran counted it up. Excluding the loose change, he had 320 yuan in total. I didn't realize I'd saved this much. Although Donghai City was a first-tier city in 2008, the city's minimum wage was only 960 yuan. His parents' combined monthly salary was just over 2,000 yuan. This stash was more than his parents' total monthly income. Over 3,000 yuan wasn't enough to open a store, but it was more than sufficient to buy raw materials and set up a small stall. Chen Feiyu had already figured out what project to do, and now that the startup capital was in place, he was ready to head to the wholesale market. Hey Daoping. Chen Ran used the landline to call Li Pengfei's house, and was greeted by Li Pengfei's grumbling on the other end. Are you crazy? Why are you calling so early? Having just graduated from high school, Li Pengfei was looking forward to sleeping in, but Chen Ran had ruined that dream. He was seriously annoyed. Go wash up. Meet me at the community gate in 10 minutes. Where are you going this early? Li Pengfei scratched his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 7:30 a.m., even office workers weren't this diligent. Come with me to the wholesale market. For poor people, doing business was all about one thing: bluffing. To make the bluff more convincing, Chen Ran needed someone to play along, and Li Pengfei was the perfect supporting actor for this act. No way. Didn't you make up with Anan? Ask her to go with you. Are you nuts? It's this early, doesn't Xiao Nan need her sleep? Hearing Chen Ran's self-righteous response, Li Pengfei was so furious he nearly smashed the phone. You know it's early. Li Anan needs her sleep, but I don't. This is way too biased towards friends of the opposite sex. Cut the crap. He'll treat you to a big meal after we're done. Alright, see you at the gate. The promise of a feast made Li Pengfei agree readily. After hanging up, Chen Ran changed into a new pair of shoes. Just as he was about to head out, he noticed a phone box on the table. It was the new Nokia N78, released in early 2008. A small note was stuck on the box. Chen Ran glanced at it. It was a graduation gift from his mother. He initially planned to ask her to return it when she got back, but in the next second a flash of inspiration struck him. In this era, a Nokia phone was the ultimate tool to show off. Whether today's bluff would succeed or not all hinged on this phone. In 2008, iPhones had yet to sweep the nation and Huawei phones had not yet opened up the market. Sony Ericsson, Sharp, LG, and TCL were the mainstream mobile phone brands of the time. However, in front of Nokia, these brands were nothing but mere underlings. To put it plainly, by 2008, Nokia had already begun its decline, yet it still held sway over half of the entire mobile phone industry. Its influence was in no way inferior to that of Apple a decade or so later. A high-end Nokia phone could easily cost 8,000 or 9,000 yuan, equivalent to nearly half a year's income for an ordinary working couple. Chen Ran had a wealthy classmate in high school who used a Nokia N95. When this model first hit the market, its price soared to 8,666 yuan. Using a high-end Nokia was like carrying a brick-sized mobile phone in the 1980s. It was a subtle testament to one's immense financial power. Taking it out was definitely a matter of great prestige. Chen Ran's N78 was 1 or 2 tiers below the N95, but it still cost around 4,000 yuan, equivalent to 4 months of Wang Shuqing's salary. Mother really spared no expense. Chen Ran was somewhat touched, but he had no interest in the phone at the moment. After all, having been accustomed to smartphones, the phones of this era felt no different from senior citizen phones to him. Yet it wasn't entirely useless. At the very least it could be used to put up a front. After inserting the SIM card and heading out, Chen Ran made a beeline for the community gate, spotting Li Pingfei waiting by the guardhouse from a distance. Li Pingfei caught sight of the phone in Chen Ran's hand, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Damn, Lao Chen, where did you steal this phone from? Li Pingfei took the phone and fiddled with it. He used a domestic knockoff, so a Nokia was a luxury item to him. Get lost, you're the one who stole it. Chen Ran retorted in annoyance. This is a graduation gift from my mom. Your mom is awesome. Li Pingfei was envious. His mom had also said she'd give him a gift. If he failed to get into a bachelor's program, she'd give him 2 resounding slaps. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Just then a public bus slowly pulled into the stop, not far from the community gate, and Chen Ran dragged Li Pingfei into a sprint charging onto the bus. The two didn't head straight to the wholesale market. Instead, they first stopped by a small commodities market. After strolling through the clothing section, Chen Ran walked into a stall near the stairway. The shop carried many brand-name imitations with decent craftsmanship and materials. One couldn't tell the difference between real and fake without a close look. After some haggling, Chen Ran spent 200 yuan to buy a set of fake designer clothes for himself and Li Pingfei. Dressed in their new outfits, the two arrived at the wholesale market. From now on, your role is my lackey. You are to address me as young master. Fine, got it. Normally Li Pingfei would never agree to call Chen Ran young master, but since he had accepted the new clothes, it was hard to refuse. With their roles assigned, the Grand Con officially began. After circling the wholesale market, Chen Ran finally singled out a relatively quiet shop from the many options. He shot Li Pingfei a meaningful glance, and the two walked into the store one after the other. Are you the boss? The boss was a pot-bellied, middle-aged man buried in his accounts. Hearing the voice, he looked up to find Chen Ran and Li Pingfei already standing before him. I'm the one. Before he could finish, Chen Ran snapped his fingers. Having been brothers for over a decade, Li Pingfei and Chen Ran shared a perfect, unspoken understanding. He immediately caught on, dragged over a chair, and wiped the seat with his sleeve. Young master, it's cleaned. Please have a seat. Li Pingfei truly had a talent for acting. His sycophantic demeanor brought the role of a lackey to life, with flawless authenticity. Chen Ran sat down, propping his feet high on the table. The boss was stunned. He had seen arrogant people, but this was the first time he had encountered such blatant insolence. Though irritated, he dared not show his anger. Li Pingfei was clearly Chen Ran's lackey, calling him young master repeatedly. Without knowing Chen Ran's true identity, the boss didn't want to risk offending him. Moreover, he noticed that the clothes and pants Chen Ran wore were all designer labels. Could they be fakes? The boss muttered to himself. He recognized the logos of these brands, but had never seen the real items, so he couldn't tell if Chen Ran's attire was genuine. Just as suspicion crept in, Chen Ran pulled a phone from his pants pocket. Shall I call my parents and tell them I'm out negotiating business and won't be home for lunch? Sure thing. Seizing the moment, Li Pingfei ad-libbed an extra line. Young master, should I have the driver bring the car around for you? No need. Chen Ran waved his hand dismissively. Li Pingfei took the phone outside the shop, pretended to make a call, then hurried back and returned the phone to Chen Ran. Young master, the call is done. Chen Ran took the phone and casually tossed it onto the table, displaying an utterly indifferent attitude, as if he couldn't care less whether it broke. Young master, your distinguished presence graces my humble shop. What would you like to buy today? The boss' face instantly broke into a fawning smile. He had been doubting the authenticity of Chen Ran's clothes moments ago, but now he harbored no suspicion at all. He had never seen the designer brands in person, but Nokia phones were a common sight in shopping malls. The N78 Chen Ran used had been released just a few months ago, retailing for around 40 yuan. A price even he, a small business owner, was reluctant to pay. Ordinary working-class families couldn't afford it either. In contrast, Chen Ran casually discarded such a precious phone like trash, without a second thought, which was ample proof of his formidable financial strength. With that kind of wealth, his clothes surely couldn't be fake. On further reflection, the boss figured he had nothing worth deceiving. Chen Ran wouldn't go to such lengths to scam him. Soon the boss was convinced Chen Ran must be a rich second-generation heir. My young master is starting a business and wants to source some goods from you. As Li Pingfei spoke, he tilted his chin up slightly, wearing an expression that dismissed the boss entirely. He was fully immersed in his role. Chen Ran nearly burst out laughing. This guy Li Pingfei had even learned to steal the spotlight. Upon hearing that business was coming his way, the boss was overjoyed, bending low toward Chen Ran with a face full of sycophancy. What kind of goods are you looking for? Do you have beverage powder? Chen Ran's tone carried a hint of superiority. Throughout the exchange, he was preoccupied with picking at his nails, never once casting a direct glance at the boss. The boss wasn't offended. Doing business inevitably meant dealing with arrogant individuals. Besides which, rich second-generation heir didn't have a bit of pride. Yes. Milk tea powder, ice cream powder, concentrated fruit juice, cola powder. I have every kind of beverage powder on the market. At this moment, the boss' belief in Chen Ran's rich kid identity was unshakable. In the boss' eyes, Chen Ran was a living money god. Little did he know this money god was dead broke with total assets amounting to just 3,200 yuan. Apart from the phone, everything else was counterfeit. Even the lackey was a fake. The boss eagerly pulled out several kinds of beverage powder, and before Chen Ran could ask, he enthusiastically quoted the prices. Young master, these powders are 8 yuan a bag. Each bag can make 100 cups. How many would you like to take? Chen Ran frowned and calculated silently. In the supermarket outside, such a bag of beverage powder usually sold for around 20 yuan, so 8 yuan was actually not expensive. But with his limited budget, Chen Ran naturally hoped the price could be as low as possible. Moreover, he still had to set aside some money for equipment. However, Chen Ran's current persona was that of a rich second generation. If he haggled, he would immediately break character. Which rich second generation would waste their breath over a few yuan? Shall we, let's go? After a moment of thought, Chen Ran tossed the beverage powder he was holding onto the table, picked up his phone, and prepared to leave. Li Pengfei was completely baffled, not understanding why Chen Ran suddenly wanted to leave, but he didn't say a word and obediently followed behind. Young master, please wait. Seeing Chen Ran about to leave, the boss became anxious. His shop was struggling with dismal business and could barely make ends meet. If he failed to secure this deal, it might close down soon. Having finally encountered a big customer like Chen Ran, this was his only chance to turn things around. How could he let Chen Ran walk away? The boss hurriedly caught up and blocked Chen Ran. Young master, don't rush off. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can sit down and talk it over. How dare you? Do you think my young master is short of money? Li Pengfei pointed at the boss and scolded. It had to be said, he played his part perfectly, hitting just the right note. If those words had come from Chen Ran himself, it would have seemed degrading. No, that's not what I meant. The boss quickly waved his hands and explained. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to offend you. I sincerely want to do business with you. Sincerely? Huh. Chen Ran let out a contemptuous laugh, then glanced sideways at the boss. You're trying to sell me this junk. Do you take me for a fool? The boss' heart jolted. He had assumed that a rich second generation like Chen Ran wouldn't know the trade, so he had brought out some inferior beverage powder. Little did he expect Chen Ran to judge the quality at a glance. So you're an expert. Please come into the shop, and let's talk slowly. After much effort, the boss managed to invite Chen Ran back inside. Then he brought out another set of beverage powders, the packaging of which was much more refined than before, and the ingredient list contained far fewer additives. Young master, these are the finest beverage powders on the market right now. The taste they produce is several grades above inferior ones. I usually sell these at 20 yuan a bag. Seeing that Chen Ran remained unmoved, the boss gritted his teeth and said, I truly want to make a friend of you. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount. Hearing this, Chen Ran's heart stirred. With the same amount of money, he could buy higher quality beverage powder, which was effectively a way to cut costs. At least you're showing some sincerity. Give me 20 bags of each flavor. Chen Ran noticed the disappointment in the boss' eyes. Clearly the small order dissatisfied him, making him reluctant to proceed with this deal. So Chen Ran crossed his legs and said, business is built on steady long-term dealings. You're right, steady dealings make for lasting business. At these words, the disappointed boss suddenly saw the light. His shop was on the verge of closing. What right did he have to be picky? If he couldn't even close this deal, all the goods would be stuck in his hands. Rather than losing everything, it was better to take a gamble. Maybe if he worked well with Chen Ran, he could become a long-term supplier. Without any means of transport, Chen Ran couldn't take the goods away immediately. So Chen Ran asked the boss to deliver the goods to Li Pengfei's home, absolutely not to his own. Otherwise, his fake identity as a rich second generation would be exposed. In one go, Chen Ran spent 1,000 yuan on stock, leaving only 2/3 of his startup capital. Next, Chen Ran went to purchase some equipment and electric tricycle insulation boxes, and so on. Nothing could be omitted. Finally, he went to an advertising company to design a signboard to beautify the stall. Young man, what name do you want for your sign? Let's call it Ice Castle. Indeed, the business Chen Ran was about to start was none other than the one that had swept across the country in his previous life, Mishua Bingqing. He intended to replicate Mishua Bingqing's path to success. He believed that the name Ice Castle would become a hot hit in this scorching summer. After working until noon, Chen Ran finally had time to sit down and rest. His little treasury was down to just 100 or 200 yuan, so he treated Li Pengfei to a KFC meal, where a family bucket cost only about 60 yuan at the time. Chen Ran couldn't help but sigh. Money really spent like water. Luckily, I bought second-hand items that no one else wanted from the second-hand market. Otherwise, a brand-new electric tricycle alone would have bankrupted me. Chen Ran decided to keep it a secret from his family. If his parents found out he had spent 3,000 yuan in one day, they would surely break his dog legs. Better to wait until he made some money than give them a surprise. With the equipment and raw materials ready and the marketing plan already in mind, Chen Ran was confident that once he opened for business, it would be a roaring success. The only problem now was the lack of manpower. He had no money left to hire anyone, and working alone would definitely be too much. He had to find someone to help. Chen Ran instinctively looked at Li Pengfei, and his eyes lit up. Wasn't there a ready-made helper right here? A glint of cunning flashed in Chen Ran's eyes as he tested the waters. "Dapeng, how's the burger?" "Great." Li Pengfei blurted out, completely unaware that danger was approaching. "When I make money, I'll treat you to another big meal, okay?" "Okay. I'm setting up my stall tomorrow. Will you come and help, eh?" "Okay." Without thinking, Li Pengfei agreed instinctively. By the time he realized had been tricked, it was too late. "Good brother, it's settled then. We'll set up the stall together tomorrow." Chen Ran wouldn't give Li Pengfei a chance to back out. He interrupted, "A real man keeps his word. Going back on it will make you impotent." Li Pengfei felt utterly dejected. He took a huge bite of his burger. Truly there was no such thing as a free lunch. The next morning, Li Pengfei called Chen Ran and told him that everything he had bought had been delivered. The two met downstairs at Li Pengfei's place. They spent some time preparing all the drinks and ice cream, then gathered their tools and set off. For his first stall, Chen Ran chose the water park. In summer, everyone liked to cool off in the water, making the water park the most crowded spot. There was no better place to set up a stall. Arriving at the water park, Chen Ran opened up a large umbrella. Today he was going to go all out. He wouldn't go home until all the goods were sold. At the entrance of the water park, 3 or 4 stalls sold drinks and ice cream. Due to the exorbitant prices inside the park, many visitors purchased beverages in advance to bring in. The business at these stalls was booming, each one bustling with customers. As Chen Ran and Li Pengfei arrived, the other vendors cast hostile glances their way. The sudden appearance of a new competitor was unwelcome, but Chen Ran paid them no mind. Everyone sold their own goods, as surely they wouldn't dare to wreck his stall. Chen Ran didn't consider them rivals at all. They weren't worthy of the title. After parking the cart and setting up the stall and a large umbrella, he pressed play on the recorder, and cheerful music filled the air. "I love you, you love me, sweet and cozy in the ice castle." It was a pre-recorded tune, a direct copy of the Mishua ice cream tea theme song. "Come, come. New stall opening. Various drinks and ice cream all on sale." Li Pengfei shouted through a megaphone. "Get a second drink for just 1 yuan. A yuan won't buy you loss, a yuan won't buy you regret." The commotion captured the tourists' attention, but no one approached skeptical of such a bargain. After a moment, Chen Ran's sign began to work its magic. Most mobile stalls lacked signage, resorting to red tape with scribbled words, but Chen Ran's sign was professionally crafted by an advertising agency. The sign's chubby snowman figure caught the fancy of many children. "Mommy, mommy, it's Snowman Polly." A sharp-eyed kid immediately recognized the character from the famous foreign cartoon Snowman Polly. "Little one, this ice cream was made by Snowman Polly. Want to try some?" This claim held a magical allure for the children. Upon hearing the ice cream was made by Snowman Polly, they clamored for it. "Daddy, I want the ice cream Snowman Polly made." "Me too. Me too." Overwhelmed by the child's pleading, a man reluctantly agreed to buy one. However, upon seeing the price on the sign, he froze in disbelief. A regular swirl ice cream cost 5 yuan, but Chen Ran was selling his for 8, nearly matching the prices inside the amusement park. It was daylight robbery. "Sweetie, this ice cream is too expensive. Let's go to the stall next door, okay?" The man crouched down, trying to reason with his daughter, unwilling to be taken for a fool. The other vendors sneered, inwardly certain that Chen Ran and Li Pengfei were naive and lacked business sense. Did they think a catchy tune and a few snowman pictures could steal their customers? How ridiculous. With prices set so high, they'd be lucky to see a single sale. They'd be bankrupt in no time. But they were all mistaken. Children have no concept of money. They don't care about the cost. If they want something, they will pester their parents until they get it. Upon hearing her father's refusal, the little girl threw herself to the ground and burst into loud sobs. "No, no. I only want the ice cream Snowman Polly made." The man's lips twitched in annoyance. He crouched down to soothe her, but the girl refused to listen, stubbornly staying on the ground. Feeling the weight of onlookers' stares, the man's face flushed with embarrassment. He let out a resigned sigh and finally gave in. "Boss, give me a swirl ice cream." "Coming right up." Li Pengfei took the 10 yuan note and handed back a single 1 yuan coin from the cash box. The man stared at Li Pengfei in bewilderment. Did this kid learn math from his gym teacher? He should have gotten 2 yuan and change, not 1. "Boss, you shortchanged me a yuan." "No mistake. Second item is 1 yuan." Chen Ran handed the man 2 swirl ice creams, explaining, "If you don't want the second one, we can refund you a yuan." "He'll take it." "Who said I didn't want it?" The man grabbed the ice creams quickly, afraid Chen Ran might change his mind. Getting an 8 yuan ice cream for a single yuan was a deal so good, even a kindergartner could see it was a steal. 2 ice creams for 9 yuan meant an average of 5 yuan each, cheaper than any other stall. Originally, it would have cost 16 yuan. Now it was only 9. That was a saving of 7 yuan. Seeing that the second item really did cost just 1 yuan, many were tempted, and the crowd surged towards Chen Ran's stall. Boss, I'll have 2 swirl ice creams. Me too. I want 2 cups of cola. Chen Ran's stall was surrounded by layers of people, nearly crushed by the throng. Because Chen Ran used higher quality ingredients, customers who tasted his cold drinks said they were far better than the other stalls' offerings. This inadvertently created another wave of advertising for Chen Ran. The onlookers finally gave in to their curiosity and rushed over to buy. In less than an hour and a half, everything was completely sold out. The other vendors were stunned, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. They had been so sure Chen Ran would fail, yet he had monopolized all the business. Moreover, it usually took them until 7 or 8 in the evening to sell out, but Chen Ran had packed up after just an hour and a half. The speed was astonishing. It was utterly unbelievable. Their prices were similar, and Chen Ran's weren't that much cheaper, so why was his business so booming? The vendors scratched their heads, unable to fathom the reason. They packed up and headed home. Upon arriving, Chen Ran and Li Pengfei dumped all the money onto the table, eagerly counting the day's earnings. It totaled over 2,300 yuan. Old Chen were rich. Li Pengfei was flushed with excitement. The day's revenue was more than both his parents' monthly salaries combined. If it weren't for the cash right in front of him, he'd think he was dreaming. Calm down. Chen Ran remained composed. Since this was just a trial run, he hadn't prepared much, using only a quarter of his ingredients. Excluding equipment costs, his expenses for the day were just over 200 yuan. After deducting costs, his profit was around 2,000 yuan. Drinks were a high-margin business. The powder cost next to nothing. So making this much profit was entirely within Chen Ran's expectations. Old Chen, there's something I don't get. Li Pengfei shared the same question as the other vendors. Our prices aren't really cheap, so why did everyone come to buy our cold drinks? Doing business is a psychological game. You can't just look at the price. Chen Ran smiled and asked back, an 8 yuan ice cream for 1 yuan. Would you buy it? Of course. Li Pengfei answered without hesitation. If I'm already buying the first one and the second is so cheap, not buying it would be crazy. Exactly. Chen Ran explained with a smile. Although the actual price isn't much cheaper, the price difference creates a strong psychological gap for people. That feeling of a bargain is worth more than just 1 or 2 yuan. After hearing Chen Ran's explanation, Li Pengfei suddenly understood. Chen Ran was fully exploiting people's tendency to seek small bargains. First raise the price, then lower it for sale. This way everyone would feel they'd found a great deal, and once that thought took hold, they'd be completely ensnared in Chen Ran's trap. Once they bought the first one, they'd definitely buy the second, because no one would want to miss out on such a great bargain. Moreover, the bundled sales model was faster than selling them one by one. It indirectly boosted the sales speed. What a deep scheme. Li Pengfei glanced at Chen Ran, feeling that something about him had changed, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Old Chen, I truly admire you. Coming up with a sales model like this. Chen Ran smiled without a word. The second item for 1 yuan sales model would eventually be overused by merchants, becoming ubiquitous in malls and supermarkets everywhere. As for the animated show Snowman Polly, it had a certain level of recognition domestically, and its image fit perfectly with the cold treats they were selling, so they simply used it. With so many ready-made resources right at hand, there was no need to rack their brains for original ideas. Just copy directly. Dapeng, this money is yours. Chen Ran took out 200 yuan from the cash and handed it to Li Pengfei. He wasn't a stingy person. When he made money, he naturally shared it with his brothers. 200 yuan might not seem like much, but considering Chen Ran's monthly living expenses were only 100 yuan, this sum was a fortune for students at the time. Old Chen, what's the meaning of this? Li Pengfei's face darkened. Although he and Chen Ran occasionally pranked each other, it was all in good fun. Helping each other out as brothers was perfectly normal. Li Pengfei felt a pang of discomfort. Chen Ran giving him money felt oddly distant. It's nothing, don't overthink it. Chen Ran patted Li Pengfei on the shoulder. Even brothers keep clear accounts. You've put in a lot of effort these past 2 days. This is your pay. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Li Pengfei took the 200 yuan. Since Chen Ran had put it that way, refusing further would only seem pretentious. Gazing at the bills in his hand, Li Pengfei felt his blood surge with excitement. Never thought Li Pengfei could earn this much in a single day. Counting the time spent setting up the stall and traveling to and fro, he had worked only 2 hours in total today, yet had just pocketed 200 yuan. That amounted to an hourly wage of 100 yuan. For context, a part-time job at KFC paid only 7 or 8 yuan an hour. Li Pengfei's earnings today could rival several days' pay for someone else's part-time work. Old Chen, I never dared to imagine earning this much in one day. That's nothing, this is just the beginning. Chen Ran pondered for a moment, then said, no, this money-making pace is still too slow. I need to speed things up. What? This is still too slow? Li Pengfei stared at Chen Ran in shock, wondering if he'd heard correctly. earning in one day what an average family makes in a month. This money-making speed was faster than a rocket. And Chen Ran was still complaining it was slow. Had he lost his mind? Chen Ran didn't explain, but he knew very well that today's booming business was only temporary. Once the peak summer season passed, the amusement park's foot traffic would plummet, and making this much money again would require 10 times the effort. Moreover, city inspectors would get stricter over time. Mobile stalls wouldn't be a viable long-term solution. To sustain the business, they'd eventually need a physical store. So Chen Ran's goal was simple: earn as much money as possible before summer ended. Chen Ran was a man of action. He immediately used the day's earnings to build another mobile stall cart and split all remaining raw materials into 2 portions. The next day, Chen Ran and Li Pengfei, each with their own stall cart, seized the most prominent spots at the water park. Boss'll take 2 ice creams. He'll have 2 cups of cola and 2 cups of milk tea. The moment Chen Ran's stall appeared, it became the center of attention. Customers swarmed over in droves, creating a cacophony of voices. The other stalls were desolate, not a single customer in sight. A stark contrast to Chen Ran's booming business. The other vendors were seething with anger. Chen Ran bringing 1 stall cart was bad enough, but now had brought 2. This was going too far. This was blatantly stealing their business. Unwilling to watch their customers drain away, the vendors huddled together to discuss, then formed a group to confront Chen Ran. Hey kid, don't push your luck. Are you here to do business or to cause trouble? If you keep this up, well, I'll be left with nothing to eat. The vendors glared fiercely at Chen Ran and Li Pengfei, trying to intimidate them into backing off. But such tactics didn't work on Chen Ran. In his past life as a salesman, had met all kinds of people, even a few underworld bosses. These vendors trying to scare him didn't have the qualifications. Is this land yours? Well, Chen Ran silenced the vendors with a single sentence. The open space in front of the water park was public property. Oh, anyone could set up a stall there, and they had no right to control him. Since it's not yours, then stay out of my business. They'll set up as many stalls as I damn well please. Chen Ran declared with righteous confidence. Besides, even if you could control where I set up, can you control which vendor customers choose to buy from? If people aren't buying your stuff, it's because your cold treats taste bad. Don't blame me for your lack of business. The vendors' faces turned ashen. It was a fact that they used inferior ingredients, and it was also a fact that Chen Ran's cold treats tasted better. Every word Chen Ran said hit the nail on the head, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. The treats from Ice Castle really do taste better than the other stalls. Exactly, I think they're just jealous of Ice Castle's success. If you're not buying, move aside and don't block our way. Seeing that they had provoked the crowd's ire, the vendors, though resentful, didn't dare cause trouble and slunk back to their own stalls. Kid, you've got guts stealing business right under my nose. Zhao Chong's nose. A shifty-eyed vendor glared at Chen Ran. He was a street thug. He was always the one stealing others' business, never the other way around. Unable to swallow this insult, Zhao Chong pulled out his knockoff phone and called someone saved as brother dog. Boss, someone's muscling in on my business. Alright, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Zhao Chong looked at Chen Ran with a mocking sneer, a sinister grin curling at the corner of his mouth. You like stealing business, huh? Let's see if the money you earn is enough to cover your medical bills. Today Chen Ran had stocked up well and didn't sell out until noon. However, he didn't plan to pack up early. He intended to grab a meal first, then head to the wholesale market to buy raw materials and continue selling in the afternoon. Just as he was about to close up and go for lunch, someone gently tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chen Ran turned around and saw a girl with a delicate and beautiful face smiling at him. Who else could it be but Li Anan? Today she wore a white floral dress that accentuated her pure and clean aura, making her look like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. Xiao Nan, why are you here? Chen Ran's face lit up with joy. He had been busy with business these past 2 days and had no time to spare, but he had been thinking of her often. I heard from Li Pengfei that you were setting up a stall here, so I came to see you. Li Anan smiled softly. You two must not have eaten yet. I brought you lunch. As she spoke, she placed the bag she was holding onto the cart and took out 2 lunch boxes. Chen Ran opened the lid to find a mix of meat and vegetables beautifully arranged, all his favorite dishes. It was clear that Li Anan had put great care into preparing this meal. Xiao Nan, you're so good to me. Chen Ran was deeply touched, then pouted playfully. I have nothing to repay you with. Come, I'll let you give me a kiss. No, don't be like this. There are so many people watching. Li Anan protested coquettishly, quickly covering his mouth with her hand. It wasn't that she was unwilling to kiss him, but there were just too many people at the water park entrance. If not 10,000, then at least 8,000. Being naturally shy and introverted, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Alright, well, save the kiss for later. Once we pack up, we'll find a quiet place and take our time. Teased relentlessly, Li Anan hung her head in shyness, her ears slowly turning red. Chen Ran stopped his teasing and brought out his small stool. The 3 of them sat together, wolfing down their lunch boxes. Li Anan had been cooking for herself since elementary school, so her culinary skills were impressive. Every dish was a feast for the eyes and the palate. Li Pengfei stuffed his mouth with food, giving her a thumbs up in praise. "Anan, your cooking is amazing," he joked. "You're this pretty top of your class and a great cook too. How did you end up with a guy like old Chen?" "Hey, what's wrong with me?" Chen Ran cursed with a laugh and kicked Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei quickly dodged, then made a playful face. Missed me. The two continued to eat and roughhouse. Li Anan sat quietly beside them, her gaze fixed on Chen Ran without a moment's pause. When he sweated, she wiped his brow, or when he was thirsty, she handed him water, attentive and meticulous like a wife caring for her husband. At that moment, Chen Ran glanced at Li Pengfei as if a thought had struck him. He put down his spoon and let out a heavy sigh. "What's wrong? Does the food not suit your taste?" Li Anan asked. "No, it's just that I'm a bit tired." Chen Ran shook his head and leaned it against Li Anan's shoulder. "Xiaonan, I've been busy all morning and my arms are sore. Could you feed me?" "Of course." Seeing him look so weary, Li Anan felt a pang of concern. She picked up the lunchbox and carefully fed him. After taking a bite, Chen Ran chewed a few times and suddenly asked, "Xiaonan, did you add sugar to this dish? It's cloyingly sweet." "No, I didn't." Li Anan tasted it herself. It was perfectly normal, not sweet at all. Could her taste buds be off? Just then Chen Ran reached out and gently tapped her nose, saying affectionately, "Silly girl, it's because your sweetness is off the charts." Uffed. Li Anan broke into a radiant smile, her heart filled with joy. Hey, that's enough." Li Pengfei protested indignantly. "Before you two show off your love, could you consider my feelings?" Chen Ran completely ignored Li Pengfei and continued to flirt with Li Anan. "Xiaonan and I went to the hospital for an 4 drip last night." Are you unwell? What did they give you?" The innocent Li Anan, thinking he was genuinely ill, panicked at the news. "I was given the days and nights of wanting to be with you." Cheesy pickup lines weren't yet popular in this era, but being young and quick to catch on, they all understood his meaning instantly. "Don't make jokes like that again." Li Anan scolded him lightly, but her heart was sweeter than honey. No girl can resist sweet words. "Old Chen, are you trying to disgust me on purpose?" Li Pengfei fumed, feeling like had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. "Yeah, you just figured that out," Chen Ran said with a perfectly straight face. Uffed. Li Anan couldn't help but laugh, lightly patting his arm. "Stop picking on Li Pengfei." Chen Ran, however, paid no heed and continued his barrage. "Xiaonan, do you know the difference between me and Tang Sanzang?" "You're not a monk," Li Anan answered earnestly. "Wrong." Chen Ran wagged his finger and said with mock gravity, "Tang Sanzang seeks scriptures, but I seek you." "Ugh, that's so cheesy, I can't take it anymore." Li Pengfei jumped up from his seat. Chen Ran was just too much, showing off his love life endlessly. But he couldn't retaliate. After all, he was single. "Stopping, where are you going? You haven't finished your meal." "Forget the food, I need to find a place to throw up." Li Pengfei stormed off without looking back. His stomach was full of dog food. How could he have any appetite left? After the meal, Li Pengfei stayed behind to watch the stall. Chen Ran took the money and Li Anan hailing a taxi to the wholesale market to stock up on a large batch of new raw materials. The wholesale market owner, initially looking worried, beamed with joy upon seeing Chen Ran. Chen Ran was now his only benefactor. Whether his shop could stay open depended entirely on him. The owner practically worshipped the ground. Chen Ran walked on. "Young master, you've arrived. Please come in." The owner greeted him with more enthusiasm than he showed his own parents, nearly kneeling in reverence. "No need for young master. My name is Chen Ran. You can call me Boss Chen." Chen Ran preferred the title Boss Chen. It had more class and substance than young master. "All right. And you don't have to call me boss either." The owner grinned, rubbing his hands together. "My name is Gao Haiming. If you don't mind, just call me Old Gao." After the introductions, Gao Haiming poured tea for Chen Ran and Li Anan. He dared not show any neglect to his money god. "Boss Chen, how much stock are you looking to get this time?" "Same as last time. Give me 100 bags each of those drink mixes and ice cream powder." Chen Ran slammed a thick stack of 100 yuan bills onto the table. This was the entire morning's revenue from both stalls. Over 700 yuan in total. "What? 100 bags of each?" Gao Haiming's eyes and nostrils widened in shock. Having been in the wholesale business for decades, he knew exactly how fast his products sold. Last time Chen Ran had purchased 20 bags of each drink powder. Under normal circumstances, that stock would last a week. But Chen Ran had sold it all in just 2 days. No, to be precise, in less than 2 days. Gao Haiming had assumed Chen Ran was merely here for a small restock and figured he wouldn't buy much. He never expected Chen Ran to demand 100 bags of everything. In such a short span, Chen Ran's purchase volume had quintupled, a growth rate faster than a rocket. At that moment, Gao Haiming's mind went completely blank. He couldn't fathom just how explosive Chen Ran's business must be. If Gao Haiming had previously dealt with Chen Ran with the mindset of trying anything to stay afloat, now he was truly starting to value him. Selling a week's worth of stock in just 2 days was undeniably impressive. An ordinary person could never achieve that. Gao Haiming was a shrewd man. He felt like a sinking ship, and clinging to Chen Ran was his only chance for survival. Eager to build a good relationship, Gao Haiming closed his shop and offered to drive and deliver the goods himself. Since business was slow anyway, he decided to focus all his energy on catering to his one and only god. Chen Ran naturally didn't refuse a free chauffeur. Chen Ran and Li Anan sat in the back seat lost in their own world, while Gao Haiming stole a glance at them through the rearview mirror. His attention had been on Chen Ran before, but now he finally noticed Li Anan. What a beautiful girl. Li Anan possessed a pure and refined beauty with a temperament and looks that were second to none. She would be the undisputed campus belle at any school. A stunningly rare beauty like her was unattainable for ordinary men. This solidified Gao Haiming's belief that Chen Ran was a rich second generation, and he resolved to latch onto him tightly. Back at the water park, Gao Haiming volunteered as a temporary worker to curry favor with Chen Ran. With the raw materials on hand, various cold drinks and ice cream were quickly prepared. Ice Castle is open for business. Their ice cream is delicious and cheap. During Chen Ran's lunch break of over an hour, other stalls managed to get some business, but as soon as Ice Castle reopened, all the customers flocked to Chen Ran's stand. Chen Ran paired up with Li Anan, while Li Pingfei worked with Gao Haiming. With 2 extra hands, their efficiency soared. The stall was packed with people, creating a scene reminiscent of the spring festival travel rush. Gao Haiming initially had his doubts. He couldn't understand how 2 mobile carts could sell such a massive volume. But at that moment he knew he was wrong. Chen Ran's stall was an absolute sensation, with raw materials depleting at a visible rate. In just 2 hours, Chen Ran's sales reached several thousand yuan. Gao Haiming couldn't help but swallow hard. The total foot traffic his store had seen since its opening probably didn't even match Chen Ran's single-day customer count. Boss, your girlfriend is so pretty. I can tell you two are a perfect match. Wishing you a long and happy life together leading to marriage. Chen Ran and Li Anan, a stunning couple, became the center of attention. Many customers recognized them as lovers and showered them with blessings. Chen Ran was grinning from ear to ear, while Li Anan shyly lowered her head. To thank you all for your support, we're offering a special treat. Chen Ran announced through a megaphone. Sing our Ice Castle theme song, and compliment my girlfriend's beauty, and you'll get a 3-for-2 deal. This announcement caused quite a stir. Most visitors came as families. While the second item for a yuan deal was attractive, a family of 3 would still need to buy 2 portions. But with the 3-for-2 offer, they only needed to buy 1. It was another significant saving, practically a freebie. Tourists who had been hesitating were now all drawn to this promotion, lining up in an orderly fashion. Sister, you're so pretty. Miss, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Everyone eagerly participated, showering her with compliments. Li Anan was embarrassed by all the praise, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Not because of the flattery, but because she felt the deep affection Chen Ran had for her. The 4 of them were busy with money flowing in like water. But for Chen Ran, making money was secondary. As long as he could make Li Anan happy, he'd even be willing to spend his own money. Just as business was booming, a jarring voice cut through the atmosphere. Get lost if you don't want to die. Everyone turned to see a group of people dressed like thugs and ruffians swaggering over. The man leading them had permed hair with a heavy fringe covering one eye like a curtain, and his pants hung so low they nearly fell to his knees. The most conspicuous thing was the iron chain hanging from his pants, just like a dog leash. Seeing his backup arrive, the vendor named Zhao Chong was overjoyed. He quickly scurried over to the permed hair man and pointed at Chen Ran in the distance. Brother Go, this brat is stealing my business. I thought it'd be some big shot, but it's just a snot-nosed kid. Brother Go sneered. Wait here'll make him scram right now. With that, he led his lackeys toward Chen Ran's stall, strutting like a crab. People stepped back as if avoiding a plague clearing a path. Hey kid, you've got some nerve. Brother Go flashed what he thought was a cool smile and snarled, daring to poach business on my turf. Looks like you're tired of living. Brother Go and his gang looked menacing, and it was obvious they were there to cause trouble. However, no one dared to step forward. These thugs were like stubborn stickers. Once they latched on, they were hard to shake off. Better to stay out of it. Bullshit. Li Pingfei, stubborn by nature, glared back defiantly. This is a public area. Since when is it your turf? Well, do business however we please, and you have no right to interfere. Li Pingfei's uncle was a police officer, and growing up under his influence, he had developed a strong sense of justice and a courage to fight against evil. Others might fear these thugs, but he didn't. Were thugs so tough? This is the 21st century. Everything is governed by law. He didn't believe they would dare to lay a finger on. Seeing the overwhelming numbers of Brother Dog's gang, Gao Haiming stepped back. As a businessman, he befriended Chen Ran only for profit. He didn't mind being a sycophant for what was face compared to money. But however much money he could make, he needed to live to spend it. Gao Haiming would never follow Chen Ran to fight against thugs. Li Anan clutched tightly at Chen Ran's sleeve. As a young woman, she had never witnessed such a scene. Her heart was filled with terror, and her entire body trembled. Yet Li Anan did not retreat. She stood steadfastly by Chen Ran's side. Chen Ran observed everyone's expressions and movements, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight smile. Li Pengfei leaned forward, poised for attack. If a fight broke out, he would surely aid Chen Ran. Li Anan was filled with caution, ready to protect Chen Ran at any cost if he were harmed. To have such a brother and girlfriend made life worthwhile. As for Gao Haiming, Chen Ran simply ignored him. Their relationship was built on profit, and it was obvious that the man would flee at the first sign of trouble. He hadn't run yet, only because the fight hadn't started. Bastard, how dare you speak to me in that tone? Seeing Li Pengfei dare to challenge him, Brother Dog flew into a rage. In all his years as a gangster, no one had ever spoken to him like that. And before so many of his underlings. If he let it slide, how could he remain their leader? Bang! I said this spot is mine, and it's mine. Brother Dog kicked the cart heavily, threatening. Hand over all the money you've made these past few days, then push your broken cart, and get lost. Never come here to do business again. Seeing Chen Ran silent, Zhao Chong thought he was scared, a sly grin spreading across his face as he began to mock him. Kid, you think you're so tough? They'll make you spit out every bit you've taken. Seeing his good brother insulted, Li Pengfei was furious and was about to rush forward to teach Zhao Chong a lesson. But Chen Ran grabbed his shoulder. Chen Ran shook his head, signaling him not to act rashly. Li Pengfei could only punch the air in frustration. Chen Ran didn't even glance at Zhao Chong. Such a petty sycophant didn't even deserve to speak to him. Are you trying to intimidate me? Chen Ran's gaze fell on Brother Dog. There was no fear or panic as everyone expected. Instead, he was eerily calm, like an outsider. Is there something wrong with your head? Isn't it obvious? Brother Dog let out a contemptuous laugh, then slammed the cart again, bellowing, I'm threatening you. Chen Ran said nothing, only placing a stack of bills on the cart. At this sight, murmurs spread among the crowd. Some thought Chen Ran was too cowardly, yielding his money at the first threat. Shouldn't he at least put up a fight? Others thought he was wise, knowing that money was worthless compared to personal safety, and that paying off trouble was the smartest choice. Brother Dog and his men didn't think much of it. Seeing Chen Ran produce money, they assumed he was scared, and they laughed triumphantly. You're smart this time. We'll let you off, but if you ever dare to do business here again, I'll beat you every time I see you. With that, Brother Dog reached for the money, but Chen Ran spoke again. According to the law, the crime of intimidation carries a sentence of 5 to 10 years, and extortion carries 3 to 10 years. You'd serve at least 8 years in prison. Chen Ran pulled out his phone, already showing the number 110 dialed. If you dare take it, it'll send you to eat prison food. Hearing this, Brother Dog's heart jolted, and his hand halted midair. The deterrent effect of Chen Ran's words was immense. No sane person would want to go to prison. Brother Dog was just a small-time thug used to petty theft and frequent visits to the police station. But when it came to imprisonment, the stakes were entirely different. Brother Dog panicked a little, but with his underlings watching, if he let Chen Ran off, where would his face be? You? Who are you trying to scare? You think I'm afraid? Weighing the pros and cons, he dared not take the money. The charges of extortion and intimidation were too severe. After much deliberation, Brother Dog decided to smash Chen Ran's stall. That way he could save face without facing serious prison time. So he unhooked the iron chain hanging from his pants, ready to teach Chen Ran a lesson. It's over, a fight's about to break out. Everyone get back. The onlookers hurriedly retreated, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Brother Dog's men smirked, thinking Chen Ran was courting death by provoking their boss. Bang! Just as everyone expected an imminent clash, Chen Ran suddenly pulled something from under the cart and slammed it onto the counter. Brother Dog stared, his soul nearly fleeing his body. It was a huge knife. The polished blade gleamed under the sunlight, nearly blinding Brother Dog's dog eyes. What are you doing with that chain? Planning to smash my stall? Go ahead, try it. Chen Ran remained calm and composed. In his past life, he had dealt with all kinds of scoundrels. He had anticipated trouble from the day he set up his stall and had prepared accordingly. Brother, don't misunderstand. Brother Dog swallowed hard, breaking out in a cold sweat. He never expected Chen Ran to be fiercer than him. For a moment, he was bewildered. Who was the real thug here? I was just loosening my chain to jump rope to stretch my bones. I wasn't going to smash your stall. Good people fear bad people, and bad people fear those who don't care about their lives. The previously arrogant Brother Dog now wore a fawning smile. He might not be educated, but he wasn't stupid. A chain against a knife. That was suicide. Chen Ran said with a teasing expression. So you're called Brother Dog, huh? No. Brother Dog, already terrified, dared not show off. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Brother, just call me Little Dog. At that moment, Brother Dog cursed Zhao Chong's ancestors for generations. Why provoke someone like this, someone who didn't care about consequences? Still want the money? No. Brother Dog was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked. He could bully the meek, but facing someone as tough as Chen Ran, he immediately cowered. So you don't want it. Chen Ran took back the bills on the counter and then opened his palm to Brother Dog. Please settle the bill. Brother Dog was bewildered. Huh? What bill? Brother Dog blinked, staring at Chen Ran in bewilderment, his not-so-bright mind filled with enormous question marks. He hadn't bought anything, so what bill was he supposed to settle? You just bought 20 ice creams from me at 20 yuan each. Have you forgotten already? Chen Ran shot Brother Dog a glance, then raised his voice an octave. What are you trying to dine and dash? Brother Dog's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This guy was practically forcing a sale. No, he'll pay. Brother Dog was on the verge of tears. Ice cream that originally cost 9 yuan for 2 Chen Ran was selling to him at 20 yuan each. This was outright robbery. He suddenly felt that Chen Ran was more of a thug than he was. No, this guy was a bandit. Reluctantly handing over 400 yuan, Brother Dog's heart ached, as if bleeding. It was his entire life savings. For the next month, he wouldn't even be able to afford instant noodles. Hand it over. Chen Ran snatched the cash from Brother Dog's hand. 400 yuan meant nothing to him, but no one ever tires of money. Besides, since these thugs had come to cause trouble, they needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they might think Chen Ran was an easy target. Brother Dog initially wanted to haggle, but then from the corner of his eye he spotted the knife on the counter and instantly abandoned that thought. Having failed to trash the place, and instead being swindled by Chen Ran, Brother Dog had lost all face. He wished he could just turn and run. But since had already paid, why not take the goods? So he steeled himself and asked, my ice cream? Oh, don't worry. Here you go. Chen Ran grabbed a bag of leftover sugar cones, counted them. Exactly 20, and tossed them to Brother Dog. Brother Dog hugged the cones, completely dumbfounded. Why only the cones? Where were the scoops of ice cream? With Chen Ran holding a weapon, Brother Dog didn't dare to get confrontational. He forced a smile and asked, Brother, did you forget to put the ice cream scoops on these? No, I didn't. Chen Ran said matter-of-factly. It's so hot out, the ice cream melted. Blame yourself for dawdling. Tell you what, I'll add the ice cream scoops for another 20 yuan each. Want them? Puffed. Brother Dog nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at that. In all his decades of life, had never heard of ice cream being sold in separate parts. 20 yuan for a cone, 20 yuan for a scoop. A whole ice cream would cost a whopping 40 yuan. Had seen many profiteers in his time, but never one as thoroughly blackheart as Chen Ran. And the worst part was Chen Ran acted like it was the most natural thing in the world, showing no hint of guilt. The guy's skin was thicker than a rhinoceros hide. Brother Dog's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he felt dizzy. He finally understood that Chen Ran was deliberately toying with him. After collecting the money, Chen Ran's demeanor changed instantly. He glanced at Brother Dog impatiently. Are you buying or not? No, I'm not buying. Brother Dog was furious, but didn't dare to show it. After all, Chen Ran had the weapon. Besides, even if he wanted to buy, he didn't have the money left. All his remaining assets had been swindled away by Chen Ran. If you're not buying, then get lost. What are you doing blocking my shop in trance? Scolded publicly by Chen Ran, Brother Dog's face flushed pale and red. In the end, he could only slink away with his underlings. It was the most humiliating day in his entire thug career. He never imagined his illustrious reputation would be ruined by a young man of about 18 like Chen Ran. Seeing the reinforcements had called and all run away, Zhao Chong didn't dare stay any longer. Fearing Chen Ran's retaliation, he pushed his cart and fled as fast as he could. Clap, clap, clap. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted at the scene. Young man, that was amazing. I was scared to death of those guys, but you weren't afraid at all. The crowd showered him with praise. Ordinary people would naturally feel some fear and trepidation when facing thugs like Brother Dog's gang. The timid might even wet their pants. But Chen Ran had remained utterly composed from start to finish. Not only was he unafraid, had even scared off Brother Dog and his men. On top of that, had swindled money out of them. Such boldness and courage demanded admiration. Oh, it's nothing. I've seen plenty of these small-time punks. Chen Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Guys like Brother Dog only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Calling them thugs was an overstatement. Chen Ran had dealt with far worse. Compared to the crime bosses had crossed paths with in his past life, these guys were nothing but amateurs. With all the troublemakers gone, the ice cream castle reopened for business, and the stream of customers was endless. The four of them worked non-stop until 7:30 p.m. when all the ingredients were finally used up and they could catch their breath. Sorry, we're all sold out of ice cream and drinks for today. Please come back early tomorrow. Customers who missed out on the cold treats left with dejected faces, their disappointment written all over them. After cleaning up the stall, Chen Ran took out a few hundred yuan and handed it to Gao Haiming. Boss Chen, I came to help voluntarily. I can't take this money. Gao Haiming quickly waved his hands in refusal. He was seeking a long-term partnership and wasn't concerned about such petty immediate gains. Besides, had already witnessed how booming Chen Ran's business was. If he could just stay in Chen Ran's good graces, would he ever have to worry about making money again? Forget a few hundred yuan. Even tens of thousands wasn't a pipe dream. In business accounts must be clear. I can't have you working for free. Just take the money. Ignoring Gao Hyaming's protests, Chen Ran stuffed the cash into his pocket. Thank you, Boss Chen. Gao Hyaming's heart sank, and his expression fell. Chen Ran hadn't said it outright, but the implication was clear: their relationship was strictly business, nothing more. Gao Hyaming sighed, inwardly, a pang of regret washing over him. If only he had firmly sided with Chen Ran when Brother Dog and his gang came to cause trouble earlier, maybe their bond would be stronger now. Chen Ran saw through Gao Hyaming's thoughts, but didn't bother to explain. Gao Hyaming wasn't his friend, so it was only natural for him not to step forward. Chen Ran wasn't so petty. He just believed that in business it was best to keep things clear-cut with no debts or obligations. As Chen Ran began to pack up and leave, the other vendors felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Once Chen Ran left, the other stalls would surely get some business. However, the customers had already acquired a taste for Chen Ran's relatively higher quality ice cream and drinks and had little interest in their cheaper products. Sure enough, even after Chen Ran packed up, very few customers patronized the other vendors. Business was desolate. Ugh, another wasted day. Looks like I need to find a new spot tomorrow. Just as the vendors were sighing in frustration, Chen Ran walked over. Folks packing up so early. Are you here to gloat? The vendors all glared at him. No, you've got it wrong. Chen Ran shook his head with a chuckle. I'm here to talk about a partnership. Are any of you interested in becoming a franchisee of Ice Cream Castle? Franchise? The stall owners exchanged bewildered glances, thinking Chen Ran had come to flaunt his booming business, never expecting he was there to offer them a franchise. The concept of franchising was not unfamiliar to them. Many well-known food brands, such as KFC and McDonald's, operated on this very model. However, the franchise fees for these major brands were exorbitantly high, often reaching 7 figures, a threshold that ordinary people could never hope to cross. That's right, a franchise. Chen Ran spoke with confidence. If you join the Ice Castle franchise, you can use my brand name to conduct your business. At this moment, the hostility the stall owners felt towards Chen Ran had dissipated, replaced by intense curiosity. One middle-aged stall owner raised his hand and asked, "How does this franchise work? Tell us more." The process is actually quite simple. When it came to business, Chen Ran turned serious. First, each of you must pay a franchise fee of 10,000 yuan. Second, to ensure product quality, all raw materials must be sourced from me. You are not allowed to use third-party suppliers. Finally, your stall's appearance needs to be redesigned for uniformity. Beyond using my brand, I will also provide you with the most effective marketing strategies. Upon hearing this, the stall owners were visibly astonished. They were undeniably tempted. The phenomenal success of Chen Ran's business was evident to all. His unprecedented marketing tactics in particular were like a devastating combination, leaving his competitors helpless. If they could truly use the Ice Castle brand and employ Chen Ran's unique promotional methods, making money would be inevitable. The stall owners fell into deep thought. Since they had to procure supplies anyway, getting them from Chen Ran was just the same, and it would save them a lot of hassle. As for modifying their carts, it wouldn't cost much either. After weighing the pros and cons, they all concluded this was a guaranteed profitable deal. You're really letting us join. Are there any other conditions? The stall owner's eyes burned with intense desire. The franchise fee was essentially a way to buy into Chen Ran's brand and his special marketing expertise. This 10,000 yuan was absolutely worth it. I have 2 more conditions. Chen Ran explained patiently. If you decide to join, first we need to sign a formal contract. Second, your future vending locations will be assigned by me. That's no problem. The stall owners agreed readily. Even if Chen Ran hadn't mentioned it, they would have insisted on a written contract. The second point was even less of an issue. If they all gathered in one place, they would only dilute their profits. It was better to spread out across different areas, maximizing everyone's earnings. Chen Ran scanned the crowd, recognizing their growing interest, and decided to press his advantage. Those interested in joining can meet tomorrow to discuss the details. They'll bring the contracts. So who wants to join? I'm in. Count me in. Little brother, I'm with you. After the first person took the lead, others quickly followed, and eventually all the stall owners decided to join the Ice Castle franchise. The allure of Chen Ran's offer was simply too powerful to resist. More importantly, without joining, they couldn't compete with his business anyway. Since they couldn't beat him, they might as well join him. Chen Ran secretly rejoiced. Working alone with Li Pengfei, they could only earn so much through sheer hard work. Opening up franchises at this stage was undoubtedly the best move. It would not only generate more income, but also rapidly expand Ice Castle's influence. If all went smoothly, it wouldn't be long before the Ice Castle sign could be seen on streets and alleys everywhere. After pushing the cart back into the residential complex, Chen Ran prepared to take Li Anan home. You don't have to walk me, though I can get home by myself. Although Li Anan was delighted that her boyfriend wanted to escort her home was a considerable distance from his. Chen Ran had been busy all day and was surely exhausted. As a good girlfriend, Li Anan couldn't bear to see him make the trip back and forth. If he wouldn't take care of himself, she would. No way. It's too dangerous for a girl like you to walk home alone this late. Chen Ran put on a stern face, teasing Li Anan. My wife is so beautiful, what if she runs into some hooligan? Li Anan was still getting used to being called wife, but she was slowly warming up to it, and it sounded sweeter each time. Really, it's fine. Li Anan held Chen Ran's hand and said gently, You've had a long day doing business, go home and rest early. Chen Ran wasn't oblivious. He knew Li Anan was worried about him. However, it was already past 9, and he was genuinely concerned about Li Anan, a beautiful young woman walking alone outside. What if Li Anan ran into some drunkards or thugs? Chen Ran absolutely wouldn't allow any harm to come to her. He had already failed her once in the past, and didn't want to live with regret again in this life. Seeing that she was about to refuse again, a brilliant idea struck him. If you won't let me walk you home, then you can stay at my place tonight. The choice is yours. Li Anan was utterly shocked. She never expected Chen Ran to suggest she sleep over. Isn't this too fast? I am not ready yet. Li Anan nervously wrung her hands together, and the image of Chen Ran holding her as they slept involuntarily flashed in her mind, causing her face to flush crimson. Fine, then I guess you'd better take me home. She certainly couldn't stay over at his place, not because she was against taking their relationship further, but simply because she wasn't prepared for it. Besides, Chen Ran's parents were also at home. If his elders caught them in a tender embrace, it would be a disaster. The very thought was mortifying. Li Anan hung her head in shyness, looking so delicate and alluring that Chen Ran felt his heart melt. Oh my goodness. She's such an enchanting little vixen. Chen Ran's eyes twinkled with mischief as he joked. If you're too embarrassed, we could always get a room at the small hotel nearby. You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. Li Anan stamped her foot and turned to walk away, her head lowered. She knew Chen Ran was just teasing her and meant no harm. But every time she thought about sharing a bed with him, she felt a wave of heat rush through her. Shout and wait for me. Chen Ran quickly caught up to Li Anan and took her hand, and the two of them walked side by side down the dimly lit street. After about 10 minutes or so, they arrived at the entrance to her apartment building. They'll head up now. But Li Anan gave Chen Ran a reluctant look. Just as she turned to go upstairs, he suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her back, and wrapped her in a possessive embrace. Her body trembled slightly. Was he going to force a kiss on her again? Feeling the scorching breath rushing toward her, Li Anan's heart pounded like a startled deer, her pulse racing. Chen Ran. She tried to speak, but as she looked up and saw the deep affection in his eyes, all her words lodged in her throat. Silver moonlight spilled over them as they gazed into each other's eyes, lost in the moment. Li Anan's breathing grew rapid. A heartbeat later, she bit her lip and slowly closed her eyes. She was ready for Chen Ran to kiss her. Yet after a long wait, Chen Ran didn't lean in. Li Anan opened her eyes, confusion written across her face. To her surprise, his gaze was remarkably clear, devoid of any impure thoughts. Just as she wondered what he was up to, Chen Ran pulled her into his embrace, his arms wrapping around her like a firm shackle. Chen Ran. Don't speak, I just want to hold you for a while. Li Anan fell silent, her head resting against his chest, feeling his warmth and the steady thump of his heartbeat. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Ran finally released her. Chen Ran raised his hand, tucking a strand of her loose hair behind her ear, and said gently, Go get some rest. Li Anan nodded obediently, but this time she lingered, too shy to leave just yet. What's wrong? Are you tired? Want me to carry you upstairs? She had been helping all day, so Chen Ran assumed she was too exhausted to walk. Li Anan shook her head, wrestling with her nerves before mustering the courage to ask then. Do you still want that? Want what? Chen Ran was utterly confused. You're so annoying. You know exactly what I mean. Li Anan raised her little fist and gave his chest a playful thump. I really don't know. What is it? He genuinely had no idea what she was referring to. Seeing that Chen Ran wasn't pretending, Li Anan steeled herself and said shyly, It's that thing. With that, she extended a slender finger and tapped her own glistening lips. Chen Ran suddenly understood. If he still didn't get it after such an obvious hint, he'd be a complete fool. So Li Anan wanted a kiss. Chen Ran suppressed a grin and declared with mock seriousness, I'm an honorable man. I absolutely won't take advantage of a girl like you. No kiss. Hearing this, Li Anan was stunned. Wasn't it him who had forcefully kissed her in front of all the teachers and students last time? Now that she was offering, he was putting on airs. It's okay, this is my choice. Recalling the kiss at graduation, Li Anan felt sweetness flood her heart. She yearned to experience that sweet sensation once more. Even if it's your choice, it's a no. Chen Ran declared with righteous indignation. I'm an innocent young man. Kissing you in the dead of night. What would that look like? He had a girlfriend, but he refused to kiss her. Just because he could. I don't want anyone thinking him some frivolous guy. Chen Ran raised an eyebrow then shifted his tone. Tell you what, if you beg me I'll give you a kiss. Li Anan wasn't foolish. Seeing the mischievous grin on his face, she finally realized he was teasing her. If you want kiss me then forget it. I'm not begging you. Huffing, Li Anan turned and headed toward the building. As she opened the iron door, Chen Ran suddenly lunged from behind. Before she could react, he had her pinned against the door. Bang! The iron door slammed shut, and the building's motion sensor lights flickered on one by one, illuminating the stairwell from bottom to top, as if signaling that the affection between Chen Ran and Li Anan was heating up. Their lips met. Chen Ran braced his hand against the door, while Li Anan's hands rested on his shoulders, her shock melting into delight. Then they closed their eyes in unison. At that moment, even the air tasted sweet. After what felt like an age until they could barely breathe, they parted reluctantly. Chen Ran gently wiped her reddened lips with his thumb. My little Nan's lips are sweeter than rock sugar. I could kiss you again. Li Anan shyly avoided his gaze, feeling as if her heart might leap out of her chest. Now that you've had your kiss, can you go home and rest? Chen Ran tapped her nose lightly and smiled. I'll head back now. Don't miss me so much you can't sleep. With that, Chen Ran straightened up. Just as he turned to leave, Li Anan suddenly rose on her tiptoes and planted a feather-like kiss on his cheek. Chen Ran touched his cheek, his face a mask of disbelief. Li Anan was an incredibly introverted and timid girl. She wouldn't even fight back if bullied. In their past relationship, she had always been the passive one. Never did he expect her to initiate a kiss. Huh, my little Nan actually kissed me on her own. Chen Ran was both shocked and thrilled, unable to contain his laughter. It was a clear sign that her feelings for him were deepening. This was fantastic news. Keep your voice down. The neighbors will hear. Li Anan frantically covered his mouth, then said with a playful pout, I won't miss you at all. With that, she dashed upstairs, afraid that if she stayed any longer she'd lose control and want another kiss. Lying in bed back home, both Chen Ran and Li Anan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The moment they recalled the kiss, smiles crept across their faces unbidden. Happiness swelled in their hearts, lingering long after. Being with the one you love, it's truly wonderful. Over the following days, Li Anan had to work part-time and couldn't help at the stall, but Chen Ran's business was booming. He had turned the vendors from the water park into franchisees, earning tens of thousands just from franchise fees. On top of that, the equipment, mobile cart decorations, and raw materials, all of it, brought in another hefty profit. Chen Ran poured every cent of his earnings into expanding the ice castle. He built 8 more carts, and had Li Pengfei recruit classmates looking for summer work, dispatching them to different areas. At first, few of his classmates were willing to work for him. Compared to baking in the summer sun, most preferred indoor jobs with air conditioning. But Chen Ran's wages were simply too generous. 20 yuan an hour, which meant a full 200 yuan for a 10-hour day, plus a 20 yuan daily meal allowance. That compensation was nearly triple what KFC or McDonald's offered. Working a month would net nearly 7,000 yuan, far more than what most of their parents earned combined. Chen Ran's peers were just high school grads, hardly able to resist such a tempting offer, and they flocked to join his team. The Ice Castle empire was expanding at breakneck speed. Chen Ran's ambitions extended far beyond the cold beverage industry. He was determined to build a commercial empire. Though this goal remained distant, things were gradually moving in a favorable direction. Under Chen Ran's strategic layout, ice castle carts and signs could be seen in nearly every high-traffic location within a 10-kilometer radius. Within just a few days, the number of ice castle mobile carts had surged from the initial 2 to nearly 20, a 10-fold increase. Chen Ran understood that the essence of business lay in publicity. To gain recognition in such a short time, merely pouring money into expanding the fleet was insufficient, as his capital was extremely limited. To become popular, advertising was essential. In 2021, one might enlist well-known public accounts or influencers, but WeChat didn't exist yet, and the influencer economy hadn't taken shape. In 2008, advertising methods were simpler. Large corporations would spend heavily to secure primetime TV slots. Small merchants or individual vendors with little capital would resort to distributing flyers for advertising effect. Buying TV airtime was out of the question. Chen Ran didn't have that kind of money. Moreover, he doubted the efficacy of such an approach. As for flyers, most people would toss them into the trash without a second glance, making that method unreliable too. So Chen Ran took a different path. He invited a food program from Donghai TV to film a feature segment at his Ice Castle store. Hiring the TV station was costly, but far cheaper than airing a commercial. Chen Ran gritted his teeth and paid the substantial fee. On the filming day, the crew arrived as scheduled. The articulate host lavished praise on Ice Castle's products before the camera, calling them excellent value and the ultimate summer refreshment. Ordinary ice cream and drinks were exalted as if they were heavenly delicacies. Beyond the host, the cameraman also played a crucial role. The ice cream he filmed looked incredibly appetizing, making viewers crave a taste just from watching. After this series of efforts, Ice Castle's business absolutely exploded. People from other districts made special trips to the West City district just to sample what Ice Castle had to offer. The taste wasn't as extraordinary as the host had boasted, but it was indeed good value for money. Seizing the momentum, Chen Ran launched a series of new products. Lemonade fruit, tea, mango, pomelo, sago cake, flavored milk tea, and more. In addition to the usual toppings like pearls, pudding, and sago, Chen Ran introduced new items such as crispy boba and bursting fruit balls. And all toppings were absolutely free. The novel products' distinctive flavors and low prices won the hearts of young people. Nearly everyone who tried them sang praises for Ice Castle. Now if you saw a queue of over 100 meters, you could be sure an Ice Castle was at the front. At Li Pengfei's home, Chen Ran and Li Pengfei shirtless each held a controller playing Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja 5 on the PS2. With Ice Castle now taking shape, they no longer needed to man the stalls themselves, only overseeing the big picture from behind the scenes. Peng, how's business been lately? Our business is hotter than this summer's weather, Li Pengfei rattled off. Originally a single cart could make at most 300 yuan a day. Since you got the TV ad, our revenue has more than tripled. After all costs, we make about 100 yuan a day. The reason it was only 100 was that half of the Ice Castle stalls were franchised. Chen Ran only had 10 directly operated stalls. If all 20 plus stalls were his, they'd make at least 200 yuan a day. However, Li Pengfei found this return already astonishing. Many dual-income families couldn't earn that much in a year, even without spending a cent. Only 100 a day? That's too little. My goal is 1 million a day. Chen Ran stared intently at the game character on the screen. He was far from satisfied with this achievement. 100,000 a day was only 3 million a month. In the future, city management would tighten and opening brick-and-mortar stores would be inevitable, driving up operating costs and shrinking profit margins. When would he ever become the richest man in the country at this rate? Chen Ran set down the controller. Have a lot of people been calling to ask about franchising lately? Li Pengfei answered truthfully. Yeah, I get dozens of calls a day about franchise inquiries. Ever since Ice Castle became a hit, everyone spotted the opportunity and wanted to jump in for a piece of the pie. But Chen Ran had kept a tight lid on franchise slots. Now the time was nearly ripe. Chen Ran smiled calmly and abruptly changed the subject. Peng, let's go check out some office space tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Pengfei's heart skipped a beat. Having been brothers with Chen Ran for so many years, he knew exactly what Chen Ran was planning. It seemed Chen Ran was ready to set up a proper headquarters and massively expand franchise locations. What was the point of opening one store at a time? Opening dozens at once was the real thrill. It looked like Chen Ran was about to make a big move. Suddenly reminded of something, Li Pengfei got up, pulled a rectangular box from the drawer, and tossed it to Chen Ran. Chen Ran opened it to find a platinum necklace inside. Why are you giving me a necklace? Chen Ran joked. Don't tell me you've had a crush on me for years. I'm straighter than steel. Oh, I don't like men. Get lost. Who the hell likes you? I'm straighter than you. Li Pengfei cursed with a laugh, then said, Anan's birthday is coming up in a few days. This is a birthday gift for her. Before going into business with Chen Ran, Li Pengfei's biggest dream was to find a stable job after graduation. Earning 4,000 or 5,000 a month would have satisfied him. But now Chen Ran had offered him a monthly salary of 10,000 plus a 5 dividend at year-end. If they truly made 1 million a day, as Chen Ran claimed, his annual income combining salary and dividends would approach 2 million. An annual income of 1 million. That was an astronomical figure, more than many top-tier professionals earned. Li Pengfei knew that Chen Ran was pulling him up out of brotherhood, and he was deeply grateful. Since Chen Ran was so generous, he certainly couldn't be stingy. Old Chen, thank you. Li Pengfei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without Chen Ran leading the way, an annual income of 1 million might have remained a lifelong dream for him. Cut that out. I can't stand grown men being all sentimental. Chen Ran gave Li Pengfei's arm a punch. Let's play another round. I'm going to crush you. Tisk, who's crushing whom is yet to be seen. Don't think he'll go easy on you just because you're the boss. The room once again echoed with the sounds of wildly shaking hips. The bond of brotherhood between men is something money can never measure. In the following days, Chen Ran first rented an office building with an area of over 200 square meters. Though not too large, it was sufficient for the current scale. After setting up the office space, the next step was to register the company. Old Chen, what should we name our company? I've already thought of a name. Chen Ran said with a smile. Let's call it Little Nan Food Co. Ltd. Little Nan naturally referred to Li Anan. Chen Ran not only used Li Anan's name as the new company's name, but also quietly transferred a portion of the shares to her name. However, Chen Ran did not plan to tell Li Anan this secret for now, intending to give that silly girl a surprise on her birthday. The company was officially established, and Li Pengfei began to get busy recruiting talents for the company, busying himself with great enthusiasm every day. Chen Ran was responsible for the franchise side. After learning that Ice Castle was openly recruiting franchisees, the company received hundreds of calls every day. However, this time the franchise was not as simple as before. Now Ice Castle was extremely well known, so the franchise fee naturally rose accordingly from the original 100 yuan to 500 yuan. In addition to the franchise fee, one must have a physical store to join. Moreover, the decoration equipment and raw materials of each store could only be provided by Chen Ran. This was a huge source of income, and Chen Ran naturally would not let it slip. Although the threshold for joining had increased significantly, it still could not stop people's enthusiasm. In just a few days, hundreds of new franchisees were added. Ice Castle stores sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, wildly taking root and sprouting all over Donghai City. Overnight, it seemed that Ice Castle stores were everywhere. Moreover, every store had long queues. Business was thriving, and Chen Ran did not forget his girlfriend. To facilitate future communication with Li Anan, he went to a department store and bought her a mobile phone. After picking for a long time, Chen Ran finally chose a Nokia, which was the most popular and reliable phone brand at the time. Of course, the most important thing was that it could be used for self-defense. In the future, when he was not by Li Anan's side, if she encountered a bad person, she could directly throw the phone at them, ensuring they would be battered and bleeding. The reputation of Nokia as the king of hidden weapons was not undeserved. After paying, Chen Ran was about to take a taxi home. Just as he sat in the back seat of the taxi, his phone suddenly rang. He took out the phone and glanced at it. Chen Ran recognized it immediately. It was the phone number of the small shop at the entrance of Li Anan's residential community. In the past, when they were secretly dating, Li Anan was afraid of her parents finding out, so she didn't dare to call Chen Ran from home. She would always run to the small shop to call him. Chen Ran had already memorized this number firmly in his mind. He could recite it backward. "Hello Xiaonan, I bought you." Chen Ran was about to tell Li Anan that he had bought her a mobile phone as a birthday gift, but before he could finish, he heard crying from the other end of the phone. "Xiaonan, what's wrong? Did someone bully you, eh?" "Chen Ran, I want to see you." Li Anan's voice was choked with sobs. A few short words, yet it took great effort for her to finish. Chen Ran could even hear the shop owner's wife beside her constantly comforting Li Anan. "Little girl, don't cry. Tell Annie what's bothering you." Chen Ran's heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Although Li Anan was introverted and shy, she was actually soft on the outside, but strong on the inside with a very resilient heart. A small setback could never overwhelm her. But now Li Anan was crying uncontrollably. Something terrible must have happened. "Wait for me at the small shop. They'll be right there." "MMI? They'll wait for you." After hanging up, Chen Ran directly told the driver to go to the residential community where Li Anan lived. "Driver, Lijing Jiyuan community, please drive faster." Chen Ran was extremely anxious, constantly urging the driver to go faster along the way. About 8 minutes later, Chen Ran arrived at the destination. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Li Anan standing by the window of the small shop, already crying like a little kitten. "Xiaonan." Chen Ran dashed forward in a single stride. Li Anan looked up, and the moment she saw Chen Ran, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Whoa! Li Anan, who had been holding back her tears moments ago, now seemed to have found a pillar of support, crying loudly, without any regard for her image. Chen Ran didn't speak, gently stroking Li Anan's back. Cried out. It's better to let it out. Now any words of comfort would be useless. The best thing for her was to let her vent the negative emotions pin up in her heart. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Li Anan probably grew tired, and her sobs gradually ceased. Chen Ran took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the tear stains from her face. "Io, whose little kitten is this? Crying so loudly one would think you were butchering a pig." "You're the pig." Li Anan broke into a smile through her tears and lightly hit Chen Ran. Teased by him, her mood immediately improved a lot. Right, I'm a pig. How about you be kind and let me this pig nibble on you this fine cabbage." Annoying. Seeing that Li Anan had calmed down considerably, Chen Ran returned to the main topic. "My future wife, why are you crying so sadly? Did someone bully you?" Chen Ran clenched his fist and said, "Tell me who bullied you. They'll make him see stars today." "It's my parents." As soon as she recalled those unpleasant things, Li Anan's face darkened. "Your parents?" Li Anan nodded. "Mom and Dad said it's useless for girls to study too much and told me not to waste money on college. They took all the money I saved, saying they need to keep it for my brother to get married in the future. Outrageous. What era is this, still favoring boys over girls?" Chen Ran was furious. He had always known that Li Anan's parents were very mercenary, but he never expected them to be so harsh to Li Anan. Since her first year of high school, Li Anan had never asked her family for a single cent, and even gave her parents a monthly allowance. Her tuition fees were all earned by herself through part-time jobs. She scrimped on food and clothing and fainted several times due to malnutrition. She had worked hard to save that money, all for the sake of going to college in the future. All parents hope their children will achieve success, But Li Anan's parents not only failed to support her, they even held her back. That was the money Li Anan had painstakingly saved, the hope for her future life. Her parents actually took it all, leaving not a single cent. This was murdering Li Anan's dreams, destroying Li Anan's future. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. How could this heartless couple be so malicious? They did not deserve to be parents at all. Thinking that Li Anan's suicide by jumping off a building was largely caused by her parents, a raging fire ignited in Chen Ran's heart. Let's go get your money back. With me here, no one can bully you. In his past life, Li Anan ended her own life because she was suffocated by her parents' oppression. Chen Ran was powerless to stop it then, but this time he would never allow the same tragedy to occur. In Chen Ran's heart, Li Anan was as important as his own parents. He didn't care who they were, even if they were Li Anan's parents. If they dared to bully her, Chen Ran would not let them off. Chen Ran's eyes blazed with fury. Today he would settle all scores, old and new. He had to vent Xiao Nan's anger properly. Chen Ran led Li Anan straight to her home. The door was tightly shut, but through it they could clearly hear the people inside laughing heartily. Inside, Li Anan's parents were counting money with such delight that their eyes were almost popping out. I never expected this damned girl to have saved so much money behind our backs. Li Anan's father Li Guangming said with a hint of displeasure. Having taken his daughter's money, Li Guangming felt no regret at all. Instead, he was implicitly blaming Li Anan for not telling them about the savings. Mom, Dad, I want to buy a Nokia phone. All my classmates have Nokia phones, and I'm the only one without one. It's so embarrassing. The speaker was Li Anan's younger brother Li Xiaobei, the instigator of this money-grabbing incident. A few days ago, Li Xiaobei was broke and asked Li Anan for a few hundred yuan. When Li Anan was getting the money, he took the opportunity to peek at where she hid it. So he colluded with his parents to snatch Li Anan's money. Alright, you contributed the most this time. Tomorrow Mom will take you to buy a phone. Li Anan's mother Zhu Yuxia grinned from ear to ear. She had recently had her eye on a designer bag, but had been worrying about not having enough money. Now with Li Anan's money she could buy whatever she wanted. Zhu Yuxia stuffed a portion of the cash into her pocket and said with dissatisfaction, "This little bit isn't even enough for my monthly expenses. I'll have that damned girl work 2 more jobs to earn more money." Hearing her family's words, Li Anan outside the door felt deeply hurt. They were supposed to be one family, but her parents treated her and her brother completely differently. Her heart was utterly shattered. Thinking of all the past exploitation and abuse from her parents, Li Anan's heart ached and tears streamed down uncontrollably. At this moment, Chen Ran was also burning with rage. This family was simply inhuman. They didn't treat Li Anan as a family member at all. They saw her as a tool for making money. Even a beast knows to protect its own young. Didn't they feel any guilt at all? They were worse than beasts. Especially Li Anan's younger brother, who betrayed his sister by tattling to their parents. Instead of feeling ashamed, he was proud and even boasted about his contribution. A crooked beam leads to a crooked rafter. This saying couldn't be more true. Growing up in such a harsh environment, like surviving in a crack, Li Anan still managed to maintain healthy and correct values. That was already quite remarkable. Open the door. Chen Ran roared and kicked the door 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. The door frame shook violently, and the entire hallway echoed with the loud thuds. "Who's there? How dare you kick our door? Looking for death." Zhu Yuxia opened the door, cursing and grumbling. When she saw Chen Ran, she first paused, then put on a sharp and mean expression. "So it's you little brat." When Chen Ran's secret relationship with Li Anan was exposed in the past, both sets of parents were called to the school for a meeting. Since they had all met before Li Anan's family recognized Chen Ran. After cursing, Zhu Yuxia's gaze fell on Li Anan. "You damn girl, I just took a little bit of your money, and you've already learned to bring someone to cause trouble at home. Let me deal with you today." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Li Anan's ear. Li Anan stepped back in fear like a frightened little white rabbit cowering behind Chen Ran. Chen Ran would never allow Li Anan to be hurt, so he grabbed Zhu Yuxia's wrist. At that moment, the anger in Chen Ran's heart reached its peak. The moment Zhu Yuxia raised her hand, Li Anan instinctively flinched in fear, which clearly showed that she had been beaten many times and had developed psychological trauma. Moreover, even in front of him, Zhu Yuxia dared to be so rough with Li Anan. It was easy to imagine how much injustice Li Anan suffered on a daily basis. "What are you doing? You want to hit me? Let go." Zhu Yuxia's wrist was twisted painfully by Chen Ran, her face scrunched up, but she remained arrogantly defiant. "Get lost." Chen Ran shoved her hard. Zhu Yuxia lost her balance, stumbled, and crashed into the wall, letting out a scream of "Ah! This is outrageous. You little brat, how dare you push me?" Zhu Yuxia screamed hysterically, "Husband, son, I've been attacked. Why aren't you coming to help?" Hearing Zhu Yuxia's cries for help, the father and son, who were happily counting money inside, rushed out immediately and saw Zhu Yuxia sitting on the ground with a pained expression. "How dare you hit my mom? You're dead." Li Xiaobei charged forward with his fists raised. However, just as he reached Chen Ran, before he could even throw a punch, he took a hard blow to the stomach. Li Anan eyes bulged. He felt as if his stomach had been kicked through. He curled up like a hedgehog, clutching his stomach and lying on the ground. Seeing this, Li Guangming skidded to a halt. He was thin and small, and seeing Chen Ran's extraordinary combat ability, he dared not make a move. All of you get inside. Chen Ran coldly swept his gaze over Li Guangming and his wife, then took Li Anan by the right hand, grabbed Li Xiaobei by the hair with his left hand, and dragged him forcibly into the living room. Li Guangming and his wife exchanged a glance, and then followed into the living room. They dared not make a scene at the door lest they attract the neighbors, and everyone would learn how shameless they were, forcing their daughter to drop out of school and seizing the tuition money she had worked so hard for. Either of these two accusations alone would be enough to drown them in public scorn. In the living room, about 10 square meters, Chen Ran and Li Anan sat together, while Li Guangming and his wife sat across from them, looking as if they were in a negotiation. Li Aobi's stomach pain had eased somewhat. He struggled to stand up straight and demanded, "What right do you have to hit me?" Slap. Chen Ran didn't answer. He simply gave him a hard slap across the face. Li Aobi's head turned to the side, his face filled with disbelief. Since he was a child, his parents had never even been willing to hit him. In less than a minute, Chen Ran had hit him twice. "Who told you to stand up? Get down," Chen Ran shouted. Li Xiaobei was completely intimidated. Seeing Chen Ran raise his hand to hit him again, he was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Li Xiaobei covered his stinging cheek, tears welling up in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation. Chen Ran sneered inwardly. He felt wronged after just 2 hits. Xiaonan had endured far more injustice than this. In the Anan Li household, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Growing up pampered by his parents, Xiaobei Li had developed a spoiled and arrogant demeanor. He used to provoke others without fear simply because he had never suffered consequences. But today he finally understood what it felt like to be beaten. A solid kick and a sharp slap from Ranshin left him utterly dazed. At this moment, Xiaobei was completely cowed by the domineering aura emanating from Ranshin, kneeling obediently on the ground. He dared not even take a deep breath, terrified of angering Ranshin and inviting another beating. Guangming, Li, and Yu Xiaozhu were fuming with rage. Ranshin striking their precious son right in front of them was a blatant sign of disrespect. "Ranshin, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of our house," Guangming snarled, pointing a finger at Ranshin's nose. Yu Xiao also threatened viciously, "You assaulted my son. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police and have you thrown in jail." "No, Mom, Ranshin didn't mean it. Please don't make trouble for him." Hearing his mother threaten to call the police on Ranshin, Anan was stricken with panic, desperately pleading with her parents to let him go. "You ungrateful girl, always siding with outsiders." Yu Xiao shoved Anan aside, baring her teeth like a ferocious beast. "Getting cocky, are you? You even dare to bring someone home to beat up your own brother. Once I'm done with this little brat, you're next." Seeing that her words were futile, Anan was on the verge of tears. She had called Ranshin merely to vent her frustrations, never expecting him to come to her defense. She certainly never imagined things would escalate to involving the police. Anan bit her lip so hard it nearly drew blood, consumed by guilt and self-reproach. She wished she could slap herself twice. "Anan, you're so useless. Why couldn't you just endure it a little longer? You've dragged Ranshin into this mess." Ranshin saw the self-blame in Anan's eyes. He gently patted her back, his gaze conveying, "I'm here, don't worry." His reassurance helped calm her turbulent emotions. Ranshin pulled Anan close, then took out his phone and tossed it onto the coffee table, staring directly at Yu Xiao across from him. "You want to call the police? Go ahead. You think I wouldn't dare?" Yu Xiao gritted her teeth in fury, reaching for the phone. But just then Ranshin spoke again. "Even if the police come, what can they do? At worst, they'll get a lecture and have to pay a fine. I don't care about that." Ranshin's eyes narrowed, his very presence commanding respect. "But starting tomorrow, whenever I'm bored, he'll come by and give your pathetic son another beating. I've got all the time in the world. Let's have some fun." Hearing this, Xiaobei, still on his knees, turned pale with fear. It was clear to him now. Ranshin had set his sights on him. If had known Ranshin would be this relentless, he wouldn't have dared to swindle Anan's money for all the world. Yu Xiao frowned deeply, her hand freezing midair. Although Ranshin had struck Xiaobei, the injuries didn't even qualify as minor. As for assault charges, that was a stretch. There was little they could do against Ranshin. Even if the police were called, they'd ultimately push for a private settlement. Yu Xiao was unreasonable, but she wasn't a fool. She could see Ranshin wasn't joking. After much deliberation, she abandoned the idea of calling the police. Whether it was to spare her son further suffering, or to keep their own misdeeds from becoming neighborhood gossip, calling the police was simply not an option. "What's wrong? Not calling anymore. Don't know the number. Want me to dial it for you?" Ranshin sneered inwardly. He knew Yu Xia and her husband were both obsessed with saving face, and couldn't bear the thought of neighbors whispering behind their backs. From the start, he had been certain Yu Xiao wouldn't dare involve the police. It's just a bit of money from that girl. Guangming scoffed dismissively. We gave her life. We can hit her or scold her whenever we please. What's a little money compared to that? Hearing this, Ran Chen's chest heaved with anger, the fury within him blazing hotter. How could anyone say such a thing? Other families cherished their children like treasures, but Guangming and his wife treated their daughter as a punching bag to be exploited. Bang! Unable to contain himself any longer, Ran Chen kicked the coffee table, leaving a gaping hole in its once pristine surface. That's absolute bullshit. Ran Chen was at the peak of his fury. He cherished Anan like a precious jewel, unwilling to even raise his voice at her. Yet her own father Guangming spoke of hitting and scolding her as if it were nothing. He didn't deserve to be called a father. What are you doing? Don't you dare. Guangming recoiled, startled by Ran Chen's outburst. He was the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong, immediately shrinking back when faced with someone more menacing. Ran Chen. Anan grabbed his arm, terrified he might lose his head and do something that would land him in legal trouble. Her family had discarded her like trash, shattering her heart into pieces. Ran Chen was the only person in the world who treated her well now, and she couldn't bear for anything to happen to him. Yu Xiao retorted defiantly, Ran Chen, how we treat Xiaonan is our family's business. It's none of your damn concern. Ran Chen took a deep breath to steady himself, then slung an arm around Anan's shoulder. Xiaonan is my person, my future wife. Her business is my business, and I'm seeing this through. He looked down at the heartless family. Return Anan's money, or you won't have a single peaceful day from now on. And what are you going to do if we don't? Yu Xiao scoffed dismissively, convinced Ran Chen wouldn't dare go that far. Then consider it the medical bill for your son. Thud. Xiaobei collapsed to the floor in fright, on the verge of tears. Why did he always end up as the one getting hurt? Brother Chen, I was wrong. They'll give the money back to my sister right now. Please just let me go. He frantically pulled a few thousand yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, money his mother had given him for a new phone. He didn't dare hold on to a single cent now. Who knew what Ran Chen might do next? His life was on the line. Forget the phone. Ran Chen ignored the money, his gaze fixed on Guangfa, Li, and Yu Xiazhu. Xiaobei crawled over to his parents, begging, Mom, Dad, please just give the money back to Sis. Guangfa, who had always favored sons over daughters, couldn't bear to see his son suffer. He reluctantly handed over his share of the money. Yu Xiao scolded her son in frustration. You spineless coward, just as pathetic as your old man. Xiaobei, having been berated and humiliated, felt nothing but resentment. In the one who got beaten, not you. Easy for you to talk about having backbone. Wife, just give them the money. Guangming began to side with his son. Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then grudgingly tossed the money onto the table. Ran Chen picked it up and pressed it into Anan's hands. Xiaonan, keep this safe. I won't let anyone take what belongs to you. After reclaiming the money owed to Li Anan, Chen Ran turned and left with her, bidding farewell to a home devoid of familial warmth. He knew his unannounced confrontation had put her in an awkward position, but remaining in that household would only lead her to ruin. A short pain is better than a long one. Rather than let Li Anan continue living under her parents' oppression, it was wiser to sever those ties now and start a new life. Though it was somewhat unfair to her, Chen Ran had to be ruthless and domineering to save her life. He absolutely would not allow the same tragedy to happen again. As it turned out, Chen Ran's approach was entirely justified. As they were leaving, Yu Xia chased after them from the house, hurling abuse at Li Anan. You ungrateful girl, get lost and never come back. I wish I'd never given birth to you. If you dare show your face again, it'll break your legs. How heartless must a mother be to say such hurtful words to her own daughter? Parents like these, a family like this, were not worth keeping. Walking out of the residential complex, the bright sunlight fell upon them. Watching the traffic flow on the road, Li Anan felt a surge of complicated emotions. She was certainly reluctant to leave this home, having lived there for over a decade, yet at the same time, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. But the thought of never being able to return and having to drift alone in the outside world brought a pang of sorrow. At that moment, Li Anan was like a small boat lost at sea, both fragile and helpless. Just as she was wavering in confusion, Chen Ran pulled her into a warm, encompassing hug. Anan, don't worry. They'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Li Anan trembled in his arms. In that instant, Chen Ran felt like a brilliant lighthouse, guiding her back to hope and a future. Chen Ran lowered his voice and said gently, If they want support you, I will. If they don't want you, I do. I won't let anyone hurt you ever again. Li Anan pressed her lips together. She was a sensible girl and didn't blame Chen Ran for confronting her family. She knew everything he did was for her own good. His love for her far surpassed that of her parents. Chen Ran, I love you. I love you too. Chen Ran's nose tingled and his eyes welled up. In his past life, he had dreamt of this exact scene, but by the time they met again, Li Anan was already gone. He never even had the chance to utter those 3 words. Anan, my love for you surpasses a house full of things, a street full of people, and the sea full of fish. And mine for you is the same. They held each other, eyes red with emotion, and Li Anan's heart suddenly felt light. Her parents didn't love her brother didn't love her, so why should she grieve for those who didn't care? Having Chen Ran's love was more than enough. Since Li Anan couldn't go home, they needed to find her a place to stay. Chen Ran's first thought was for her to move in with him, but she refused. She was a relatively traditional girl and felt it wasn't appropriate to live together before marriage. Understanding her concerns, Chen Ran didn't insist. He took her to a real estate agency and found a rental apartment in his own residential complex. It happened that there was a one-bedroom unit for rent right above his own floor. Though the building was a bit old, the apartment itself was in decent shape. Plus, being in the same building, it would be much more convenient for him to look after her. The landlord was a retired veteran cadre who had watched Chen Ran grow up. They were well acquainted. Xiao Ran. So it's you who wants to rent my place. The old cadre glanced at Li Anan in surprise. And who might this young lady be? Grandpa Zhu, this is my girlfriend. The apartment is for her. Chen Ran openly acknowledged their relationship. They were adults now, and dating was perfectly normal, no need to hide it like they did during their school days. And this is Grandpa Zhu. He's a retired veteran who served in the military for decades and even worked as a discipline inspection secretary. He's quite remarkable. Chen Ran introduced him, thinking it was good for Li Anan to be on familiar terms with the landlord since she'd be living there. Hello, Grandpa Zhu. Li Anan gave a slight bow in greeting. Hello. Grandpa Zhu stroked his beard, a kind smile spreading across his face. Having seen many people in his life, he could tell at a glance that Li Anan was a sincere and good-natured girl. Haha, you're quick, lad. Found yourself a girlfriend fresh out of school, Grandpa Zhu teased. When's the wedding? Don't forget to invite this old man. Don't worry, we won't forget you. Just be ready with a big red envelope. Chen Ran, unabashed, declared confidently. Just wait until I have 2 chubby kids who'll call you great-grandpa. Alright, I'll be waiting. But you better get a move on. Grandpa Zhu said seriously. Still, the national family planning policy only allows 1 child. You can't violate state regulations. 1 is enough. No problem. Chen Ran gave an okay sign. Only he knew that in a decade or so, due to an aging population, the government would relax the policy to allow 2 children and even encourage 3. So his plan was to have at least 1 son and 1 daughter, a perfect pair. Twins would be even better. Li Anan stood quietly nearby, listening to the 2 of them chat, her face flushed with shyness. They had come to rent an apartment, so how did the conversation turn to marriage and children? Involuntarily, a picture formed in her mind of her and Chen Ran married, starting a family, and taking their children to an amusement park. It seemed quite blissful. Since they were all old acquaintances, the rental contract was signed quickly and happily. Chen Ran paid the full year's rent up front. Grandpa Zhu offered to give Li Anan a discount, but Chen Ran declined. Chen Ran deeply respected military personnel, and since Grandpa Zhu was also advanced in age, he wouldn't take such advantage. Besides, with the rapid growth of the Ice Castle franchise, people were lining up with money to join. Money was the last thing Chen Ran was short of now. He was making a fortune just from franchise fees alone. Grandpa Zhu, could you keep my renting your place a secret for now? Please don't tell my dad yet. This was because back when Chen Ran and Li Anan were dating in school, their parents had been called in for a meeting. Li Anan's parents had said some very harsh things that Chen Ran's parents had never forgotten. So Chen Ran wanted to wait for the right moment to tell his parents. Don't worry, I spent my career in discipline inspection. My lips are sealed, Grandpa Zhu assured him confidently. But no sooner had they parted ways than he ran into Wang Shuqing at the entrance to the neighborhood. Grandpa Zhu excitedly hurried over to Wang Shuqing, smiling. Xiao Wang, congratulations. You found such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Grandpa Zhu, what are you talking about? What daughter-in-law? Wang Shuqing was utterly confused. Grandpa Zhu paused for a moment. Oh no, head, let the cat out of the bag. Never mind. Just consider it an old man's rambling. Realizing he had misspoken, Grandpa Zhu forced an awkward smile to brush it off, then hurriedly quickened his pace to escape the scene. He kept consoling himself inwardly. Chen Ran said not to tell his dad, but he never said anything about not telling his mom. Yeah, no problem there. This old man hasn't broken his promise. Meanwhile, Chen Ran was at the mall with Li Anan buying some daily necessities, completely unaware that he had already been sold out. Li Anan settled in upstairs at Chen Ran's place. At first she felt a bit out of place, but as time passed she gradually adapted. With Chen Ran's company, the shadows over Li Anan's heart were swept away, and those unpleasant experiences from before were forgotten completely. She felt that this period since leaving home was the most relaxed and comfortable time of her life. Even her personality had become much more cheerful. In the morning, Wang Shuqing and her husband went to work as usual. Chen Ran slept soundly until late morning before lazily crawling out of bed with a yawn. After washing up, Chen Ran headed straight upstairs. Li Anan didn't have to work at noon, so she was at home cooking. Wisps of smoke drifted out through the exhaust pipe. Chen Ran pulled out a key and quietly opened the door. Then, tiptoeing like a cat, he came up behind Li Anan and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Li Anan was so focused on cooking, and with the loud rumbling of the range hood, she didn't notice Chen Ran's arrival at all. You scared me to death. Li Anan was startled, but she didn't push him away. She merely gave the back of his hand a light tap as punishment. And what are we having today? In truth, besides wanting to take care of Li Anan, Chen Ran had his own selfish reasons for settling her upstairs. This way they could see each other every day, and Chen Ran was overjoyed at the thought. I've made a braised pork rib with potatoes and a beef soup, all your favorites. As she spoke, Li Anan picked up a rib with her chopsticks and held it to Chen Ran's lips. Try it, and see how it tastes. Woo. Chen Ran popped the rib into his mouth and chewed slowly. The meat was so tender it fell apart, and the rich flavor of the broth had seeped deep into the fibers, filling his entire mouth with a dense savory aroma. He had to admit Li Anan was a fantastic cook. Chen Ran praised her endlessly. Delicious. Our Nan is so virtuous, graceful in the hall, and skilled in the kitchen. You'll definitely be a great wife someday. I never said I was going to marry you. Li Anan said she didn't want to, but her heart was filled with sweetness. In truth, she had long since decided that Chen Ran was the one. Apart from him, there was no room in her heart for anyone else. Chen Ran teased with a sly grin. I didn't say you'd be my great wife either. Are you that desperate to marry me? You're so annoying. I don't want to marry you at all. Her little secret exposed, Li Anan felt incredibly shy. Her hand trembled, and she nearly spilled all the food onto the stove. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Chen Ran said, Then I have a craving for goose meat. Goose meat? I didn't buy any. Li Anan replied without suspicion. How about you make do with this for now, and I'll cook it for you tomorrow, okay? The goose I want to eat can't be bought, because what I crave is swan meat. As soon as he said that, Chen Ran leaned in and kissed Li Anan's fair, delicate neck. Her heart rate instantly shot up to 150. The ticklish sensation on her neck felt like an electric current surging through her body, leaving her completely weak and tingling. Stop it, take the dishes out to the table. Li Anan squirmed slightly, her face now several shades redder than a ripe apple. Having gotten his way, Chen Ran knew when to stop. He carried the dishes to the dining table. They sat close together. Li Anan filled a large bowl of rice for Chen Ran, who took it and wolfed it down hungrily. Li Anan had a small appetite. She only ate a little before setting down her chopsticks. Resting her chin on her hands on the table, she gazed at Chen Ran with a dreamy look. At this moment, Li Anan had the illusion that she and Chen Ran were already married. Watching the person she loved eat the food she had cooked, Li Anan felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, and the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Is it good? Delicious. So good. Chen Ran's mouth was stuffed full as he said, It's 1,000 times better than my mom's cooking. Oh really? Is it truly that much better than mine? Suddenly a low voice reached his ears. Chen Ran, lost in the bliss of their private world, didn't notice anything amiss. Of course. Don't even get me started on my mom's cooking. Chen Ran continued eating happily, completely unaware of the impending danger. But the next second, he froze solid. That voice sounds so familiar. Why does it sound a bit like my mom's? Chen Ran's neck turned as stiff as a wind-up doll as he slowly looked up. To his horror, he saw a middle-aged woman standing at the door. That woman was none other than Wang Shuqing. She was now scowling, radiating an intense, murderous aura. Her sharp gaze swept over Chen Ran, and he instantly felt as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart. Clatter! Chen Ran shuddered, and his rice bowl slipped from his hand, clattering onto the table. Mom, what are you doing here? Chen Ran's eyes twitched wildly, his lips trembled, and his speech became stammering. Normally, when his parents were at work, Li Anan would be at home, and by the time she went to her evening job, his parents would already be in bed. The two sides never crossed paths. Chen Ran had previously thought they could keep this up until college started, and once Li Anan moved into the dorms, they'd never meet. Who knew this accident would happen? Chen Ran never imagined that Wang Shuqing, who should have been at work, would suddenly show up here. You little brat, how dare you ask me why I'm here? I should be asking you what the hell you're up to. Wang Shuqing angrily rolled up her sleeves. You good for nothing. You haven't learned a thing, but you've already mastered the art of keeping a mistress. If Grandpa Zhu hadn't let it slip, I'd still be in the dark. Chen Ran was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what had happened. I see. So it was old Zhu who sold me out. Mom, let me explain. Chen Ran quickly analyzed the situation. Grandpa Zhu usually lived in another neighborhood and never came back here, which meant he must have run into Wang Shuqing on the day he rented the apartment, and that's when he sold him out. Unbelievable. So much for a sealed mouth. So much for being from the disciplinary committee. This guy sells out his comrades faster than a rocket. A few days ago, I ran into Grandpa Zhu in the neighborhood. He immediately congratulated Wang Shuqing on finding such a wonderful daughter-in-law, leaving her utterly bewildered. At first, she didn't think much of it until yesterday, when she was tidying things up and discovered the graduation photo hidden in the desk drawer. In the graduation photo, Chen Ran and Li Anan were tightly embracing each other. A mother knows her child best, and Wang Shuqing immediately guessed what was going on. Chen Ran and Li Anan had likely reconciled. So pretending to be oblivious, she specially swapped shifts with a colleague today, determined to uncover what her son was hiding behind his parents' backs. As expected, she successfully caught Chen Ran and Li Anan in a secret rendezvous. What surprised her even more was Chen Ran's audacity in hiding Li Anan right in their own home upstairs. "You little brat, just you wait." Wang Shuqing grabbed Chen Ran's ear firmly. No wonder he had been running upstairs so often lately. She thought he was just going to play video games with the neighbor's grandson. Turns out he was hiding a little beauty up there. Mom, ease up. My ear is going to fall off." Chen Ran winced in pain, his face scrunching up. Though his soul was that of a seasoned middle-aged man in front of his mother, he was always just a kid getting scolded. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong except for one mistake, trusting Grandpa Zhu's tricky words. "My dear Grandpa Zhu, what a great teammate you are. You promised to keep your mouth shut, but you sold me out the moment I turned my back. I get it now, Mom. You pretended to go to work just to fool me. How cunning." Chen Ran quickly pieced it together. Wang Shuqing's morning departure was merely a facade to lull him into a false sense of security. In reality, she was hiding somewhere watching his every move. Once he let his guard down to see Li Anan, she followed him from the back door. This was the same trick she had used back in middle school, when he snuck off to the internet cafe. "Damn it. I can't believe I fell for the same trick twice." Wang Shuqing, with one hand on her hip, tightened her grip on Chen Ran's ear. "So what if I tricked you? If you have a clear conscience, what are you afraid of?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Chen Ran pleaded pitifully. "Mom, Xiaonan is still here. Can you at least save me some face?" It was only because she was his own mother that he didn't get angry. If anyone else dared to pull his ear like that, they'd already be on the ground after a beating from him. Hearing this, Wang Shuqing was stunned for a moment. In her anger, she had forgotten that Li Anan was still present. After a moment's hesitation, she released her grip. "Get inside the room, I need to have a word with you." She tossed out the command and strode straight into the inner bedroom without looking back. "Chen Ran, are you okay?" Li Anan gently rubbed his ear, her heart racing even more than his. What if Wang Shuqing didn't approve of her? What if she forced Chen Ran to break up with her? Chen Ran was her everything, if she truly couldn't bear to lose him again. "I'm fine, don't worry. My mom has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Let me go talk to her. I'll be fine in a bit." He could see her anxiety and helplessness, and tried to soothe her, though he himself was a bit troubled. His plan had been to slowly let his parents accept Li Anan, clear up the old misunderstandings, and then have them meet. But now all the intermediate steps were skipped, and it had jumped straight to the final stage. Could it be that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict was about to erupt before they were even married? Chen Ran walked into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. "Hee, Mom, what did you want to talk to me about?" He approached her with a cheeky grin, dutifully massaging her shoulders, hoping to soothe her anger. "You little rascal, you've gotten quite bold, haven't you? Mom, how could I ever compare to you? Raising me all by yourself, you're a true role model for women." Chen Ran's face was plastered with a flattering smile as he laid on the compliments. Seeing his playful demeanor, Wang Shuqing found it impossible to stay angry. How it felt like punching a wad of cotton. Wang Shuqing crossed her arms, poking his temple with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You little brat, your father is such an honest man. How did I end up with such a slick-tongued son like you?" Suddenly, Chen Ran's expression shifted to one of mock seriousness. "Mom, don't tell me my biological father is Uncle's son next door." "Bullshit." Wang Shuqing cursed loudly. Chen Ran pinched his nose. "Mom, you're my mother, aren't you? Hold in the fart for a second, I need to hold my breath." "You little shit, are you asking for a beating?" Wang Shuqing was so angry her face turned green, and she pinched his cheek hard. But she quickly realized Chen Ran was deliberately trying to change the subject. She almost fell for it. Wang Shuqing took a deep breath, calming herself down, then spoke earnestly about the matter at hand. "You're an adult now, and normally, I shouldn't interfere with your love life. But you need to keep your eyes wide open when choosing a partner. I think Xiaonan is great." Li Anan was independent, gentle, intelligent, and family-oriented. Chen Ran believed there was no better wife material in the world than her. Yes, Anan is a good girl, but she has those leech-like parents. If you two really end up together, you're in for a world of trouble. Back when they met the parents at school, Li Anan's parents had belittled Chen Ran, claiming he wasn't good enough for her, and that she was destined to marry a rich second generation. Every child is their parents' pride. Seeing her son so humiliated, Wang Shuqing was furious and nearly got into a fight with Zhu Yuxia. However, Wang Shuqing was a reasonable person. She wouldn't hold the parents' faults against Li Anan. She had no ill feelings towards her at all. In fact, she quite liked her. Li Anan was smart, beautiful, obedient, and had a pleasant personality, the type of girl many elders adored. But Li Anan's parents were a different story. They were idle and irresponsible, even making their daughter work to support them. They were truly parasites. If Chen Ran were just friends with Li Anan, Wang Shuqing would have no objections. But when it came to marriage, that was a different matter. Marriage was a union of two families, and she had seen too many cases where young couples' marriages fell apart due to problems with the elders. If Chen Ran truly got together with Li Anan, he would have to support those two parasitic creatures Zhu Yuxia and her husband. They were like leeches, once they latched on they'd suck you dry, and there was no shaking them off. Wang Shuqing didn't want her son to be crushed under that weight. Mom, I understand your concerns. Chen Ran turned serious as well. But rest assured, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like that. Besides, Xiaonan has already cut ties with her parents. Hearing that Li Anan had cut ties with her family, Wang Shuqing was astonished and immediately pressed Chen Ran for details. What? Cut ties? What exactly happened? Explain it to me clearly. What do you mean by cutting ties? It's exactly what it sounds like. Xiaonan has severed relations with her parents. Chen Ran shrugged his shoulders and recounted from beginning to end how Zhu Yuxia and her husband, that pair of bloodsuckers, had taken possession of the tuition fees that Li Anan had painstakingly saved from working. Mom Xiaonan had to work after school every evening to earn her tuition fees. Zhu Yuxia, that shameless woman, in order to take Xiaonan's money, also forced her to give up her studies. How utterly despicable. By the way, Zhu Yuxia also said she would break Xiaonan's legs. Chen Ran narrated with vivid emotion, constantly emphasizing how miserable and pitiful Li Anan's situation was. Wang Shuqing's brow furrowed tighter and tighter as she listened. By the time Chen Ran finished, her forehead was creased into a deep frown. How could there be such parents? Not only do they fail to raise their daughter, but they even steal the tuition fees she painstakingly saved. How shameless. Wang Shuqing pounded the mattress in anger. She was also a mother. Although Chen Ran often provoked her, she would never treat him with such harshness and cruelty. All hearts are made of flesh. How could Zhu Yuxia and her husband be so heartless? Ah, that girl Anan is really pitiful. Wang Shuqing sighed. Li Anan's plight truly made listeners sad and readers weep. She had grown up enduring who knows how much hardship. Yes, Xiaonan is so pitiful. Chen Ran could see that Wang Shuqing's heart had softened, so he said, Mom, Xiaonan has no home now. Can you please not drive her away? When did I ever say I would drive her away? Do you think your mother is such a heartless person? Wang Shuqing shot Chen Ran a glare. She had never intended to drive Li Anan away in the first place, and now that she knew about her circumstances, she would be even less likely to be so cruel. Li Anan was a young girl. How dangerous would it be for her to wander outside? If anything happened to Li Anan, she would never be able to live with the guilt. Thanks, Mom. I always tell people that my mother is the most reasonable, kind, and understanding mother in the world. Chen Ran gave a thumbs up, showering her with a torrent of flattery. Cut it out. Wang Shuqing shot Chen Ran a glare. She thought to herself that Li Anan's parents were worse than beasts. It was better for them to cut ties early, so they wouldn't cause Li Anan heartbreak later. Wang Shuqing no longer opposed Chen Ran's relationship with Li Anan, but after a moment's thought, she felt it necessary to make things clear. By the way, don't say I didn't warn you. Li Anan's situation is special. If you truly care for her, that's fine, but if you're just acting on a whim and playing around, it would be a devastating blow to her. I understand. Chen Ran nodded heavily, his expression turning serious. Li Anan was now like a shattered piece of porcelain already covered in cracks, unable to withstand any more shocks or blows. Chen Ran was like a bottle of adhesive, constantly mending her wounds. If one day Chen Ran suddenly told Li Anan, I don't like you, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to her. Although Wang Shuqing didn't say it outright, her meaning was clear. She was warning Chen Ran that if he truly liked Li Anan, he must never change his mind. If Chen Ran ever changed his heart, he would become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mom, I truly love Xiaonan. I will never marry any other woman in this life. Wang Shuqing was slightly stunned. She had never seen her son so resolute and determined, and she could see that Chen Ran really did love Li Anan deeply. The depth of his affection far exceeded her expectations. Although Chen Ran was not as outstanding as those genius scholars, he at least possessed the responsibility and devotion that a man should have. For that alone, Wang Shuqing was already very gratified. Since you've made up your mind, I want to pose it. But from now on, you must treat Li Anan well. Wang Shuqing patted Chen Ran on the shoulder. I can see that girl also likes you very much. Don't let her down. Mom, I understand. Chen Ran nodded seriously. Even without his mother's advice, he would not let Li Anan down. Because from the day of his rebirth, he had been prepared to protect her for the rest of his life. Wang Shuqing seemed to think of something. She took out her wallet from her bag, pulled out 500 yuan bills, and pressed them into Chen Ran's hand. Take this money. Buy whatever Anan needs, and if it's not enough, ask me for more. Having handed over a quarter of her monthly salary at once, Wang Shuqing felt a bit of a sting, but it couldn't be helped. After all, her son liked Li Anan. She might as well treat it as raising her future daughter-in-law. Mom, I have money. You don't need to give me any. Chen Ran returned the money to Wang Shuqing. In recent days, Ice and Snow Castle had already gained over 120 franchisees, and Chen Ran had earned more than 6 million from just the franchise fees. Including store decoration equipment, raw materials, and employee training, he had earned close to 10 million in total. The one thing Chen Ran was not short of now was money. Where would you get that kind of money? Just take it. Wang Shuqing rolled her eyes in disbelief, thinking that Chen Ran was just showing off, though she knew very well how much money her son had in his pockets. Mom, I really don't lack money. After a moment's thought, Chen Ran said, have you heard of Ice and Snow Castle? I've heard of it. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Ice and Snow Castle was a brand that had recently risen to prominence, with its stores popping up overnight on every street and alley. Although Wang Shuqing had never eaten there, she often saw the Ice and Snow Castle stores during her commute. Every time she passed by, there was a long queue at the entrance. The scene was incredibly bustling. I'm coming clean. I'm not hiding it anymore. Chen Ran stood up, straightened his back, and said proudly, your son here is the owner of Ice and Snow Castle. Slap. While Chen Ran was still smug, Wang Shuqing slapped him on the back of the head. Mom, why did you hit me? I'm waking you up. Wang Shuqing said irritably. And here I thought you'd grown up and matured. It's not even dark yet, and you're already daydreaming. I really am the owner of Ice and Snow Castle. Unfortunately, online banking didn't exist in this era, or he could have shown her the bank balance on his phone. If he had flashed his 8-figure savings in front of his mother, it would have absolutely blown her mind. How about I take you to the company to see? See what? I have to go home and do chores. I don't have time to mess around with you. Wang Shuqing said crossly, you're daydreaming. Let me take you to the psychiatric hospital first. Chen Ran's mouth twitched. What kind of world was this? Why couldn't anyone believe the truth? Wang Shuqing certainly didn't believe Chen Ran's words. In her eyes, Chen Ran was still a young, naive child. She would never believe that her son had become some big boss. Mom, the Ice Castle is really mine. Fine, I believe you, okay? Don't be so long-winded. I don't have time to argue with you. Chen Ran felt a bit aggrieved. Why wouldn't his mother believe what he said? Was he really that worthless in her eyes? Mom, what will it take for you to believe me? Believe you? It's simple. Wang Shuqing said with a smile. Didn't you say you own the Ice Castle? If you can treat everyone in my workplace to some cold treats, then he'll believe you. Alright, it's a deal. Chen Ran high-fived Wang Shuqing. There were only about 1,000 people at his mother's workplace anyway, so it wouldn't cost much. Chen Ran suddenly remembered that his mother had mentioned a particularly annoying female colleague who was always showing off in front of them. This was the perfect opportunity to give his mother some face. Comrade Wang Shuqing, get ready to be the most dazzling one there. What nonsense are you talking about? In the living room, Li Anan was pacing back and forth anxiously. She was very worried that Wang Shuqing wouldn't agree to her dating Chen Ran. However, she was even more worried that her presence might cause a rift between Chen Ran and his mother. Li Anan gritted her teeth, a decision forming in her heart. If Wang Shuqing truly didn't agree to them being together, then she would leave quietly. Though she felt 1,000 regrets, she didn't want to burden Chen Ran. At that moment, the bedroom door slowly opened, and Wang Shuqing and Chen Ran walked out one after the other. Seeing Chen Ran's strange expression, Li Anan thought they had argued, so she immediately rushed over to bow and apologized to Wang Shuqing. Auntie, please don't blame Chen Ran. This is all my fault. I'm sorry. HM. Silly girl, you haven't done anything wrong. Why are you apologizing? Wang Shuqing helped the bowing Li Anan up. Looking closely, Li Anan was indeed delicate and charming. No wonder her brat of a son was head over heels for her. Now it was Li Anan's turn to be confused. Had she guessed wrong? Had Chen Ran and Wang Shuqing not argued at all? Annie still needs to go home and clean, so we'll be off now. You two continue your meal. After a pause, Wang Shuqing added, cooking is quite tiring. You should come over to our place for meals from now on. Li Anan was pleasantly surprised. She had thought Wang Shuqing would try to break them up, but instead she not only didn't, but also invited her over for meals. This happiness came too suddenly. Li Anan frantically waved her hands. No, that's too much trouble for you. What's the trouble? It's just one more pair of chopsticks. Wang Shuqing said with a faint smile. If this brat ever bullies you in the future, you just tell Auntie, and I'll stick up for you. Chen Ran, standing nearby, was covered in black lines. Had they formed a united front this quickly? Chen Ran treats me very well. He doesn't bully me. That's good. We'll talk more next time. Auntie needs to go home and clean. Feel free to come downstairs and visit whenever you have time. Auntie, let me see you off. Li Anan quickly put on her shoes and followed Wang Shuqing. Okay, you can walk me to the stairwell. Wang Shuqing's face showed a look of satisfaction. She had to admit Li Anan was really well-behaved and sensible. She would definitely make a good wife in the future. Hey, is this really necessary? We're just neighbors on different floors. You two are acting like you're parting for life. Chen Ran yelled from behind. Just a few minutes ago, Wang Shuqing had been furious, and now she was arm in arm, with Li Anan looking incredibly close. Anyone seeing them would think they were mother and daughter. Shut up. At the stairwell, Wang Shuqing shot Chen Ran a fierce glare, then her face instantly broke into a smile as she looked at Li Anan. No need to see me off further. Go back and eat. Goodbye, Auntie. Only after Wang Shuqing had completely disappeared did Li Anan return home. With no elders around, Li Anan relaxed considerably. She let out a sigh of relief and gently patted her chest. That scared me. I thought. You thought my mom would object to us being together, didn't you? Chen Ran cut in, wrapping his arm around Li Anan's slender waist. My mom is actually a very kind person. You'll find that out once you spend more time with her. Li Anan nodded. Wang Shuqing had indeed been very amiable to her just now, at least much better than how her own parents treated her. Chen Ran pinched Li Anan's cheek playfully. Oh, by the way, my mom just told me to do something. What is it? Li Anan blinked her big eyes at Chen Ran. She told me to buy some pepper spray. If you ever try to take advantage of me, I'm supposed to use it on you. Chen Ran said teasingly, before we're married, you can't have me. You're so annoying. I don't want you anyway. Li Anan lightly pounded Chen Ran's chest with her little fist. Are you sure you don't? MMM. Before she could finish the second word of I don't, Chen Ran leaned in and kissed her, silencing her completely. After a token struggle, Li Anan melted entirely into Chen Ran's embrace. Chen Ran suddenly stopped, their foreheads resting together. Are you sure you don't? I do. At this moment, Li Anan was blushing furiously all over. She didn't know why she had blurted out that word do. A smile curled at the corner of Chen Ran's mouth as he leaned in to kiss her again. This time Li Anan didn't resist. She wrapped her arms around Chen Ran's neck, completely lost in the moment. Ahem. Just as they were lost in a passionate kiss, a cough came from behind them. Chen Ran and Li Anan instinctively parted, looking towards the stairwell. There stood Wang Shufan, who had supposedly left, having returned. Mom, didn't you go home to clean? Why are you back? Chen Ran stomped his foot in frustration. Wasn't she ruining his moment? He had finally gotten into the mood for a kiss, and now the entire atmosphere was ruined. Wang Shuqing didn't say a word, walking straight up to Chen Ran. I went to the neighborhood committee to get something for you. Here, take it. With that, she mysteriously slipped a small square box into Chen Ran's pocket. What is this? It's digging into my leg. Chen Ran pulled the box out, and it accidentally slipped from his hand, landing on the floor. All three pairs of eyes instinctively looked at the small square box. The next second, an awkward scene unfolded. It was a box of Durex condoms. Li Anan was so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head, turning and running back inside the house. Wang Shuqing picked up the box and stuffed it back into Chen Ran's pocket. Mom, why are you giving me this? Young people are impulsive and prone to making mistakes. This is to prevent any accidents and stop you from creating a little life. Chen Ran was moved to tears. What is a real mom? This is a real mom. Anshan Electric Co., Ltd., was a Japanese enterprise that primarily manufactured frequency converters and elevator motors, employing tens of thousands of workers. Inside one of its workshops, female workers toiled away, sweat dripping as they hammered with all their might. The rhythmic clang of metal on metal echoed throughout the vast space. On the assembly line, Wang Shuqing worked with relentless effort. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike sent a jolt of pain through her hands, and after a full morning of work, her entire arm had grown numb. She paused to catch her breath, raising her trembling right hand to wipe away the beads of sweat the size of soybeans from her forehead. Japanese and Taiwanese companies were notoriously stingy, so the workshop lacked advanced automation and air conditioning. In summer, the factory floor became a furnace. In years past, workers frequently suffered heat stroke, and it was only after a collective strike that the management reluctantly installed a few industrial fans. Working for Taiwanese or Japanese firms was far from ideal, but Wang Shuqing and her colleagues had little choice. With limited education, no marketable skills, and an inability to curry favor with supervisors, their employment options were severely restricted. Factory work, performing heavy physical labor, was all that remained. Gazing at her trembling hands, Wang Shuqing let out a bitter laugh. Getting old, just not what I used to be. In her prime, she could work from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day for a month straight without tiring. Now, after just one morning, her energy was already depleted. Shuqing, why don't you take a break? I'll cover for you, offered a slightly plump middle-aged woman named Wang Furong, Wang Shuqing's friend of several decades. The two had worked together at a towel factory before it went bankrupt, after which they both found employment at Anshan Electric. No need, you can barely handle your own station as it is, Wang Shuqing declined with a smile. She had worked here for over a decade, earning little money but accumulating a host of occupational ailments. Hammering seemed simple enough, but doing it constantly would wear down even the toughest of iron. Yet Wang Shuqing didn't complain. This job had allowed her to raise her son Chen Ran. Compared to watching him grow into a strong, healthy young man, a few occupational aches and pains were nothing. Just then the team leader, Zhou Haili, approached. Wang Shuqing, why have you stopped? Get back to work, she barked, pointing a finger. The company pays you to work, not to chat. Keep slacking off and I'll dock your pay. I'm not slacking, just catching my breath, Wang Shuqing replied with a frown. She had worked diligently for over a decade, clocking more overtime than anyone else. Calling her a model worker would be an understatement. Yet Zhou Haili, without knowing the facts, immediately accused her of being lazy, which deeply unsettled Wang Shuqing. It's not break time, so why are you resting? Zhou Haili pressed on, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Should I have a bed brought in so you can lie down and take a nice nap? Don't push it. Just because you're team leader doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Wang Shuqing didn't give Zhou Haili the satisfaction of a pleasant expression. In fact, when Zhou Haili first started, she had been under Wang Shuqing's wing. By all accounts, Wang Shuqing was her mentor. But Zhou Haili was a master of flattery, and her ambiguous relationship with the section chief had paved her way to the team leader position. Out of respect for their past mentor-apprentice relationship, Wang Shuqing had been reluctant to sever ties. But with Zhou Haili's blatant mockery, Wang Shuqing, who was not one to be trifled with, saw no reason to save face for her. So you know I'm the team leader? Zhou Haili curled her lip in disdain. I'm the team leader, so you all have to listen to me. Wang Shuqing, don't think that just because you train me for a few days you can act so presumptuously. I can go to the section chief right now and have you kicked out. Zhou Haili, go do your own job, and stop throwing your weight around. Wang Furong stepped forward, barely restraining the urge to slap her. She and Wang Shuqing had been like sisters for decades, closer than blood relatives, and she wouldn't stand idly by while her friend was bullied. Wang Furong, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you want to get fired too? Zhou Haili's face darkened. As team leader, she was a minor authority figure, and most workers treated her with deference. Even if they harbored resentment, they wouldn't dare voice it openly. But Wang Shuqing and Wang Furong had the audacity to challenge her publicly, showing blatant disrespect for her position. What right do you assembly line workers have to defy me? Fine. Just wait. Zhou Haili, fuming with rage, snarled. I'm going to file a report with the section chief right now. You can expect your resignation letters. Zhou Haili, I think you're asking for a beating. Wang Furong shot back, rolling up her sleeves. Keep blabbering, and I'll give you a taste of my slaps. Zhou Haili recoiled 3 steps in fright, gulping nervously. Wang Furong's arms were thicker than Zhou Haili's own legs, and her hands were broad and sturdy, full of raw power, like bear paws. A few slaps from those would knock the very soul out of her. Pointing at Wang Shuqing and Wang Furong, Zhou Haili stammered, You don't get cocky. You'll be crying soon. With that, she scurried off, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell flat on her face. Ha ha ha. The surrounding workers burst into laughter. They had long harbored resentment toward Zhou Haili, who always wielded her authority like a scepter. Finally, they had a chance to mock her. Zhou Haili's face contorted with humiliation, cycling through shades of pale and red. She scrambled to her feet and rushed toward the workshop office, blaming Wang Shuqing for her public embarrassment. Damn it. If I don't get revenge today, my name isn't Zhou. Laugh all you want. Soon I'll have Wang Shuqing begging on her knees. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office. This office spanned over 100 square meters, furnished with desks, sofas, cabinets, and tea tables from renowned international brands. The potted plants inside were lush and green, clearly tended to with daily care. A young man sat on a leather sofa, legs crossed, casually surveying his surroundings. Nice office. Once my company grows big enough, I'll set up one just like this. The young man seemed to think of something, and a smile spread across his face. Better yet, I'll have a hidden room installed so I can nap with my girlfriend at noon. Career and love both handled. Perfect. As he was lost in this fantasy, the office door swung open. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked in, extending his hand with a smile. President Chen, my apologies for keeping you waiting. You're too kind, President Gao. I just arrived myself, the young man said, rising to shake his hand. This young man was none other than Chen Ran. The ice castle business was expanding rapidly. Besides selling beverages at their stores, they had also started producing drinking water. A few days ago, the company successfully secured a major client, Anshan Electric Motor Co., Ltd., which meant that for the next 3 years, all drinking water for Anshan would be exclusively supplied by Chen Ran's company, Xiaonan and Classmate Food Co., Ltd. Today, Chen Ran was here to sign the contract. However, signing the contract was secondary. Chen Ran didn't lack this money. His main purpose today was to give Wang Shuqing a surprise. Previously, Chen Ran had made a pact with Wang Shuqing, promising to treat all the workers in her factory to cold drinks. Today, he was here to fulfill that promise. I've long admired your reputation, President Chen. You are truly young and accomplished. Gao Wanyuan exclaimed with genuine admiration. Normally, he wouldn't need to personally receive such a business deal as the general manager, but he knew that the Ice Castle had become quite famous recently. Hearing that the owner was a young man, Gao Wanyuan grew curious and wanted to meet this rising star. At first, Gao Wanyuan thought Chen Ran would be at least in his 20s, likely a college entrepreneur, but he proved to be even younger than expected. Chen Ran's face still bore a hint of youthful immaturity. He was probably barely an adult. To have built such a large enterprise at such a young age. When Gao Wanyuan was Chen Ran's age, he was still miserably studying in the university library. There was no denying that Chen Ran indeed had some ability. His achievements far surpassed those of his peers. You flatter me, President Gao? My ventures are just small-scale play, nothing compared to your grand business. Chen Ran smiled faintly, not taking Gao Wangyuan's praise to heart. Talk of long admiration was just business pleasantries. The ice castle might be famous, but few knew Chen Ran's name. President Chen is too modest. Gao Wangyuan smiled, his respect for Chen Ran growing. Most young people Chen Ran's age would get carried away with a little success and praise, but Chen Ran remained composed, proving he was more mature than his peers. What was most rare was that facing a big shot like Gao Wangyuan, most people would be too nervous to speak, yet Chen Ran remained calm and even engaged in lively conversation. This young man would surely achieve great things. President Chen, let's sign the contract. Gao Wangyuan had his secretary bring the contract. The two signed their names and stamped the company seals. President Gao, could I take a look at your workshop? After signing, Chen Ran took the initiative to visit the workshop, intending to surprise his mother. No problem, I'll have someone show you around. Gao Wangyuan agreed without hesitation and called the workshop. Hello, old Su, come to my office. Soon a middle-aged man hurried and panting heavily. President Gao. Old Su was breathing heavily, clearly having run all the way. He didn't ask why he was called, he knew the leader had a reason. Asking such stupid questions would only annoy the boss. President Chen, this is Minister Su from our production department. Gao Wangyuan introduced Old Su, then introduced Chen Ran to him. Old Su, this is President Chen, our future business partner. Please show him around the workshop. Hello, President Chen. At first, Old Su didn't take Chen Ran seriously, but upon hearing he was a business partner, surprise flickered across his face. As a department minister, Old Su wasn't foolish. That Chen Ran, so young, could become a partner with Anshan and be personally received by the general manager showed he was anything but ordinary. Hello, Minister Su. Chen Ran deliberately changed the honorific from Yunin to Uni. Although Minister Su was much older, Chen Ran's position was far above his. He had used Nin for Gao Wangyuan as a polite gesture, but he couldn't lower his stance too much, or he would be underestimated. Thus, though it was just a single word difference, its significance was profound. Gao Wangyuan narrowed his eyes. A seasoned businessman, he immediately grasped Chen Ran's intent. Chen Ran was subtly telling him that he wouldn't grovel or fawn just to do business with Anshan. President Chen, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave. Please go ahead, President Gao. Gao Wangyuan hurried off to his meeting, while Chen Ran followed Minister Su to the workshop. Along the way, Minister Su felt something odd. Chen Ran seemed very familiar with the Anshan workshop, as if he didn't need a guide. President Chen, have we met somewhere before? Minister Su asked curiously, finding Chen Ran's face familiar, but unable to place it. My mother is a worker on your assembly line. I've been to your workshop a few times before. So that's it. Minister Su suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Ran was so familiar with the workshop. He was an employee's family member. May I ask which one is your mother? Wang Shuqing. Wang Shuqing. No wonder you're so accomplished, President Chen. Your mother has always been an outstanding employee in our factory. As soon as he finished speaking, Minister Zu's expression changed. Sorry, President Chen, I'm feeling unwell. I need to go to the restroom. Go ahead, don't worry about me. I'll just look around on my own. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Minister Su clutched his stomach and ran off. Chen Ran wandered around the workshop, but couldn't find Wang Shuqing. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 1130. The workers should be in the cafeteria. So he headed straight to the cafeteria, spotted Wang Shuqing in the crowd, and tiptoed over. Wang Furong, sitting opposite, saw Chen Ran and recognized him immediately. She was about to speak, but Chen Ran made a shush gesture. Ahem ahem. Chen Ran cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Xiao Wan, your meal looks pretty good. The company is going to go broke feeding you. Hearing someone sarcastically taunt her from behind, Wang Shuqing thought it was Zhou Haili bringing a supervisor to cause trouble. Zhou Haili, have you had enough? Don't push it. Wang Shuqing slammed her chopsticks on the table in fury. If Zhou Haili kept pestering her, she would throw the entire plate of food in her face. But when she turned around, Chen Ran's face came into view. You little rascal, what are you doing here? Hello, Aunt Wang. Chen Ran greeted Wang Furong first, then sat down beside his mother. I'm here specially to pay you a visit. You little rascal, pay a visit. Who do you think you are, a leader? Hee, I am a leader. Chen Ran suddenly thought of something and asked, Mom, who is this Zhou Haili you mentioned? Did she have a conflict with you? Chen Ran's mind was sharp, and he immediately caught the key point in Wang Shuqing's words. Just moments ago, Wang Shuqing had mistaken him for someone else, and warned Zhou Haili not to go too far, clearly indicating some sort of conflict between the two. His parents and Li Anan were the most important people in Chen Ran's life, and he would never allow anyone to bully his family. Mom, who is Zhou Haili? Why does a kid need to ask so many questions? Have you eaten yet? Wang Shuqing deftly changed the subject, not wanting her family to worry about her work troubles. Besides, Chen Ran was just a student, and even if he knew, there was little he could do to help. I haven't eaten yet, Mom. Now that you mention it, I am feeling a bit hungry. Then he'll get you a meal. Thanks, Mom. Wang Shuqing got up and walked to the counter to queue for food. It was obvious his mother was deliberately changing the subject. She must have encountered something unpleasant at work. Since his mother was unwilling to talk, he would ask someone else. So Chen Ran turned to Wang Furong, who was sitting across from him, and asked, Aunt Wang, who exactly is Zhou Haili? Does she have a grudge against my mom? Zhou Haili is a bitch. Wang Furong, being straightforward, spilled everything about how Zhou Haili usually made things difficult for Wang Shuqing. After hearing this, Chen Ran's face darkened. Your mom was kind enough to mentor Zhou Haili and was nominally her master, but that shrew is always targeting your mom. In her first month at the factory, Zhou Haili made a huge mistake at work. She never stops to think that if your mom hadn't pleaded for her back, then she would have been kicked out long ago and wouldn't be so high and mighty today. Now that she's become a team leader, she struts around proudly bossing your mom around. The moment your mom takes a short break, she comes over to make snide remarks. Pa, just mentioning that bitch makes me angry. If your mom hadn't stopped me, I would have slapped that woman long ago. Chen Ran frowned deeply. From Wang Furong's account, he could tell that Zhou Haili was a narrow-minded person, and people like that all share a common trait. When she has no power or influence, she fawns over everyone around her, but once she gains authority, she immediately turns her back on people. She might even take revenge on those who helped her before. This is the classic behavior of a petty person who achieves success and forgets their benefactors. Xiao Ran, that wretch over there is Zhou Haili. Wang Furong gestured with her chin. Chen Ran followed her gaze and saw Zhou Haili carrying a tray and finding a seat. The female workers avoided her like the plague, quickly picking up their trays and moving to other seats. Hated by gods and loathed by men, clearly nothing good. Chen Ran curled his lips in disdain. He hadn't known his mother was being bullied at work before, but now that he did, he wasn't going to let it slide. Just wait, he'll deal with this old hag soon. Just then Wang Shuqing returned with a meal. Chen Ran picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. What did you come to my workplace for today, eh? Wang Shuqing asked as she picked out the meat from her own bowl and placed it into Chen Ran's. Despite often scolding Chen Ran, Wang Shuqing was soft-hearted beneath her tough exterior, and her son was the one she cherished most. Nothing much. Chen Ran took a few bites. Remember, I promised to treat the whole factory to cold drinks. I'm here today to make good on that promise. You little rascal, bragging again. Fine, don't tell me then. Wang Shuqing didn't press further. Chen Ran was grown up now. As long as he didn't break the law, deceive underage girls, or do anything immoral, she was content to leave him to his own devices. Not far away, a young man a few years older than Chen Ran walked into the cafeteria and sat down beside Zhou Haili. This young man was Zhou Haili's son. He hadn't graduated from university yet, but Zhou Haili had used her connections to get him an internship at Anshan. Son, why are you eating so late today? I had a lot of work, so I'm late. Zhou Hao said happily. Mom, today the head of the HR department told me that if all goes well, I can stay on at Anshan after I graduate. Zhou Hao was studying administrative management and had also taken Japanese as a minor, which perfectly matched Anshan's hiring standards. Thinking about how he would be sitting comfortably in an air-conditioned office right after graduation, Zhou Hao's heart was filled with joy, and even his appetite improved. Oh my, this is wonderful news. My son is so accomplished. Zhou Haili beamed with joy. Out of the corner of her eye, she happened to catch sight of Chen Ran and his mother, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Son, hold off on eating for a bit. Come with me for a moment. With that, Zhou Haili pulled Zhou Hao along and walked straight over to Chen Ran's table. Shuqing, that shrew is coming over. Seeing Zhou Haili approaching, Wang Furong spoke up to warn her, and no sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhou Haili's shrill, grating voice rang out. Oh my, Shuqing, is this your son? Zhou Haili sat down uninvited and said, Young man, you're quite handsome. Your grades must be excellent, right? They're all right. Chen Ran smiled thinly, thinking about how he was just planning to deal with her, and here she was coming to him on her own accord. Since she was so eager to come and embarrass herself, he had to give her what she wanted. Just all right. Well, you should work hard then. After all, good looks can't put food on the table. You wouldn't want to end up as a gigolo, would you? With that, Zhou Haili covered her mouth and gave a phony laugh. I'm just joking, dear. Don't take it to heart. Then Zhou Haili tugged at Zhou Hao beside her. My son isn't as handsome as yours, but he's a good student. He got into Huatian University, and once he graduates this year, he'll become a regular employee at our company. Young man, if you're having any trouble with your studies, you can always ask my son for help. I won't say much, but he's more than qualified to tutor you. Throughout this entire exchange, Zhou Hao stood by silently, his chin slightly raised like a proud swan, not even deigning to look at Wang Shuqing properly. Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with undisguised contempt, clearly looking down on female workers like Wang Shuqing and Wang Furong. Wang Shuqing was furious, gripping her chopsticks so tightly they were nearly about to snap. She didn't care that Zhou Hao looked down on her, nor that Zhou Haili was showing off her son's intelligence. But every word from Zhou Haili's mouth was laced with sarcasm, insinuating that Chen Ran was all looks and no substance. Zhou Haili, you've gone too far. Seeing her son being belittled in public, Wang Shuqing couldn't bear it. She slammed her hand heavily on the table and sprang to her feet, her face flushed with rage. Suddenly Chen Ran placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. Mom, don't be angry. Getting angry makes you old. Seeing her son signal with his eyes for her to stay calm and let him handle it, Wang Shuqing managed to restrain herself, swallowing her anger with great difficulty. Auntie, your son is truly remarkable. So he's a student at Huatian University. I've heard Huatian University is really something. Chen Ran didn't get angry. Instead, he started complimenting them. This move left everyone completely bewildered. Wang Shuqing was even more furious. Someone insults you and you praise them. Has this brat lost his mind? Ha ha ha, of course. Huatian University is no ordinary place. Zhou Haili was stunned for a moment, then said smugly, if you work hard, maybe you'll have a chance to get in too. No, auntie, don't be ridiculous. Chen Ran waved his hands repeatedly and laughed. A second-rate private college like Huatian University. Even my dog wouldn't go there. Better save it for your son to keep studying. Universities in China are divided into private and public institutions, but there are also differences among private universities. Some private colleges accept students who can pay the tuition fees, while others require more than just money. They demand genuine ability. Top-tier private institutions have even more stringent admission criteria requiring students to pass rigorous entrance exams, and only those with outstanding academic performance are granted admission. However, Huatian University belonged to the former category, a place where money alone could secure a spot. Any legitimate university, even a third-year college or a vocational school, held far more value than a degree from Huatian University. In plain terms, it was simply a matter of buying a diploma. Chen Ran did not look down on those who gilded their credentials with money, for not everyone had the ability to pass the college entrance exams, and wealth itself was a form of capability. However, Zhou Haili had made a grave mistake. She had come to flaunt her superiority right in front of Chen Ran. Since you're so eager to show off, don't blame me for smacking that smug look off your face. Coming all the way here to brag, and I thought you were a graduate from some prestigious university. Turns out it's just a no-name private college, Chen Ran sneered. Huatian University. Even my dog wouldn't go there. Today Chen Ran's words were not meant to offend other students of Huatian University. He was targeting only Zhou Haili and her son. Xiao Ran, if Huatian University is so trashy, then why did you praise it as being so impressive? Wang Furong asked in confusion. Of course it's impressive. Chen Ran put on a serious face. Out of thousands of pieces of trash the students who get meticulously picked out, what would you call that? Wang Furong played along perfectly. The cream of the crop among garbage. Exactly. The cream of the crop among garbage. Now isn't that impressive? Chen Ran turned his gaze to Zhou Haili and let out a helpless sigh. Auntie, I truly envy your son. Honestly, I do. He gets to experience that sense of superiority, standing tall like a crane among chickens right in the middle of a garbage heap. As for me, I'm worse off. He'll never get to experience that feeling your son has, because everyone at my school is a top-tier scholar. Upon hearing Chen Ran's words, the faces of Zhou Haili and her son turned as dark as coal. Huatian University was indeed not a good school, but Zhou Haili had assumed no one knew about it. Combined with Chen Ran's initial flattery, she had let her guard down and started boasting with self-satisfaction. Little did she expect that Chen Ran's earlier praise was merely a setup. This sudden about-face caught her completely off guard. Huatian University's no good. Then what school did you get into? Zhou Haili huffed angrily. Go on, tell us. Let's all be impressed. Or are you too ashamed to say it? The argument between Chen Ran and Zhou Haili had already drawn the attention of many workers in the cafeteria. They all looked over, curiosity piqued as they perked up their ears. They were eager to know which university Chen Ran had gotten into. My school is rather ordinary. Chen Ran dug a finger into his ear. I only got into Donghai University. Can't compare to your son's Huatian University. Donghai University. At the sound of that name, shock was written all over everyone's faces. Donghai University was a prestigious 211 project university. While it wasn't on the level of the elite 985 universities, it ranked among the top-tier institutions within the 211 category. Moreover, Donghai University was renowned as the cradle of big shots. Its graduates went on to excel in both business and politics, achieving remarkable success. The previous mayor of the city was an alumnus. That's why the locals said that getting into Donghai University meant you were already halfway to success, destined for a brilliant future. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Haili refuted vehemently. It's only just past the beginning of July. Admission letters haven't even been sent out yet. How could you possibly know you got into Donghai University? You must be lying. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Although Zhou Haili was insufferable, her point did seem to hold some weight. Without receiving an admission letter, how could one know they were accepted into Donghai University? Maybe it was a different university. It's true that admission letters haven't been sent out yet, but haven't you heard of a type of student called a recommended student? Chen Ran pulled a document from his bag and handed it to Wang Shuqing. Mom, take a look at this. Wang Shuqing tore it open hastily, and inside was an official notice. The curious workers craned their necks to get a better look, and they could clearly see 5 large characters printed on it: pre-admission notice. The name on the notice was none other than Chen Ran's. And at the top left corner of the notice was the official letterhead of Donghai University. You little rascal, did you really get into Donghai University? Wang Shuqing's hands trembled with excitement. Her generation had endured harsh conditions in their youth, forced to leave home and work before they were even adults. So they pinned all their hopes of attending university on their children. Wang Shuqing's biggest dream was for Chen Ran to get into any university, even a third-tier college or a vocational school would suffice. She never expected Chen Ran to actually get in, and it was far beyond her wildest expectations. You little rascal, your exam scores were always just barely passing. How could Donghai University possibly accept you? The smile vanished from Wang Shuqing's face as she said sternly, "Is this admission letter fake?" Mom, it's because I was afraid that scoring too well would make Depeng feel inferior, so I deliberately controlled my scores on every exam, Chen Ran said with a raised eyebrow. Think about it, wasn't I always just barely passing? Now that you mention it, that's true. Wang Shuqing then asked, but wait, if you were deliberately controlling your scores, and you didn't have good grades, how could Donghai University have accepted you early? Well, since I was always barely passing, my teacher would drag me to the office to do test papers. Then one time I got distracted and accidentally scored a perfect mark. That's when the teacher discovered I was holding back. Chen Ran shrugged helplessly. Later I represented the school in a few Olympiad competitions and won first, second, and third prizes. So I got admitted to Donghai University. Wang Shuqing was stunned for a moment. It was only then that she remembered seeing some certificates at home before. She had simply been too tired from work to pay them any attention. By the time she thought to check what they were, the certificates had vanished. She would have forgotten about them entirely if Chen Ran hadn't brought it up today. Shuqing, congratulations. Being recommended to Donghai University is for the top students only. There are only a handful in the entire city who can achieve this. Shuqing, your son is truly amazing. I wish my son could be as talented as yours. Wang Shuqing instantly became the object of envy among all her colleagues. They showered her with congratulations, and some enthusiastic co-workers even offered to introduce their relatives to Chen Ran as potential partners. In an instant, the mother and son duo became the center of attention. Zhou Haili was grinding her teeth in frustration. Just moments ago, she had been adamantly claiming that Chen Ran was a slacker who would only end up as a gigolo and couldn't get into a good school. Yet he turned out to be a recommended student. The sting of that slap to her face was resounding. Zhou Haili and her son returned to their seats, dusty and disheartened. She had intended to show off her son, but instead found herself upstaged by Chen Ran. One was a student recommended for admission to Donghai University, the other a student from a third-rate private college, who anyone with a shred of sense could see who was more impressive. Son, do you think that kid's admission letter could be fake? Zhou Haili, still unwilling to accept defeat, tried to counterattack. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, I saw the official seal of Donghai University on the letter earlier. He wouldn't dare to forge an official seal. That admission letter should be genuine. Hearing this, Zhou Haili slumped in despair. She felt as if a heavy boulder was pressing down on her chest, suffocating her with frustration. Watching the elated Chen Ran and his mother, her anger boiled over, and she twisted the chopsticks in her hand until they bent out of shape. That Chen kid must have a screw loose. Who carries their admission letter around with them? What a weirdo. On this point, Zhou Haili had truly misunderstood Chen Ran. There was no way he would carry his admission letter with him. He wasn't that idle. He had come to Anshan today to sign a contract, so he had brought the letter along to bring honor to his mother, Wang Shuqing. Little did he know that Zhou Haili would seize the opportunity to boast about her son's achievements. Chen Ran had no choice but to whip out his admission letter and reluctantly wipe the smugness off her face. This is infuriating. When the section chief gets back, he'll make sure Wang Shuqing pays for this. Having been humiliated in the workshop, Zhou Haili's first instinct was to seek the section chief's help, but the chief was unavailable in the morning, so she had to bide her time. However, she had no intention of letting Wang Shuqing off the hook. Having been embarrassed twice in a single day, she was determined to exact double the revenge. The moment the section chief arrived, it would spell the end of Wang Shuqing's job. Upon learning of Chen Ran's recommendation to Donghai University, colleagues swarmed around Wang Shuqing, some offering to introduce girls to Chen Ran, others hoping he could tutor their children. In an instant, Chen Ran became the center of everyone's attention. Wang Shuqing beamed with joy. Today her son had truly brought her great pride. At that moment, several workers pushed hydraulic carts into the cafeteria stacked high with oversized insulated cabinets. Clap, clap, clap. The lead worker clapped his hands and bellowed, "Come one, come all. Free cold drinks and beverages for everyone, one per person." At the mention of free drinks, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion, each receiving a refreshing drink of their choice. Ice Castle. That brand is really popular lately. Yeah, I've heard of it. My daughter has a glass of their lemonade every day. Class monitor Jia, why the sudden free drinks? Did the Japanese have a sudden change of heart? Everyone was puzzled. The Japanese were notoriously stingy, never spending a cent more than necessary. For instance, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, other companies gave each employee a box of mooncakes, but Anshan employees got only one mooncake each. You heard that right, just one. Not only that, but the mooncake was smaller than a Chinese chess piece. Other than a sudden change of heart, they couldn't think of any reason the higher-ups would suddenly be so generous. Watch your tone. Do you want to lose your job? The man who had called everyone over explained, Ice Castle just signed a contract with Anshan. For the next 3 years, our drinking water will be supplied by Ice Castle's parent company Shaonan Classmate Food Co., Ltd. The boss of Ice Castle saw how hard you all work and decided to treat everyone to these free drinks. After the explanation, realization dawned on everyone. They should have known those Japanese devils were too cheap to hand out benefits for no reason. So that's it. The boss of Ice Castle seems quite considerate. Soon most people had their drinks and were enjoying them, the icy coolness providing instant relief from the heat. Mom, I'm done. They'll go return my tray. Chen Ran noticed Zhou Haili and her son also queuing up. He set his tray down and walked over to class monitor Jia, who was distributing the drinks. Get in line if you want a drink. No cutting. As he spoke, class monitor Jia glanced at Chen Ran and froze in shock. President Chen, what are you doing here? When Chen Ran had entered the factory earlier, he had run into class monitor Jia, who had escorted him to the general manager's office, and thus knew his true identity. Should keep it down. Chen Ran pointed subtly towards Zhou Haili and her son in the queue. See those two? When it's their turn, just ignore them completely. Got it, I understand. Although Chen Ran wasn't a leader at Anshan, he was a partner, and the general manager had personally received him. As a mere squad leader, how could class monitor Jia dare to defy Chen Ran's orders? Besides, he also harbored a deep dislike for Zhou Haili. Since Chen Ran had given the order, he was happy to oblige. The line inched forward, and Zhou Haili was still fuming over her earlier humiliation. I'm so angry the more I think about it. Mom, calm down. Let's get a cold drink first. We can deal with them after the section chief arrives. You're right. There's no point getting upset over such lowlifes. Her son's words soothed her slightly, and soon it was their turn. Zhou Haili scanned the insulated cabinet, which was filled with a variety of drinks and cold treats. They'll have an orange juice and my son will have a cola. Without waiting for class monitor Jia to get the drinks, Zhou Haili reached into the cabinet herself. Bang! Class monitor Jia slammed the cabinet door shut. Are you trying to kill me? You almost crushed my hand. Zhou Haili, startled, pointed at his nose and cursed, thankful she had retracted her hand in time. Class monitor Jia glanced at her dismissively and said, sorry, we're all out. If you want something, you can buy it at the company store. Out. Am I blind, or are you? Zhou Haili placed her hands on her hips, fuming. The cabinet is still full of drinks. And you tell me they're all gone. Jia, are you deliberately targeting me? Seeing class monitor Jia ignore her, Zhou Haili's anger intensified, and she resorted to being difficult. If you don't give me a drink, I'm not leaving. If I can't have one, no one else will. Class monitor Jia scoffed disdainfully and ignored her. As long as she stood there, he simply wouldn't open the cabinet. It was no loss to him. Oh, let's see who could outlast whom. From his seat, Chen Ran chuckled inwardly. Trying to mess with me. You're way out of your league. With her level of intelligence, he could easily toy with her. Just wait, soon she would be the object of everyone's scorn. Zhou Haili stood at the front of the line, stubbornly refusing to move. Initially, everyone had the patience to wait, but as time dragged on, their patience wore thin, replaced by a surge of intense discontent. The lunch break only lasted 30 minutes in total, barely enough time to eat something cool and refreshing to beat the heat and unwind. Yet Zhou Haili just had to jump out and play the obstructive roadblock. As the class monitor, Zhou Haili didn't have to work, but everyone else did. She was wasting their precious rest time. How could this not infuriate them? Workers from Zhou Haili's own workshop dared not criticize her openly, for she was notoriously petty, and everyone feared retribution in the form of subtle workplace punishments later on. However, many others were from different workshops and didn't answer to Zhou Haili, so they had no reason to fear her. The person clearly doesn't want to give it to you. Can't you just take the hint and leave? What's the point of shamelessly blocking the way here? You can't have it yourself, and you won't let us have any either. You're so selfish. If you can't get it for free, why not just buy your own? Even as a monitor, you're so stingy and cheap. The torrent of abuse crashed over Zhou Haili like a tidal wave. In an instant, she became the common enemy of everyone present. What are you all yelling about? I'm not moving, and there's nothing any of you can do about it. Zhou highly glared back furiously. She had never been subjected to such treatment, and today she was determined not to yield. If she couldn't have something, no one else would either. Mom, let's just go. Zhou Hao's skin wasn't as thick as his mother's. He immediately tried to pull her away. He planned to work in an office after graduation. If his colleagues saw his mother causing a scene in the factory cafeteria, how could he ever hold his head up in Anshan again? Furthermore, Zhou Hao could see that his mother had incurred the public's wrath. If he didn't stop her, she might end up with spit in her face. Why are you pulling me away? Zhou highly was furious, her chest heaving violently. Earlier that morning in the workshop, she had been humiliated by Wang Shuqing and Wang Furong, and now she was losing face again in the cafeteria. A lifetime's worth of dignity had been squandered in a single day. She just wanted to vent her anger and didn't care about offending her colleagues. Zhou Hao let out a helpless sigh, feeling a bit speechless himself. Given his mother's brainless behavior of offending all the factory workers, if it weren't for the protection of the section chief, she would have been fired long ago. She wouldn't even qualify to clean the toilets, let alone be a monitor. Still, Zhou highly was his mother, and Zhou Hao couldn't scold her. He could only patiently analyze the situation. I saw that surnamed Chun guy and Monitor Jiao whispering to each other earlier. They must have teamed up to ostracize us. Hearing this, the anger in Zhou highly's heart blazed even hotter. She had been wondering why everyone else got free cold drinks except her. So it had been Chen Ran pulling strings behind the scenes all along. You wretched Wang Shuqing, having your son torment me like this. I'm not through with you. Seeing his mother about to charge at Chen Ran and his mother to settle the score, Zhou Hao quickly grabbed her. Mom, calm down. That Chen kid is full of cunning tricks. We can't outsmart him, so we can't meet him heathen. So we're just supposed to let it go. Zhou highly's cheeks puffed up in anger. She simply couldn't swallow this insult. Of course we can't just let it go. A sly glint flickered in Zhou Hao's eyes. While I was in line, I sent a message to Section Chief Zhao. He'll be arriving at the unit in a few minutes. Once Section Chief Zhao gets here, it'll be our turn to regain the upper hand. Haha, that's great. My son is so clever. Upon hearing that her backer was on his way, Zhou highly's mood instantly brightened. She cast a malicious glance towards Wang Shuqing. Wang Shuqing, go ahead and enjoy your moment of triumph. You'll be crying soon enough. If I don't make you beg on your knees, my name isn't Zhou. After finishing lunch, everyone lingered in the cafeteria for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, they prepared to head back to their workstations for a brief rest before starting the afternoon's work. Just as everyone was about to leave the cafeteria, a middle-aged man walked in. The man sported a balding crown, and his belly was bigger than that of a woman 5 months pregnant. His bloated, well-fed appearance resembled an ancient, corrupt county magistrate. Old Section Chief Zhao, you finally arrived. Seeing her backer appear, Zhou highly immediately rushed forward to greet him. She had a secret relationship with Section Chief Zhao and instinctively wanted to call him Old Zhao affectionately. However, she quickly realized she was at the workplace, so the Old Zhao on the tip of her tongue was swiftly changed to Section Chief Zhao. Although everyone suspected they had an illicit relationship, it absolutely couldn't be exposed, especially since Section Chief Zhao was a married man. Zhou highly might play the role of a mistress, but she didn't want to bear the public shame of being labeled one. Exposure would be bad for everyone involved. What's the urgent matter that made you call me back? Section Chief Zhao was quite fond of Zhou highly. Without his support from behind, someone as incompetent as her would never have had the chance to become a minor leader. She would have been stuck on the assembly line for the rest of her life. It's Wang Shuqing. Zhou highly yelled at the top of her lungs, listing all of Wang Shuqing's alleged crimes. Wang Shuqing slacks off at work. When I told her to get back to work, she and Wang Furong ganged up against me. And her son caused a disturbance in the factory cafeteria, publicly insulting my son for graduating from a garbage school. Those two have pushed me too far. You must get justice for me. Zhou highly embellished the story, distorting the truth to paint Chen Ran and his mother as irredeemable villains, casting herself as the victim. It was clear that Wang Shuqing was just wiping away sweat, and Zhou highly had deliberately picked a fight. It was clear that Chen Ran and his mother were just eating their meal peacefully, and it was Zhou highly who had provocatively challenged them, yet now she claimed Chen Ran was causing trouble. She had completely twisted right and wrong. The surrounding workers looked on with contempt. They had known Zhou highly was shameless, but they hadn't realized she could sink to such depths. Alright, I'll handle it. Section Chief Zhao walked towards Wang Shuqing, preparing to teach her a lesson on behalf of Zhou highly. For one, Zhou highly was his person, and slapping her face was equivalent to disrespecting him. Zhao. Secondly, he feared that if he didn't stand up for Zhou highly, she might go crazy with anger and expose their improper relationship, which could cost him his job at any moment. So regardless of the reason, Section Chief Zhao had to defend Zhou highly. Section Chief Zhao glanced sideways at Wang Shuqing and asked abruptly, Wang Shuqing, how many years have you worked in our factory? Over 19 years, just 3 months short of 20. Wang Shuqing replied with a strong, clear voice. Although he was a section chief, she wasn't intimidated. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she fear him? That is quite a long time. Section Chief Zhao nodded, but then his tone shifted abruptly. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. You're fired. On what grounds are you firing me? Wang Shuqing was both shocked and furious. She had worked diligently for Anshan for so many years, never asking for anything more than to work steadily until retirement. If she had made a mistake at work, she would have no complaints about being fired. But now, simply because of a feud with Zhou Haili Section Chief, Zhao was going to fire her, erasing all her years of contribution and dedication to the company. She wouldn't stand for it. If Section Chief Zhao dared to fire her today, she would take it all the way to General Manager Gao and let him judge who was right and who was wrong. On what grounds? Hearing this, Section Chief Zhao curled his lips into a mocking smile. On the grounds that I'm your superior, and if I want to fire you, I can. Seeing Wang Shuqing so furious, Zhou Haili felt a surge of satisfaction and couldn't resist stepping forward to twist the knife. Wang Shuqing, who do you think you are? Zhou Haili sneered, covering her mouth. You're just a basic female worker at Anshan. Do you think you're the general manager? Does a leader need to explain themselves to you for firing someone? The surrounding workers frowned, filled with discontent. Zhou Haili and Section Chief Zhao were indeed going too far. Even if people usually had conflicts, a few sharp words back and forth should have been the end of it. There was no need to escalate things to such a severe level as firing someone. They all knew that workers like them, without much education and getting on in years, would find it incredibly difficult to find new jobs outside. This was the main reason everyone stayed, even knowing how stingy the Japanese company was enduring the exploitation. Because once you lost your job, it was extremely hard to get re-employed. Section Chief Zhao firing Wang Shuqing was equivalent to smashing her rice bowl. Besides, Chen Ran had just gotten into university, and there were many expenses ahead. Without an income, how was Wang Shuqing supposed to support her family? It was like kicking her straight into an abyss, no different from murdering her. Section Chief Zhao let it go. It wasn't a big deal to begin with. Maybe we can just let bygones be bygones. Exactly. No need to fire her over this. Unlike shameless people like Zhou Haili, most of the workers were simple and kind-hearted. They all spoke up to plead for Wang Shuqing. Shut up. Since when do you get to meddle in the decisions of the leadership? Section Chief Zhao bellowed. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but two-legged workers are everywhere. Anyone else who pleads for Wang Shuqing will be fired along with her. At these words, everyone fell silent. Though they sympathized with Wang Shuqing, they all had families to support, and no one was willing to lose their job. You're going too far. I want to see General Manager Gao. Wang Shuqing trembled with rage. She couldn't believe that such a big factory, such a large enterprise, had no place for justice. Who do you think you are wanting to see General Manager Gao? Dream on. Zhou Haili's lips curled in triumph, almost twisting with glee. Section Chief Zhao said coldly, Wang Shuqing, you are no longer an employee of Anshan. If you refuse to leave, I won't hesitate to have security throw you out. The two of them played off each other, acting as if they had Wang Shuqing completely cornered. Mom, don't get upset. Chen Ran patted Wang Shuqing's back and said, we should be thanking Section Chief Zhao. He's giving us money for nothing. Money. Everyone stared at Chen Ran in astonishment. Wang Shuqing was about to be fired. How could that turn into him giving them money? Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Section Chief Zhao asked, bewildered. Chen Ran smiled slightly and said, according to labor law, when an employee is dismissed, the employer must compensate them for economic losses. 1 month's salary for each year of service. My mom has worked here for 19 years, so that's 19 months' salary. Chen Ran counted on his fingers, then said, my mom's basic salary is 1,800 per month, so you owe us 3,420 yuan. Oh my, that's not a small sum. Thank you, Section Chief Zhao, for the money. You're truly a great philanthropist. In reality, Chen Ran had long wanted his mother to stop working at Anshan. It was exhausting, poorly paid, and had left her with a host of occupational diseases. Before, they had no money and no choice. But now that Chen Ran was wealthy, he wished Wang Shuqing would quit and go home. He could hire a few servants to wait on her and let her enjoy a comfortable life. The reason he had let his mother continue working at Anshan was that she couldn't bear to be idle, and she didn't quite believe Chen Ran had struck it rich. So Chen Ran planned to come to Anshan today to deliver cold drinks, letting his mother see for herself that he was truly the boss of the ice and snow castle. That way she wouldn't need to worry about money and could retire early. Now that Section Chief Zhao was determined to fire Wang Shuqing, it suited Chen Ran's intentions perfectly. It saved him the trouble of trying to persuade her to resign. You say it's 34200, and we're just supposed to pay up? Who do you think you are? Zhou Haili shouted, not understanding labor law and assuming Chen Ran was bluffing. However, Section Chief Zhao's expression changed. He had thought Wang Shuqing, being a simple woman, wouldn't know the law, and he could avoid paying compensation. He hadn't expected Chen Ran to know. If he were to fire Wang Shuqing, the company would definitely have to pay. Wang Shuqing was lazy at work and seriously disrupted factory order. The company doesn't owe any compensation. Section Chief Zhao tried to bluff his way out, but Chen Ran wasn't buying it. You say my mom was lazy, say she disrupted factory order. Fine, no problem. Show me the evidence. Chen Ran extended his hand. What you've said constitutes defamation of my mother's professional integrity and severely impacts her future career. If you can't produce evidence, I'll sue you for defamation. This. Sweat beads the size of soybeans formed on Section Chief Zhao's forehead. He didn't know the legal definition of defamation, but he knew firing Wang Shuqing without cause was unjustifiable, so he was immediately intimidated. Defamation could mean jail time, losing his job, and ending up in prison over Zhou Haili. It just didn't seem worth it. Should I really fire Wang Shuqing? Section Chief Zhao was caught in a dilemma. With so many people watching, if he backed down now and didn't fire her, where would his dignity go? Everyone would surely mock him behind his back, saying that a section chief had been intimidated by an 18-year-old kid. He would become the laughingstock of the entire room. But he couldn't produce evidence of Wang Shuqing's laziness. If he did fire her, the company would definitely have to pay up. As for whether it constituted defamation, Zhao didn't dare to think about it. Seeing Zhao waver, Zhou Haili quickly whispered in his ear, "Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not that easy to constitute defamation, right? I almost got fooled by this kid." Section Chief Zhao suddenly understood and said to Chen Ran with renewed confidence, "I'm in charge in this workshop. I've decided today, I'm firing your mother." Everyone thought it was a done deal that Wang Shuqing was going to be fired. Oomph. At that moment a cold sneer rang out, "You're in charge. Then what am I?" Everyone followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man standing at the cafeteria entrance, hands clasped behind his back, striding in. "It's Director Su." They immediately recognized him. It was Director Su, who had previously hosted Chen Ran before rushing off to the restroom with an upset stomach. "Director Su, hello. Have you eaten yet?" Section Chief Zhao scurried over to greet him, his face plastered with fawning flattery. "Don't try to get chummy with me." Director Su shot him a cold, sidelong glance. "You just said you're the one in charge in the workshop. Then I'd like to ask, what am I? What are you trying to set yourself up as king, thinking you don't have to answer to us directors or General Manager Gao?" Section Chief Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Gone was the arrogance head shown when bullying Wang Shuqing. Now he was frantically waving his hands and shaking his head in panic. No, of course you're in charge, Director Su." Although 99% of Anshan's employees were Chinese, it was still a Japanese enterprise adhering to traditional Japanese hierarchical rules and regulations. So at Anshan, the higher your rank, the more power you wielded. Though Section Chief and Director differ by just one word, the authority they hold is worlds apart. A section chief is barely a minor leader, while a director is already mid-level management with a seat at the table for company decisions. The gap between them was self-evident. A single rank higher can crush a man. As a section chief, you should be figuring out how to boost production, not bullying a veteran frontline employee. Director Su paused, then his voice shot up an octave. "Section Chief Zhao, quite the display of authority you've got there." The once proud section chief Zhao now cowered like a scolded child, not daring to utter a single word of protest. No, he had to shift the blame. If he didn't, he'd not only lose his section chief position, but possibly his job altogether. "Director Su, you misunderstand. I wasn't giving Wang Shuqing a hard time." Section Chief Zhao forced an awkward smile. "My team leader Zhou Haili filed a complaint that Wang Shuqing often slacks off and forms cliques that disrupt factory order. So I fired her." Section Chief Zhao pinned baseless accusations on Wang Shuqing, making her the scapegoat without hesitation. Director Su remained silent, glancing at Chen Ran. Wang Shuqing was Chen Ran's mother. He couldn't afford to offend her. Chen Ran raised an eyebrow at him, and Director Su understood Chen Ran was telling him to handle it as he saw fit. Director Zu's mind raced. He didn't know if Wang Shuqing would stay at Anshan, but he knew he couldn't let her be wronged. Otherwise, if Chen Ran got upset and complained to General Manager Gao, his days as production director would be numbered. "Director Su, I really wasn't slacking off. It's Section Chief Zhao and Zhou Haili who are deliberately picking on me." Wang Shuqing tried to explain, but Director Su raised a hand to cut her off. "Anshan is a legitimate company. We would never falsely accuse an employee who gives their all for the company." With that, Director Su turned to Section Chief Zhao. "You say Wang Shuqing was slacking off. Do you have any evidence? If you don't, then I'll report to General Manager Gao how you've been abusing your authority to oppress frontline workers." This. Section Chief Zhao was dumbfounded. Wang Shuqing hadn't slacked off at all. Where was he supposed to find evidence? "Zhou Haili, tell Director Su what really happened." Section Chief Zhao had no choice but to toss the problem to Zhou Haili. He truly couldn't answer. Zhou Haili hadn't expected this to escalate to a director-level confrontation. Flustered for a moment, she quickly composed herself. "This morning I saw Wang Shuqing slacking off and urged her to work faster. She wouldn't listen and even rallied other workers against me. Then Zhou highly pointed at Chen Ran. And him. He's Wang Shuking's son. He publicly humiliated my son in the cafeteria. My son is also an Anshan employee. A smug smile curled on Zhou Hai's lips. Chen Ran was just an outsider, surely the management would side with their own. Unexpectedly, Director Su didn't blame Chen Ran. Instead, he berated Zhou Hai. How dare you? Director Zu's brows shot up in fury. Do you have any idea who he is? He's the owner of Ice Castle, one of Anshan's business partners. President Chen is a man of high standing. How could he possibly humiliate your son? Director Su naturally didn't believe Zhou Hai's claim. Chen Ran was a bona fide boss. He would never stoop to bullying and in turn and cheapen himself. What? He's the owner of Ice Castle. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in murmurs of shock. Wang Shuking's eyes widened in disbelief, while others were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. Ice Castle had taken the city by storm recently. No one had imagined the mastermind behind it was Chen Ran. For a few seconds, Section Chief Zhao and Zhou Hai felt their hearts stop. Who would have thought Chen Ran had such powerful backing? What was most terrifying was that he had business ties with Anshan. Only now did they realize they had kicked an iron wall. You two say Wang Shuqing was slacking off this morning. That's easy to settle. Director Su declared. They'll have someone pull up this morning's surveillance footage right now. If Wang Shuqing was truly slacking, she'll be fired. However, he paused, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Hai. If it turns out she wasn't slacking, then you can forget your position as team leader. Pack your things and get the hell out of here yourself. Thump. Zhou Hai collapsed to the floor in sheer terror. Because she knew perfectly well that Wang Shuqing hadn't slacked off. She had simply been looking for trouble out of spite. Once the surveillance footage was reviewed, the truth would come out, and everyone would see she'd been lying. Director Su, I was wrong. Zhou Hai knelt on the ground begging. Wang Shuqing didn't slack off. I just didn't like her and deliberately made things difficult for her. Please let me off this once. Rather than being exposed by the footage, she thought it wiser to confess on her own and hope for leniency. Section Chief Zhao, anything else you'd like to say? Director Su ignored Zhou Hai and pressed on. You fired a veteran employee who's served this company for nearly 20 years based on one side story. Is that how you do things? Section Chief Zhao wasn't as desperate as Zhou Hai to kneel and beg, but he was scared out of his wits too, his face turning pale and then green. No. If this kept up, both he and Zhou Hai were doomed. Rather than both going down together, better to let her take the fall alone. After weighing the pros and cons, Section Chief Zhao steeled himself and decided to shift the blame onto Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, you're nothing but trouble. Spreading lies, slandering a veteran employee, and wrecking the harmony of our company. You're fired. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. Admittedly, Section Chief Zhao was also a ruthless man. Faced with personal interests, he decisively chose self-preservation and unhesitatingly sold out his mistress. What did you say? You're firing me. Zhou Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. She leaped up from the ground, never expecting that Section Chief Zhao would suddenly turn against her. You slandered a colleague. If not you, who else should be fired? Section Chief Zhao was a shrewd man. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, he was eager to distance himself. In this way, all the blame would fall on Zhou Hai, and he would have nothing to do with it. Fine. Just fine you, Zhao. When you tricked me into bed, you swore you'd protect me no matter what. Now that trouble comes, you pull up your pants and deny everything, don't you? Zhou Hai was furious, abandoning all pretense of dignity as she spilled out all the sordid details of her relationship with Section Chief Zhao. If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today we all die together. Whoosh. Hearing Zhou Hai admit her relationship with Section Chief Zhao, the scene erupted into chaos. Everyone whispered among themselves. I always said they were having an affair. Good heavens. No wonder Zhou Hai, with the least seniority, could become shift leader. She offered herself up. Pa, what a shameless pair of dogs. Hearing the workers' gossip, Section Chief Zhao's face turned ashen. He never expected that crazy woman Zhou Hai would, in desperation, try to drag him down with her. What nonsense are you spouting? Who slept with you? Section Chief Zhao kept winking at Zhou Hai, hinting that she should bear the blame alone and he would compensate her later. But with Zhou Hai's limited intelligence, she simply couldn't grasp his hints. Hearing Section Chief Zhao deny having had relations with her, Zhou Hai grew even more furious. It was you dog, who slept with me, Zhou Hai said angrily. And I don't know which dog. Every time we did it would say I'm huge, just bear with it. Pa. Thin as a toothpick, you surrender in less than 3 minutes every time. You're nothing but impotent. Hearing Zhou Hai publicly humiliate him, Section Chief Zhao lost his temper. Bullshit. You're the impotent one. My fastest time was 3 minutes and 1 second. I've never been under 3 minutes. But no sooner had he spoken than Section Chief Zhao regretted it. This was as good as admitting his illicit relationship with Zhou Hai. The two of them, digging up each other's scars, had completely lost control. Forgetting all face, they pointed at each other's noses and hurled insults. A string of explosive revelations shocked everyone like bombs. The workers lost all interest in their jobs, and even the cafeteria aunties gathered around. Everyone sat together to enjoy the spectacle. Joe Hiley, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Anyway, I've already lost my job, so I'm not afraid of you. Come on, you impotent dog. You slut, you're asking for a beating. Their anger escalated from verbal sparring to physical violence. Section Chief Zhao's male pride was deeply wounded. In a fit of rage, he slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap echoed through the empty cafeteria, unusually loud and crisp. You dare hit me? Joe Hiley was stunned. After a moment of shock, she erupted in fury like a mad tigress, charging at Section Chief Zhao with a flurry of punches and kicks. In the blink of an eye, Joe Hiley tore Section Chief Zhao's clothes to shreds, scratched his face until the skin was raw, leaving bright red claw marks clearly visible. Head dogs biting dogs. None of the watching workers stepped in to help. Neither Joe Hiley nor Section Chief Zhao were good people. One was a bully using others' power, the other abused his authority for personal gain. Everyone wished they would fight to the death. Separate them. It was only after Minister Su gave the order that a few male workers slowly stepped forward and pulled them apart. However, by now both Joe Hiley and Section Chief Zhao were wounded, looking as disheveled as could be. Joe Hiley, I officially notify you, you are fired. Minister Su said without wasting words, directly pronouncing her death sentence. An employee who liked to stir up trouble like this, better to fire her sooner. Keeping Joe Hiley in the factory would only create more problems and intensify internal conflicts. I'm not leaving. You can't fire me. Wah. Since Minister Su had spoken, Joe Hiley knew there was no turning back. She collapsed to the ground and wailed loudly. Minister Su, how wise. People like her should have been fired long ago. Section Chief Zhao clapped gleefully and gloating. However, with several bloody scratches on his face, speaking caused him sharp pain, and his expression twisted into a grimace. But before Section Chief Zhao could celebrate for long, Minister Su spoke again. You are also fired. At these words, Section Chief Zhao felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He had anticipated some punishment. But Section Chief Zhao thought at most he'd lose his bonus, or at worst be demoted to shift leader. He never imagined Minister Su would directly fire him. This punishment was far too severe. Minister Su, I've worked at Anshan for decades. If not for merit, then for my hard toil. How can you just fire me like that? Section Chief Zhao was deeply resentful. He felt that although he had made mistakes, he didn't deserve to be fired. If you still have the nerve to talk. Minister Su said expressionlessly. You abused your authority, oppressed grassroots workers, seduced female employees, and corrupted the workplace culture. Do you have any idea how terrible an impact you've had on Anshan? Merits cannot offset faults. Firing you is lenient. If it weren't for your decades of service to Anshan, I would hold you fully accountable right now. Section Chief Zhao clenched his fists in frustration. No, you can't fire me. I want to see General Manager Gao. Who do you think you are worthy of seeing General Manager Gao? Minister Su sneered contemptuously. Hearing this, both Joe Hiley and Section Chief Zhao were stunned. Earlier, when Wang Shuqing had said she would seek justice from General Manager Gao, they had mocked Wang Shuqing with the same words. Little did they expect that so soon the tables would turn on them. The wheel of karma turns. Was this retribution? Minister Su, a man of swift action, directly called the security guards and had Section Chief Zhao and Joe Hiley thrown out of Anshan. Zhou Hao also chose to leave Anshan. After today's scene caused by his mother, everyone in the factory knew he had gotten in through his mother's lover's connections. Even if Anshan didn't fire him, he had no face to stay any longer. Minister Su, how wise. Everyone clapped in approval. The detested people had been removed, and from now on they could work happily without being bullied. Everyone quiet down. I have one more thing to announce. Minister Su pressed his hands down, and the noise instantly subsided. Comrade Wang Shuqing has been dedicated and responsible in her work, always a model worker in our unit. She deserves recognition. I announce that starting today, Comrade Wang Shuqing will assume the position of Section Chief of the Production Department. Although Wang Shuqing was not highly educated, she had always been diligent and hardworking, putting in the most overtime shifts in the entire factory. Her performance at Anshan had always been excellent. Minister Zu's decision to promote her was naturally aimed at currying favor with Chen Ran, but he wasn't the type to promote someone arbitrarily. Given Wang Shuqing's past work record and her popularity among the workshop staff, no one would object to her promotion. Moreover, she should have been promoted to team leader long ago, but Joe Hiley had snatched the opportunity away. Thus, promoting Wang Shuqing now was also a form of compensation. Shuqing, congratulations on your promotion. From now on, you're our boss. Look out for your old sisters. Haha, with Shuqing as our section chief, we'll finally have good days. Minister Zu's guess was spot on. Upon hearing that Wang Shuqing had been promoted to section chief, instead of feeling jealous, everyone gathered around to congratulate her. Minister Su, please don't joke. I'm fine just working on the assembly line. I can't handle being section chief. Wang Shuqing was flattered. She had never aspired to a promotion, only wanting to work peacefully until retirement. Suddenly being offered the position of section chief left her completely unprepared. She feared she lacked the ability to fill the role. The work of a section chief isn't as difficult as you imagine, Minister Su said with a smile. You've worked at Anshan for so many years, training wave after wave of apprentices. I believe you'll make an excellent section chief. Wang Shuqing tried to protest, but Minister Su waved his hand to cut her off. It's settled. I don't make mistakes in judging people. The surrounding workers also began to persuade her. Yes, Shuqing, just take the position. Like mother, like son. Your son runs such a successful company, you'll definitely be no slouch either. Shuqing, have some confidence. You've got this. Encouraged by everyone, Wang Shuqing found a bit of resolve, her gaze growing much more determined. All right then, thank you for the promotion, Minister. I'll do my utmost to fulfill the role of section chief. She turned to the workers and said with a firm voice, everyone, I look forward to your cooperation in the future. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted. This farce came to an end with Zhou Haili and section chief Zhao, that pair of scoundrels, suffering a crushing defeat, and Wang Shuqing being promoted to section chief. During the holidays, time always seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, several more days had passed. During this period, Chen Ran would get up at 8 in the morning and head to the company with Li Pingfei to handle business. The two of them, along with the newly recruited staff, devoted themselves entirely to their work. Thanks to the efforts of all the employees, the business expanded rapidly, and Ice and Snow Castle gained a large number of new franchisees. Now Ice and Snow Castle had over 1000 stores. Donghai City had 16 districts with roughly 80 or 90 stores in each district, occupying the most bustling prime locations in every area. Inside the general manager's office of Xiaonan Tongxue Co. Ltd., Chen Ran and Li Pingfei sat facing each other discussing work. Old Chen, with our stores increasing, the wholesaler's supply is too small to meet our needs. Li Pingfei inquired. Should we bypass the wholesaler and negotiate directly with the factories? As the business grew larger, the demand for supplies would only increase. Li Pingfei felt it necessary to prepare in advance. If raw materials were cut off, the stores couldn't operate. That would be a disaster. I don't plan to continue working with Gao Haiming. Gao Haiming was the owner of the wholesale market supplier. When Chen Ran first approached him, his business was on the verge of collapse. However, since he started following Chen Ran, he managed to revive it. Now Gao Haiming wasn't making a fortune overnight, but he was earning a handsome profit, feeling immensely proud, and many people sought his introduction to Chen Ran. Perhaps because his pockets were now full, Gao Haiming had recently become a bit arrogant, attempting to pass off inferior goods as quality ones. Fortunately, the quality control staff caught the issue, preventing unnecessary losses. So Chen Ran decided not to cooperate with Gao Haiming anymore. He couldn't rest easy with such a critical resource as raw materials in someone else's hands. He wanted to establish his own operation. No more cooperation. Then where will we get our supplies? Chen Ran didn't answer Li Pingfei's question, but instead tossed a newspaper in front of him. Li Pingfei looked down and saw a news article circled in red pen. Multiple land parcels available for transfer in Donghai City's Xiqing Industrial Zone. Li Pingfei was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped Chen Ran's intention. Old Chen, are you planning to set up your own factory to produce raw materials? Exactly. Chen Ran twirled a pen in his right hand. My goal isn't just to be a local company in Donghai City. I want to open Ice and Snow Castle stores across the entire country. In the future, our stores will only grow in number. Setting up our own factory has two advantages. Chen Ran raised one finger. First, by having our own factory, we can significantly reduce costs and avoid supply shortages. Chen Ran raised a second finger. Second, by producing our own raw materials, we can effectively control their quality, eliminating concerns about inferior goods being passed off as quality ones and damaging the company's reputation. Li Pingfei nodded repeatedly, finding Chen Ran's reasoning very sound. Since they were in the food industry, raw materials were the most critical link. Having the initiative in their own hands was naturally the best. All right, when should we buy the land? The thought of soon being able to make a big move filled Li Pingfei with energy. No rush. We can buy land any day. Chen Ran smiled meaningfully. Did Chen Ran need to buy land to do business? With the current scale of Ice and Snow Castle, wherever we set up a factory, it would be a huge boon for the local area. It would boost the economy and employment rate and increase local tax revenue. Local governments would be more than happy to have a company like Chen Ran settle in. If Chen Ran wanted to start a factory, local leaders would probably hand over the land with both hands, proactively seeking cooperation. Chen Ran put down his pen and took a sip of water. Tomorrow is Xiaonan's birthday. Her birthday is more important than anything else. Oh right, I almost forgot. Li Pingfei pulled out his phone. They'll call some of our old classmates to celebrate together. Invite as many as you can. Don't worry about saving me money, Chen Ran declared with a grand gesture. Li Pengfei rolled his eyes good-naturedly. You have more money than you know what to do with. I'm not going to save you money. With that, the two split up, Li Pengfei to contact old classmates for the birthday party and Chen Ran to book a restaurant. This year was Li Anan's 18th birthday. In Donghai City, the 18th birthday was a very important occasion, and Chen Ran had always kept it in mind. He wanted to throw the most magnificent birthday party for Li Anan. Li Pengfei calculated that over 20 old classmates would attend Li Anan's birthday banquet. Adding Chen Ran and his two friends, that made exactly 30 people. So Chen Ran booked 3 banquet tables at Chomping Restaurant in one go with 10 people per table, perfectly fitting everyone. Chomping Restaurant is a time-honored establishment in Donghai City, boasting over a century of history. It stands as the first modernist architectural landmark in the city's modern history. Besides its delectable cuisine, the restaurant features 9 uniquely styled themed suites, along with numerous distinctive dining halls, banquet rooms, multifunctional spaces, a bar, and a rooftop observation garden. With an annual revenue reaching hundreds of millions, it is undoubtedly a leader in the culinary world, enjoying considerable renown nationwide. Initially, the female staff member attending to Chen Ran didn't think much of his request to book 3 tables. After all, having operated for so many years, Chomping Restaurant had hosted countless wedding banquets, and had even served as the venue for state banquets. In comparison, Chen Ran's 3 tables seemed trivial. However, his next request left the staff stunned. He demanded that these 3 tables be prepared to the highest standard. All food and beverages must be of the utmost quality. Sir, are you sure you want the highest standard? The server looked Chen Ran over. He appeared to be around 18, dressed quite plainly, and didn't seem like a wealthy second-generation heir at all. Even though Chen Ran was handsome, good looks couldn't pay the bill. After all, there's no ceiling when it comes to dining costs. If everything were to be prepared to the highest standard, a single decent bottle of red wine alone could cost millions. Of course, there were even more expensive vintage wines, but those were already collector's items, typically snapped up by wealthy tycoons. No restaurant in the market, including Chomping Restaurant, could possibly offer vintage wines worth tens of millions or more. Of course, I'm not joking. Chen Ran smiled slightly, not blaming the server for doubting his financial capability, given that his attire didn't suggest wealth. Nevertheless, the young lad's service attitude was quite good, showing no sign of sarcasm or contempt towards Chen Ran. It was evident that Chomping Restaurant placed great emphasis on the professional conduct of its employees. While snobbish staff like those depicted in novels do exist, they are but a rare minority. Under normal circumstances, everyone remains quite courteous. It's my girlfriend's 18th birthday, and I want to give her the best birthday banquet possible. Chen Ran placed his bank card on the counter. Just calculate it at the highest standard, the cost doesn't matter. Alright, I'll draft a list for your review. Seeing Chen Ran's earnest expression, which suggested he wasn't joking, the female server devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work. Now that Chen Ran had produced his bank card, she had no need to worry about being tricked. Even if it were a prank, she'd only waste a little time with no significant loss, but if it were real, she'd hit the jackpot. 3 top-tier banquet tables would command an astronomical price, far more profitable than hosting 100 ordinary banquets. She would also earn a substantial commission from the deal. Soon the young lady presented a list of dishes with everything selected at the highest level as per Chen Ran's requirements. Chen Ran nodded with satisfaction. Good, let's go with this. If you're satisfied, well, need a deposit paid in advance. Fearing a misunderstanding, the young lady quickly explained, please don't misunderstand, I mean no offense. It's company policy. Understood, but paying in 2 installments is a hassle. Chen Ran handed over his bank card. I don't like unnecessary complications. He'll settle the entire bill in one payment today. If we need to add anything later, he'll cover those costs after the banquet. Beyond avoiding hassle, Chen Ran's primary motive was to keep Li Anan from learning the total cost. Accustomed to frugality, she would surely feel distressed if she knew how much was spent on her birthday banquet. Okay. The young lady was momentarily stunned. It was her first time encountering someone like Chen Ran, who proactively insisted on settling the entire bill before even having a meal. Even the famous wealthy heirs of Donghai City weren't as generous as Chen Ran. Shortly after, she returned with the bank card, holding it with both hands as she handed it back to him. Initially, she worried whether his card might have insufficient funds, but it turned out to be sufficient, and all expenses were fully settled. Mr. Chen, you're so good to your girlfriend. At the thought of earning her commission, the young lad's smile grew even brighter, and she found Chen Ran increasingly handsome. The saying that a man is most attractive when spending money couldn't be truer. It's nothing special. Isn't a girlfriend meant to be cherished? Spending a bit of money is no big deal. Chen Ran tucked away his bank card. All his hard work earning money was to give his family and Li Anan a better life, allowing them to enjoy the finer things. What's the point of hoarding money, now only to take it to the grave? The female server stared at Chen Ran momentarily speechless. The 3 top-tier birthday banquets had just ordered were practically priceless. Yet Chen Ran seemed utterly nonchalant, and when he mentioned his girlfriend his eyes were brimming with happiness. She wondered which girl was so fortunate to have such a wonderful boyfriend, handsome, wealthy, and generous. He was practically a rare find. How enviable. Mr. Chen Chongping Restaurant owns a cruise ship on the Pujiang River. Given your substantial expenditure today, we can upgrade you for free and host the birthday banquet aboard the ship. The female server continued. In the evening you can enjoy the river breeze and the breathtaking night views along the Pujiang River. I'm sure your girlfriend will absolutely love it. This romantic moment will become an unforgettable memory for you both. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran's eyes lit up. He had prepared 2 birthday gifts as surprises for Li Anan, one of which required bringing her to the riverside. If the birthday banquet could be held directly on the cruise ship, he could preserve the mystery as much as possible without it being discovered midway. Alright, let's do it on the cruise ship then. Chen Ran accepted the server's suggestion and also asked the hotel to prepare a cake, saving him the trouble of buying one separately. With everything settled, Chen Ran took the subway home. Not having a car is really inconvenient. Maybe I should buy a few cars and give one a shout in as well. The thought flashed through Chen Ran's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He feared that overwhelming her with too many surprises at once might make Li Anan faint from sheer joy. Better to take things slowly. He could buy a car after Li Anan got her driver's license. The 2 grand surprise gifts he had prepared were already enough to move Li Anan to tears. Hopefully Xiaonan won't faint from happiness. Chen Ran went straight to a car rental company and rented a large bus bringing all the classmates attending the birthday party to Chongping Hotel in one go. Whoa, Chen Ran, looks like you're really splurging this time, even renting a big bus. Chen Ran sure thinks of everything. Getting a bus on a hot day like this saves us from walking around and baking in the sun. Don't flatter yourselves. Chen Ran rented this bus because he's worried about Anan getting sunburned. What does that have to do with any of you? The classmates chattered on, but luckily Chen Ran was smart enough to prepare plenty of snacks to keep their mouths busy. They had been classmates for 3 years and were all old acquaintances. They ate and played occasionally, teasing Li Anan, and the atmosphere was especially warm and cheerful. Chen Ran, where exactly did you book the meal? Asked Li Qing, who shared the same surname as Li Anan out of curiosity. Li Qing was the boyish girl whom Chen Ran had bribed with crispy fried chicken strips to swap seats during the graduation photo shoot. She was nicknamed Brotherly. You'll find out when we get there, Chen Ran said with a smile. Brotherly pouted. So mysterious. Fine, don't tell me then. About an hour later the bus drove off the elevated highway, weaved through the bustling traffic, and finally stopped at the entrance of Chongping Hotel. Chongping Hotel? Why are we here? Chen Ran, don't tell us your birthday banquet is at Chongping Hotel. Everyone stared at Chen Ran in shock, waiting for his answer. After a moment of silence, Chen Ran simply nodded. It is at Chongping Hotel. What's all the fuss about? His words struck like a thunderbolt, startling everyone. Their mouths twitched, all too shocked to speak. Chongping Hotel was a century-old establishment, and dining there was anything but cheap. Let's get off. Don't just stand there. Chen Ran took Li Anan's hand and led everyone off the bus. Facing the grand antique architecture, a rich sense of history washed over them. Many classmates had actually wanted to try Chongping Hotel, but the prices were so high that ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. They never expected that today, thanks to Li Anan, they would fulfill their dream. Everyone was so excited they could faint. The female waitress who had received Chen Ran yesterday was already waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Ran appear, she immediately rushed over to greet him. Mr. Chen, welcome. The waitress greeted Chen Ran first, then her gaze fell upon Li Anan. Although they were both women the moment she saw Li Anan, the waitress was stunned by her exquisite appearance. Li Anan's beauty needed no introduction. It was absolutely top tier. But it was her aura that was truly captivating. Her temperament was ethereal and refined, like a spotless white lotus rising unstained from the mud, elegant and untainted. She gave off a feeling of pure clarity and flawlessness, with not a single imperfection to be found. Even a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world would pale in comparison. The waitress was quite beautiful herself, but before Li Anan she could only concede defeat. The waitress sighed inwardly, thinking that only a girl as extraordinary as Li Anan could match a man as perfect as Chen Ran. They were a perfect couple. Just standing there they formed a beautiful sight. Mr. Chen, the birthday banquet is all prepared. I've reserved the best viewing spot for you. Please follow me. Led by the waitress, Chen Ran and his group swept through the first floor lobby of Chongping Hotel. The lobby was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor. Chen Ran's classmates were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View garden, marveling at everything as if it were the epitome of luxury. Li Anan was also looking around. In the past, she had been too frugal to even eat out, let alone visit such a high-end restaurant. Li Anan was so captivated that she felt this place was more beautiful than heaven. If not for Chen Ran holding her hand and the warmth of his touch, she would have thought she was dreaming. Chen Ran, this place must be so expensive. Maybe we should just leave. Li Anan wasn't a materialistic girl. Celebrating her birthday anywhere was the same to her. Even squatting by the roadside eating a boxed meal wouldn't bother her. After all, she had lived for 18 years, and for the first 17 her parents had never celebrated her birthday. The fact that Chen Ran was willing to do so was already more than enough for her. You sure you want to leave? Then let's go. Chen Ran turned as if to leave. But I've already paid. Still, if you want to go, I have no problem with it. The moment Li Anan heard the money was already paid, she quickly grabbed Chen Ran. Leaving without eating a single bite after paying would be such a waste. Then let's not go. Chen Ran couldn't help but laugh, gently tapping Li Anan's nose. Silly girl, don't worry about the money. Your man is great at making money. He leaned close to her ear and said with a mischievous grin, I've booked a presidential suite. If you feel bad about me spending so much, you can make it up to me after the banquet. You? Don't talk nonsense. What if the classmates hear? How embarrassing. Li Anan playfully slapped Chen Ran. She wasn't a child anymore, as she knew exactly what he meant by make it up. I'm just joking. Look, your face is all red from shyness. Chen Ran truly loved Li Anan, so he would never force her into anything she wasn't willing to do. Walking beside him, Li Anan gazed at his chiseled, resolute profile and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Li Anan murmured softly, the presidential suite is too expensive. We could just go home. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and the last few words were barely audible. Seeing no reaction from Chen Ran, she thought he hadn't heard. She felt relieved, yet a twinge of disappointment lingered. But she didn't have the courage to say it a second time. Chen Ran stared ahead nonchalantly. Of course he had heard what she said. Though he hadn't caught every word, he could guess the gist. Li Anan meant that the presidential suite was too pricey and a waste of money. If he wanted to do that, they could just go home. The big bed at home was so comfortable, they could roll around as much as they wanted. Chen Ran was secretly thrilled. Xiao Nan's willingness to entrust herself to him meant she had chosen him as her one and only man. Whenever he was ready, he could have her. At this rate, it wouldn't be long. Maybe even before they graduated from university, that Li Anan would become a mother. Xiao Nan, I just thought of a phrase. What phrase? Seeing Chen Ran's sly smile, Li Anan's curiosity was instantly piqued. The phrase is... Chen Ran deliberately dragged it out to tease her, then said, Chen Ran's bold Xiao Nan's on hold. Maternity leave, ha. Led by the waitress, Chen Ran and the others passed through the lobby of Chongping Hotel and arrived at a dock. A fleet of luxury yachts was moored there, and occasionally wealthy young heirs could be seen boarding with scantily clad beauties. Yet at this moment, everyone's attention was captured by the scenery. Countless towering skyscrapers lined both banks of the Pujiang River, standing like colossal giants. Their dazzling multicolored lights shot straight into the heavens, as if piercing the very dome of the sky. From east to west, from south to north, the scene exuded an aura of opulence and decadence. It's so beautiful, the classmates exclaimed in awe. Living in the suburbs and burdened by the intense pressure of their senior year, they rarely had the chance to visit the city center. Moreover, having seen countless photos of the Pujiang night view online, they had assumed it was nothing special. But witnessing it in person was a completely different experience. They had always thought there was little difference between first-tier cities and others, but today they finally felt the disparity. This breathtaking night view alone was enough to leave other cities in the dust. Chen Ran, are we really going to eat by the riverside? That would be fantastic. With such a beautiful view, I could watch it all night without getting bored. The classmates were eager and excited, no longer caring about the food itself. With such scenery as a companion, anything they ate would taste delicious. Chen Ran gave a faint smile, not answering directly. Instead, he said mysteriously, we're not eating by the river. We're eating on the river. What? Eating on the river? Are you trying to throw us into the river to feed the fish? A huge black question mark seemed to hover over each of their heads as they tried to decipher what Chen Ran meant by eating on the river. The waitress beside them covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. What Chen Ran said was indeed true. Eating on a cruise ship was literally eating on the river. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. They'll have the captain bring the cruise ship over. The service at the upscale hotel was indeed meticulous. Before taking any action, they always consulted the customer first. Only after obtaining consent would they proceed, never acting on their own. This practice prevented upsetting clients with peculiar temperaments. What? We're dining on a cruise ship. Chen Ran, is this for real? Are you sure you're not joking? Of course it's real. Today is Xiao Nan's birthday. Would I joke on such an important day? Upon hearing Chen Ran's affirmative answer, the classmates were momentarily stunned, then their excitement surged. After all, they had only ever paddled small boats in parks and had never experienced something as luxurious as a cruise ship. They were already thrilled to be dining at an upscale place like Chomping Hotel, and now a cruise ship was an unexpected bonus. The surprises came like waves crashing over them before they could even catch their breath. Their hearts were pounding with excitement. Everyone must be hungry. Let the cruise ship come over. We'll get on board and eat early. All right. The waitress nodded. After receiving Chen Ran's consent, she unclipped the walkie-talkie from her waist and brought it to her lips. Captain, the guests are here. Please bring the ship over. Then they witnessed a spectacular sight. A massive cruise ship on the river suddenly changed course and slowly sailed towards the dock where Chen Ran and the others stood. A collective gasp. The classmates inhaled sharply. The overwhelming feeling of that colossal vessel approaching them delivered an unprecedented visual impact. While they awaited the ship's arrival, a group of young men and women walked past them. Well, if it isn't Li Anan. One of the girls stepped forward. She wore a small spaghetti strap top and a black and white plaid pleated skirt radiating a youthful charm mixed with a hint of sexiness. The moment he saw this girl, Li Anan's expression changed instantly. Xiaonan, do you know her? Chen Ran noticed the change in Li Anan's expression. It was clear they knew each other, but from the grim look on Li Anan's face, their relationship was probably not good. She was my middle school classmate. I see. Chen Ran nodded. He had only met Li Anan in high school, so he didn't know any of her middle school classmates. He had asked about that period in her life before, but she seemed to be very averse to discussing it, and always avoided the topic. Every time the subject of middle school came up, she would brush it off with vague excuses. It was likely that something unpleasant had happened to Li Anan during those years, becoming a painful memory she preferred not to revisit. Chen Ran narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't because he found her attractive. Although she had some looks, she was utterly outclassed by Li Anan. Chen Ran was a keen judge of character, and his instincts told him this girl was a classic green tea, a seemingly innocent but manipulative type. Sensing Chen Ran's gaze, the girl turned to look at him. Her attention had been solely on Li Anan, ignoring everyone else. Now seeing Chen Ran's face, clearly her eyes widened in surprise. She had seen many handsome men, but someone as handsome and charismatic as him was a first. So handsome. This guy is even better looking than a celebrity. Hi, I'm Sun Yingying. Sun Yingying extended her hand to Chen Ran in greeting and asked, Handsome, what's your name? A bright smile played on her lips as she leaned forward slightly, revealing a subtle hint of cleavage, and playfully rose onto her tiptoes, appearing cute and lively. A girl with her figure, her looks, and such a sweet voice was irresistible to any man. The male classmates in Chen Ran's group stared at Sun Yingying with wide eyes, as if they wanted to pluck their eyes out and stick them on her. Unfortunately for her, she met Chen Ran. He remained unmoved, his face cold. He had seen all kinds of beauties. Girls had been chasing after him since elementary school, but he never even glanced at the class beauties or school beauties. Chen Ran wouldn't call himself a saint, but in matters of the heart, he was absolutely devoted. Among 10,000 beauties, he would only choose Li Anan. Chen Ran treated Sun Yingying as if she were invisible, completely ignoring her outstretched hand. Her delicate hand hung awkwardly in midair. Hey, I'm talking to you. Thanks to her stunning looks, Sun Yingying had always been the center of attention for the opposite sex. She was used to ignoring others, but never had she been ignored herself. Seeing Chen Ran completely disregard her, she began to get annoyed. Xiaonan, the sea breeze is a bit strong. Are you cold? Chen Ran ignored Sun Yingying. Li Anan was about to say she wasn't, but before she could get the first word out, Chen Ran pulled her into his arms. Hold on tight. They'll keep you warm with my body heat. The sudden embrace shifted the expressions of everyone present. Li Anan lay dazed against Chen Ran's chest, his mind a blank slate, unable to comprehend why Chen Ran had pulled him close. Meanwhile, Chen Ran's classmates looked on with disdain. Could you two please consider the feelings of us singles? Keep flaunting your affection, and I swear I'll report you to the Animal Protection Association. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Are you two ever going to stop? You've been showering each other with love since we gathered. Chen Ran, you're trying to stuff us full just so we can't eat, saving yourself some cash, right? Though they grumbled, it was all in jest. Chen Ran and Li Anan were their class golden couple, and their classmates were nothing but happy for them. Chen Ran, I am a bit warm. Li Anan's cheeks burned as she was still unaccustomed to intimate displays of affection in front of a crowd. What? Still cold? Let me hold you tighter then. Chen Ran pulled Li Anan even closer, his actions driven by his own reasons. Chen Ran had been analyzing the situation. Li Anan must have had a deeply unpleasant experience during her middle school years. The moment Sun Yingying appeared, Li Anan's previously sunny expression darkened instantly. And there was another detail. As Sun Yingying approached, Li Anan had subtly stepped back, her grip on Chen Ran's arm tightening. This was enough to show that Li Anan seemed afraid of Sun Yingying. Moreover, despite Sun Yingying's pleasant facade, a faint flicker of disdain and contempt crossed her eyes when she looked at Li Anan. Though it vanished in an instant, Chen Ran caught it. Putting all the clues together, Chen Ran had reason to suspect that Sun Yingying had bullied Li Anan in the past. Perhaps it had even been school bullying. And sure enough, as Chen Ran embraced Li Anan's, Sun Yingying's face revealed intense jealousy. Chen Ran's gaze turned icy. He had pieced together the likely story. Sun Yingying, driven by jealousy over Li Anan's popularity, had resorted to bullying her. If it weren't for Li Anan's birthday and the desire not to upset her, Chen Ran would have confronted Sun Yingying right then and there. "Hey Li Anan, is this your boyfriend?" At the sound of Sun Yingying's voice, Li Anan was jolted by old memories. She trembled, hastily pulling away from Chen Ran's embrace. "What do you want?" Li Anan eyed Sun Yingying warily, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Ran as if shielding him from some potential harm. "Why so scared? It's not like I'm going to eat you," Sun Yingying said with a hint of amusement. "By the way, thanks. If you hadn't turned down Xiao Tian back then, I wouldn't have found such a great boyfriend. Xiao Tian is here, too, waiting for me on the yacht. You've never been on a yacht, have you? Want to come aboard and have some fun?" As she spoke, Sun Yingying reached out to grab Li Anan. Slap. Seeing this, Chen Ran smacked Sun Yingying's hand away, his face cold. "Get your dirty hands off my woman." The force of the slap was considerable, and the back of Sun Yingying's hand immediately turned red. "You?" Sun Yingying was furious. Chen Ran had ignored her earlier and now had struck her. No guy had ever dared to treat her like this, as she was about to explode with rage. However, she quickly regained her composure. "I can't be bothered with you lot. You can stand by the river and eat the wind. I'm off to enjoy myself on the yacht." Sun Yingying turned and walked towards the yacht, where a long-haired girl helped her aboard. The long-haired girl glanced at Chen Ran's group and asked, "Yingying, are those people your friends?" "Of course not." Sun Yingying deliberately raised her voice. "Why would I know such losers standing on the shore eating the wind?" The yacht Sun Yingying boarded wasn't far from the shore, so her words were perfectly audible to everyone. "How can there be people like that? She called us losers, but she's the real BTCH." Humiliated in public, Chen Ran's classmates were furious. Even the boys who had been staring at Sun Yingying earlier were now completely turned off. "Oof. Watch me go tear her mouth apart." Li Qing, true to her nickname Brother Li, was about to charge over and teach Sun Yingying a lesson, but Chen Ran held her back. "Chen Ran, why are you stopping me?" Stooping to her level only dirties your own hands. "We're here to have fun, no need to ruin the mood. Just ignore her." Everyone agreed with Chen Ran's logic. It wasn't worth spoiling their good time over someone like her. Meanwhile, Sun Yingying and the long-haired girl were still making fun of Chen Ran's group. The long-haired girl chuckled. "They look a bit pitiful standing on the shore. They're not going to try and fill up on wind pretending they've experienced the Huangpu River, are they?" "Who knows?" Sun Yingying shrugged. "Maybe they've never seen the world and just want to get a look at a real yacht." Sun Yingying and the long-haired girl laughed without restraint, but in the next second they felt the yacht beneath them begin to shake violently. They looked up and saw a cruise ship 7 or 8 stories high docking at the pier. The yacht Sun Yingying was on was already considered large, but compared to the cruise ship, it was like a sesame seed next to a watermelon. An incomparable difference. "What a huge cruise ship!" Sun Yingying exclaimed in awe. The long-haired girl explained, "This cruise ship is called the Royal One. It's worth tens of billions. Only the rich and powerful are allowed on board." Gazing at the luxurious Royal One, Sun Yingying's eyes filled with longing, wondering when she'd ever get the chance to experience such a high-class cruise. Just then a group of people walked past Sun Yingying boarding the Royal One by one. Sun Yingying squinted and was shocked to realize it was Chen Ran and his group. How is that possible? Why are they getting on the Royal One? Sun Yingying was completely stunned. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but reality told her this was no illusion, it was all real. The long-haired girl was also bewildered. "Yingying, didn't you say they were losers? Hey, if the people who could board the Royal One were losers, then they didn't even qualify to be beggars." Sun Yingying's mouth twitched momentarily, at a loss for words. "Oh, look at the times. Still riding a yacht. What a broke BTCH." Just then Brother Li passed by. Sun Yingying stopped and mocked her mercilessly. "You've never been on a cruise ship, have you? Forget it, a female loser like you probably won't ever get the chance in this lifetime. You just keep bouncing around on your little yacht. I'm off to the cruise ship for a feast." Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sun Yingying had been mocking them moments before, and now the tables had turned as Brother Li ridiculed her. Perhaps this was karma, swift and immediate. Chen Ran and the others boarded the Royal One cruise ship. On the spacious deck, tables were arranged with numerous patrons dining and children chasing each other in play. They followed closely behind Chen Ran, as it was their first time witnessing such grandeur, and feeling a bit intimidated was only natural. The diners were all dressed in exquisite attire, clearly indicating their wealth. A waitress led Chen Ran's group to their seats. "Mr. Chen, shall we begin serving the dishes now?" The waitress, hands clasped before her, bowed slightly and asked in a soft voice. "Go ahead." By now the sky had turned pitch black, and it was nearly 7:30. Everyone had arrived on empty stomachs, and was undoubtedly famished. Chen Ran decided to let everyone satisfy their hunger first, and he could present the surprise he had prepared for Li Anan later. The waitress spoke briefly into her walkie-talkie, and soon a procession of delicious dishes was laid out on the table. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the feast before them. Whoa, this abalone is bigger than my palm. These crab legs are longer than my hand. The classmates gasped in astonishment. They had seen abalone and crab before, but never anything this absurdly large. The other dishes were all crafted from top-tier ingredients as well. Just looking at them was enough to make one's mouth water. Everyone's appetite was whetted, but since their host Chen Ran hadn't given the word, they felt too polite to pick up their chopsticks. Chen Ran smiled. Everyone dig in. With his permission, they ate heartily, and the food disappeared at a visible rate. Li Anan only ate a little, then began to feed Chen Ran. She meticulously peeled a piece of crab leg meat and held it to Chen Ran's lips. Without hesitation, Chen Ran opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire piece. You should eat more, don't always feed me. Li Anan had lived in frugality in the past, leading to malnutrition and frequent fainting spells. Chen Ran had ordered all this food today specifically for her, hoping a hearty meal would help nourish her. I'm fine. You work hard at business, you need to eat more. A faint smile played on Li Anan's lips, her heart brimming with happiness. She didn't care about the food, only as long as she was with Chen Ran, even plain steamed buns and pickles would taste like the world's greatest delicacy. You're the star today. How could I let you serve me? I should be the one serving you. Saying this, Chen Ran picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of lobster meat. Seeing him bring the lobster to her face, Li Anan assumed he was going to feed her and instinctively opened her mouth. But what happened next left her stunned. Instead of feeding her, Chen Ran popped the lobster into his own mouth, then leaned in with the meat held between his teeth. He smirked. Come on, I'll feed you. Li Anan's mind went blank. She never imagined he would feed her this way. For a moment, Li Anan didn't know what to do. They had already kissed, so it's not like she was repulsed by him. But with so many classmates watching, being so intimate in public made her feel deeply embarrassed. Anan, eat it. We're all friends, don't be shy. Eat, eat, eat. The classmates began to egg her on. One quick-witted female student chimed in, Anan, if you don't eat it, I will. With that, the girl stood up and started walking towards Chen Ran. Seeing this, Li Anan panicked. Even if their lips wouldn't touch, she didn't want Chen Ran to be that intimate with another girl. Who said I wasn't going to eat it? I'll eat it. The gentle and soft-spoken Li Anan raised her voice considerably, as if staking her claim. The female student wisely stopped in her tracks. She had only been teasing Li Anan, she had no intention of actually eating something Chen Ran had bitten. Now all eyes were on Chen Ran and Li Anan. Li Anan looked at the lobster meat in Chen Ran's mouth. After a fierce internal struggle, she closed her eyes, mustered her courage, and leaned in. Her pearly white teeth caught the other half of the lobster meat. The meat slid into her mouth. Just as they were about to pull apart, two big hands appeared from behind and pressed firmly on the backs of their heads. Smack! Chen Ran and Li Anan were pushed into a solid kiss. With the force behind them, their lips were squashed out of shape. The mischievous classmates held them there for a full 30 seconds before letting go. A round of applause erupted as everyone cheered for this historic kiss. Li Anan's face flushed with shyness. She lightly slapped Chen Ran's thigh, initially still a bit resistant to such public displays of affection. But after that kiss, she realized there wasn't much to be embarrassed about. And thinking about it, there were only a few dozen people here. At their graduation ceremony, when Chen Ran had kissed her, there were thousands watching from below the stage. In comparison, this was nothing. If you're this shy now, what will you do when we get married and have to kiss in front of all our relatives and friends? Chen Ran teased, gently tapping her chin. Are we supposed to tell everyone to close their eyes and not peek? Uffed. Li Anan burst out laughing, her smile radiant. Who ever heard of a newlywed couple telling their guests to close their eyes during the kiss? Exactly, that's not an option. How about we kiss again just to practice for the wedding? Seeing Chen Ran pucker up and lean in, Li Anan, like swatting a mosquito, brought both hands up and pressed them against his cheeks. With a gentle squeeze, his lips were squished into an O shape. Li Anan was amused by his comical expression. After that kiss, she had truly opened up. No funny business. She then closed her eyes and gave Chen Ran a tender, heartfelt kiss. Afterwards, she pulled back, picked up her glass, and took a sip of water, feeling a sudden dryness in her throat. Chen Ran licked his lips playfully. My wife's lips are so sweet and soft, almost as good as that grouper's lips on the table. You're terrible. My lips aren't that thick. Li Anan reached out to swat him, but Chen Ran caught her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Save us. Watching Chen Ran and Li Anan flirt and show off their affection, the classmates were growing exasperated, starting to regret coming. This wasn't a birthday banquet, it was a dog food tasting event. As everyone admired the scenic beauty along both banks of the Pooh River, they savored the exquisite cuisine crafted by top-tier chefs, feeling utterly content and at ease. After the sumptuous meal at Chen Ran's signal, the waiters brought out the cake. A trolley emerged bearing a towering cake that stood 9 layers high, its cream-frosted tiers adorned with fresh fruits wrapped in delicate gold leaf. The moment this cake appeared, it became the centerpiece of the entire venue. The children gathered around in excitement, and even the surrounding diners set down their utensils to capture the spectacle on their phones. Whoa, this cake is absolutely massive. Chen Ran, we all know you love Li Anan, but don't you think this is a bit over the top? Man, why didn't you just make it 100 layers? Who could possibly finish something this big? The classmates were utterly astounded. While cake towers were a common sight at weddings, Chen Ran's creation was undoubtedly the grandest any of them had ever witnessed. The most extravagant part was the fruits all wrapped in gold leaf, making the entire cake seem to glow with a golden radiance under the flickering candlelight. By conservative estimates, the cost of this cake likely exceeded the annual income of an average family. It was simply obscene in its extravagance. Chen Ran wore a look of awkward embarrassment. He hadn't expected such a colossal dessert. He had merely asked the hotel to prepare a cake, not anticipating they would go all out with the top-tier option. Chen Ran smiled and said, "Shout and make a wish." Surrounded by her classmates, Li Anan pressed her palms together in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and began to make a silent wish. "Heavenly Father, I ask for nothing else. I only hope that Chen Ran and I can stay this happy forever, just as we are now. Even if he had nothing to his name, I would still want to be with him for all eternity." A moment later, Li Anan opened her eyes. "Anan, what did you wish for?" "I bet it's about having a chubby baby with Chen Ran." Her classmates pressed her with questions, but Li Anan simply smiled and brushed them off. A wish is something that should be kept buried in the heart. Spoken aloud, it loses its magic. After the wish, the classmates presented their own gifts. The presents were a motley assortment, not expensive, but all quite practical, and Li Anan was deeply fond of each one. "Anan, this is my gift for you." Li Pengfei also brought out a gift he had prepared long ago. When Li Anan opened the box, she found a finely crafted gold necklace. "Daping, you're something else. Quite the generous one. This gold chain is valuable on its own, and with that diamond embedded in it, it must have cost a 5-figure sum at least." Daping, who knew you were a hidden tycoon. Li Pengfei said, "This is just my modest attempt to set the stage. Chen Ran's gift is the real showstopper. Compared to him, I'm nothing but a small fry." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards Chen Ran. The gold necklace from Li Pengfei was already a considerable treasure, so the fact that Chen Ran's gift was even more valuable sparked immense curiosity about its contents. "Xiaonan, this is my gift. Hold on to it." Chen Ran pulled out a tan-colored document envelope from his bag, its opening sealed with a wax stamp. The observant Li Anan immediately noticed the imprint on the wax seal, "Xiaonan, the love of my life." A declaration of his eternal devotion. A wave of emotion washed over Li Anan. It was evident this seal was custom-made for her. Regardless of what the gift inside was, this heartfelt gesture alone was more than enough. "Anan, hurry up and open it. What's inside?" Her classmates urged her, their curiosity piqued. How could such a flat envelope possibly contain anything valuable? What on earth could it be more expensive than Li Pengfei's gold necklace? Could it be a property deed? Li Anan placed the envelope on the table, carefully peeled off the wax seal intact, and tucked it into her pocket. For her, that seal held more meaning than the gift itself. She opened the envelope smoothly, and under the eager, expectant gaze of everyone, pulled out a few sheets of paper. Seeing that it wasn't a property deed, the crowd looked bewildered. These seemed like ordinary A4 pages. How could they possibly be worth more than a gold necklace? "Xiaonan, is there anything else in there?" "No, just these papers." Li Anan was momentarily taken aback, but she wasn't disappointed. She would cherish anything Chen Ran gave her. She just couldn't fathom why he would give her a few blank pieces of paper. Could it be a love letter? Or perhaps it held some special significance? As Li Anan was lost in speculation, Chen Ran spoke up. "Open it, and see what's written inside." Heeding his words, Li Anan instinctively unfolded the paper and glanced at it. Several lines of Chinese characters were printed on the pristine white sheet. The moment she saw it, Li Anan froze. The title in the center of the first line was unmissable, clearly stating 6 large characters, "Share Transfer Agreement." "Anan, what does it say?" Li Gu couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned in only to gasp sharply when he saw the contents. "Share Transfer Agreement. Party A, Chen Ran. Party B, Li Anan. Party A voluntarily and unconditionally transfers 50% of the shares of his company, Xiao and Classmate Food Co. Ltd. to Party B with no regrets." Though it was only a few short lines, it sent shockwaves through everyone present. They all knew that the Ice and Snow Castle was already generating profits exceeding 100 million. If Chen Ran transferred 50% of his shares to Li Anan, it meant she could be entitled to a staggering sum of 50 million yuan. 50 million yuan. What does that even mean? The annual income of an average working-class family is only about 50,000 yuan. In other words, a typical family would need to save every penny for 1,000 years to accumulate 50 million. No wonder Li Pengfei said Chen Ran's gift was more valuable than his gold necklace. 50 million could buy an entire jewelry store. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They had never even seen a sum that large. Giving away 50 million so casually. How deeply must Chen Ran love Li Anan? Some male classmates marveled at his immense wealth, while the female classmates envied Li Anan for having such a devoted boyfriend. However, Li Anan, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained her composure. Chen Ran, I can't accept this gift. The notary seal was already stamped on the transfer agreement, and Chen Ran had signed his name. All Li Anan had to do was write her name to effortlessly secure 50 million. But Li Anan was not a girl who worshipped money. It was the person Chen Ran, not the money in his pocket, that she loved. Even if he were still the penniless boy he used to be, she would willingly stay by his side forever. Initially, everyone assumed that Chen Ran would present luxury items, gold or silver jewelry, as birthday gifts. After all, as students, such things were already considered extravagant and far beyond their financial means. Yet no one anticipated that Chen Ran would directly transfer his company's shares to Li Anan. 50% of the shares, amounting to a staggering 50 million in value. It was undeniable that Chen Ran's gesture surpassed even the extravagance of many wealthy heirs. The young men present fell into deep contemplation, imagining themselves in Chen Ran's position. Would they be willing to part with such a colossal fortune for their girlfriends? Almost instantly an answer formed in their minds. Absolutely not. They knew that the average housing price in Donghai City was just over 1 euro per square meter, and in suburban areas like the West City District, it was only a few thousand. 1 million could buy a very spacious house. 50 million could purchase several entire buildings. The guys felt that giving 5,000 or even 5 million was acceptable, but handing over 50 million at once seemed excessively generous. Furthermore, while Chen Ran and Li Anan were currently very much in love, what if they encountered conflicts or a breakup in the future? Had Chen Ran never considered the possibility that the company he worked so hard to build might be taken away from him? Wrong. Of course he had contemplated this. However, he simply didn't care. No one understood the depth of his love for Li Anan. Why would some women willingly live in cramped rentals and eat instant noodles with their men? Why would some men risk their very lives for their women? Because their love is etched into their very souls. People fail to understand Chen Ran's actions because they have yet to experience such profound, unforgettable love. Once they do, they will realize that true love is priceless and cannot be measured by money. Besides, if Chen Ran so desired, he could create a second, a third, even 100 more ice snow castles. Compared to Li Anan, what is money? In Chen Ran's heart, Li Anan reigns supreme above all else. Chen Ran, I can't sign this, Li Anan said, shaking her head. Having him celebrate her birthday was already more than enough. She desired nothing more. Take it. Whether you sign it or not is up to you, he said. Chen Ran never took back what he gave. He had already decided long ago to consider these shares as an early betrothal gift for Li Anan. Besides, he had caused a huge scene at her home, forcing her to sever ties with her family. He had always wanted to compensate her. A girl living alone in the world needed some financial security. If it weren't for fear of startling her, he would have given even more. Then, he'll just keep it safe for you, Li Anan said, accepting to avoid embarrassing him in public. She reasoned that as long as she didn't sign, the transfer agreement wouldn't take effect. All right, you hold on to it then, he replied. They exchanged a smile, neither suspecting that this share transfer agreement would become the key to saving the company in the future. The birthday banquet continued, and everyone assumed it was nearly over. But then Chen Ran spoke up. "Anan, I have another gift for you." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat upon hearing this. If the first gift was already this explosive, the second was sure to be just as impressive. Was Chen Ran about to unveil another priceless treasure? I don't need anything else," Li Anan quickly refused, fearing he might produce another share transfer agreement. Her heart couldn't handle such a shock. "Don't worry, this gift has nothing to do with money," Chen Ran assured her. Chen Ran pulled out his phone, checked the time, and murmured to himself, "It's about to start." Everyone was baffled. What was about to start? Just then the lights on several skyscrapers along the river suddenly went out. After a brief moment of darkness, the building lights flickered back on, forming a string of characters. "High energy ahead, beware." Red characters flashed continuously, as if warning of a major event. The next second the lights rearranged themselves into a complete sentence. "Happy birthday, Li Anan. May you stay forever 18. At that moment, even the river surface mirrored Li Anan's name. The lights formed yet another new message. "We will be happy together forever. Always loving you, Chen Ran." At this point, everyone could see it clearly, whether they were strolling along the riverside walkway, tourists at the scenic spots, or passengers on the cruise ships. It was impossible to miss such a high-profile declaration of love. Someone's confessing. How romantic. If someone confessed to me like that, I'd marry them instantly. Using skyscrapers to confess. This guy named Chen Ran is pretty creative. The cruise ship erupted in chatter, everyone discussing who Chen Ran and Li Anan were. As for Chen Ran's classmates, they were utterly stunned. There are many ways to confess. Some sing love songs, some arrange candles, some lay out petals in the shape of a heart. But this was the first time they had witnessed someone using skyscrapers to declare their love. Although this method wasn't entirely unique, very few could replicate it, because it was unbelievably expensive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as everyone thought the second gift was over, the sound of spinning rotor blades filled the air. "Daddy, there are people running in the sky," a little boy on the cruise ship shouted, pointing upwards. Everyone smiled, indulgently dismissing it as a child's wild imagination. How could anyone possibly run in the sky? Be good, sweetie. It's not nice to tell lies. I'm not lying. There really are people running up there. A big brother and a big sister. The little boy stomped his foot defiantly. Seeing his insistence, people instinctively looked up at the sky. The next second, the sight before them left everyone utterly astounded. Countless drones radiating brilliant light had formed into two humanoid figures. They clearly resembled Chen Ran and Li Anan. The lights of the drones continuously shifted and combined, animating the figures of Chen Ran and Li Anan as if they were real people running. The two humanoid formations, one from the east and one from the west, flew towards the space above the cruise ship, appearing as if Chen Ran and Li Anan were sprinting towards each other. The moment the two drone fleets converged, the image transformed again, showing Chen Ran and Li Anan embracing tightly. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Whoever devised this method of confession was an absolute genius. People within a radius of several kilometers could clearly see the love confession subtitles on the skyscraper and the enormous, exaggerated human figure in the sky. The drones continuously changed formations, producing dynamic effects akin to a movie, appearing incredibly vivid and lifelike. Everyone was captivated, lost in the spectacle. With the pitch-black night sky as the backdrop and the drones as the canvas, this confession made the figure even more three-dimensional, offering an unprecedented immersive sensory experience. This unique feeling defied description. If forced to give an analogy, it was as if everyone had witnessed the annual reunion of the cowherd and the weaver girl on the Magpie Bridge. Chen Ran's classmates were utterly astounded. It had to be said, his confession style was absolutely explosive, unprecedented, and unparalleled. He had pioneered a brand new way of confessing. Absolutely brilliant. Li Anan's eyes glistened, tears welling up as she realized how much thought Chen Ran had put into her birthday. She was deeply, deeply moved. Chen Ran. Li Anan could no longer control her emotions. She flung herself into Chen Ran's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Drip drop, drip drop. At this moment, tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. Ever since her parents abandoned her like a worn-out shoe and after her beloved grandmother passed away, Li Anan had never felt valued. In the dead of night, a wave of loneliness would wash over her, making her feel as if the whole world had cast her aside. There were times when the oppressive negativity became unbearable and dark thoughts of ending it all crept into her mind. Then Chen Ran appeared, finally giving Li Anan a new anchor. Through their relationship, she gradually rediscovered the feeling of being cherished, cared for, and valued. Li Anan cried like a river, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet a smile of pure happiness bloomed on her lips. These were tears of joy. At that moment, Li Anan felt she was the happiest person in the world. It had nothing to do with how much money was spent. Even if the ceremony had been modest, she wouldn't have cared. What moved her was Chen Ran's sincerity. True love cannot be bought with money. Silly girl, why are you crying? Chen Ran gently stroked Li Anan's head. I originally wanted to set off fireworks for your birthday, but since fireworks are banned in the city, I had to cancel that part. Chen Ran was still a bit unsatisfied with today's confession. He had planned a few more elements, but had to give them up due to regulations. It's enough, this is more than enough. Li Anan was sobbing too hard to speak clearly. She didn't know why her parents were so harsh to her, nor what kind of person she would become in the future. But one thing was absolutely certain. She knew she had not loved the wrong person. The man before her, occasionally a bit mischievous, would be the one she would love for a lifetime, no matter what happened. Applause erupted. The classmates were moved as well, bursting into applause. The boys fought back tears while the girls wept uncontrollably. Many passengers on the cruise ships also recognized Chen Ran and Li Anan as the figures in the display and spontaneously offered their blessings with applause. Chen Ran, you bastard, pay for my tears. You said it was just a birthday party, but you fed us dog food and made us cry. You're so heartless. Though the classmates complained, deep down they were all wishing them well. Everyone knew Li Anan came from a difficult family background, and now that she had found a reliable partner like Chen Ran, they were genuinely happy for her. Chen Ran, you'd better treat Anan well forever. Li Gu wiped away his tears, clenched his fist at Chen Ran and threatened, "If you ever let Anan down, I'll cut off your—" You know, Li Gu was indeed Li Gu, bold, ruthless, and sharp-tongued. "Don't worry," Chen Ran said with unwavering determination. "If I ever betray Xiao, then you don't need to lift a finger. I'll go to the Forbidden City and become a eunuch myself." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed through their tears. They were all in high spirits, having witnessed the love story of Chen Ran and Li Anan. After the birthday party ended, Li Pengfei took everyone back to Xiqing district on the bus. Chen Ran and Li Anan stayed behind, arm in arm, strolling along the dock. The cool river breeze brushed against their faces, refreshing and pleasant. "You must have spent a lot of money to give me all these surprises today." No, not much. Really." Li Anan grabbed Chen Ran's chin and turned his head toward her, her bright, piercing eyes staring straight into his. "Really, it wasn't expensive at all." Chen Ran's eyes darted guiltily. He was emphasizing it, but his voice lacked conviction. "Not expensive? That would be a miracle. The 3 birthday banquets alone cost over 100,000 each, plus the rental of the skyscraper and drones. The total had exceeded 1 million. But Chen Ran had no intention of telling Li Anan the real cost. She was very frugal, and if she knew how much he had spent, she would be furious. "All right, I'll believe you." Li Anan didn't press further. The money was already spent, and regretting it wouldn't bring it back. "Chen Ran, I want to play with that drone." "Sure, I'll teach you." The drone team Chen Ran had hired was packing up, and he ran over to fetch one of the drones. Li Anan held the remote control while Chen Ran wrapped his arms around her from behind, guiding her hands as he taught her how to operate it. "Wow, it's beautiful." The drone soared high, revealing not only the scenery along the Pujiang River, but also the landscape several kilometers away. Thousands of lights, the bustling Bund, all laid out before their eyes. "Chen Ran, there seems to be a glowing kite on the river." "Let me see." Chen Ran leaned in, and indeed saw a kite flying over the Pujiang River. The kite was fitted with lights, making it shine brightly and stand out. As the drone flew closer, they could clearly see words written on the kite. "Sun Yingying, I love you." Chen Ran was taken aback. Wasn't Sun Yingying the criminal they had encountered at the dock, the one who had bullied Li Anan? It seemed Sun Yingying's boyfriend was also making a confession to her. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Chen Ran's mouth. He had chosen not to spoil Li Anan's mood earlier, so he had ignored that two-faced Sun Yingying. But that didn't mean Chen Ran had let it slide. He was a devoted husband who would never tolerate his girlfriend being bullied. "Mocking my Xiaonan, huh? You mess with my woman and it'll ruin your confession ceremony. Xiaonan, give me the remote." Chen Ran snatched the remote control, accelerated the drone, and sent it flying straight toward the kite. On the deck of the yacht where Sun Yingying stood, her name was spelled out in vibrant flower petals, and a heart-shaped pattern was formed with candles on the ground. The kites flying in the sky resembled fireflies in the dark night, and the words, "Sun Yingying, I love you," were clearly visible. Seeing that the moment was right, Sun Yingying's boyfriend Zhao Zitian knelt on one knee before her and pulled out a small red box from his pocket. When he opened the lid, a 1-carat diamond ring was revealed inside. "Yingying, we've been together since middle school. Now that we're in college, in a few years we'll reach the legal age for marriage." Zhao Zitian said affectionately, "Let's break up. I don't want you to be my girlfriend anymore. I want you to be my wife. Yingying, will you marry me?" The surprise came so suddenly that Sun Yingying covered her mouth in excitement, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. This was the most romantic confession she had ever experienced. No girl could resist the charm of flowers and a diamond ring. However, the word most romantic deserved to be put in quotation marks. That was because when Chen Ran had confessed to Li Anan earlier, Sun Yingying and the others were inside the cabin drinking and chatting, having missed that epic scene. Otherwise, Sun Yingying would have realized that her confession wasn't just unromantic. It even looked a bit tacky. "Say yes. Say yes." Sun Yingying and Zhao Zitian's friends, each holding glow sticks, cheered and egged them on from the sidelines. Sun Yingying was moved to tears. Just as she was about to say the words, "I do," something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of spinning propellers reached their ears. Everyone assumed a helicopter was flying overhead and instinctively looked up at the sky. They saw a glowing, unidentified flying object was passed at incredible speed and then crashed straight into the kite. The severed kite, like a bird struck down by a bullet, plummeted rapidly in free fall and eventually splashed into the Pu River. "What was that thing that just flew by, Looks like a drone." A Sharpie person immediately recognized the unidentified flying object as a drone. "Which bastard crashed into my kite?" Sun Yingying stomped her feet in fury. That large glowing kite was visible to anyone with eyes, yet the drone had flown straight into it. The person piloting the drone had clearly done it on purpose. Sun Yingying was fuming. This drone that appeared out of nowhere had ruined the most important confession ceremony of her life. The romantic atmosphere was shattered, and all her emotions turned to ashes. At this moment Sun Yingying was filled with rage, and she only wanted to know who was deliberately trying to spite her. Sun Yingying scanned her surroundings, but everyone looked perfectly normal, and she couldn't spot a single suspicious person. That was because the instant the drone snapped the kite string, Chen Ran had already grabbed Li Anan and hightailed it out of there. Unless Sun Yingying had a third eye in the middle of her forehead, she would never know who was behind the sabotage. Sun Yingying wanted to see where the drone would land, so she could catch the mastermind behind it. But the drone had already flown off to who knows where. There wasn't even a trace of it left. Damn it! Sun Yingying roared in anger. That bastard with the drone. When I get my hands on you, I'll make you eat that drone. Meanwhile, Chen Ran and Li Anan had already reached another area. Having run so fast their breathing was a bit ragged. They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter at the same time. You're so wicked. Li Anan gave Chen Ran a playful slap. A more self-righteously moral girl might have blamed him for ruining someone else's confession. But Li Anan wasn't like that, because in her heart everything Chen Ran did was right. Besides, she knew that Chen Ran was sticking up for her, so Li Anan was secretly delighted. Who told her to bully my girlfriend? Chen Ran shrugged and said, I don't care if she bullies others, but she can't bully you. Chen Ran didn't press Li Anan about what grudge she had with Sun Yingying. If Li Anan didn't want to talk about something, Chen Ran would never force her. Besides, did the grudge even matter? What mattered was that Sun Yingying had mocked Li Anan in public. That was enough. Knowing her boyfriend was so protective of her warmed Li Anan's heart. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a young couple passing by on the street with their child. After a moment of hesitation, Li Anan said shyly, it's getting late. Let's head back and get some sleep. As soon as she said it, her cheeks flushed red. She had hinted so clearly. Surely Chen Ran with his intelligence would understand what she meant, right? Alright, I'll take you back to sleep first. At that moment, Chen Ran's mind was solely focused on how to teach Sun Yingying a lesson, completely missing the hidden meaning in Li Anan's words. Take me back? Aren't you going to sleep? Li Anan stared at him in bewilderment. Was Chen Ran playing dumb, or did he really not catch her meaning? Did she really have to make the first move as a girl? Of course he'll sleep. I just need to run an errand first, and he'll be back to sleep in a bit. Since Chen Ran had spent several $100,000 at Chongping Hotel in one go, the hotel, eager to retain such a high-quality customer, had gifted him a night in a special exotic-themed suite. Chen Ran walked Li Anan all the way back to the hotel entrance, then prepared to go give Sun Yingying a taste of her own medicine. Seeing that Chen Ran truly hadn't understood her, Li Anan quickly grabbed his hand. Chen Ran looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Li Anan hesitated for a moment, then looked toward a family of 3 checking in nearby, and said, Chen Ran, don't you think that little girl is adorable? I really like kids too. Li Anan mustered all her courage to finally voice what was on her mind, and after saying it, she let out a sigh of relief. Liking kids meant she wanted to have a child with Chen Ran. It signified that Li Anan was ready to give herself to Chen Ran tonight. This was no longer a hint. It was an outright declaration. Li Anan stole a glance at Chen Ran, thinking that this time he should surely understand. On any normal day, Chen Ran would have picked up on it right away, but right now, all his thoughts were on messing with Sun Yingying. That's just how men are. When they're dead set on doing something, their emotional intelligence suddenly goes offline. You like kids? I have a little niece who's super cute. They'll take you to meet her next time. Chen Ran was anxious. If he didn't hurry, Sun Yingying and her group might leave. Shout and go upstairs and rest first. They'll be back soon. After tossing out those words, Chen Ran dashed off and vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Anan stood in the wind, utterly dumbfounded. Was this guy trying to dodge his homework? Chen Ran was consumed by thoughts of teaching Sun Yingying a lesson. As the embodiment of a devoted husband, he could hardly let her off the hook. Simply thwarting her confession seemed too mild a punishment. He was determined to deliver a shocking lesson, making it abundantly clear that she couldn't offend just anyone without consequences. Chen Ran headed to the pier and found the waitress who had attended to him earlier. Mr. Chen, how can I assist you? The waitress asked, a hint of surprise in her voice at Li Anan's absence. Yet she didn't presume he was trying to flirt with her behind his girlfriend's back. After all, with a girlfriend as stunning as Li Anan, why would Chen Ran ever glance her way? She was well aware of her place. It's nothing too significant, Chen Ran said calmly. I just need you to fetch some kitchen slop for me. Slop, the mixture of leftover food scraps, is typically processed or used as animal feed and fertilizer. Slop. The waitress hesitated for a moment before replying. He'll get it for you right away. Please wait a moment. She didn't bother asking what he needed it for. On her first day, her mentor taught her that in service the golden rule is to never inquire about matters that don't concern you. Since Chen Ran was only asking for slop, not a cleaver, it posed no threat, so she saw no issue. The waitress brushed it off, assuming he wanted to feed stray animals, and generously prepared an extra portion. Mr. Chen, is this enough? Plenty enough to stuff her silly. Chen Ran took the bag overstuffed with slop. Even though the top was tied shut, he could still detect the faint foul odor seeping out. It was a pungent sour stench, incredibly sharp to the nose. Thanks, will be off now. You get back to work. Chen Ran cheerfully carried the 2 hefty bags of slop toward the riverbank. His earlier remark about stuffing her silly only reinforced the waitress' belief that he was off to feed the strays. Watching his retreating figure, the waitress couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Chen is such a kind soul. Meanwhile, for the confession, Chen Ran had hired a professional drone team, deploying over 1,000 drones. Due to the sheer number of drones, the team was still at the riverbank, meticulously packing them back into cases. Team leader Zhou, I need a small favor, Chen Ran said, approaching the drone team's supervisor directly. His plan to humiliate Sun Yingying required drone support. What do you need? Just say the word, I'm all in. Team leader Zhou said, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile. Despite Chen Ran being younger, he was a walking money tree, warranting the respectful address. You're too kind, team leader Zhou. Chen Ran placed the slop bags on the ground and pointed to Sun Yingying on the yacht. Team leader Zhou, see that girl in the pleated skirt on the yacht? Yes, Zhou nodded, his eyes brightening at her looks. He wondered if Chen Ran was planning to use the drones to woo her. One moment he's with his girlfriend, the next he's trying to pick up another girl. The rich really do live extravagantly. I have 2 bags here, Chen Ran said, gesturing to the slop on the ground. Use your drones to airlift them over there. And then, oi, Zhou pressed. Then, just dump it right on her head, obviously. Got a problem with that? Chen Ran declared matter-of-factly. Zhou guessed the bags contained petals, assuming Chen Ran wanted to create a petal rain as a surprise for the girl. No problem at all, it's simple. Zhou agreed readily, bending down to grab the bags. But the next second, he sensed something was off. Petals would be light, but these bags were heavy, as if filled with something solid. The moment he lifted them, a sharp, sour stench hit his nose. His face contorted in disgust, his stomach churning violently. He nearly vomited. Mr. Chen, what's in these bags? Slop, Chen Ran replied succinctly, leaving Zhou dumbfounded. He finally realized his mistake. Chen Ran wasn't planning a surprise. It was a setup? Dumping 2 bags of slop on someone's head? That's utterly vile. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but I can't take this job, Zhou said, setting the bags down and refusing with a righteous air. Fine, I'll find someone else. Chen Ran wasn't one to force others. Since Zhou declined, had looked for alternatives. As he turned to leave, Zhou hastily grabbed his arm. Team leader Zhou, you said you wouldn't help. Why are you stopping me? Chen Ran looked at him in confusion. Zhou awkwardly scratched his temple, grinning sheepishly. Mr. Chen, you misunderstood me, Zhou said, rubbing his fingers together, his face thick with shamelessness. I meant this job is too pungent for the standard fee. ITLL cost you extra. Damn, Chen Ran cursed inwardly. Had thought Zhou was a man of principle. It turned out he just wanted more money. 10,000, take it or leave it. Chen Ran quoted a price. He had money, but he wouldn't waste it. 10,000 for such a trivial task was already overpaying. Before Chen Ran could even finish speaking, Zhou snatched the slop bags from his hands. 10,000 was nearly half a year's wages for many. Only a fool would turn that down. Without another word, Zhou strapped the bags to the drones, and several shot into the sky. Chen Ran added a final instruction. Just dump it on her head, don't get any in the river, we don't want to pollute the environment. He was a model citizen after all. It wouldn't do to dirty the Pooh River. Even if the slop didn't fall into the river, leaving it on the ground would be a hassle for the sanitation workers. Today's target was only Sun Yingying. As the drones neared their target, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Chen Ran's lips. Sun Yingying. Mocking me I can tolerate and let it slide. But you had to go and ridicule Xiao Nen in public. Xiao Nen is my sacred scale. Touch the dragon's scales, and you're doomed. Your mouth is as foul as slop, so today, I'm sending you 2 care packages to get a taste of your own medicine. Chen Ran might not be the best at delivering a satisfying slap to the face, but when it came to being a nuisance, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. If he claimed second place in that regard, no one would dare claim first. On the yacht after Sun Yingying's confession ceremony was ruined. Zhao Zitian prepared to confess his love to her once more after composing himself. Yingying, no matter what happens, no matter what difficulties we face, I will always be by your side, never leaving you, loving only you for my entire life. Yingying, will you be my wife? Although Zhao Zitian had slightly changed his lines this time, the surprise and novelty from the first attempt were gone, and the level of emotional impact had significantly diminished. It was impossible to muster any excitement. Sun Yingying gently patted her chest, silently comforting herself that although the kite had fallen into the river, she still had the flowers and the diamond ring. I do. Sun Yingying extended her left hand, her long fair ring finger slightly raised, waiting for Zhao Zitian to place the diamond ring on it. However, before Sun Yingying could finish her sentence, disaster struck once again. Splat! As if the sky had suddenly started raining, a large pile of sticky, foul-smelling sludge plummeted down, landing squarely on Sun Yingying's head. She was completely drenched from head to toe, covered in leftover food scraps and liquid waste. Damn, that stinks. What is this stuff? It smells worse than shit. It looks like swill. Why would swill fall from the sky? Seeing this, her companions pinched their noses and scrambled away. At that moment, Sun Ying was contaminated by the swill, her entire body radiating a pungent sour stench, forcing everyone to breathe through their mouths. Ugh! The sour stench from her own body was too much for Sun Ying to bear, and she couldn't help but dry heave, nearly vomiting herself. Bastard! Who is deliberately trying to ruin my day? Sun Ying roared hysterically. First, her confession ceremony was ruined, and now this swill falls from the sky. She was absolutely furious. She instinctively looked up. It would have been better if she hadn't. The moment she raised her head, another splash of swill hit her directly in the face. Because her mouth was open, a significant amount of the filthy liquid seeped into her mouth. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Ying, stay away from us. This is disgusting. Who did you piss off? One by one, her companions leaned over the railing, vomiting violently into the river. Fearing that more things might fall from the sky, they fled into the cabin to hide. Wah! Sun Ying could no longer endure it. She burst into loud wailing sobs, sitting on the deck, crying and dry heaving simultaneously, looking utterly ridiculous. She was in such a miserable state now, a far cry from her previous beautiful appearance. Wowu Xiaotian Wowu. Sun Ying got up and walked tearfully towards her boyfriend, Zhao Zitian, seeking comfort. Wait, don't come near me. Zhao Zitian's face changed color, and he instinctively retreated to the edge of the yacht. If he hadn't known how to swim, he would have jumped into the river and fled long ago. You're disgusted by me. Seeing her boyfriend push her away, Sun Ying felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. You just said you would always be with me, never leave me, and love only me for a lifetime, no matter what happened. You're a liar who goes back on his word. Just seconds ago, Zhao Zitian had been professing his profound love for Sun Ying, swearing he'd do anything for her. Now faced with such a small test, he was already backing out. How ironic. You can't blame me for this, you're really quite disgusting right now. Zhao Zitian defended himself, saying, how about this, go take a shower first, and we'll talk after you're clean. As he spoke, he knocked on the cabin door, hoping his friends would let him in to hide. However, the door remained firmly locked. Xiao Ying is your girlfriend. You should stay out there and take care of her. Exactly. You're responsible for your own girlfriend. Everyone tacitly agreed to lock the door. They weren't going to leave the cabin until the boat docked. No way. Sun Ying now looked like a virus-infected zombie. If she went crazy and smeared that swill all over them, who could stand it? Ugh, just thinking about it was nauseating. Zhao Zitian, why do you despise me? What right do you have to despise me? With her confession ceremony ruined twice, and then rejected by her boyfriend, Sun Ying was on the verge of losing it completely. Don't come any closer. Zhao Zitian was on the verge of tears. He could only flee to the upper deck's helm. Ying, calm down, don't do anything rash. They'll have the captain turn the boat around and take you back to the shore to get cleaned up at a hotel. With that, Zhao Zitian shook the sleeping captain awake. Captain quickly turned the yacht back to the dock. The old captain, over 60 years old with a snow-white goatee, felt someone patting him and groggily opened his eyes. Then the old captain saw a person with vegetable leaves on their head, their eyes filled with immense resentment. Holy shit. Thinking he had encountered some kind of river ghost, the captain was so startled he shuddered, and without a moment's hesitation jumped straight into the Pooh River. Watching the captain swim further and further away, Zhao Zitian stood there dumbfounded. Is this the speed a man in his 60s should have? He's faster than an Olympic champion. Sun Ying, if you come any closer, I'll break up with you. With no room to retreat, Zhao Zitian pressed himself against the helm. He also wanted to jump into the river to escape, but unfortunately, he couldn't swim. Break up? You want to break up with me? Sun Ying let out a self-deprecating laugh, a hint of desolation in her smile, and asked abruptly, you find me disgusting, don't you? Zhao Zitian didn't speak, but he certainly felt disgusted inside. Especially when he thought about ever having to kiss Sun Ying's mouth that had tasted swill. His stomach churned violently, and he couldn't help but dry heave again. Fine. Very well. Sun Ying sneered. If you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today I'm going to disgust you to death. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Ying grabbed a handful of the swill from her body and charged at him. Zhao Zitian couldn't dodge in time and got a face full of the filthy sludge. You crazy woman. They'll fight you. Zhao Zitian was also driven mad with rage, and the two instantly tumbled into a brawl. Their relationship was utterly destroyed. Through the footage relayed by the drone, Chen Ran watched everything clearly. Tisk tisk tsk. That is a bit disgusting. In truth, Chen Ran merely intended to teach Sun Ying a lesson. He hadn't expected it to break up the couple, but the outcome was even better than anticipated. He couldn't be blamed for this. If anyone was at fault, it was Zhao Zitian for failing the test. Having taught Sun Yingying a lesson and avenged Li Anan, Chen Ran was about to head back to be with her. As he turned around, however, he saw team leader Zhou rushing back excitedly carrying 2 large bags. Mr. Chen, I managed to get 2 bags of swill. Want to continue? Chen Ran rolled his eyes. Was this guy crazy for money? Mr. Chen, don't go. Team leader Zhou shouted from behind. They'll give you a discount. 9,000. 8,000. 5,000. Mr. Chen, 1,000. It's a small operation, I can't. After reprimanding Sun Yingying, Chen Ran returned to the hotel to join Li Anan. The exotic suite the hotel had arranged for them was spacious, but it contained only 1 large bed. Unless Chen Ran chose to sleep in the bathtub, he would have to share the bed with Li Anan. When Chen Ran entered the room, Li Anan had already washed up and was lying in bed. Hearing the door open, she immediately sat up. And back. Chen Ran walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, gently pinching Li Anan's cheek. We've been apart for so long, did you miss me? It hasn't been that long, just half an hour. Li Anan found it hard to look directly at Chen Ran. Although they had kissed before, they had never tried sleeping in the same room. And staying overnight in a hotel of all things. Li Anan had never stayed in a hotel before. For her, it was a brand new experience, both thrilling and nerve-wracking with a hint of anticipation. She was curious about what Chen Ran would do next. Isn't half an hour long enough? Chen Ran chuckled, then stood up and took off his shirt. Seeing this, Li Anan quickly raised her hand, shyly covering her eyes. Chen Ran, why are you taking off your clothes? Although Li Anan was mentally prepared to give herself to him, talking about it was one thing, but doing it was another. It was her first time after all. When it came to the actual battle, she began to feel flustered. What am I doing? I need to take a shower. Like many people from the south, Chen Ran was accustomed to showering daily. Plus he had handled swill earlier, so he felt a bit dirty and smelly himself. He couldn't bear it without a shower. Oh, then go ahead and shower. Hearing this, Li Anan felt a pang of disappointment. As she heard the sound of water splashing from the shower head, her fingers, pressed together, parted slightly. Most hotel bathroom walls were made of glass. Even with frosted or other treatments, one could still vaguely see the scene inside the bathroom from the bed. Through the gaps between her fingers, Li Anan could vaguely make out Chen Ran's silhouette. Li Anan, what are you doing? You're a girl, how can you peek at a boy showering? She suddenly felt her behavior was inappropriate, even a bit perverted. So she quickly pulled the blanket up and covered her head. About 10 minutes later, the sound of the shower stopped. Xiaonan, aren't you suffocating under that blanket? Hearing Chen Ran speak to her, Li Anan carefully lifted the corner of the blanket. Due to her limited view, she could only see that he had a towel wrapped around his lower body. Assuming Chen Ran was dressed, Li Anan poked her head out to catch her breath. Phew. But as soon as she exhaled, the sight before her made her gasp sharply. Chen Ran indeed had a towel wrapped around his waist, but his upper body was bare. Previously she couldn't see clearly through the glass, but now Li Anan could see him vividly. Chen Ran was the type who looked lean in clothes, but was muscular without them. His physique was excellent, with every muscle seemingly sculpted. Unlike many boys with flabby muscles, Chen Ran was firm where he should be. Moreover, Chen Ran was still radiating steam, with water droplets sliding down his defined muscles. Li Anan stared, completely mesmerized. Xiaonan, why are you staring at me blankly? Nothing. Realizing she had been caught peeking, Li Anan quickly turned her head away. For some reason, the image of Chen Ran aggressively pouncing on her and kissing her suddenly flashed in her mind. Li Anan, what are you thinking? You need to be reserved. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel those messy thoughts, but her mind was filled with scenes from romance novels. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Finally, I can lie down. Chen Ran didn't overthink it. He lifted the blanket and slipped into bed, casually picking up the TV remote and turning it on. He had to admit, a high-end hotel was different. The bed was exceptionally comfortable. DDO, you not wear clothes to sleep? Li Anan stole a glance at Chen Ran, seeing his arms exposed in the air. A blush crept onto her face, and she quickly turned over. I never wear clothes to sleep. Chen Ran asked subconsciously, do you wear clothes to sleep? I wear. Li Anan's face flushed bright red. She never expected Chen Ran to ask such an embarrassing question. She couldn't help but start imagining things again. Is Chen Ran hinting at something? I'll go put on a shirt. Realizing his words could be misconstrued, Chen Ran felt a bit awkward too. He was used to not wearing a shirt at home, and had almost forgotten that Xiao Nan was right beside him. After putting on a shirt, Chen Ran lay down next to Li Anan. At that moment, an idol drama was playing on TV. The male and female leads were locked in a passionate kiss under a torrential downpour. The atmosphere suddenly became charged with intimacy. Chen Ran, what did you go do earlier? Nothing much, just went to teach a biting dog a lesson. The two chatted idly. After a full 10 minutes, the couple on TV was still kissing, though the scene had shifted to their home. Ugh, what a lousy drama. Let's stop watching and get some rest. Chen Ran turned off the TV and lay down. He was afraid that if he kept watching, he might lose his self-control. Li Anan murmured a soft reply and lay down as well. Without the noise of the TV, the room became exceptionally quiet. They could hear each other's breathing. Chen Ran reached out to embrace Li Anan, but hesitated and pulled his hand back. True love is pure without a shred of impure thoughts. He didn't hold her because he was afraid of scaring her. Thump, thump, thump. Sensing Chen Ran seemed to move closer, Li Anan's heart rate skyrocketed, feeling as if it might leap out of her throat. However, after a long wait, Chen Ran still didn't touch her. Li Anan felt a little disappointed. Chen Ran was usually so proactive, daring to kiss her in front of the whole school. Now that they were alone, why had he become so timid? After waiting for a long time with no movement from Chen Ran, Li Anan bit her delicate lower lip as if wrestling with an inner conflict. The next second, she made the boldest decision of her life. Li Anan turned around and burrowed directly into Chen Ran's embrace, pressing her head tightly against his chest. Xiaonan. Chen Ran was stunned, never expecting the usually shy Li Anan to be so forward at this moment. Chen Ran, can you? Can I what? Li Anan was silent for a moment. Instead of speaking, she leaned in and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. At that instant, it felt like countless bombers were flying through Chen Ran's mind. His brain exploded with a resounding buzz. He had missed Li Anan's hints earlier because his mind was occupied with plotting against Sun Yingying. Now Li Anan's hints were so obvious, almost to the point of being entirely automatic. If Chen Ran still didn't understand, he would be a complete idiot. Snapping back to his senses, Chen Ran pulled the blanket over both of them. Xiaonan, I love you. In the blink of an eye, the summer vacation had come to an end. During this time, Chen Ran had accomplished no small feat. His ice crystal castle had taken the entire city of Donghai by storm. His modest initial goal had been to earn his first million. After all, $1 million in 2008 was no small sum, enough to buy a spacious house. But the ice crystal castle's business had far exceeded expectations, expanding with an unstoppable momentum. Within a single summer, Chen Ran had amassed over 100 million, delivering a satisfying result. Yet Chen Ran's ambitions stretched far beyond this. He intended to spread Ice Crystal Castle across the entire nation, making the name known to all. Moreover, the food industry was merely his first step. He harbored even grander plans. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Hearing the knock at the door, Wang Shuqing emerged from the bedroom, while Chen Ran lounged lazily on the bed in the living room. Indeed, he had yet to move, still crammed with his parents in their modest one-bedroom apartment. In truth, he had already secretly purchased a new house, keeping it from his parents. He planned to surprise Wang Shuqing with it on her birthday in October. She had always dreamed of a better living space, and he knew she would weep with joy the moment she held the property deed. You brat. Lying there like a lump of mud all day. Can't you hear someone knocking? Wang Shuqing scolded with frustration. You're a boss now? Can't you show a little dedication to your company? Every employee at Anshan knew that Chen Ran owned the Ice Crystal Castle, and they constantly praised Wang Shuqing for raising such a brilliant and capable entrepreneur. Suddenly, Wang Shuqing became the envy of the entire factory, her face beaming with pride. However, that didn't stop her from finding fault with Chen Ran at times. She scolded him just as readily. I'm wronged. You never see me when I'm working hard. Chen Ran felt a bit exasperated. Outside, people addressed him respectfully as Mr. Chen, and his employees regarded him with near reverence. But at home, he had only one identity: Wang Shuqing's son. No matter how successful one becomes in the eyes of one's parents, a child remains forever a child, still subject to scoldings and lectures. Wang Shuqing shot Chen Ran a glare before heading to the door. Oh, it's Xiaonan. Come in quick. Seeing Li Anan at the door, Wang Shuqing's irritation instantly melted away, replaced by a radiant smile. Initially, due to Li Anan's parents, there had been some distance between them. But now that Li Anan lived upstairs, they saw each other constantly. Over the course of the summer, their bond had grown remarkably close. Li Anan was a thoughtful and sweet girl, often coming down to help Wang Shuqing with the cleaning and sharing homemade treats with her. As time went on, Wang Shuqing grew increasingly fond of Li Anan, practically treating her as a future daughter-in-law. Hello, Auntie, Li Anan greeted sweetly. Wang Shuqing affectionately took her hand and led her inside. Have a seat, dear. Let me get you some water. No need, Auntie, Li Anan said quickly. School starts today. I came to ask Chen Ran to accompany me for registration. Oh right, today's the first day of school. Wang Shuqing exclaimed, then gave Chen Ran's bed a kick. What are you still lying there for? Get up and take Xiaonan to register. If Xiaonan is late, you'll answer to me. Wang Shuqing shot him a warning glare. Mom, I'm your own flesh and blood. Chen Ran complained outwardly, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Wang Shuqing and Li Anan were the two most important people in his life, and their harmonious relationship was exactly what he hoped for. Who cares about you? Wang Shuqing retorted. Get up and take Xiaonan to register now. If you dawdle any longer, I'll grab the feather duster. All right, Chen Ran said, slowly dragging himself out of bed while muttering under his breath. Once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget your own son. Wang Shuqing, you're something else. What are you mumbling about? Itching for a spanking again? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Chen Ran tidied himself up, slipping into the new clothes Li Anan had bought for him, instantly looking sharp and spirited. Mom, we're heading out now. Wait a moment. Wang Shuqing called them back, pulling a red envelope from her bag and pressing it into Li Anan's hands. Xiaonan, this is just a little something from Auntie. Take it. Auntie, I have my own money. I can't accept yours. Silly child, you'll be staying at school 4 days a week now, and there will be plenty of expenses. Your little savings won't last long. Wang Shuqing said with a smile. This money was originally set aside for Chen Ran's living expenses. He doesn't need it now, so it's the same as giving it to you. Who says I don't need it? I do. Chen Ran reached for the money. Wang Shuqing smacked his hand away. Go cool off somewhere. She didn't know exactly how much Chen Ran had earned, but she knew it was substantial, so she never worried about his finances. Auntie, Li Anan tried to decline again, but Chen Ran interjected, just take it. After we get married, I'll be yours anyway. At the mention of marriage, a blush crept across Li Anan's cheeks. Exactly, he's right for once. Wang Shuqing beamed. We're family now. If you keep refusing, you're treating me like an outsider. Then, thank you, Auntie. With the words spoken, Li Anan could no longer refuse and accepted the red envelope from Wang Shuqing. That's more like it. Wang Shuqing added warmly. Make sure to come home early on holidays. He'll cook all your favorite dishes. Will come back as soon as I'm on break, Li Anan said, her eyes glistening. Despite having no blood relation, Wang Shuqing treated her better than her own biological parents ever had. How could she not be moved? Are you two putting on a soap opera here? Chen Ran pursed his lips. It's just school registration, not going off to war. No need to make it look like a tearful farewell. The two women said in unison, shut up. Wang Shuqing walked them all the way to the neighborhood gate, embraced Li Anan, and reluctantly watched the two children leave. Take care on the road, you rascal. Look after Xiaonan. Got it. Chen Ran waved without looking back. Watching the two walk away hand in hand, Wang Shuqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. How time flies. 18 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The children had grown up, and she had grown old. Li Anan had been admitted to East Sea Normal University, located in Jiangsong District. Although the Normal University wasn't as prestigious as East Sea University, it was still one of the most distinguished institutions in the city. Jiangsong District was a considerable distance from the West City District where Chen Ran lived, and it took them an hour and a half by car to finally reach their destination. Chen Ran retrieved the luggage from the car and took it upon himself to carry his girlfriend's bags. Li Anan stayed close by his side, clinging to his arm like a delicate bird. After celebrating her birthday last time, they had spent a night together at a hotel, but it had only been a brief moment of intimacy, and they hadn't taken things any further. In Chen Ran's words, he and Li Anan were in a proper relationship, not a one-night stand, so there was no need to rush through everything all at once. There was plenty of time ahead, and they would have their chances. Besides, feelings were like wine. The longer they aged, the more fragrant they became. The best way to keep love fresh was to hold on to a little bit of anticipation. Although they hadn't finally broken through that window paper after sharing that night together, Li Anan had become much more relaxed. Now she could engage in affectionate interactions with Chen Ran in public, and though she still felt a tiny bit shy, she no longer resisted at all. Sometimes when emotions ran deep, she would even take the lead. Chen Ran and Li Anan walked into the school side by side, their arms linked. A striking couple that instantly became the center of attention. What a beautiful junior. That guy is so handsome. Perhaps this is what they mean by a perfect match. The students were all stunned. Watching Chen Ran and Li Anan walk together felt like watching a romantic drama. Some guys, seeing that Li Anan already had a boyfriend, couldn't help but lament that a good cabbage had been rooted by a pig. But once they got a clear look at Chen Ran's face, they immediately regretted their thoughts. If Chen Ran counted as a pig, then they were worse than pigs and dogs. Chen Ran teased with a half smile, my little Nan has quite the charm, so many guys are staring at you. Today Li Anan wore a long white dress, her jet black hair cascading down like a waterfall, and a pair of delicate sandals on her feet, fresh and ethereal. Her simple yet refined outfit elevated her aura to another level. There was no denying it. Li Anan looked absolutely stunning today. A single glance was enough to make it impossible to look away. You're teasing me again. Li Anan lightly slapped Chen Ran's arm, her eyes brimming with coyness. In truth, if Chen Ran hadn't pointed it out, Li Anan wouldn't have even noticed the guys around them staring at her. Because her attention had always been fixed solely on Chen Ran, her heart and her eyes held only him. There was no room left for anyone else. From now on, you'll be in Jiangsong District, and he'll be in Jinwan District. We'll be in a long-distance relationship. I wonder if some handsome guy will steal you away. Chen Ran was of course joking. He knew Li Anan very well. She was definitely not the type to be swayed by someone new. There was no need to worry about her straying. He had absolute trust in her. I'm not the kind of person who only looks at appearances. Li Anan said shyly, in my heart you are the best boyfriend in the whole world. She had also made her stance clear. Straying was absolutely out of the question. Back in high school, she had more suitors than just Chen Ran. There were top students, the school heartthrob, some rich kids, and even some smooth-talking older guys from outside. But Li Anan had rejected them all, choosing only Chen Ran. Because she knew deep down that among all those admirers, only Chen Ran genuinely cared for her. The others' so-called admirers were merely after her beauty. Of course, the main reason she chose Chen Ran was that she liked him too. That was the most crucial part. However, words spoken in jest can sometimes be taken seriously. Li Anan's expression suddenly turned solemn because for a couple a long-distance relationship was undoubtedly a huge trial. Although Jiangsong District and Jinwan District were both in EC City, and it only took a little over an hour to meet up, once the semester started they would be busy with their studies and classes, so they wouldn't be able to see each other every day. Li Anan wasn't worried about some other girl snatching him away, as she believed Chen Ran could resist the temptations of the flashy world. But being apart for long stretches would inevitably lead to problems in their relationship. Sigh. Li Anan sighed inwardly. She realized at that moment that she seemed unable to bear being away from Chen Ran. She was already feeling anxious before the semester had even begun. If only she had chosen to attend the same school as Chen Ran, then they could have had classes and meals together every day. Just the thought of it made her happy. Little Nan, if you're worried about me, you can buy me a chastity belt and lock my pants up. Then I won't be able to cheat even if I wanted to. Li Anan burst out laughing and retorted, then what about when you need to go to the bathroom? The bathroom? Do I even deserve to use the bathroom? No, I don't. Chen Ran said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. As long as it puts my little Nan's mind at ease, I'll go castrate myself tomorrow and practice the sunflower manual. No way, I don't want to be sisters with you. Li Anan muttered softly, if you castrate yourself, who am I supposed to have babies with? Chen Ran heard her muttering, but he pretended to be deaf and dumb, pressing further. What? Have what? Say it louder. I said have a baby with your big head. Teased by Chen Ran, Li Anan stopped overthinking. She happily skipped forward. Chen Ran caught up from behind and took her hand in his. Don't you dare let go of my hand, you hear me? Got it. Watching the loving couple, many girls cast envious glances their way. This kind of love was truly something to yearn for. Some single guys felt like their teeth were about to rot from all the sweetness. They had been so happy about getting into college, but on the very first day of registration, they were force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Were they deliberately trying to provoke people? What a downer. Chen Ran accompanied Li Anan to complete her enrollment procedures, then carried all her luggage to the girls' dormitory. Li Anan was the first to arrive, and she chose a bed by the window. Chen Ran thoughtfully made her bed for her, and after everything was set up they went to the campus convenience store to buy some daily necessities like towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Strolling hand in hand across the campus, Li Anan savored the atmosphere. When Chen Ran and Li Anan returned to the dormitory, the other roommates had arrived as well, some accompanied by their parents, and the room was packed. Just as Li Anan was about to greet her new roommates, she witnessed something that infuriated her. A fashionably dressed girl had actually flipped over the mattress Chen Ran had laid out for her. Li Anan demanded, why did you mess up my bed? Is this bed yours? The girl glanced at Li Anan and said, sorry, I thought it was bedding left behind by a senior. Well, since it's already turned over, let's just switch. You take that other bed, and you'll sleep here, okay? As new college roommates met for the first time, introductions were meant to break the ice and lay a foundation for future cohabitation. Yet the fashionably dressed girl with curly hair, without a word of explanation, abruptly tore apart the neatly made bed that Li Anan had just prepared. This brazen act sent an icy silence through the room, hinting at an imminent clash. The other two girls exchanged looks of disdain. Even on this first meeting, they found the curly-haired girl's actions excessively rude. If the mattress had been left behind by senior students, it would surely be coated with dust after the long summer break. Yet Li Anan's mattress was immaculate. Anyone with eyes could see it was brand new, and her luggage still sat beside the bed. The curly-haired girl's claim that she thought it was a leftover from seniors was clearly a flimsy excuse. She simply wanted the spot by the window, and was deliberately trying to seize Li Anan's bed. Sorry, I don't want to switch beds, Li Anan said without losing her temper. She was never one for confrontation, and though the curly-haired girl had crossed a line, she still hoped to maintain harmony. After all, they would be living together for years to come. If relations soured this early, the coming academic years would surely be miserable. Having firmly declined the curly-haired girl's demand, Li Anan walked toward her bed to smooth out the rumpled mattress and sheets. But as Li Anan approached, the curly-haired girl climbed up the ladder and plopped herself down on the bed. Achoo! Seeing Li Anan come near, she deliberately coughed and sneezed, spraying spittle onto Li Anan's face. Caught off guard by such insolence, Li Anan instinctively turned her head to dodge, but her foot slipped. She nearly tumbled off the ladder. Watch out! The other two girls cried in alarm. They lunged forward to catch her, but they were too far away to reach in time. Whoosh! Just as Li Anan was about to hit the floor, a figure shot forward like lightning and caught her securely. Are you hurt anywhere? Chen Ran asked without a hint of blame, for this was not Li Anan's fault. It was the curly-haired girl's deliberate provocation that had nearly sent her crashing down. Li Anan wore a dazed expression, clearly shaken, and only after a long moment did she come to her senses. "No, I'm fine," she murmured. Seeing she was unharmed, Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chen Ran's gaze fixed on the curly-haired girl. This wretch's behavior had ignited his fury. Though the latter wasn't high off the ground, accidents could happen in an instant. He once had a classmate who, while cleaning windows on the ground floor, fell and broke a bone from a drop of less than a meter. With luck, Li Anan might have only scraped a knee or twisted an ankle. Without it, she could have injured her sciatic nerve or pelvis. And the dorm was littered with sharp corners. If she had struck her head, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At best, a gushing wound, at worst, intracranial bleeding. If he hadn't been there today to catch her in time, who knew if Li Anan might have ended up with broken limbs. "My, how did you fall climbing a ladder? Are you okay?" The curly-haired girl's words feigned concern, but her eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, clearly oblivious to her own wrongdoing. The sheer hypocrisy of it was utterly nauseating. Chen Ran's frown deepened. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the other two girls stepped forward to speak up for Li Anan. The cute girl with a round face said indignantly, "What's wrong with you? There's an empty bed, why do you have to snatch someone else's?" Another girl with a cold and aloof expression sneered, "Shameless. Give the bed back." Seeing these two strikingly different pretty girls, Chen Ran was stunned. A sudden thought struck him, something about Li Anan's suicide. The moment he laid eyes on them, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Now it finally hit him. He had seen them at Li Anan's funeral in his past life. If his memory served him right, the somewhat aloof one was Han Xiling, and the round-faced one was Zhu Kiki. At the funeral, they had been discussing Li Anan, and he happened to overhear their conversation as he passed by. That was why he remembered them so vividly. He vaguely recalled that the gist of their talk was about a girl named Gao Meixin, who had been bullying Li Anan relentlessly. It was this that drove Li Anan to take her own life. A possibility dawned on Chen Ran, and his gaze fell on the curly-haired girl. "Are you Gao Meixin? How do you know my name?" Gao Meixin stared at him in astonishment. She had never mentioned her name. How did Chen Ran know? Could it be that her reputation as the school beauty of Chongyuan High School had already spread so far? "Hey, good. So it's you." Chen Ran's face darkened instantly. The reason Li Anan had committed suicide was primarily due to the relentless pressure from her vampire-like parents, which had plunged her into severe depression. But that was merely the trigger. If Li Anan had received proper treatment and kindness from those around her, there was still a chance for recovery. Yet Gao Meixin's daily bullying shattered her already fragile spirit, which was teetering on the edge of collapse. And so she chose to end her life. Gao Meixin didn't kill Li Anan directly, but she was an accomplice to her death. Thinking of how helpless Li Anan had been in her previous life, Chen Ran's fury burned hotter with each passing moment. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh. Boom. Chen Ran could no longer contain his rage. It erupted like a volcano. The next second, he grabbed Gao Meixin's ankle, which was exposed in the air. "What are you doing?" Gao Meixin sensed an ominous foreboding and tried to kick his hand away, but his grip was like iron shackles locking her in place. "Chen Ran, don't." Li Anan knew that Gao Meixin's earlier attempt to make her fall had completely enraged Chen Ran. She wanted to persuade him not to act rashly, but it was too late. "Get the hell down here." Without a word, Chen Ran mustered all his strength and yanked her off the bed. Everyone, including Li Anan, was stunned by Chen Ran's actions. No one had expected him to be so ferocious. If she got hurt from being dragged down like that, it would be a disaster. Gao Meixin let out a piercing scream, her face pale with terror. The bed was only about 1.8 meters off the ground, but at that moment the intense feeling of weightlessness made her feel as if she were falling off a cliff. She felt like she was about to die. As Gao Meixin was about to hit the ground hard, her mother rushed to catch her, and she landed safely in her arms. Though she was unharmed, Gao Meixin was now gasping for breath, her face pale as paper. She was clearly terrified. "Baby, are you okay?" Gao's mother checked her over thoroughly. Only after confirming her daughter had no injuries did the heavy weight in her heart finally lift. Then she turned and began to berate Chen Ran furiously. "What's wrong with you?" Gao's mother, her hair bristling with rage, said, "Why did you grab my daughter? Can't you talk things out? What if she got hurt? Could you bear that responsibility?" Chen Ran sneered coldly. "Where were you when your daughter nearly made my girlfriend fall earlier? Why didn't you jump in and scold her then?" "What? Now you're like a cornered dog lashing out." Hearing this, Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling nodded in agreement, feeling that Chen Ran made a valid point. When Li Anan tried to reason with Gao Meixin, she resorted to dirty tricks to harm him. Now that Chen Ran had taken action, Gao Meixin's mother had the audacity to accuse him of being brutish and unreasonable. They really thought of themselves as princesses and queens. Who gave them the right to decide everything? It was utterly absurd. Realizing she had no leg to stand on, Gao's mother pursed her lips and switched to attacking Chen Ran personally. It's just about changing beds. If you want change, then fine. No need to be so aggressive. Gao's mother sneered. With an attitude like yours, your parents must be terrible people too to have raised such an ill-mannered brat. Slap. Chen Ran raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Though Wang Shuqing and Chun Jinzhong were mere ordinary workers in Chen Ran's eyes, they were the best parents in the world bar none. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, brushing them off with a smile, but speaking ill of his parents was absolutely unacceptable. He would never allow anyone to insult his parents. Chen Ran rarely resorted to violence, but for a shrew like Gao's mother, he wasn't about to indulge her. You dare hit me. Gao's mother looked utterly incredulous, then felt the searing sting on her cheek, and trembled with fury. You deserve that hit. Chen Ran finally understood why Gao Meixin was so spoiled and arrogant. She had inherited it from her mother. Like mother, like daughter. If Li Anan hadn't held him back, Chen Ran would have taught both mother and daughter another lesson. Fine. I'm going to file a complaint with the school authorities about you. Go ahead. Just as the quarrel reached a fever pitch, a portly middle-aged man walked in. Dressed in designer labels with a briefcase tucked under his arm, he swaggered in, exuding the air of a boss. He might as well have had the words, "I'm loaded," tattooed on his forehead. What's all this noise? What's going on? Seeing the man appear, Gao Meixin and her mother rushed over to him sobbing. Gao's mother pointed at Chen Ran and said with feigned grievance, "Honey, that kid hit me. You have to get justice for me." The man looked down and saw a red handprint on his wife's face. "Dad, I just wanted to switch beds and he pulled me off the bed. I almost fell." Gao Meixin added her own embellishments, mentioning only how Chen Ran had treated her, while conveniently omitting all the wrongdoings she herself had done. "What? You fell off the bed. Are you hurt?" After confirming his daughter was unharmed, the man let out a sigh of relief. He strode over, intending to confront Chen Ran. "Young man, you've gone too far. No matter what happened, you shouldn't have resorted to violence." His voice was full and forceful, but the moment he caught sight of Chen Ran and Li Anan's faces, he froze completely on the spot. Why was it them of all people? His mind went blank in an instant, though Gao Meixin remained utterly oblivious to her father's stunned expression. "Dad, it's actually not his fault. I was the one in the wrong. I took someone else's bed without knowing the situation." Gao Meixin looked at Li Anan with a pitiful, pleading gaze. "I simply wasn't feeling well and wanted a window seat. I truly didn't intend to fight you over the bunk. I'm sorry. Cough, cough." With that, Gao Meixin put on a show of coughing as if her health were genuinely fragile. Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling exchanged bewildered looks. Gao Meixin had been full of herself moments ago. How had she suddenly turned into a frail little thing? It didn't take them long to figure out what was going on. The earlier commotion had drawn a crowd, and now the dormitory doorway was packed with curious onlookers, students and parents alike. Gao Meixin was deliberately playing the victim to sway everyone's judgment. It's just a bed. Was there really any need to throw a punch? That's way too much. Sure enough, the clueless bystanders were instantly taken in by Gao Meixin's act, and the accusations began to fly at Chen Ran and Li Anan. Li Anan was a bundle of nerves, horrified that the very first day of school had already spiraled into such a mess. Just as he was at a complete loss, Chen Ran spoke up. "If you're sick, then go to the hospital." His voice rang out with conviction. "Everything has a rule of first come, first served. We got here first, so we have the right to choose. Why should we give it up just because you demand it? If you've got the guts, cough up some blood right now and I'll hand over this bed without a second word." His words snapped the crowd back to their senses, and they realized they'd been played. It was obvious now. Gao Meixin had arrived late, tried to force her way into someone else's spot, and the argument had escalated from there. So that's what really happened. I almost blamed the wrong person. Whoever arrives first gets the bed. Even if she's genuinely ill, that doesn't give her the right to do whatever she wants. Why should she emotionally blackmail people? Giving in is a kindness, but refusing is simply standing on principle. If it were me, I wouldn't budge either. Once the truth was out, the crowd quickly swung to Chen Ran's side, casting contemptuous looks at Gao Meixin. Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling couldn't help but admire Chen Ran. With a single well-placed line, had laid out the entire situation and let the onlookers see what was really going on. Then, by offering to swap beds if she could actually prove she was sick, had shown a magnanimous side. In just a few words, had flipped the whole situation and put himself in an unassailable position. He truly had a way with words. Anyone else in his shoes would probably be flustered and scrambling for an explanation right about now. "You?" Gao Meixin was seething. She was perfectly healthy. How was she supposed to cough up blood? It wasn't like she was going to bite her own tongue. "Shut up." The man barked at Gao Meixin. "He's right. If you're sick, have your mother take you to the hospital. What's all this fussing about here?" "Dad, what are you saying?" Gao Meixin stared at him in utter disbelief. Her father should be on her side, so why was he defending a stranger? Had her father lost his mind? This time the man ignored Gao Meixin entirely. Instead, he stared at Chen Ran, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Mr. Chen, it's an honor. Chen Ran glanced at him. Old Gao, it's been a while. You're certainly dressing more expensively these days. The man was none other than Gao Haiming, the wholesale distributor who'd first partnered with Chen Ran. Back then his shop was on the verge of going under, but after teaming up with Chen Ran had managed to turn things around. Now he was raking in profits hand over fist. In other words, without Chen Ran, Gao Haiming would never be enjoying such success. I owe it all to your support, Mr. Chen. If you hadn't thrown business my way, my little shop would have closed its doors long ago. No need for thanks. Chen Ran's face was cold as he stated. But as of today, my company will no longer purchase any raw materials from you. Our partnership ends now. Ever since Gao Haiming started making money with Chen Ran, he had become insufferably arrogant, growing increasingly dishonest in his business dealings. To squeeze out more profit, he began using progressively inferior raw materials for the ice castle. He attempted to pass off low-grade goods as premium ones to get by. This was not the first time he had resorted to such shoddy practices, and fortunately the company's employees had caught on early. If his substandard products had made it to the market, it would have dealt a devastating blow to the hard-earned reputation of the ice castle. That was why Chen Ran had already told Li Pengfei to completely sever their partnership with Gao Haiming. However, since Li Anan's birthday had kept Chen Ran busy with the factory construction, he had set aside the matter of Gao Haiming for the moment. Now that they had crossed paths today, it was time to settle things once and for all. Mr. Chen, you must be joking. I'm a timid man, I can't handle such shocks. Gao Haiming's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a strained smile onto his face. The news of the terminated partnership was far too sudden, catching him completely off guard. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Ran's expression was stern. In truth, he wasn't angered by Gao Haiming's secret substitution of raw materials. As the saying goes, all merchants are cunning, the desire for greater profit is inherent to their nature. Originally, Chen Ran had planned to let Gao Haiming linger a little longer and only cut ties after the processing plant was completed. However, he had now decided not to wait any longer. Because Gao Meixin's actions had nearly caused harm to Li Anan, that had crossed Chen Ran's bottom line. If Gao Haiming wanted someone to blame, he only had himself to blame for his greed and for raising such a spoiled and domineering daughter. Chen Ran's ruthlessness was justified. Seeing that Chen Ran was serious, Gao Haiming panicked. Mr. Chen, we've always had a good partnership. Why cancel it now? Is it because my daughter offended your girlfriend? Seeing that Chen Ran ignored him, Gao Haiming could only force an apologetic smile. Mr. Chen, please don't be angry. They'll have my daughter apologize to you right away. With that, Gao Haiming turned and glared at Gao Meixin, roaring. Useless girl, what are you standing there for? Get over here and apologize to Mr. Chen and Miss Li. Since partnering with the ice castle, Gao Haiming had been raking in money. Many small beverage vendors, upon learning he was one of the ice castle's suppliers, flocked to him to stock up on goods. While Gao Haiming wasn't exactly rolling in riches, he was certainly earning a fortune daily. He had catapulted himself into the ranks of the petty bourgeoisie. Yet Gao Haiming knew very well that everything he had was thanks to the halo of being an ice castle supplier. Once that halo was stripped away, his little shop would be nothing. Sooner or later, he would be exposed for what he was and face the brink of bankruptcy all over again. I'm sorry. Gao Meixin apologized reluctantly. Spoiled since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation. Being yelled at by her father in public today infuriated her. She certainly didn't want to apologize to Chen Ran. However, having gotten into Donghai Normal University, Gao Meixin was clearly intelligent, not a brainless fool. Seeing the reverence her father Gao Haiming held for Chen Ran, Gao Meixin instantly realized she had bitten off more than she could chew. This man before her was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, from the conversation between Chen Ran and her father, she could roughly deduce that Chen Ran was the mastermind behind the ice castle. Thanks to the ice castle, the Gao family enjoyed a life of luxury, and Gao Meixin had no desire to see their good fortune end so soon. To prolong her wealthy lifestyle, she had no choice but to admit her mistake and apologize. Seeing that Chen Ran wouldn't even glance her way, Gao Meixin seethed inwardly, constantly reminding herself, don't get mad at money. Mr. Chen, my daughter has apologized. Please be magnanimous and forgive her. Let's discuss the partnership matter again. Gao Haiming was old enough to be Chen Ran's father, but since Chen Ran was his meal ticket, his sole source of income, relying on the ice castle, he had to treat Chen Ran like a deity despite any discomfort he felt. I never take back my words. Chen Ran's stance was unwaveringly firm. He wasn't an unreasonable man. He hadn't confronted Gao Haiming immediately for the shoddy goods. But when it involved his family, Li Anan, Chen Ran would deal with it with an iron fist. No matter what Gao Haiming said today, Chen Ran would not change his mind. He would never buy a single cent's worth of raw materials from him again. Desperate to keep the ice castle as a major client, Gao Haiming had thrown all dignity aside, nearly kneeling before Chen Ran in public. But no matter how much he pleaded, Chen Ran remained unmoved. Lately everyone had been calling Gao Haiming Big Boss Gao, inflating his ego. Seeing Chen Ran's relentless attitude, Gao Haiming's temper flared up. Chen, I've already lowered my stance, so much given you all the face, and had my daughter apologize. What more do you want? Gao Haiming pointed at Chen Ran's nose and cursed. You hit my wife, and I didn't hold it against you. Why are you still cutting ties with me? When you first started your business, who sold you raw materials at low prices? Who bustled about his free labor for you? It was me. It was me, Gao Haiming. Fine, now that you're rich, you want to kick me to the curb like a spent horse. That's hardly fair. Gao Haiming ranted on, spittle flying as he unloaded a torrent of grievances. The onlookers felt that Chen Ran was being a bit too heartless, but having been fooled by Gao Meixin earlier, they kept their opinions to themselves. The truth was likely quite different from Gao Haiming's narrative. So this time, everyone chose to watch the drama, rationally fearing another plot twist. They didn't want to embarrass themselves again. Are you done? Chen Ran remained as calm as still water, giving Gao Haiming a cold, indifferent glance. Compared to the agitated latter, Chen Ran appeared exceptionally composed and confident. We are merely business partners. Even if you were my relative, I have no obligation to support you for life. Chen Ran took a large step forward and declared with conviction, yes, your raw materials were indeed cheaper, saving me a significant expense in the early days. But get this straight, I paid for your materials with real money, you didn't just give them to me. I also paid you wages for your help. We're square. If I switch suppliers, my business will still thrive. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Ran paused, then took another step forward. Feeling the immense pressure and aura emanating from Chen Ran, Gao Haiming instinctively stepped back a few paces. I hit your wife because she had a sharp tongue, and she deserved it. Chen Ran spoke with biting clarity. And one more thing, you better understand this, it wasn't you helping me, but me saving you. Without me you would have gone bankrupt long ago, and now you wouldn't even have the wind to drink. From the very beginning, the relationship between Chen Ran and Gao Haiming was purely commercial, mutual benefit with no debts owed between them. Everything Chen Ran had done, he did with a clear conscience. Back when the thug brother Go led a gang to smash their stall, Gao Haiming had cowered in the back, leaving only Li Pengfei and Li Anan standing by Chen Ran's side. Since they were never friends, it was strictly business. There was no need for all that sentimental nonsense, as if the Ice Crystal Castle would crumble without Gao Haiming's support. The Ice Crystal Castle's current scale and influence were built entirely by Chen Ran from the ground up. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Haiming's forehead. Chen Ran's words struck him like a javelin, piercing his vital point with deadly accuracy. Just as Chen Ran had said, his shop had been on the verge of closing back then. Had Chen Ran not appeared out of nowhere, it would have been shuttered long ago. Without Chen Ran, he would have been drowning in debt by now, perhaps reduced to begging on the streets, or even driven to suicide. He certainly wouldn't be basking in such glory as he was now. Lately, Gao Haiming had been so lavishly praised that had lost all sense of perspective. It was only at this moment that he snapped back to reality. In front of Chen Ran, he was nothing more than an insignificant pawn, utterly dispensable with no room to bargain. After calming down, Gao Haiming immediately apologized. President Chen, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn in a moment of confusion. Please don't take it to heart. To his credit, Gao Haiming was somewhat of a figure himself, able to bend and stretch as circumstances demanded, a feat not everyone could achieve. If Gao Haiming had stayed in his lane and obediently followed Chen Ran in business, Chen Ran would have thrown him some scraps, easily amounting to tens of millions in profit. Unfortunately, that was never meant to be. The substitution of raw materials was a minor offense compared to one crucial fact. His daughter was one of the culprits responsible for Li Anan's death. This was a society governed by law, so Chen Ran couldn't kill Gao Meixin to vent his fury. But he had plenty of other ways to exact revenge on her. Gao Meixin had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. Yanking her down from the clouds now would surely make for a painful fall. From a pampered heiress to a penniless nobody, it would deal a devastating blow to Gao Meixin. He truly wanted to see her in such a pitiful state. President Chen, won't you reconsider for old time's sake? Seeing Chen Ran's iron resolve, Gao Haiming could only resort to appealing to sentiment, hoping to change his mind. Honey, stop begging him. Gao's mother couldn't stand it any longer and said dismissively, I refuse to believe our family will crumble without this Chen fellow. That's right, Dad. Stand your ground. Don't let anyone look down on us. Gao Meixin chimed in, curling her lip at Chen Ran. Don't think you're so special just because you've got some dirty money. We're not short on cash either. Go ahead, make our family go bankrupt if you can. Kick me out of Donghai Normal University if you've got the guts. Gao Meixin had been nursing a grudge all along. She believed she had done nothing wrong, so why should she apologize to Chen Ran and Li Anan? After venting her sarcasm, she felt instantly lighter. Chen Ran, however, wasn't angered by the mother and daughter's words. Instead, his eyes lit up as if a thought had struck him. Li Anan and Gao Meixin attended the same school, and Chen Ran couldn't be there 247 to keep watch. Who knew if Li Anan might face trouble in the future? Gao Meixin's outburst had inadvertently reminded Chen Ran of something. To ensure Li Anan's absolute safety and freedom from harm, the best solution was to have Gao Meixin expelled from Donghai Normal University. Chen Ran spoke in a commanding tone. Old Gao, have your daughter transfer to another school. She's not to remain at Donghai Normal University. You tell us to leave, and we're just supposed to obey. Gao's mother crossed her arms and scoffed disdainfully. Just because you've got some dirty money you think you're the emperor of heaven. Think everyone has to listen to you. I'm not transferring schools. What are you going to do about it? Gao Meixin raised an eyebrow triumphantly, clearly believing Chen Ran was powerless against her. Only Gao Haiming's face darkened, for he had dealt with Chen Ran more often and understood his temperament well. Chen Ran wasn't negotiating with him. He was giving an order. Chen Ran wasn't the type to act without a plan. Instinct told Gao Haiming that Chen Ran must hold some trump card that could force them to withdraw from school on their own accord. Old Gao, don't say I'm being heartless. Chen Ran lowered his voice and whispered in Gao Haiming's ear, you skimmed profits by passing off inferior goods as premium ones. I've kept every single substandard item. If I take you to court for breach of contract, what do you think the consequences will be? At those words, Gao Haiming's face instantly changed. Many merchants passed off shoddy goods as premium ones, like those crumbling construction projects built with inferior materials, but such practices weren't necessarily illegal. There was little fear of criminal prosecution. However, Chen Ran and Gao Haiming had signed a contract. If Chen Ran took that contract to court and sued Gao Haiming for breach, Gao would face a massive payout. An ordinary person might not stand a chance against wealthy conglomerates, but Chen Ran was the owner of Ice Crystal Castle, well capitalized, backed by a professional legal team. Moreover, the contract was in black and white, bearing Gao Haiming's signature fingerprint and company seal. If Chen Ran actually filed suit based on that contract, Gao Haiming would lose the case 100%. Not only would he have to cough up every penny he had earned recently, he might even have to borrow money to compensate Chen Ran. The more Gao Haiming thought about it, the more terrified he became. His palms were soaked with sweat. Ugh! At this moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Gao Haiming. He had always believed his secret substitution of raw materials had gone undetected. Little did he know Chen Ran had known all along, and had carefully preserved all the defective materials as evidence for the courtroom. Gao Haiming had always thought he had Chen Ran figured out. Only now did he realize he had underestimated him. His petty cunning was utterly laughable in front of Chen Ran. Old Gao, I'm giving you a way out. Chen Ran patted Gao Haiming on the shoulder. Spit back out the money you've swallowed, and make your daughter disappear from Donghai Normal University. Then he'll let you off the hook. The path is laid out for you. The choice is yours. Don't be ungrateful. I can put you in nice cars and fine houses, but I can also strip you back to nothing overnight. This was no mere warning from Chen Ran. It was a blatant threat. This time Gao Haiming didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Only now did he grasp the true meaning of a mayfly trying to shake a mighty tree. He was the foolish mayfly, and Chen Ran was the towering, immovable tree. Thank you, President Chen. Gao Haiming turned to his wife and daughter and said, let's go. Honestly, Gao Haiming felt no hatred toward Chen Ran. If anything, a hint of gratitude. Had Chen Ran actually sued him, he would have lost everything overnight. Though he'd have to return a substantial sum to Ice Crystal Castle, at least he wouldn't go bankrupt. At worst, he'd be knocked back to square one and have to tighten his belt. Chen Ran had already shown him great mercy. Dad, where are we supposed to go? Gao Meixin asked in bewilderment. Gao Haiming said dejectedly, to process your withdrawal from school. What? Expelled? Gao Meixin was utterly stunned, staring at Gao Haiming in shock. She had no idea that her father had been substituting inferior goods for profit, so she couldn't understand why he was suddenly listening to Chen Ran. Dad, did you misspeak, or did I mishear? Gao Meixin stood rooted to the spot. She had worked so hard to get into her dream university, Donghai Normal University, so how could she possibly agree to drop out? You didn't mishear, and I didn't misspeak. I said you're dropping out. When he said the words, dropping out, Gao Haiming's tone was heavier, filled with an air of absolute finality. No, I won't drop out. Gao Meixin resisted vehemently, knowing that Chen Ran must have said something to Gao Haiming to make her father suddenly demand this. Let's go. Gao Haiming didn't waste any words and grabbed Gao Meixin directly. Honey, calm down, you'll hurt her. Her mother stepped in to mediate, but Gao Haiming gave her no face at all. Spoiling a child is ruining them. Your daughter has become this arrogant and domineering because you spoiled her. Gao Haiming gritted his teeth. He knew Chen Ran's character well enough. Chen Ran wasn't an unreasonable person. If he had just discovered the switched raw materials, at most he would have cut ties with the business. He definitely wouldn't have demanded payback for the money pocketed, let alone insist on Gao Meixin being expelled from Donghai Normal University. At the root of it all, it was these mother and daughter who had offended Li Anan. Gao Haiming knew deeply that Li Anan was Chen Ran's soft spot. Offending others was one thing, but they had dared to provoke the one person they shouldn't have. If they hadn't offended Li Anan, maybe Chen Ran would have shown mercy and left Gao Haiming some money to live on. It was those two who had completely ruined his business. If you don't leave now, I'll beat you. Gao Haiming clenched his jaw. He had no money left and didn't want to stay and make a further spectacle of himself. I'm not leaving. I won't leave even if you beat me. Gao Meixin clung desperately to the pillars, saying stubbornly, "Why should I drop out just because he says so? I refuse." Smack. The moment she finished speaking, the sound of a sharp slap echoed through the dormitory. Gao Meixin stared blankly at her father, Gao Haiming, then raised her hand to her cheek in disbelief. All her life her father had never hit her, never even scolded her. But today he had struck her because of Chen Ran. She simply couldn't accept this reality. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you hit the child?" Gao's mother rushed forward and shoved Gao Haiming aside, shielding Gao Meixin behind her like a protective hen. "Go on, hit me too if you dare," she screamed hysterically. She was just an ignorant woman who had no idea what was happening, only knowing how to blindly shield and protect. "You?" Gao Haiming raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then could only swing it viciously in the air, venting his fury. Why had he ever married such a clueless woman? It said men suffer from choosing the wrong career, women from marrying the wrong man. Gao Haiming thought that saying needed to be revised. It should be men suffer from marrying the wrong wife. A virtuous wife can make a man, but a reckless, evil wife can destroy an entire family. "Fine. You want leave, right? He'll leave." Seeing that he couldn't drag the mother and daughter away, Gao Haiming had to resort to his final trump card. He said menacingly, "If you don't leave, then stay here forever. He'll sever ties with you both. Don't ever come home again." After throwing out that harsh ultimatum, he turned and strode out of the dormitory. The onlookers blocking the doorway quickly parted to let Gao Haiming through. Gao Meixin and her mother were stunned, the situation spiraling far beyond their expectations. Judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem to be joking. Could he really be planning to sever ties with them? "Mom, what do we do now?" Gao Meixin looked to her mother for help. Her father had never been this angry before. "Stop calling for me. Go after your father. Do you really want to be kicked out of the family?" Gao's mother quickly ran after him, shouting, "Honey, wait for me." She was just an ordinary housewife, and her husband was the center of her life. If she truly enraged Gao Haiming and he demanded a divorce, she wouldn't know what to do with the rest of her life. You've got some nerve." Gao Meixin glared daggers at Chen Ran. It was this detestable man who had thrown her family into chaos. "You're the one who asked me to get you kicked out of school." Chen Ran shrugged innocently. "It's the first time I've heard such an idiotic request, so I just had to oblige." "Fine, just you wait." Gao Meixin was fuming with rage. "One day you'll regret everything you've done." With that, she grabbed her suitcase and stormed out of the dormitory. Once Gao Haiming had made up his mind, no one could change it, and Gao Meixin knew her expulsion was inevitable. Whether she liked it or not, she was done at this school. Of course, unless she never went home again, then she could continue studying at Donghai Normal University. But that was impossible. She couldn't even support herself, let alone come up with a large sum of tuition. Without her parents paying, she couldn't continue her studies anyway. With the departure of Gao Meixin's family, this farce came to an end. Seeing there was no more drama, the onlookers dispersed, but not before casting a glance at Li Anan, etching her face into their memories. They all silently warned themselves this girl had an extremely protective and domineering boyfriend, and they must never provoke her. The dormitory, once crowded, was now left with only the four of them. "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier." Li Anan expressed her gratitude to Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling. She also remembered them rushing over to catch her when she fell from the ladder. And when Li Anan was being mocked by Gao Meixin, Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling had also stepped forward to defend her. "No need to be so polite. I thought that Gao Meixin was quite annoying too." Zhu Kiki was forthright by nature, and she despised fake attention-seeking girls like Gao Meixin. "We're all roommates, so looking out for each other is only natural." Han Xiling smiled softly. Compared to someone as selfish as Gao Meixin, a gentle and innocent girl like Li Anan was far more likable. The three girls chatted together and quickly became familiar with each other. Chen Ran helped Li Anan remake her bed, then clapped his hands and walked over to her. "It's almost noon, let's go get lunch." "Okay." Li Anan nodded obediently. At that moment, Chen Ran looked at the other two girls. "Zhu Kiki, Han Xiling, would you like to join us? Are you sure you don't mind us being third wheels?" Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling started to say, then stopped abruptly, asking in unison with surprise, "How do you know our names?" The three girls stared at Chen Ran in astonishment. It had already seemed strange when he called out Gao Meixin's name at first sight, but now he had also blurted out the names of Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling. This defied all logic. After all, they hadn't introduced themselves since entering the dormitory. Could Chen Ran possess the ability to divine their names? How do you know our names? Zhu Kiki and Han Silin pressed forward, clearly intrigued by the mystery. Li Anan also looked at Chen Ran with confusion. Yeah, how did you know? Chen Ran's mind raced at lightning speed before he replied. I snuck a peek at the dormitory roster during registration earlier, so that's how I know your names. Chen Ran let out an awkward chuckle. He had never actually seen any roster, but no other excuse came to mind. He certainly couldn't tell them he had traveled back in time and knew their names from his past life, could he? Zhu Kiki and Han Silin would probably think he was insane. Oh, I see. They nodded, still slightly dubious, but decided not to press the matter further. After all, names weren't exactly classified information, and they'd learn them soon enough anyway. Chen Ran swiftly changed the subject. Come on, let's go grab a bite to eat. My treat. Great. We won't stand on ceremony then. Zhu Kiki was a true foodie, living by the motto, if you're not eager to eat, something's wrong with your head. At the mention of food, especially with Chen Ran footing the bill, she immediately cast all other thoughts aside. Han Silin was about to decline, but seeing that everyone else was going, she didn't want to seem unsociable, so she agreed as well. As they walked, Chen Ran led the way while the three girls strolled arm in arm, behind him, chattering away without pause. Each of them was a stunning beauty, their looks more striking than the last, forming a dazzling sight on the street. There was the aloof and reserved Han Silin, the cute and cheerful Zhu Kiki, and the gentle, soft-spoken Li Anan. Passing male students couldn't resist stealing glances, and some even turned back for another look, only to crash into lampposts in the process. Many cast envious glances at Chen Ran, assuming that any guy escorting three beauties must be incredibly wealthy. Unaware of their thoughts, Chen Ran subtly stole glances at Li Anan. The three girls chatted and laughed, with Li Anan's face beaming with joy. Seeing this, Chen Ran smiled to himself. His invitation to Zhu Kiki and Han Silin was also a way to help Li Anan build good relationships with them. With them looking after her, he could be at ease. He led the three girls to a Western restaurant across from the school, where he even ordered a bottle of red wine to celebrate their dormitory's formation. After the meal, the server approached with the bill. Mr. Chen, your total comes to 1326 yuan. Keep the change. Chen Ran casually pulled out 1400 yuan bills from his wallet and placed them on the tray, holding the receipt. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The server beamed with delight at the unexpected tip, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. That was quite expensive. Perhaps we should contribute, Han Silin said, reaching for her purse. She wasn't one to take advantage of others' kindness and felt indebted. He'll chip in too, Zhu Kiki said, wincing internally, but also pulling out her money. No need. I said it's my treat, so I won't let you pay. Chen Ran refused with a smile. If you feel you owe me, just take good care of Xiao Nan for me in the future. With it put that way, Zhu Kiki and Han Silin didn't insist, as it seemed like a fair exchange. Besides, they were just students with a monthly allowance of a few hundred yuan. Paying Chen Ran back would leave them starving for the first month of the semester. Xiao Nan, your boyfriend, is so generous. Zhu Kiki gave a thumbs up. Han Silin maintained her cool expression. Thank you. Don't worry, even without you asking, well, take good care of Xiao Nan. Having achieved his goal, Chen Ran nodded in satisfaction. The meal wasn't in vain. They chatted together for a while longer before heading back to the dormitory. Many late arriving students were still registering at the gate. Chen Ran stopped at the school entrance. I won't come in. With that, he pulled out a brand new Nokia phone from his pocket. I bought this phone for you a while back, but I kept forgetting to give it to you with all the summer activities, Chen Ran said meticulously. I've already saved my mobile and home numbers in it, and I've topped up 5000 yuan of credit. Use it as you please, don't worry about the cost. You can reach me anytime with this phone if anything comes up. Zhu Kiki and Han Silin exchanged glances, seeing sheer shock in each other's eyes. 5000 yuan of phone credit. Their monthly allowance was only 500 yuan. That amount could cover a semester of lavish meals, and still leave enough for new clothes and cosmetics. There's something else for you too. Chen Ran took out a set of keys and pressed them into Li Anan's hands. I've bought an apartment in your name in the neighborhood across from your school. If you get tired of the dorm, or if you and your roommates want to hang out, you can always use that place. Worried Li Anan might be bullied in the dorms, Chen Ran had purchased an apartment near Donghai Normal University the moment he confirmed she'd been accepted there. Thankfully, the troublesome Gao Meishin was now gone, so Li Anan could safely stay in the dorm without worry. Chen Ran didn't insist she live in the apartment he'd bought. Staying in the communal dormitory would give her a more authentic college experience and create perfect memories. Of course, the apartment he'd bought would always be a safe haven for Li Anan. Whenever she felt down or needed time alone, she could always go there. Cough. Cough. Zhu Kiki and Han Silin choked in disbelief. A phone was one thing, 500 yuan of credit another, but now he was outright giving away a house. And the house was in Li Anan's name. Just how wealthy was this guy? Wasn't he afraid Li Anan might run off with another man using the property head bought? Chen Ran, I'm going to miss you, Li Anan said, hugging him tightly. Having seen him every day before, the thought of not seeing him often now filled her with inexplicable sadness. Chen Ran gently stroked Li Anan's head to soothe her. Silly girl, I'll miss you too. They'll come visit whenever I have time. Witnessing their embrace, the surrounding students were all dumbfounded. Good grief. They were being force-fed a mouthful of public displays of affection before the semester even began. How were they supposed to survive this? Chen Ran and Li Anan embraced for a little while longer before Chen Ran finally tore himself away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, Li Anan would find it even harder to let him go. I'm leaving now. Call me if anything comes up. He kissed her forehead gently, then turned and hailed a cab back to the Western District without looking back. Li Anan watched Chen Ran get into the car, standing reluctantly at the school gate, until the taxi vanished completely from sight. Zhu Kiki tried to comfort her, saying, Xiaonan, don't be so sad. You're only apart temporarily. It's not like you'll never see each other again. Yeah, it's only 4 days of school. You'll see each other on Friday. Han Xiling chimed in as well. A short separation is better than a honeymoon. Besides, Chen Ran said he'd come visit you whenever he's free. Don't be upset. With the consolation of her two new roommates, Li Anan's mood gradually lifted, and the three of them walked back to the dormitory together. Xiaonan, what exactly does Chen Ran do? He gives you a phone and even a house. On the way back to the dorm, Zhu Kiki couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, He seems to be loaded. Is he some kind of rich second generation? Upon hearing this, Han Xiling also cast a curious glance. Giving a phone was one thing, but a house was simply over the top. Even many rich heirs weren't as generous as Chen Ran. However, Han Xiling felt Chen Ran didn't seem like a typical rich kid. He gave off an air of remarkable composure, more like a mature man of vast experience. He was nothing like those ostentatious rich heirs who loved to flaunt their wealth. Moreover, Chen Ran didn't drive luxury sports cars. He chose to take a taxi instead. This relatively frugal style was more characteristic of a self-made man. Chen Ran isn't a rich second generation. Li Anan shook her head. She had been dating Chen Ran since her freshman year of high school, so she knew his family structure very well. Chen Ran's mother works on an assembly line, and his father used to work at a food factory. When the factory went bankrupt, he became a security guard. All of Chen Ran's money now is earned by himself. He's incredibly capable. At the mention of Chen Ran, Li Anan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her whole demeanor brightening as she became noticeably more talkative. Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling couldn't help but exclaim, He earned it all himself. Then he's truly amazing. Chen Ran was the same age as them, just turned 18. Even if you calculated his salary at 2,000 yuan a month, and even if he'd started working from the moment he was born, he'd probably only have made a few 100,000 at most. Besides, wages had only risen in recent years. 18 years ago, a monthly salary was probably only 100 or 200 yuan, or even just a few dozen. And mind you, although Donghai Normal University was in the suburbs, the surrounding property prices were now 8,000 yuan per square meter. Chen Ran had mentioned they could hold gatherings at the house he bought for Li Anan, which meant the place couldn't be small. At the very least, it would be a two-bedroom, one living room apartment of around 60 square meters. With the property price, various taxes and agency fees, it would take at least 500,000 yuan to secure it. They were all the same age, still relying on their families for allowance, while Chen Ran had already amassed a fortune and achieved financial freedom early on. Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling sighed, their admiration for Chen Ran growing even deeper. His accomplishments had far surpassed his peers by a wide margin. They had gotten into Donghai Normal University thinking they were standing at the starting line of success, the cream of the crop among their peers. Little did they expect that Chen Ran was already standing at the finish line. Indeed, one shouldn't compare oneself to others. It makes you feel like a complete waste. Xiaonan, you're so good at picking a boyfriend. Your Chen Ran is handsome, makes good money, and is so protective of you. I'm so jealous I could die. Zhu Kiki nudged Li Anan with her elbow. Does Chen Ran have any brothers? Hook me up with one too. No, Chen Ran is an only child. Li Anan shook her head, then added, But Chen Ran has a good friend named Li Pengfei. He's a very good person, quite handsome too. He's now a senior executive at Chen Ran's company and earns a very high income. I don't care about money or looks. Those are all fleeting. I just want someone as protective as your Chen Ran. Afraid of being misunderstood, Zhu Kiki added, Don't worry, I won't try to steal Chen Ran from you. Li Anan smiled, not taking it to heart. Li Pengfei is a very loyal friend. She recalled, I remember in high school a group of thugs from outside wanted to beat up Chen Ran. Everyone was too scared to walk with him after school, fearing they'd get caught in the crossfire and beaten too. But Li Pengfei, upon learning of the danger, grabbed a rock and charged over. Luckily, the security guard called the police in time, so a fight was averted. After hearing Li Anan's story, Zhu Kiki's interest grew even stronger. Wow, I love a man who values loyalty and brotherhood. Zhu Kiki said with a giggle. Hee, when can you introduce this Li Pingfei to me? I want to taste sweet love too. Then I'll talk to Chen Ran and have him bring Li Pingfei over when he gets the chance. Li Anan was a bit dazed. She never imagined that the first thing she'd do in college would be playing matchmaker for her roommate. Xiaonan, you're the best. Zhu Kiki gave Li Anan a big hug. Birds of a feather flocked together. Since Chen Ran was so outstanding, his brother Li Pingfei surely couldn't be far behind. At the thought of experiencing sweet love herself, Zhu Kiki was overjoyed, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Ahem. Ahem. At that moment, Han Xiling, who had been standing silently, cleared her throat. Both Li Anan and Zhu Kiki looked at her curiously. Besides Li Pingfei, does Chen Ran have any other brothers? Han Xiling said shyly. Tell Chen Ran to bring another one along. I don't have a boyfriend either. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Zhu Kiki burst into laughter. Our aloof and beautiful Miss Han has finally set her heart on a mortal too. Zhu Kiki, you're asking for a beating, daring to mock me. Zhu Kiki made a funny face and hid behind Li Anan. Han Xiling chased her with a raised fist, the two running circles around Li Anan. Xiaonan, grab Cuckoo for me. Xiaonan, ignore her. You two are making me dizzy. The three girls frolicked together, their bell-like laughter ringing out melodiously, captivating the male students who passed by. A long-lost smile appeared on Li Anan's face. For the first time, she felt how wonderful it was to have friends. If she had succumbed to her parents' oppression back, then she might be working a miserable job somewhere right now, without even a chance to attend university. It was Chen Ran who had bravely gone to her home, had a fierce argument with her parents, and snatched back her tuition fees, giving her a chance at a new life. Li Anan couldn't help but picture Chen Ran's face in her mind. Without his persistence back, then she wouldn't have the bright and sunny life she had today. One can't choose where they're born, but Li Anan felt incredibly lucky to have found a boyfriend who cherished her in the vast sea of humanity. Chen Ran, thank you. I will love you forever. The freshman registration at Donghai University was a few days later than that at Donghai Normal University. For the past 2 days, Chen Ran had been in meetings at the company delegating the development plans for the ice castle for the foreseeable future. Inside the conference room, Chen Ran sat at the head while the management staff listened intently to his words. Although Chen Ran was the youngest among them, the ice empire he had built in such a short time was undeniably the talk of the town. The employees genuinely admired him from the bottom of their hearts. In the second half of the year, we will continue expanding our franchise stores, aiming to increase the total number to 5,000. Besides that, in a while, I will personally visit the development zone to discuss buying land and building our manufacturing plant. Once the factory is complete, we will establish multiple production lines. This autumn, we aim to launch the Snow King series of bottled and boxed beverages to be sold in major supermarkets. The employees were both shocked and excited upon hearing Chen Ran's plan. Expanding to 5,000 stores within half a year was no small feat. It was an extremely difficult task. However, everyone present was a young person in their early 20s, fresh out of society, at an age full of passion and drive. Upon hearing Chen Ran's grand vision, everyone felt as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, filled with an indescribable fervor. As for the Snow King beverage line, it was a key project for Ice Castle in the latter half of the year. Although the Snow King series was planned to follow an affordable, people-friendly pricing strategy, focusing on high volume and low profit margins. If they could successfully penetrate the market, it would undoubtedly multiply Ice Castle's market value several times over. Just thinking about seeing their company's products everywhere they went filled the employees with immense anticipation. Everyone work hard. Chen Ran waved his hand grandly and declared boldly, if our performance this year surpasses expectations, all employees will receive a 20-month salary at year-end. The so-called 20-month salary meant 20 months worth of wages. Long live President Chen. The moment they heard they'd get an extra 8 months' pay, everyone erupted in cheers, and a few of the women were so excited they nearly jumped out of their chairs. Ice Castle's compensation was already 30 higher than similar companies in the market, and now, with this additional money, who wouldn't be happy? Some had already started daydreaming about how they'd spend the bonus. Planning department, I want a comprehensive proposal for the Snow King series on my desk within a week. HR department, our company is growing rapidly, and we urgently need top-tier talent. Post job openings on all major recruitment websites and at job fairs. Compensation is not an issue, but we only want elite professionals. Marketing department and sales department coordinate with the planning department. Provide them with the big data on our users' preferences and do your utmost to help them perfect the proposal. Rest assured, President Chen, we will complete the task. Under a heavy reward, there's bound to be brave men. The allure of a 20-month salary was simply too powerful for anyone to resist. Even if it meant going bald from the hard work, it would all be worth it to get that money. In reality, even if Chen Ran hadn't offered bonuses, everyone would have still worked diligently. Many of those present were recent university graduates who had been offered pitifully low salaries by other companies, often extremely low. Not only were the wages low, but they were also forced to accept mandatory overtime. But Chen Ran's approach was completely different from other companies. He valued talent and offered compensation commensurate with their abilities. Under Chen Ran's leadership, everyone felt respected. As a result, all employees devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their work, treating Ice Castle like their own home. Everyone was sincerely grateful to Chen Ran for his patronage and recognition. It was Chen Ran who gave them a platform to showcase their talents. Without Chen Ran there, Bo Lu, a legendary horse connoisseur, meaning a good judge of talent, many of them might still be fetching tea and water for others nowhere near as accomplished as they were now. After all, many of their college classmates earned only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, while they were already making over 5 figures. With such a great boss, what reason was there not to work for him wholeheartedly? The meeting concluded, and everyone plunged into their intense work. Chen Ran and Li Pengfei's next task was to get the factory built as soon as possible. The production factory was inextricably linked to a series of Ice Castle's development plans. Old Chen, when are we going to the industrial zone to discuss buying the land? Li Pengfei was already getting impatient. The most expensive thing he had ever bought in his life was the necklace he gave Li Anan for her birthday. A large-scale transaction like buying land was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. No rush. I need to report for school tomorrow. Let's handle the university matters first, then we'll talk about buying the land. You mentioning that almost made me forget I have to report for school tomorrow too. Li Pengfei slapped his forehead. He had been so engrossed in his work lately, enjoying it so much he couldn't pull himself away, that he nearly forgot something as important as school registration. Your university, South China University of Technology, is quite far from the West City District. Chen Ran's eyes twinkled as he said, why don't you buy a car when you have the time? It'll be more convenient for commuting, and on weekends you can even take your parents on trips to the surrounding areas. I was actually planning on buying a car anyway. Li Pengfei asked curiously, what about you? Aren't you going to buy one? I am, of course. I'm planning to buy one for Xiaonan. Chen Ran had already planned it. He intended to buy a Porsche for Li Anan. Other cars were either too cheap or not suitable for a girl to drive. Buying one for Xiaonan, but not for yourself. Li Pengfei was astonished. Chen Ran was loaded now. He could afford not just a car, but even a yacht. I don't need one. Chen Ran patted Li Pengfei on the shoulder. Isn't the road from your university back to the West City District passing right by Donghai University? I can just catch a ride home with you from now on. Why bother driving myself? Upon hearing this, Li Pengfei nearly laughed in exasperation. Not only did Chen Ran want him to be a chauffeur, but he acted so self-righteous about it. He had never seen such a shameless person. Damn, no wonder you were pushing me to buy a car. You wanted me to be your personal driver all along. Don't say it like that. Chen Ran wagged his finger. Others get a monthly car allowance of only 500, but you get 1,500. Giving me a ride along the way is nothing. You shouldn't be so petty. Li Pengfei was momentarily speechless. What Chen Ran said seemed to make a bit of sense, but he still felt something was off. Old Chen, how about you increase my car allowance a bit more? Li Pengfei raised an eyebrow. You said it yourself, one shouldn't be petty. You wouldn't mind giving a little extra, right? Of course I wouldn't mind. Everyone in the West City District knows that I, Chen, am the most generous and never haggle over small matters. Wait right here, I'll call the finance department right now. Chen Ran took out his phone and dialed the finance office. Hello, this is Chen Ran. Starting next month, cancel Li Pengfei's car allowance. Li Pengfei thought Chen Ran was actually going to increase his allowance, but upon hearing those words he nearly collapsed on the spot. Damn. Old Chen, you unscrupulous bastard. In the dead of night, Chen Ran was roused from his slumber by Wang Shuqing. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Wang Shuqing declared mercilessly as she yanked off his blanket. Today is your enrollment day? Get up now. Chen Ran rubbed his hair, opening his bleary eyes. He lifted the curtain and saw that it was still pitch black outside. Then he grabbed his phone for a glance. It was 4:38 a.m. Oh, come on, he groaned in exasperation. Mom, it's not even 5 o'clock. The roosters haven't even woken up. Why are you dragging me out of bed so early? Wang Shuqing had been praying daily for her son to get into university and bring pride to the family. Now that Chen Ran had been admitted to Donghai University, her dream was finally realized. Last night she was too excited to sleep at all. Well, I was just worried you might be late. Realizing she had indeed called him too early, Wang Shuqing felt a bit embarrassed, but she was not one to admit fault. Mom, the earliest subway train doesn't depart until 5:30. Waking me up now is useless. Back in 2008, smartphones weren't widely used yet, so there was no way to hail a cab through ride-hailing apps like a decade later. The most common modes of transport in that era were waiting at the roadside for a bus, flagging down a taxi, or taking the subway. However, Donghai City had traffic restrictions of vehicles with suburban license plates were barred from entering the city center. To get a taxi with a city license plate, one had to specifically call a dispatch center, a cumbersome process. Buses were cheap, but the routes were winding and interminable. Therefore, for most people without cars, the subway was the preferred choice for heading downtown. So what if it's an hour early? You can wash your face, brush your teeth, and pack your luggage. Time will fly by. Alright. I'm getting up. Please stop nagging. Wang Shuking's constant muttering was giving Chen Ran a headache, so he surrendered and got up to wash up. After freshening up, he had a bit of breakfast. Head out right after you eat. Don't be late. I'm off to work now. Before leaving, Wang Shuqing reminded him, repeatedly terrified that he might be late for such an important event as registration. With a slam of the door, Chen Ran walked to the outermost kitchen, pressed his face against the window, and peered out. Only after confirming that Wang Shuqing had truly ridden away on her electric scooter did he dive onto the bed for a second round of sleep. Even if he caught the earliest subway to school, the gates wouldn't even be open. Who was he supposed to report to? A ghost? He slept soundly until 7:45 a.m. when his preset alarm jolted him awake. He crawled out of bed and stretched. After a yawn, Chen Ran sat on the edge of the bed in a daze for a few minutes before finally dragging his suitcase towards the subway station. It was rush hour, and the station was teeming with a surging crowd. Apart from some students heading to school for registration, most were office workers commuting to the city center. Line 11 in the West City District was the longest subway line in all of Donghai City, stretching all the way from the west to Dongpu District, spanning the entire city. But that was over a decade away. Currently, Line 11 only reached Pushun District. After buying a ticket and entering the station, long queues snaked from every entrance. Chen Ran picked a random line and joined it. Before long, an extra-long train pulled into the station. The moment the safety door slid open, everyone surged forward, using all their strength to grab a seat. For a split second, Chen Ran felt like he was in the middle of the Spring Festival travel rush. His feet hadn't moved an inch. He was completely carried in by the tide of people. In the blink of an eye, the once empty carriage was packed to the brim, and every seat was taken. Damn, this is insane. Chen Ran let out a breath. If he hadn't been gripping his suitcase for dear life, he'd probably be on the train while his luggage was left behind at the station. Failing to secure a seat, he found a spot and stood there resignedly. It would take about 40 minutes to reach Pushun District, where he'd need to transfer to another line. With nothing else to do, Chen Ran pulled out his phone, intending to read a novel to pass the time. He opened the browser and typed in Spirit Classroom. Back then, most people read books on their computers or mobile browsers. He clicked on the first website link that appeared and began to read intently. Spirit Classroom was one of the supernatural trilogy written by author Tinadanis. The first two parts were Ghost Road and Sakura Ghost. Chen Ran hadn't been a novel reader before until a friend lent him a physical copy of Ghost Road. After a single look, he was utterly hooked. Before long, he was completely absorbed, and he had to admit the book was exceptionally well written. The author's mastery of prose was formidable, vividly depicting the eerie atmosphere and sending chills down one's spine. Even though he had read it countless times, Chen Ran was still engrossed. Time slipped by unnoticed until he heard the subway announcement. The next stop is Fengyang Road. You can transfer to Line 4 and Line 6. Passengers getting off, please prepare to alight. Almost there. Chen Ran put away his phone and headed towards the right side doors, ready to get off. Excuse me, coming through. Chen Ran carried his suitcase towards the exit. It was then he noticed something odd at the doorway, a man and a woman. The girl looked about Chen Ran's age, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura with a large suitcase beside her. It was obvious she was also a university student heading to register. Chen Ran gave her a quick once-over. She had a delicate face and a graceful figure. Her short skirt ended at mid-thigh, revealing fair, slender legs. She wore black leather shoes and white lace-trimmed socks. On a scale of 100, she'd easily score at least 95. An absolute stunner. At any school, she'd be the object of every guy's pursuit. But Chen Ran only glanced at her briefly, his attention quickly shifting to the man beside her. That man had a lecherous look, standing right behind the girl, practically trying to press himself against her. After so many stops, most passengers had gotten off, leaving the carriage quite spacious and uncrowded. There were even a few empty seats. Yet this repulsive man chose to stand nowhere else but directly behind that girl. He would occasionally extend his fingers to play with her hair, then lean in closer, greedily inhaling the fragrance radiating from her. His face wore a look of pure ecstasy. What the hell? A train pervert. The lecherous man's behavior immediately brought four words to Chen Ran's mind: train pervert. Such psychologically disturbed individuals do exist in society, but Chen Ran had only ever seen them in the news. This was his first time witnessing it firsthand. No wonder that Island Nation had so many films on similar themes. Art truly imitates life. Any man trying to pursue this girl might have stepped forward to chase the pervert away, staging a dramatic rescue to win her favor. But Chen Ran had no interest in meddling in such messy affairs. Besides, the girl clearly sensed someone pressing against her from behind, yet she didn't cry out for help. Perhaps they were a couple. Mistaking a boyfriend for a molester and beating him up, such absurd mix-ups weren't rare. So Chen Ran simply couldn't be bothered. He just wanted to reach his dormitory quickly and lie down for a rest. The lecherous man, perhaps catching a glimpse of someone approaching from the corner of his eye, quickly shifted position, creating a gap. Having woken up too early, Chen Ran's mind was still in a fog. Without a second thought, he took the spot behind the girl. At that moment, a child came barreling in and collided squarely with Chen Ran's back. With one hand on his suitcase and the other rubbing his eyes, Chen Ran had no free hand to grab the handrail. The sudden impact sent him completely off balance. Caught completely off guard, Chen Ran stumbled forward, his momentum carrying him straight into the girl ahead, pinning her against the door. The lecherous man beside them was stunned by the sight. Could it be Head met a fellow enthusiast? The lecherous man instinctively assumed Chen Ran was a kindred spirit, a fellow pervert, and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Head thought himself bold, but he only dared to inhale the girl's scent. This kid was even bolder. Head practically cabadoned the girl against the door. Good heavens! If not for the countless eyes watching, the lecherous man would have knelt down in reverence, shouting, "Oh great founder, please accept this disciple's bow." Sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Ran quickly stepped back to create distance from the girl. Although someone had bumped into him, the root cause was that Head knocked her down. An apology was only natural. How dare you? The girl trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. She had already felt someone toying with her hair and leaning in to sniff from behind earlier. She had initially thought to endure it. But who knew the culprit would get bolder, pressing his whole body against her. This time she couldn't tolerate it. Slap. The girl spun around and slapped Chen Ran across the face. His reactions were already dulled from waking up early, and he never expected her to strike, so he took the full force of the blow. Are you insane? Why did you hit me? You deserve it. Standing behind me doing all sorts of filthy, despicable things. Did you think every girl is too timid to fight back? Clearly she had mistaken Chen Ran for the pervert who had been harassing her all along. You pervert, you lecher, you trained molester. The girl pointed at Chen Ran's nose and unleashed a torrent of insults, spewing every derogatory term she knew. You bimbo with no brains. Chen Ran fumed. Look at this face. Do I look like some sleazy degenerate? Don't think just because you're handsome you can do whatever you want. The girl placed her hands on her hips and declared with righteous indignation, a refined scoundrel, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a beast in human form. That's exactly what you are. You're a big bad wolf in disguise. I'm truly not a wolf. The one who harassed you wasn't me, it was him. Chen Ran cursed as he began to point out the lecherous man, but when he turned his head he saw the train doors were already open. The pervert had long since fled through another exit. You're the only one here. Who else can I blame? The girl grabbed Chen Ran by the collar. Come on, we're going to see the police. I'm going to rid society of a scourge today. Fine, let's go. Think I'm scared of you. The two got off the train, found a staff member, and after hearing both accounts the staff member called the police. Officer, please take this hooligan to the station. You're the hooligan. Your whole family are hooligans. You degenerate. I curse you to never find a girlfriend. Sorry, but I already have a girlfriend, and she's prettier than you. I suspect you've taken a liking to me, and are just making excuses to cling to me. If I ever liked you, my name Shenro wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. Chen Ran and the girl went back and forth, bickering endlessly, giving the officer a splitting headache. Enough. Stop arguing. The officer silenced them. You both look like university students, highly educated. Arguing in public like fishwives. What kind of example is that? We'll know exactly what happened once we check the surveillance footage. Under the officer's lead, they went to the monitoring room and rewound the footage to minutes before the incident. Sure enough, the screen showed a lecherous man standing behind Shinroro. Then Chen Ran walked over, and the lecherous man sidled away. The footage proved Chen Ran wasn't lying. He had indeed been knocked over by a child inadvertently bumping into Shinroro. It was definitely not intentional. Alright, the matter is settled. The officer analyzed. The one who harassed you was that tall, skinny, middle-aged man. This young man is innocent. Thank heavens justice prevails. I'm more wrong than doughy. Chen Ran wailed in mock misery. I shouldn't have lived my life with utmost integrity, and now my reputation is ruined by you, you brainless bimbo. Shinruo hung her head in shame, wishing she could spit acid at him. But she knew she had been wrong, so she swallowed her pride. Alright, the young lady was just defending herself. Ooh, she didn't mean any harm. The officer stepped in to mediate. Since everything is clear, let's call it a day. I assume you two are heading to school to register. Off you go, don't be late. With the officer intervening, Chen Ran couldn't press the matter further and had to accept his misfortune. He really regretted not leaving earlier as his mother had advised. Wait up. Chen Ran was pulling his suitcase towards the subway when Shinruo caught up and blocked his path. What? Didn't get enough of hitting me. Want another slap? No, I wanted to apologize. Shinruo said sheepishly. I misjudged you earlier. I'm sorry. Slap. The moment she finished speaking, Chen Ran delivered a resounding slap. Now I'll say it too, I'm sorry. After leaving those words, Chen Ran walked away without looking back, leaving Shinruo standing there in utter bewilderment. I got slapped. Shinruo looked dazed, touching her cheek in disbelief. Hiss. The fiery sting instantly jolted her back to her senses. Damn it. How dare he hit me? Shinruo stomped her feet in fury. Even her parents had never laid a hand on her since she was a child. She never imagined that her first time would be taken by Chen Ran. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she grabbed her suitcase and chased after him. Shinruo sprinted all the way and finally caught up with Chen Ran, who was waiting for the subway at the station. She stormed up to him, fuming. Why did you hit me? Shinruo demanded, hands on her hips, radiating fury. The bystanders waiting for the train instantly sensed drama and turned to watch. It had to be said, Chen Ran and Shinruo's looks were truly striking. Everyone quickly conjured up a scenario of a young couple fighting, the guy storming off after striking her, and the girl desperately chasing after him. You're allowed to hit me, but I'm not allowed to hit you. What kind of logic is that? Chen Ran cast a sidelong glance at Shinruo, casually picking his ear as he said, besides, I already apologized to you. Be a bigger person and don't be so petty. Hearing Chen Ran's words, Shinruo was about to explode with rage. She got hit for apologizing, and now he tells her to be magnanimous. How thick-skinned must this guy be to utter such shameless words? You? Shinruo pointed furiously at Chen Ran, about to speak, but he suddenly grabbed her slender finger. Shinruo froze. What was this guy up to? Just as she was wondering, Chen Ran leaned in slightly, his gaze dark and intense as he stared at her. If you don't want that finger anymore, just say so. Point at me again, and I'll snap it off for you. With that, Chen Ran applied a bit of pressure. Realizing he was truly about to break her finger, Shinruo broke out in a cold sweat. She yanked her finger free from his grip with all her might. You bully, Shinruo said pitifully, picking on a girl like me. What kind of man are you? This time she didn't dare point at Chen Ran again, hiding her hands behind her back, terrified he might grab and snap them. I was wrong to hit you first, and I already apologized. How could you hit me? Shinruo felt that if she hadn't apologized, she could barely accept Chen Ran's retaliation. But she had apologized and still got slapped. That was just unjust. Heh. Chen Ran let out a cold laugh and said with full force, if apologies actually worked, I'd beat your face into a monkey's butt. Shinruo was momentarily stunned. Every mistake comes with a price. If apologies were enough, could anyone just say sorry and get away with anything? Shinruo fell into thought, suddenly feeling that Chen Ran's words made some sense, but not entirely. Chen Ran couldn't be bothered with her. Seeing the subway arriving, he boarded the train directly. Hey, wait up. I haven't gotten on yet. By the time Shinruo snapped back to reality and tried to board, the doors were already closing. Lugging her suitcase, she couldn't make it in time. Realizing she had missed the train, Shinruo could only stamp her foot in frustration and wait for the next one. Donghai University, the top institution in Donghai City, was located in the heart of Jinwan District. To accommodate students, the city government had established the Donghai University Station. After getting off the subway, Chen Ran only needed to walk a few hundred meters to reach the campus gate. Wow, that guy is so handsome. The freshmen this year are really something. I've already seen several good-looking guys, but this one takes the cake. I wonder what major he's in. I'd love to get to know him. The moment Chen Ran appeared, he drew the attention of countless admirers. The girls buzzed with chatter about him. Besides the freshmen, the upperclassmen also noticed this exceptionally handsome new junior. Unlike the shy, fresh-out-of high school girls, the senior girls had a year of college life behind them. They were more confident and outgoing. The high school graduates were relatively plain, while the senior girls knew how to dress themselves up. Each one was youthful and charming, captivating at first glance. A few bold senior girls approached him directly. Handsome, you're a freshman, right? How about we add each other on QQ? A senior girl with wavy hair said. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask me anytime. In 2008, WeChat hadn't been born yet. QQ was the go-to social app for young people. However, phones were still fairly basic back then, so mobile QQ was only good for chatting and little else. Wow, this kid is drowning in good luck with the ladies. So jealous, he's getting hit on by seniors before school even starts. That senior is gorgeous and those legs are endless. If I had a girlfriend that pretty, I'd be laughing in my sleep. The guys cast envious glances at Chen Ran, but he remained unfazed. He pointed to a patch of shade not far away. Senior, see that shade over there? The senior girl paused, then nodded and asked, yeah, what about it? The senior girl was baffled, not understanding what shade had to do with adding him on QQ. Could it be that Chen Ran thought it was too hot and wanted to chat under the trees? Still don't get it. I mean, go cool off somewhere else. Without sparing the senior another glance, Chen Ran pulled his suitcase and headed toward the registration desk. Xiao Shui, I can't believe this happened to you. This junior has impossibly high standards. He doesn't even fancy our class beauty. Xiao Shui, if you want to cry, go ahead. Seeing their friend rejected by Chen Ran, several senior girls gathered around teasing and laughing without mercy. "You lot asking for a beating, are you?" The rejected senior girl raised her fist, and the others immediately bolted, their laughter echoing across the campus. Before long, Chen Ran had completed his registration and headed straight to the dormitory. Not long after he left, a girl in a dress rushed breathlessly to the registration area. Wow, what a stunner. The moment they saw her, every guy's eyes lit up. Having run too fast, the girl was slightly out of breath. Ignoring the stares, she pulled her admission letter from her bag. Holding it with both hands, she respectfully handed it to the teacher. The stern-faced female teacher opened the letter and glanced at it. Seeing the teacher remain silent, the girl felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing her lateness had displeased the teacher. She took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, teacher. My name is Chen Ran." In his previous life, Chen Ran had attended Donghai University, so he was already familiar with the campus environment. After a few turns, he arrived at the boys' dormitory. The dormitory door was open and 3 male students were standing together chatting. Chen Ran walked into the dormitory feeling a bit nostalgic. It was the same dormitory as in his previous life, and the roommates were the same group. The familiar surroundings and people gave Chen Ran a sense of déjà vu. "Oh, our last brother is here." Seeing Chen Ran appear, the 3 male students smiled and came up to greet him, taking the initiative to shake hands, and then began to introduce themselves. One male student wearing jeans spoke first. "Hello, I'm Zhang Kai, you can call me Lao Zhang." "Tang Jun." The second male student stated his name. He had a neat crew cut, a cold look in his eyes, and his speech was as concise as his demeanor. "My name is Yin Jinxiaozhen, for revitalizing China Xiao, for chivalrous hero." The last male student wearing a shirt also introduced himself. He was bold and generous indeed, quite like an ancient chivalrous hero. "Hello, my name is Chen Ran Chen from East Chen Ran for burning." Chen Ran smiled and introduced himself, then shook hands with each of them. Actually, Chen Ran knew them very well. These 3 were all freshmen in the same year as Chen Ran. Moreover, in his previous life, they were his close buddies during college with a very tight bond. However, last time, when he sent Li Anan to register, he accidentally let slip the names of Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling, almost causing a misunderstanding. So this time Chen Ran learned his lesson and simply pretended not to know them. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. After a simple introduction, everyone chose a bed under consultation. "Old buddy, we meet again." Chen Ran touched the bed board and smiled knowingly. The bed he had been assigned was exactly the one he had slept on in his previous life. Others could only sleep for 4 years, but he could sleep for 8. He was almost developing an emotional attachment to it. Chen Ran suddenly thought that in the past the dormitory was empty every Friday night. In the future, if he had a chance, he could bring Li Anan to sleep over. Sneaking a girlfriend into the dormitory to stay overnight. Just thinking about it was thrilling. After tidying up the beds, Yan Jinxiao felt that addressing each other by full names was too formal, so he suggested ranking by birthdays. Everyone revealed their birthdays, and the order from oldest to youngest was Yan Jinxiao Chen Ran Zhang Kai Tang Jun. Yan Jinxiao was generous and the oldest, so he naturally became the dormitory head. "Since we're all so happy today, let me treat everyone to dinner tonight. Celebrate our successful admission to Donghai University, taking the first step towards success." No one objected to the treat. They quickly agreed to go to the barbecue restaurant across from the school for skewers in the evening. After handling some trivial matters, it was almost dark. The 4 of them gathered in the dormitory and headed to the barbecue restaurant together. The area around the university was filled with all kinds of shops offering countless varieties of food and snacks, so there was no need to worry about the school cafeteria's food not suiting one's taste. Whatever you wanted to eat, you could find nearby. "Boss, 4 people. Coming right up." Seeing customers, the boss quickly unfolded the tables and chairs that were folded against the wall, setting up the seats in less than 5 seconds. "4 handsome guys, take your time looking, and just call me when you're ready to order." The boss put down the pen and menu, then went back to work. In this era, there was no such advanced thing as ordering by phone. Usually the menu in small shops was a piece of paper about the size of A4. To order, you simply ticked the box next to the dish name. If you wanted to order more, you could write a number. "What do you guys want to eat? Any dietary restrictions?" Yan Jinxiao glanced at everyone. Although he was treating, he still wanted to ask for their opinions. After all, it wouldn't be good to order something others didn't like. "No, you're treating, so you order. Don't worry about us." After everyone said they had no restrictions, Yan Jinxia casually ordered some skewers and called the boss over. "Handsome, total is 284, just give 280. In such small shops, it was common to pay first and then eat. Yan Jinxia took out 300 yuan bills without a word. Chen Ran didn't rush to pay, although he had money. Some bills couldn't be paid casually. Today, Yan Jinxia was the host. If Chen Ran paid, it would be like stealing the spotlight, and Yan Jinxia would lose face. Moreover, Chen Ran knew that Yan Zengxia's parents were both civil servants, so his family was quite well off, and he had a monthly allowance of nearly 2,000. A few hundred yuan was nothing to Yan Jinxia. After a while, their order arrived. A silver rectangular tray was piled high with various skewers. A whole large platter. Handsome, here are some drinks for you. The boss was quite savvy. He had dropped the change from the price, and also threw in a few bottles of iced snow beer. Everyone, don't be shy, dig in. Yan Jinxiao opened the beer and poured a glass for everyone. Chen Ran grabbed a sausage without hesitation and took a big bite. Seeing Chen Ran start eating, Zhang Kai and Tang Jun felt comfortable reaching for skewers. As soon as the grilled meat entered his mouth, it was filled with the aroma of meat, and then a sip of iced beer instantly washed away the greasiness. A mouthful of meat and a mouthful of ice-cold beer. It was incredibly satisfying. Yan Jinxia had ordered nearly 300 yuan worth of skewers, but the four of them were young men still growing. Before long, the skewers were all gone, leaving only a table full of wooden sticks. Burp. Zhang Kai let out a burp and said, "This place's skewers are really good. I'm almost stuffed." The taste is indeed good. Yan Jinxia had a toothpick in his mouth. Whenever we have time, we can come here often to treat ourselves. Chen Ran and the others were chatting happily when a voice broke the harmonious atmosphere. "Junior, I haven't seen you before. You must be a new student at Donghai this year." Hearing this, Chen Ran and the others turned to look. Not far away, a table of 4 girls was sitting, presumably also celebrating their admission to university. However, at that moment, several young men were pestering the girls. "Junior, let's add QQ." The leading boy had a messy hairstyle, looking rough and unkempt, not at all like a Donghai University student, more like a street thug. "Sorry, I don't use QQ." The girl who was asked for QQ politely declined. Of course she had QQ, but she simply didn't want to give it. "Don't be shy. We're all from the same school. Adding QQ won't hurt. They'll look out for you in the future, senior." The girl had clearly refused, but the leading boy kept pestering her relentlessly. He even started to get physical with her. Bang! The hot-blooded youth, Yan Jinxia, couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table heavily and stood up from his seat. "She clearly doesn't want to add your QQ. Why do you keep pestering her?" At these words, the boy with the messy hairstyle immediately looked over. Chen Ran let out a helpless sigh and his heart silently flexed his muscles. Ready to fight. The girl, being harassed for her QQ number, sat with her back to Chen Ran and the others, her face hidden from view. Yet this did nothing to deter Yan Zengxia's heroic impulses. His warm-hearted and chivalrous nature lived up to the xia in his name. Whenever he witnessed injustice, he would step forward without hesitation. In their past lives, Chen Ran and Yan Jinxia had often played the role of righteous heroes. They had even bravely apprehended 2 pickpockets who stole from an elderly man on a bus. Chen Ran vividly remembered that those thieves had carried switchblades, and Yan Jinxia had been stabbed in the process, requiring a hospital stay. The incident had even made the news on Donghai TV, and the school had lavishly commended their courageous act. "Second brother, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Kai and Tang Jun stared at Chen Ran in bewilderment as he rolled his neck and stretched his arms, uncertain of his intentions. Yet an ominous feeling lingered in the air. What else? Getting ready for a fight, of course. Chen Ran knew Yan Zengxia's temperament all too well. He would surely drive away those senior students harassing the girl, so a brawl was inevitable. A fight? Zhang Kai and Tang Jun were taken aback. Getting into a fight at the very start of the semester would normally worry anyone about the impact on their academic career. But these two were cut from a different cloth. Instead of any trace of concern, excitement lit up their faces. They looked even more eager to jump into the fray than Chen Ran himself. The senior student with the side-part hairstyle strode up to Yan Jinxia, giving him a once-over. Noticing the plain attire of Chen Ran and his friends, a sneer of contempt curled at the corner of his mouth. "Hey kid, you new here? Do you have any idea who I am?" The side-part senior was quite well known on campus, believing every student at Donghai University should recognize him. Since Yan Jinxia and his group didn't, they must be freshmen. "Isn't that Xian Jialong? His dad apparently runs a factory and has business dealings with major conglomerates, loaded filthy rich." The crowd enjoying late-night snacks included not just newcomers, but many returning students who instantly recognized Xian Jialong's identity. Some gazed at Xian Jialong with envy, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, saving himself decades of struggle. Others held him in utter contempt, dismissing him as nothing more than a spoiled heir. "I heard the guy holds Canadian citizenship, and with his family's wealth he's lured countless young women into his trap. Plenty of girls at our school have fallen victim to him. All he's got is a pile of dirty money. What's so impressive about that?" "Exactly. If not for his family pulling strings, he'd never have set foot through the gates of Donghai University." Clearly, Qian Jialang's reputation on campus was far from favorable. Hearing the whispers about his family background only made Qian Jialong puff up with even more arrogance. He extended a finger and jabbed it hard into Yan Zengxia's shoulder. "Who the hell do you think you are, daring to meddle in my business?" The moment those words left his mouth, the air crackled with tension. Qian Jialong was clearly provoking them. Who could tolerate such insolence? Yin Xingxia's brow furrowed deeply as he clenched his fists ready to teach the scoundrel a lesson when Chen Ran rose to his feet nearby. Qian Jialong, you're still the same piece of work, not a shred of change. Chen Ran snatched up a liquor bottle and slammed it hard against the sharp corner of the table. Crack! The bottle shattered cleanly in two. Gripping the neck of the broken bottle, he declared, "If you're going to fight, get on with it. Stop droning on like some old woman." "Young man, calm down. Let's talk this through." The shop owner rushed over to mediate, fearing that a bloody brawl in his establishment would spell the end of his business. "Boss, stand back so you don't get caught in the crossfire. This matter is ours to settle today." Qian Jialang's heart skipped a beat, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Had never shied away from a fight, but facing Chen Ran, who was like a rabid dog ready to grab a weapon at the slightest provocation, who wouldn't feel a chill of fear. "You know me." Qian Jialong studied Chen Ran, gleaning from his tone that the latter was indeed familiar with him. "Heh." Chen Ran sneered coldly. "Know you? I've even beaten you black and blue before." And it was true. Chen Ran did know Qian Jialong. Donghai University had a business school designed as a gilded haven for rich second-generation heirs, and Qian Jialong was a member. In their past life, Qian Jialong had once harassed a female classmate of Chen Ran's, prompting all the male students in the class to organize and stand up for her. Over a dozen male students stormed into the business school, dragged Qian Jialong out, and gave him a thorough beating. Chen Ran, the sly fox, had pretended to play peacemaker, shouting, "Stop, don't fight," while sneakily landing a few extra kicks of his own. The incident had blown up into a major scandal, but the school, eager to protect its reputation, hushed the whole thing up. Qian Jialang's parents knew their son was in the wrong and dared not press the matter, so despite their displeasure, they were forced to swallow their anger. After that incident, perhaps haunted by the psychological trauma of the beating, Qian Jialong had become noticeably more restrained. "You think I'm scared of you just because you're holding a bottle?" Qian Jialong declared, puffing up his neck, though his heart was trembling with terror. But with so many eyes watching, backing down now would mean losing all face at Donghai University forever. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, the girl who had been harassed for her QQ number stepped forward. "Your problem is with me. They have nothing to do with this." The girl was principled. She was grateful to Yin Jinxiao for coming to her defense, but she had no desire to drag him and his friends into trouble on her account. Getting into a fight right at the start of the semester was a serious offense. At best it meant disciplinary action, at worst expulsion. As the girl approached Chen Ran, and she locked eyes, both faces registering sheer astonishment. In unison they exclaimed, "It's you." Chen Ran never imagined the girl would be Shen Ruo, and Shen Ruo couldn't fathom why Chen Ran was there either. Qian Jialang's eyes darted around slyly. He was terrified that Chen Ran might actually use that jagged bottle on him, so the last thing he wanted was a physical confrontation. Noticing that Chen Ran and Shen Ruo seemed to know each other, Qian Jialong seized the opportunity to save face. "Junior, since she's your woman, I'll let it slide for your sake today." With that, he turned to slip away. The sight of that sharp bottle in Chen Ran's hand was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But just as Qian Jialong took a step, Chen Ran grabbed his arm. "Hold on, Senior Qian. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't set my sights on such an ugly woman." With that, Chen Ran tossed the bottle aside. "Do whatever you want with this girl. We four are done here." The two who had been on the verge of brawling moments ago suddenly turned cordial, and Chen Ran directly dragged Yin Jinxiao and the others away from the scene. Yin Jinxiao asked with concern, "Second brother, are we really just leaving like that? Won't that girl get into trouble? We're right next to the school. She won't come to any harm." A memory of Shen Ruo slapping him surfaced in Chen Ran's mind, and his anger flared anew. "You have no idea. That woman is a wildcat. And when she hits, it hurts like hell." Everyone was utterly bewildered, completely unable to fathom what Chen Ran was up to. Just moments ago, he had been brandishing a weapon, vowing to have it out with Qian Jialong, and now in the blink of an eye, he was making a hasty retreat. His change of heart was almost too swift to comprehend. The crowd fell into deep thought. Could it be that Chen Ran fled because he was intimidated by Qian Jialang's family background? That seemed impossible. From their earlier exchange, it was clear that Chen Ran knew Qian Jialong. If Chen Ran had been afraid, he wouldn't have stepped forward in the first place. He could have simply sat on the sidelines, keeping quiet and playing the part of a passive spectator. Suddenly, everyone recalled Chen Ran's earlier remark about Shenruo being ugly. Could it be that her appearance had made him change his mind? The group instinctively glanced at Shenruo and immediately dismissed the thought. Her beauty was simply too striking. She was easily one of the top 10 most beautiful girls on campus. If someone as gorgeous as her could be considered ugly, then countless other girls would be utterly disheartened. They racked their brains, but still couldn't guess what was going on inside Chen Ran's head. The reason was actually quite simple. Chen Ran had a grudge against Shenruo from their encounter at the subway station, so he was unwilling to help her out of this predicament. Qian Jialong was equally baffled. He had been ready to give up his pursuit of Chen Ran, but never expected Chen Ran to beat him to the punch and flee the scene. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a wave of elation washed over Qian Jialong. With Chen Ran and his friends out of the way, he could now freely pursue Chen Ran. "Junior, it seems your savior has abandoned you," he said with a sly, annoying grin. "If you don't want to add me on QQ, that's fine. Just give me your phone number instead." Chen Ran treated Qian Jialong as if he were invisible. Her gaze was fixed intently on Chen Ran's retreating figure, her cheeks puffed out in anger. She didn't care that he hadn't helped her, but she couldn't tolerate being called ugly. How dare he say that? Was there something wrong with that jerk's sense of aesthetics? "Junior, I'll take your silence as a yes," Qian Jialong said, seeing that she seemed to be in a trance. He began to reach for the phone, peeking out of her pocket. Just as he was about to use it to call his own number, Chen Ran suddenly moved. "Bastard, go to hell." Chen Ran, her anger having no other outlet, imagined Qian Jialong was Chen Ran. She lashed out with her leg, delivering a powerful kick right to his groin. She had practiced Taekwondo for a few years, and while her skills were mostly superficial, this particular kick was fueled by pure, unadulterated resentment. The force behind the blow was truly astonishing. Ode. Struck in his most vulnerable spot, Qian Jialong doubled over, his eyes bulging in agony. With a miserable howl, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured area with both hands as his body curled into a tight ball. A collective hiss of air was sucked in through clenched teeth. Witnessing the scene, every male present felt a chill run down their spine and instinctively clamped their legs together. What a devastatingly effective kick. No one had expected the seemingly cute and lively Chen Ran to be so ruthless. Oomph. All men are scum. Chen Ran snatched her phone back and turned to walk back to the dormitory with her friends. Chen Ran and his three companions had already crossed the road and were a considerable distance from the barbecue stall, but Qian Jialong's scream was so piercing that it was impossible for them not to hear it. Driven by curiosity, Yan Jinxia and the others turned back to look. They saw Qian Jialong writhing on the ground, while Chen Ran stormed towards the school gate. As she passed by Chen Ran, she shot him a fierce glare. "Second brother, you were spot on. That girl is vicious." As men themselves, Yan Jinxia and the others could instantly tell that Qian Jialong had been struck in a vital area. Earlier they had thought Chen Ran was joking. How much damage could a girl, no matter how strong, really do? But seeing Qian Jialong rolling on the ground in agony finally convinced them. Chen Ran shrugged and said, "I told you all, that woman hits like a truck. Now you believe me, right?" "We believe you. We believe you." Yan Jinxia and the others nodded repeatedly. The evidence was right before their eyes. Tang Jun, who was usually a man of few words, suddenly asked, "Third brother, how do you know she hits so hard?" Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Chen Ran shot Tang Jun a look of exasperation. He couldn't exactly admit that he had been beaten up by Chen Ran earlier that day, could he? No way. That would be way too embarrassing. After the registration period ended, the new semester had essentially begun, and all the freshmen were slated to participate in military training. However, the training was still a few days away. Chen Ran planned to use this window of opportunity to finalize the purchase of land for his factory. At 9 a.m., Li Pengfei arrived at Donghai University in his newly bought car to pick up Chen Ran. "Old Chen, should we head back to the company first or go straight to the industrial zone?" "Let's go straight to the industrial zone. Xiao Wu and the others have already had several discussions with the zone's leadership, and the deal is essentially settled." All right. Although Li Pengfei had just gotten his driver's license, his driving skills were quite impressive, and the ride was exceptionally smooth. After about an hour, they arrived at the industrial zone. Located north of the West City District, the area was once all farmland and villages, seeing few visitors other than local farmers. However, since the construction of the subway terminal in the north, the foot traffic had surged dramatically and the number of vehicles on the road had increased substantially. The once barren land had been snapped up by major real estate developers with brand new residential complexes in various stages of preparation. Chen Ran's car came to a stop in front of the Industrial Zone Management Committee's main gate. The security guard at the door, not recognizing Chen Ran, asked proactively, "Who are you looking for?" "We're from Xiaonan Student Food Co., Ltd., Li Pengfei said, introducing Chen Ran. "This is our company's general manager, Mr. Chen. He has an appointment with Secretary Gao today to discuss purchasing land for a factory." The guard felt a pang of surprise. To become a general manager at such a young age was quite an accomplishment. However, the guard didn't show any contempt or disdain due to Chen Ran's youth. Having worked the gate at the committee for years, he had seen his fair share of young elite talents and was long past being easily impressed. "Please wait a moment, they'll go announce you." The guard made a phone call to report their arrival. Shortly after he hung up, a middle-aged man around 50 years old hurried out of the building towards the gate. "Secretary Gao." The guard greeted him and promptly opened the gate. Secretary Gao walked straight up to Chen Ran, his face beaming with a smile, and shook his hand with great enthusiasm. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I've heard so much about your impressive achievements at such a young age. Seeing you in person, I can confirm you are truly a talented and distinguished individual. You flatter me, sir. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Secretary Gao led Chen Ran and Li Pingfei to his office, where he had his assistant serve them tea. Chen Ran didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Secretary Gao, we're here today to finalize the land purchase. Mr. Chen, your hometown is also in this industrial zone. Since we're fellow townsfolk, I'll be frank with you. Secretary Gao paused for a moment before continuing. There's a bit of a problem with the land you want to buy. The ice castle was immensely popular and expanding at a visible rate. Chen Ran's decision to build a factory in the industrial zone was a tremendous boon for the area. Firstly, it would stimulate economic growth and boost employment. Secondly, establishing a flagship enterprise would attract more companies to invest in the zone. Thirdly, given the scale of the ice castle, it would contribute a substantial amount in taxes each year. Tangible achievements for the local officials. Thus, the leaders were eager for Chen Ran to open his factory. To retain this deep-pocketed patron, the industrial zone's management offered their most favorable terms. They presented several prime plots of land for the ice castle to choose from, even promising reduced tax rates. However, Chen Ran showed no interest in any of the offered plots, instead selecting a problematic piece of land. Since Chen Ran hailed from the industrial zone, Secretary Gao couldn't bear to see him make a poor choice. Secretary Gao, what's the issue with the land I want? Is another company vying for it? The plot Chen Ran chose was located at the junction of Shuqing Town and Jiyuan Town. It seemed remote now, but in the future a subway station would be built nearby, causing land prices to soar. Of course, the subway wouldn't be planned for another decade or so no one currently realized the future value of this land. Chen Ran was determined to have this land. Even if his company were to fail, holding on to this plot would allow him to bounce back overnight. The wealthy Tycoon Li from Hong Kong had bought several plots in prime locations in Donghai City, simply holding them without investment until prices rose, then selling for a massive profit. Chen Ran, however, differed from Li. He genuinely intended to build a factory generating profit while boosting his hometown's economy. He was merely also selecting some promising land along the way. No, since we've agreed, we won't sell it to another company, Secretary Gao said, though inwardly he thought that land is so cheap only you would want it. No other business would be such a fool. Then what exactly is the problem? Chen Ran felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had feared a discerning tycoon had spotted the land's value and was competing for it. As long as no one else was after it, he could relax. Any other issue wasn't a real issue. Mr. Chen, it's like this. Secretary Gao explained. There were 3 villages on that land demolished years ago. Most households have moved into resettlement housing. But you know how it is. Every village has a few households who refuse to move, holding out for more compensation. Chen Ran immediately understood. Holdouts. Some villagers were reluctant to leave homes they'd lived in for decades, which was understandable. People are sentimental, so that made sense. But most who stubbornly refused were those for whom the government or developers' offers fell far short of their demands. Some had old houses of barely 100 square meters, yet demanded 4 or 5 new apartments. That was simply absurd. Calling such people holdouts wasn't unjust. Mr. Chen, perhaps you'd consider a different plot. I could discuss with my superiors to secure more concessions and support for your company. Secretary Gao offered his utmost sincerity, still hoping Chen Ran would build in the zone. Since Chen Ran was from a village in the zone, opening a factory there would likely mean prioritizing hiring fellow locals. This would benefit the zone and the villagers alike. No need, I only want this land. Are you kidding? Once the interprovincial subway line connects, heading south reaches the city center, and north goes straight into neighboring Su province. Chen Ran would never give up such a prime location. But those holdouts have banded together and refuse to move. Dealing with them won't be easy. Secretary Gao sighed helplessly. Years ago, a few companies had wanted that land, but the holdouts wouldn't budge. Donghai was a first-tier city, not some backwater town. They couldn't use force or demolish illegally. The government was at its wits' end with these holdouts. Eventually, their exorbitant demands angered the companies, and the factory plans fell through. It was a painful memory. Secretary Gao felt a pang of regret. If they'd resolved it earlier, the zone's performance would be several levels higher. They wouldn't be struggling as they were now. I've dealt with plenty of difficult people, and I've handled them all in the end, Chen Ran said firmly. Secretary Gao, rest assured, our company will open a factory here. I have a way to deal with those holdouts. Hearing this, Secretary Gao felt a surge of relief. As long as Chen Ran built the factory, any terms were negotiable. However, his expression soon turned serious. He felt he should warn Chen Ran. Mr. Chen, whatever method you use to handle those holdouts, you must never resort to threats, intimidation, or any form of violence. Secretary Gao had seen many businessmen use shady tactics for profit. Chen Ran was from the zone, and Secretary Gao didn't want to see such a promising young man ruin his future over money. Secretary Gao, don't worry. Everyone in the West City District knows I'm the most reasonable person. Chen Ran declared confidently, I promise to win them over with virtue and make them leave willingly. That's good. With Chen Ran's assurance, Secretary Gao felt at ease. But he didn't know that Chen Ran's winning with virtue would involve the bank. Mr. Chen, those holdouts are very united right now, Secretary Gao added. When you negotiate with them, it's best to bring some security personnel. I'm worried they might cause trouble or get physical. Chen Ran blurted out, no worries, it's not like I don't have hands. Huh? Secretary Gao stared at Chen Ran in shock. Realizing his slip, Chen Ran quickly corrected himself. I mean, if they lay a hand on me, you'll call the police. Good, that's the way. After more discussion, Chen Ran purchased all the vacant land surrounding the holdouts' properties. With everything settled, Chen Ran and Li Pengfei drove away from the industrial zone. Old Chen, from what Secretary Gao said, those holdouts sound like a bunch of thugs. They might be tough to handle. No problem. Chen Ran rolled down the window, his hair tousled by the wind, as a playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Playing rough with me? I can play rougher. As military training approached, Chen Ran, never one to dawdle, decided to resolve the lingering holdout issues before it began. He chose to try reason first before resorting to force. He dispatched his company's employees to negotiate with the stubborn homeowners. If they could settle amicably, Chen Ran wouldn't mind spending a bit more. But if these holdouts were unreasonable, they would leave him no choice but to employ less savory tactics. He planned to stay home these days, heading to school only after everything was settled. After waking up the next morning, Chen Ran habitually went upstairs to have breakfast with Li Anan. Xiaonan, I brought your favorite sticky rice cakes. These cakes, a specialty of Donghai City, are made by flattening glutinous rice, frying it until crisp, and dusting it with sugar. The result is a delightful treat, crispy on the outside, soft and sweet within. Paired with savory salty tofu pudding, they were Li Anan's favorite breakfast. Chen Ran unlocked the door only to find the apartment empty. I almost forgot Xiaonan is at school, he muttered, slapping his forehead with a self-deprecating chuckle. He was clearly missing her more than he realized. After a solitary breakfast, he hitched a ride with Li Pengfei to confront those holdouts. Meanwhile, back in the village, employees from Xiaonan and company were locked in negotiations with the stubborn homeowners. Leading the charge was a young middle manager named Gu Qing. Mr. Hong, our company is genuinely sincere about acquiring your land. Gu Qing began pleasantly. May I ask what terms previous companies offered you? Don't even get me started. Those cheapskates only offered me 2 medium and 1 small apartment. 3 units in total. Hong Dexing's voice boomed louder than a loudspeaker. My family is huge. 3 apartments are nowhere near enough. Besides, I'd have to shell out hundreds of thousands just to take the property. That would be the death of me. Where am I supposed to find that kind of money? Gu Qing silently calculated the figures in his mind. These holdouts shared a common trait: their old homes were single-story structures. While the plots were large, the actual floor space was pitifully small. The largest was only 150 square meters, and Hong Dexing's was a mere 120. Under current Donghai City policy, a 120 square meter property would typically warrant only 1 medium and 1 small apartment as compensation. The developer's offer of an extra medium unit was already generous given the family's size. Still, 2 mediums and a small clearly didn't satisfy these holdouts' appetites. Mr. Hong, what would be your ideal compensation? Before coming, Chen Ran had instructed Gu Qing to secure the land at any cost, even if it meant spending more. Yet Gu Qing didn't blindly make an offer. He probed for the other party's expectations first. As an employee of Xiaonan and Company, he naturally aimed to save the company as much money as possible. Well, I don't think I'm asking for much, Hong Dexing said. He held up 4 fingers. Give me 3 medium apartments and 1 small one, and I'll agree to the demolition. I have 3 sons, they each need a place, right? And the small one will be for me and my wife in our old age. Mr. Hong, your family's internal arrangements are none of my concern, Gu Qing replied, his expression unchanging. Hong Dexing's demand wasn't unreasonable, just 1 extra medium unit over the original offer. A comparable 80 square meter commercial apartment would cost around 600 to 700 yuan on the market. However, resettlement housing is purchased directly from the government at prices far below market value. Furthermore, the old house's value is assessed, and the land and building compensation are deducted from the new home's price. A similar-sized commercial unit might cost 600 to 700 yuan, but a resettlement unit could cost just over 100 yuan from the government, or even less. A mere 100,000 was a drop in the bucket for the Snow Castle Company. All right, Hong Dexing suddenly added, I don't have money to pay out of pocket. If you expect me to cover any of the housing costs, then we have nothing to discuss. Mr. Hong, I understand your demands. Please wait a moment while I consult with my colleagues, Gu Qing said, rising and catching the eyes of his team, who were negotiating with the other homeowners. They understood the signal and followed him out of the village committee office. How are your negotiations going? Gu Qing asked, gathering the progress to calculate the total funds needed. One male employee reported, the family I'm dealing with isn't being too greedy. They just want 2 large and 1 medium unit. Gu Qing nodded upon hearing this. 2 large and 1 medium was a bit much, but still within acceptable limits. He turned to a female colleague with long hair. Xiaohong, what's the situation with yours? Oh, don't even ask. The female colleague rolled her eyes in exasperation. That family had the audacity to demand 5 large apartments plus 10 million yuan in cash. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at the figure. What? 10 million? Is their rundown house made of gold? They're completely insane with greed. The group buzzed with disbelief. The demand was utterly outrageous. 10 million yuan, not 10,000. With 10 million you could buy 10 more commercial apartments. Gu Qing stroked his chin, his brow furrowed deeply. From the reports, it was clear each holdout had different motivations. Some simply wanted an extra apartment to accommodate their families, while others feared missing this opportunity forever and were eager to sell quickly. These 2 types were easy to handle. Just meet their demands, and they'd leave promptly. But the family Xiaohong was dealing with was clearly trying to extort money. Handling them would be a tough challenge. Xiaohong, put your family on hold for now. Let's deal with the others one by one, then focus all our efforts on the last one. They quickly returned to work. Mr. Hong, to show our sincerity, our company agrees to your terms. You won't have to pay a single cent towards the housing cost. Gu Qing said calmly. And if you sign the contract today, we'll give you an additional 100 yuan in compensation. Are you satisfied with this proposal, eh? Of course I am. Can we sign right now? Hong Dexing's face flushed with excitement. Most of these holdouts weren't opposed to demolition, they were just facing genuine family difficulties. Now, without spending a penny, he'd get an extra apartment and a 100 yuan subsidy. For him, this was a fantastic deal. The holdouts lined up one by one to sign their contracts, fearing the company might change its mind. But just then a jarring voice cut through the air. 100 yuan. Are you trying to bribe beggars? No way. 10 million, not a cent less, or I'm not moving. The exorbitant homeowner Zhang San was a notorious rogue in the village, known for his idleness and shiftless ways. He spent his days consorting with a group of disreputable friends. Zhang San had dabbled in business before, but his ambitions soared higher than his fortunes, and each venture ended in failure. Since then he had been lost in dreams of overnight riches. From the moment the first developer showed interest in the land, he had convinced himself that his plot was a prime piece of feng shui. He pinned all his hopes on selling this land to strike it rich. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm a country bumpkin. Zhang San bellowed. 5 apartments plus 10 million in cash, not a single thing less, or I won't budge. You figure it out yourselves. Gu Qing and the other Ice Castle employees felt their faces darken. The 5 apartments might have been negotiable, though it strained the budget. If securing the land required it, they could have accommodated Zhang San's request. But the 10 million demand was simply outrageous. It blew their entire budget to pieces. After all, the Ice Castle had only managed to earn over 100 million since its inception. Handing over 10 million to Zhang San would be like giving away nearly a tenth of their entire capital. It was Chen Ran and all the employees' hard work that had built the Ice Castle into what it was today. Every employee treated the Ice Castle like their own child. Zhang San's demand was like asking them to carve a piece of flesh from their own flesh and blood. Even if Chen Ran was willing to part with the 10 million, they as employees would never agree. Mr. Zhang, let's both make a concession. Gu Qing held up a hand with 6 fingers. We can't give you 10 million. How about this 3 apartments and 150,000 in cash compensation? What do you say? This is the maximum we can offer. Gu Qing held firm on the 3 apartments, only increasing the cash offer by 500 from the original 100. He knew that if he easily gave in to Zhang San's demand for 5 apartments, it would create resentment among the other villagers. Human psychology is strange. People can tolerate their own hardship, but they can't stand seeing others do better than them. So if Gu Qing conceded to Zhang San, the villagers who had already compromised might collectively renege on their contracts. They might even follow Zhang San's example and demand even more. This was a line they absolutely could not cross. Once a precedent was set, today's negotiations were doomed to fail. Tisk, if you don't have money, why buy land? Go cool your heels somewhere else. Zhang San sneered contemptuously, and instead of leaving the village committee office, he began to agitate the other villagers not to sign. Are you all idiots? Selling your land for a mere 100. These developers get our land cheap, then sell it at a huge profit, raking in hundreds of millions in one go. Listen to me, don't sell. Selling is a huge loss. The villagers who had been ready to sign began looking at each other, clearly swayed by Zhang San's words. If the developers could make so much money in a flip, why should they only get a few apartments and a paltry sum of cash? The more they thought about it, the worse the deal seemed. Forget it, I'm not signing yet. They'll wait and see, let others go first. I need to use the restroom, you guys talk it over. Sure enough, some villagers who hadn't signed, yet egged on by Zhang San, all backed out. Those who had already signed were stamping their feet in regret. If only they had waited, they could have joined in and squeezed more money from the developers. Now the chance to make a fortune was gone. Mr. Zhang, how could you? Gu Qing was trembling with rage. Not only did Zhang San refuse to sign, but he was also actively sabotaging their efforts by persuading others to hold out. This was blatantly ruining their plans. If it weren't for maintaining the company's image, Gu Qing would have cursed Zhang San's entire ancestry. This bastard is despicable. The other employees were grinding their teeth in fury. If Gu Qing hadn't held them back, they would have rushed up and beaten Zhang San to a pulp. They had never seen such a shameless person. Zhang San said smugly, "What did I do? I'm just speaking the truth." Speaking the truth isn't a crime, is it? Zhang San, don't push it. Even the village committee secretary and the village leaders couldn't stand it anymore, their faces dark enough to drip water. Demolition and relocation was supposed to be a wonderful thing that benefited the whole community. First, the villagers would get new homes. Second, the government would make a good profit from selling the land. Third, the factory would boost industrial development and economic growth, increase employment, and bring immense benefits to both the local government and the villagers. It was a win-win situation with no downsides. But there was always someone like Zhang San who delighted in being an obstructionist. It was Zhang San who had caused trouble the last few times, ultimately scuttling the demolition and factory plans. And now he was back again, making a nuisance of himself. 10 million. Why don't you just ask them to hand over the whole company? The village committee leaders were also fuming. If it weren't for this meddlesome brat, the industrial zone would have doubled its economic growth years ago. Even the secretary felt like hitting Zhang San, but due to their sensitive positions, they could only suppress their anger. Gu Qing had completely lost his patience. He left Zhang San to his own devices and began to persuade other villagers to sign. But after Zhang San's inflammatory speech, no one was willing to sign, afraid they'd miss out on a fortune. That's right. Don't sign, everyone, don't sign. Zhang San crowed triumphantly. Let's just wait them out. They'll come crawling back with money begging us to demolish. You. Gu Qing and the others were so furious they nearly spat blood. They had dealt with scoundrels before, but they had never seen one as brazen as Zhang San. Zhang San only dared to act so cocky because he lived in Donghai City. If this were some other small town, someone would have dealt with him quietly long ago. Whose voice is so grating? I could hear it from outside the committee office. At that moment, a deep voice rang out, and everyone turned to the entrance. Chen Ran walked in with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by Li Pengfei. Mr. Chen. Gu Qing and the others' faces lit up with relief as they hurried over. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry I failed the mission. Gu Qing gritted his teeth, filled with self-reproach. It's all right. Consider today a learning experience. Chen Ran patted Gu Qing on the shoulder, then walked to the center and addressed the villagers. Since you don't want to demolish, then we want. Oh, by the way, I have some good news for you all. Chen Ran said slowly, I'm planning to build a crematorium and a cemetery here. Chen Ran's voice was deep and powerful. A single simple sentence, yet it stirred a tempest in the hearts of the villagers. What? A crematorium and a cemetery? Weren't we told it was going to be a factory? How did it turn into a crematorium and a cemetery? What's the meaning of this? If a crematorium and a cemetery are built here, how are we supposed to live in this place anymore? The scene erupted into chaos. No one had expected Chen Ran to buy the land for a crematorium and cemetery. The Chinese people hold the deepest reverence for matters of life and death, and harbor a profound awe for ghosts and gods. Especially the older generation of rural folk who are particularly sensitive to these things, believing that crematoriums and cemeteries are heavy with energy and filled with unclean things. If they so much as saw a tombstone on the road, they would be sure to take a wide detour. Even the village committee secretaries were stunned. Hadn't Chen Ran explicitly said he was buying the land to build a factory for raw materials? How had it now become a crematorium and a cemetery? What kind of bizarre move was this? Was the Ice Crystal Castle not content with serving the living, but now venturing into business for the dead? Though 1,000 questions swirled in their minds, the secretaries remained silent, curious to see what Chen Ran would do next. What kind of good news is this? A villager immediately jumped out. If it was just about not being relocated, they could continue living in their old homes. But once Chen Ran built a crematorium and cemetery around them, they'd have to face those tombstones every time they came and went. Who knows what kind of unclean things might be lurking there? Even the boldest person wouldn't dare live in such a lifeless and gloomy place. Of course it's good news, Chen Ran said matter-of-factly. From now on you'll be living among the dead. With so many neighbors around, you won't have to worry about thieves breaking in at night anymore. Isn't that good news? Initially, the villagers had only felt a slight resistance. But at Chen Ran's words, their minds began to conjure automatic images of opening their doors to find their homes surrounded by graves. Damn, The villagers couldn't help but shudder, their backs soaked with cold sweat. The image was too eerie, sending chills down their spines just thinking about it. I object. You can build your crematoriums and cemeteries anywhere you like, but not here. I object too. These things are too inauspicious. Your objections are useless. Facing the agitated villagers, Chen Ran remained utterly composed. I've already purchased all the surrounding land. They'll develop it however I see fit. It's not your place to interfere. Secretary Gao sighed wryly at this. Earlier, when Chen Ran had come to the Industrial Zone Management Committee to discuss buying the land, he had clearly informed him that several households were refusing to relocate. At that time, Secretary Gao had even advised Chen Ran to talk to the holdouts first and buy the land after they were dealt with. But Chen Ran had been adamant, insisting on purchasing the surrounding vacant land immediately. Secretary Gao hadn't understood Chen Ran's reasoning then. Wasn't he afraid the holdouts would refuse to move and had have wasted his money? Now Secretary Gao finally understood. Chen Ran was planning to encircle these stubborn households, forcing them to surrender. Secretary Gao began to reassess Chen Ran. This young man was far more cunning and shrewd than he had imagined. If you dare build a crematorium and cemetery here, I'll fight you with everything I've got. An agitated villager grabbed a rock from the ground and charged forward menacingly. Mr. Chen, watch out. Gu Qing and the others screamed in terror. Li Pengfei was even ready to rush forward and shield him. However, Chen Ran remained utterly fearless. Come on. Think I'm afraid of you. Instead of retreating, Chen Ran stepped forward to meet the man. He leaned in, pointing a finger at his own head. Go on, hit me right here if you've got the guts. Chen Ran declared fiercely. They'll sue you into bankruptcy, leave you destitute and family shattered, or my name isn't Chen. Hearing this, the man holding the rock instantly lost his nerve. He had acted on a moment's impulse without thinking things through. Now, with all the secretaries watching, he realized that if he actually threw that rock, he'd surely end up in prison. The man found himself in a dilemma. Letting it go would be a blow to his pride. But he didn't dare actually throw it. Honey, don't be impulsive. Put the rock down. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed over and embraced him. Seizing the opportunity, the man backed down. For my wife Sake, I won't bother with you today. With that, he tossed the rock aside and retreated silently to a corner. Chen Ran waved his hand dismissively. Since these people don't want to sign, there's no point wasting time. Let's go. Chen Ran's original intention in buying this land was to build a factory, then sell the land later at a higher price for a profit. With so many stubborn holdouts, refusing to move the factory was out of the question. But he had already acquired 98% of the land. Even if it wasn't a single contiguous plot, it would still be worth a fortune in the future. His goal of making money had been achieved. At worst, Chen Ran could just relocate his factory elsewhere. As for this land, Chen Ran fully intended to turn it into a cemetery. If these villagers wanted to spite him, he would spite them right back. Let's see who can outlast whom. Besides, with cemetery prices destined to exceed housing prices, he wouldn't lose money on this venture. These stubborn fools thought they could negotiate by simply refusing to move. What wishful thinking. Utterly delusional. They might not lose, but Chen Ran would always come out on top. Wait. Seeing that Chen Ran was truly about to leave, one of the holdout families couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to stop him. They'll move. For apartments as previously agreed. Chen Ran glanced at the man and said in a tone that brooked no argument, 3 apartments. But we just agreed on 4. How did it suddenly become 3? The man asked, his face full of shock. That was then. This is now. Chen Ran's expression was cold. He hadn't minded giving the villagers an extra apartment, which was why he had initially sent his employees to negotiate. But these people refused to take the olive branch and chose to force his hand. They were politely asked to sign, but they stubbornly refused, forcing him to resort to tougher tactics. Since these people had no regard for the courtesy extended to them, Chen Ran would no longer indulge them. Move or don't move, their choice. The man's face twisted in anguish. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, 3 it is. But no less. The villagers weren't highly educated, but they weren't fools. If a crematorium and cemetery were truly built around them, their home would become a veritable land of the dead, and they'd be dealing with the deceased every single day. Though they'd be getting fewer apartments than before, it was still better than living amongst the dead. When the holdouts heard that Chen Ran planned to build a crematorium and a cemetery, their resolve had already begun to waver. The thought of being surrounded by graves every time they came and went was utterly unsettling. So when one holdout finally chose to compromise, the others could no longer contain themselves and scrambled to sell their land to Chen Ran. I want to sell too. I was just momentarily confused earlier. Please don't take it to heart, boss. It was Zhang San who instigated us not to sign. We had nothing to do with it. That bastard is despicable, Pa. Zhang San instantly became the target of everyone's wrath. The holdouts, fearing Chen Ran's resentment, shifted all the blame onto Zhang San. The alliance they had just forged crumbled in an instant. Zhang San stared in shock, his mouth agape, unable to form words. Hadn't they all been on the same side, just moments ago united against Chen Ran? How could they have turned their coats so suddenly? Besides, he had merely made a casual, provocative remark. It was these very people who hadn't wanted to demolish, hoping to extort more money from Chen Ran's company. And now they were blaming him for everything. Demolish if you want, but he'll never agree, even if it kills me. Zhang San was as stubborn as a mule. He had nothing to lose. This land was his most valuable asset. He was counting on it to make his fortune and change his destiny. So he wouldn't sell it easily no matter what. Unless Chen Ran offered 5 apartments and 10 million in cash, he wouldn't budge, even if it meant dying here. No one's forcing you to demolish. Don't flatter yourself. Chen Ran glanced at Zhang San dismissively, then addressed the other holdouts. If you want to sign, do it now before I change my mind. If you're too late, and I change my mind, you'll be stuck rotting on this piece of land for generations. Hearing this, the holdouts immediately rushed to Gu Qing and the other Ice Castle employees to sign contracts, showing unprecedented eagerness. Gu Qing and the others rejoiced inwardly, filled with admiration for Chen Ran. They had pleaded and reasoned until they were practically blue in the face, but the holdouts refused to sign the demolition agreement. Yet Chen Ran appeared, and with a few words brought them all into line. No wonder he had built such a vast empire at such a young age. He clearly had exceptional abilities. A bunch of idiots. You'll be crying when you end up losing out. Zhang San crossed his arms, refusing to believe that Chen Ran would actually spend a fortune on building a cemetery and crematorium here. Unless Chen Ran met his demands, there would be no deal. Soon the other holdouts had all signed their contracts, and the heavy weight lifted from everyone's shoulders. With the task complete, Chen Ran couldn't be bothered to give Zhang San another glance, and prepared to head back to the company with his employees. If Zhang San wanted to cling to this place, he could stay here forever. Zhang San was determined not to demolish, but wasn't Chen Ran just as resolute? Chen Ran was equally determined not to give Zhang San a single cent. Zhang San, what are you still standing there for? A village committee secretary urged. Go after Boss Chen now. If they leave, you'll never get the chance for demolition again. Don't try to scare me. I wasn't born yesterday. Zhang San turned his head away dismissively. In his mind, the secretary and Chen Ran were in cahoots, so he wouldn't trust a word he said. You fool. The secretary kicked Zhang San squarely in the backside, fuming. Your land is on the very edge. Whatever Boss Chen builds there, he can easily avoid your plot. Their plans aren't finalized yet, so you still have a chance. But once they are, and they've decided to bypass your house, you can kiss your demolition hopes goodbye. These words sent a jolt of panic through Zhang San. He had been so focused on squeezing out more money that he had completely overlooked the location of the properties. His land was indeed on the outermost edge, practically bordering the main road. Chen Ran could easily bypass his house by merely shifting the plan slightly. Secretary Zhou, I may not be well educated, but don't think you can fool me. Zhang San felt a growing sense of crisis, but remained stubborn. He was convinced that the secretaries were in league with Chen Ran, so he was skeptical of their words. Moreover, going to negotiate with Chen Ran would mean he'd have to lower his compensation demands. How could he bear to let such a golden opportunity for wealth slip away? You absolute fool. Secretary Zhou said, exasperated. The surrounding land has all been bought up by Boss Chen's company. Yours is the only piece left, a measly 100 square meters. Do you think any developer would buy such a tiny plot? What for? To build a public toilet. Secretary Zhou's nostrils flared with rage, his breath coming in heavy pants. If it weren't for the distant family relation between his family and Zhang San's, he wouldn't waste his time on this idiot. Are you sure you're not messing with me? Zhang San was thoroughly panicked now. He felt Secretary Zhou's logic was sound. His land was only about 100 square meters, which was practically useless. If Chen Ran and his team truly decided not to demolish his house, then probably no one else ever would. Believe it or not, I'm done wasting my breath on you. Secretary Zhou turned and stormed off in a huff. He wouldn't get a single cent from Zhang San's demolition anyway. He had no reason to deceive him. Anyone with half a brain could see the logic in his words. He had done his duty to the best of his ability. Whether Zhang San listened or not was none of his concern anymore. Zhang San, who had been so confident, now felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach after hearing Secretary Zhou's analysis. After a moment's hesitation, he sprinted after Chen Ran. Wait! Zhang San ran with every ounce of strength he had, catching up, just as Chen Ran opened the car door to get in. Be Boss Chen. I am willing to demolish. Zhang San gasped, struggling to get the words out between labored breaths. At a change of heart, Chen Ran looked at Zhang San indifferently, his expression devoid of any emotion. Yes, I have. Zhang San took a few deep breaths to steady himself, then held up a single hand. 5 apartments plus 5 million. Zhang San said with a serious face. If you meet my conditions, I'll sign the contract right now. Huh? Chen Ran let out a cold laugh and opened the car door. Zhang San was something else, trying to haggle for more money even now. Didn't he realize who was in charge here? This was Chen Ran's turf. 3 million. Seeing Chen Ran about to leave, Zhang San grabbed the car door frame. 5 apartments plus 3 million. That's my final offer. Get lost. Chen Ran slapped his hand away and got into the car. Final, take another step back. 5 million. Zhang San said, looking at Chen Ran. Boss Chen, you're a big shot with vast assets. Surely you can't be so stingy as to refuse 5 million. Congratulations, you guessed right. Chen Ran smiled wryly. I won't give you a cent. A phrase perfectly captures Chen Ran's way of doing things. What I give you is yours, but what I don't give you, not even the Jade Emperor himself could pry from my grasp. Chen Ran indeed possessed great wealth. He could donate to charity or help underprivileged children. On a good day, he might even toss a generous sum to a beggar on the street without a second thought. However, making money off Chen Ran was absolutely impossible. Apart from his parents and Li Anan, no one in the world could negotiate terms with him. If Zhang San had initially agreed to the demolition without a fuss, Chen Ran would have given him extra compensation considering his difficult circumstances. But this fool chose the most foolish path. He had already provoked Chen Ran, and now it was too late for regrets. The thing Chen Ran despised most was being threatened. From the moment Zhang San urged others to resist demolition and brazenly declared he wouldn't budge without 10 million, Chen Ran had made up his mind. He no longer wanted Zhang San's land. Mr. Chen, let's talk this over. Seeing Chen Ran's unwavering stance, Zhang San panicked, all his previous bravado gone. How about this, 1 million? Zhang San bent his knees, forcing a smile. Just consider it a good deed. Give me some money to help my family out, okay? Well, never forget your kindness, and once our Zhang family prospers, we'll surely repay you. From the passenger seat, Chen Ran glanced back at Zhang San. Zhang San thought Chen Ran was softening, but he quickly realized his mistake. Chen Ran's gaze was like looking at an utter fool. Are you a relative of mine? Chen Ran asked abruptly. No. Zhang San stammered, shaking his head. Then are you my son? Chen Ran's face was expressionless, unreadable. Mr. Chen, you sure know how to joke. Zhang San laughed awkwardly. If Chen Ran had dared speak to him like that before, he'd have spat in his face. But the tables had turned. He needed Chen Ran to demolish his house, so he had no choice but to lower his head and grovel. You're not my relative nor my son, so why should I help your family? Chen Ran sneered. I don't need your gratitude. Just get the hell out of my sight. With that, he kicked Zhang San, who was clinging to the car door, away. It wasn't that Chen Ran looked down on Zhang San's family. Wealthy people earned their fortunes through blood and sweat. Someone like Zhang San, who only dreamed of reaping without sowing, would be damned lucky to get rich. If a man like Zhang San could rise to prominence, then Chen Ran might as well ascend to immortality. I won't give you a single cent. Go live on that hillside of yours. Bang. Drive. Chen Ran slammed the car door shut, and Li Pengfei floored the accelerator. Zhang San lunged for the door handle, but missed, choking on the exhaust fumes and coughing violently. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Zhang San collapsed onto the ground, utterly dazed, muttering to himself. It's gone. Everything's gone. He slapped himself hard across the face several times, cursing his earlier greed for not settling for the 5 houses. Now not only had he lost the money, but the compensation house was gone too. Visions of his family's reproachful faces flashed through his mind, and he wished he could just die. Just then Secretary Zhou, who had left earlier, returned. He had witnessed the entire exchange between Zhang San and Chen Ran. Alas, greed knows no bounds. Secretary Zhou had initially wanted to plead for Zhang San, but he realized Chen Ran was a man of his word, so he abandoned the idea. Offending Chen Ran for the sake of Zhang San was simply not worth it. If Chen Ran, in a fit of rage, decided not to build his factory in the industrial zone, it would cause immense losses. As a mere village party secretary, he couldn't bear such a responsibility. Hearing someone speak, Zhang San looked up at Secretary Zhou, clinging to a sliver of hope. Secretary Zhou, if my house isn't demolished, can I apply to rebuild it? Rebuild? In your dreams. Secretary Zhou said. The entire suburbs of Donghai City are under planning control, and all land has been frozen. The land office won't approve your application, so give up on that idea. Wah. Hearing Secretary Zhou's answer, Zhang San's last shred of hope evaporated. He and his son were currently crammed together, barely managing. But if his son had a child in the future, this shabby little house wouldn't be able to hold them all. Besides, with just this old house, would any girl even be willing to marry his son? Only now did Zhang San realize that his decision hadn't just ruined his own life, but had doomed generations to come. The burly 40-something man couldn't hold back his tears any longer. This was a chance that could have changed his family's destiny, but he had let it slip through his fingers. Now they were destined to live crammed in this decrepit house. Zhang San was overwhelmed with regret, but time wouldn't turn back, and there was no cure for remorse in this world. He would spend the rest of his life wallowing in regret. Having dealt with the holdout, Chen Ran secured the land he wanted, ready to build his factory. The company had dedicated personnel to handle the construction, so Chen Ran didn't need to worry. What he had to consider now was how to survive the long military training period. Another day passed, and the day of military training arrived as scheduled. In his past life, the training had been held on the school campus, but this time it had been moved to a dedicated military training base. This was a sign that Chen Ran's actions had triggered a chain of butterfly effects. While some things remained the same as his past life, others had subtly shifted. The destination this time was in Fengxian district. After a nearly 2-hour drive, Chen Ran finally arrived at the military training base. The Wuxi Military Training Base. It was once a farm, later abandoned and converted into this base, where many schools came for training. Chen Ran and his classmates disembarked one by one and formed orderly lines in the field. This farm is huge, but it's a bit run down. It's remote, but the air is quite fresh. Most of these college students had grown up in the city and had never been to the countryside, so they were full of curiosity about everything around them. At that moment, a few more buses drove into the base. A banner on the side of the buses read Donghai Normal University. Looks like another school is joining us for training. I heard the girls from Donghai Normal are stunning. Just as the boys were buzzing with excitement, the students from Donghai Normal began to disembark. Whoa, there's a mega babe over there. A guy in the crowd shouted, and everyone turned to look. A group of pretty girls stood by the bus. And among that group, there was one girl with an extraordinary ethereal aura. My God, she was practically a fairy descended to earth. Li Anan stood gracefully among the crowd like a peony amidst the blossoms. Even the simplest gesture of brushing her hair aside was enough to outshine all the others. Wow, she's stunning. She's even prettier than our school's campus belle. Damn it, I should have applied to Donghai Normal University back then. The male students were utterly captivated by Li Anan, and even Yan Jinxiao and his crew were entranced. What made Li Anan most alluring wasn't just her beauty, but the ethereal, otherworldly aura she carried. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, bar none. Yan Jinxiao and the others couldn't help but marvel. Donghai University's freshmen had their fair share of beauties, but compared to Li Anan, they were worlds apart. Beautiful. She's just average, I'd say. Chen Ran shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of pride curling at the corner of his lips. If it were anyone else, seeing their girlfriend receive such adoration might stir a sense of crisis. But not Chen Ran. Instead, he felt a swell of pride. Because Li Anan was his. With a girlfriend this beautiful, how could he not be proud? These guys could only stand there green with envy. Average. Are you blind, Chen Ran? Stop bluffing. If you've got the guts, pull out your girlfriend's photo and compare. Why compare? Everyone knows I'm the most low-key person in the world. Chen Ran shook his head with amusement. Li Anan was his girlfriend. Oh, where was he supposed to find a second one to compare with her? Floki my ass. I think you're just scared to compare. Come on, don't make fun of Chen Ran. Our handsome mister. Chen needs to save face, right? Ha ha. Yan Jinxiao, Zhang Kai, and Tang Jun wore expressions of displeasure. They were close to Chen Ran, sharing the same dorm. When one rose, they all rose. When one fell, they all fell. These guys mocking Chen Ran was a direct slap to their faces. Have you all said enough? Yan Jinxiao barked, his face dark with anger. As if any of you have girlfriends. A bunch of single dogs. Zhang Kai stepped forward to defend Chen Ran. Tang Jun, as taciturn as ever, coldly spat out 4 words, a bunch of idiots. Sigh. Chen Ran, the man at the center of it all, let out a sigh, but remained remarkably calm. What if I walked over right now and kissed that girl? Not only would she not resist, she'd kiss me back. Chen Ran had wanted to keep a low profile, but some people just insisted on walking right into his crosshairs. He simply couldn't stay low-key, even if he tried. Chen Ran, did you hit your head sleeping on the bus? Do you really think being handsome means you can do whatever you want? If that girl doesn't slap you twice, he'll call you master from this day forward. The guys sneered in disdain. Forcefully kissing a girl. He'd be lucky not to get hauled off to the police station. And expecting the girl to kiss him back. Dream on. Chen Ran was living in a fantasy. Alright then, watch closely. Take notes. This will be valuable dating experience for you all. With those words, Chen Ran began to walk towards Li Anan. Chen Ran, don't be rash. Bro, just ignore them. No need to stoop to their level. Yan Jinxiao and the others hastily tried to stop him. In private with no witnesses, Chen Ran kissing a girl might not have mattered. But now with students and teachers from 2 schools around with hundreds of eyes watching. If Chen Ran really went over and kissed that girl in broad daylight, the situation would blow up out of control. At best, he'd get a demerit and a formal reprimand. At worst, if the girl pressed charges, it could land him in the police station. As Chen Ran's roommates and close friends Yan Jinxiao and the others couldn't stand by and watch him do something foolish out of a moment's pride. It's fine. Chen Ran shot Yan Jinxiao and the others a reassuring look, then walked straight towards Li Anan. That Chen Ran guy is way too confident. Overconfidence is just arrogance. Let's see how badly he embarrasses himself. The guys jealous of Chen Ran wore wicked grins, eagerly anticipating his humiliation. Meanwhile, Li Anan, after getting off the bus, had been staring at her phone. She had been chatting with Chen Ran on QQ during the ride, but he had suddenly gone silent, and she was anxiously waiting for his reply. Chen Ran's approach quickly drew everyone's attention. As his handsome features became clear, a stir rippled through the crowd. Wow, who's that handsome guy? He's not from our school. He looks like he's from Donghai University. He's walking this way. Could he be interested in one of us? Some girls excitedly pulled their roommates to get a look at Chen Ran, while others were already frantically tidying themselves up. Only Li Anan remained oblivious to it all. She heard the murmurs, but she had no interest whatsoever. Her heart belonged solely to Chen Ran. No other man, no matter how handsome, could catch her eye. And isn't that your boyf? Zhu Kiki knew Chen Ran, and was about to alert Li Anan when Chen Ran placed a finger to his lips, gesturing for her to be quiet. Zhu Kiki immediately understood and swallowed her words. Chen Ran passed through the crowd of admirers and stopped before Li Anan. He stole a glance at her phone screen, which was still open on their chat interface. Chen Ran deliberately lowered his voice, intending to tease her. Hey beautiful, would you be my girlfriend? Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Li Anan refused flatly, without even looking up. She then quietly turned away, frantic with worry because Chen Ran wasn't replying to her messages. She was terrified something might have happened to him. How could she possibly have the mood to chat with some random guy? Chen Ran teased again. So would you mind having one more boyfriend? This time Li Anan didn't respond. She decided this person was nothing but a shameless flirt and wasn't worth acknowledging. Not saying anything. He'll take that as a yes. Come here, give me a kiss. The moment he said it, Chen Ran leaned in, and before Li Anan could react, planted a kiss on her lips. Holy crap. He actually did it. That Chen Ran is absolutely bold. Incredible. If Chen Ran lived in ancient times, he'd definitely be a legendary womanizer. The guys from Donghai University in the distance, including Yin Jinxiao and his group, were all dumbfounded. Everyone thought Chen Ran was just bluffing, but he actually went through with it. The male students from Donghai Normal, however, glared with murderous intent, like wild beasts ready to pounce. Many of them had also coveted Li Anan's beauty, but they only dared to dream about it. Damn it. They never expected an outsider like Chen Ran to swoop in and steal the prize right from under their nose. Chen Ran's bold move left everyone present utterly astounded. Students in 2008 were relatively innocent and naive, far less open-minded than those a decade later. Moreover, these students had just graduated from high school, and many had never experienced the tender throes of romance. Even holding hands would cause their faces to flush crimson, their hearts pounding like thunderous drums. But Chen Ran, he went straight for it, forcefully kissing Li Anan without a moment's hesitation. It was a deed countless boys dreamt of, but lacked the audacity to execute. The surrounding girls clapped their hands over their mouths, their pupils dilating in shock. While Chen Ran's behavior was undeniably excessive, blatant harassment in broad daylight no less, his striking appearance seemed to render it all forgivable. After all, in this world, beauty is its own form of justice. Given Chen Ran's handsome features, the girls felt he could be excused. The moment he leaned in for the kiss, he exuded an irresistible aura of raw dominance and masculine magnetism. It was like a scene ripped straight from a melodramatic CEO romance series. A look of longing flickered across the girls' faces. Some secretly wished they could swap places with Li Anan. Oh my heavens! Zhu Kiki couldn't help but exclaim. I thought Chen Ran was so refined and gentle, but I never imagined he'd be this audacious. Perhaps appearances can be deceiving. Han Xiling nodded in agreement. She had previously asked Li Anan if she had ever kissed Chen Ran. Li Anan had told her that during their high school graduation ceremony, he had kissed her in front of the entire school. Han Xiling hadn't believed it, then thinking it was a jest. A kiss in front of the entire school. Just imagining the sheer courage required was staggering. The mere thought of hundreds of eyes fixed upon you was enough to make one's skin crawl. Han Xiling had been convinced that no matter how bold Chen Ran was, he would never dare such a shocking act. Now Han Xiling finally realized she was utterly mistaken. Chen Ran's audacity far exceeded her wildest expectations. There was simply nothing he wouldn't dare to do. She had every reason to suspect that he had been raised on the gall of bears and the courage of leopards. Li Anan was equally startled. She never expected him to suddenly kiss her, and her instinct was to push him away. But when she saw that it was Chen Ran, her hands, which had been poised to shove him, instantly lost all their force. Chen Ran, what are you doing here? Li Anan looked straight at him, her bright eyes shimmering with surprise and delight. Our school happens to be training here too. When I saw you, I just had to come over and say hello. As he spoke, he licked his lips. My little Nan's lips are even sweeter than before, and they taste like peaches. Stop it, that's just my lip balm. Li Anan shot him a coy, playful glare. Compared to her former self, she had matured considerably and had become much more outgoing. And since this wasn't her first time kissing Chen Ran in public, she no longer felt the paralyzing shyness that once left her unable to lift her head. So will you be training with me for the next little while? Li Anan looked at him with hopeful anticipation. She had gradually grown accustomed to campus life over the past few days, but the only thing she couldn't get used to was the absence of Chen Ran by her side. In the past, they had been inseparable, seeing each other every single day. Now, with their frequent meetings no longer possible, Li Anan felt a persistent emptiness in her heart. Although Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling were there for her, the sense of security Chen Ran provided was something they could never replace. That's right, for the next 20 days we'll see each other every day. In his past life, Donghai University had held its military training on campus. However, subtle changes in this life had brought them together at the same training ground. Chen Ran had also been missing Li Anan and had planned to visit her after training ended. He never expected fate to bring them together sooner. The two exchanged a smile, a silent understanding passing between them. Just then, a male student with a sideswept fringe walked towards the group from Donghai Normal University. He was also a freshman at Donghai Normal University and had just dashed off to the restroom due to a sudden call of nature. As he returned, a shorter student rushed up to him. "Yanggu, something terrible happened." "Monkey, don't spout nonsense." "I'm perfectly fine." Zhou Yang frowned, annoyed by the greeting. "No, Yanggu, you misunderstood." The short student nicknamed Monkey quickly explained. "While you were in the restroom, some guy from another school kissed your girl." "What did you say?" "Li Anan was kissed by someone else." Zhou Yang grabbed Monkey by the collar in a frenzy. He had been smitten with Li Anan from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, and he had already claimed her as his own. He had planned to use the training period to shower her with attention and get closer to her. He was confident that his charm would win her over by the end of the training. But he never anticipated that a quick trip to the restroom would give someone else the perfect opening. Who was it? Who dared to kiss Li Anan? Zhou Yang was consumed by a volcanic rage. He felt as though his most prized possession had been ripped away from him. "It's him." Monkey, terrified by Zhou Yang's hysterical outburst, pointed a trembling finger at Chen Ran, who was standing not far away. Zhou Yang's gaze locked onto Chen Ran, and he stormed over in a fury. "You bastard. Kissing Anan. Do you have a death wish?" Without a second thought, he grabbed Chen Ran by the collar. If not for the teachers nearby, he would have already smashed his fist into Chen Ran's face. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Ran was utterly bewildered. Where did this desperate simp come from? Zhou Yang puffed out his chest and declared, "Listen up. I'm Anan's boyfriend." Seeing that Chen Ran was about to get beaten, the envious boys among the crowd began to gloat. Chen Ran is in for it now. Serves him right. You don't kiss another man's girlfriend and expect to get away with it. Why hasn't he thrown a punch yet? Turn him into a blubbering mess. Yan Jinxia, Zhang Kai, and Tang Jun couldn't be bothered to argue with these jealous fools. Fearing for their friend's safety, they rushed forward in a flash. "Get your damn hands off my brother." Yan Jinxia bellowed, shoving Zhou Yang away with force. Zhou Yang lost his balance and stumbled backward a good 7 or 8 steps. It was only thanks to Monkey's steadying hand that he didn't land flat on his back. "You looking for a fight?" Zhou Yang shook off Monkey's support and roared back defiantly. One by one, several burly male students emerged from the Donghai Normal University crowd and took their places beside him. The air crackled with tension, threatening to ignite into a brawl at any moment. Chen Ran patted Yan Jinxiao on the shoulder, signaling for them to stand down. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Yang and asked abruptly, "Who did you say you are to Li Anan?" Zhou Yang straightened his back and puffed out his chest. "I'm her boyfriend." "Well, you got a problem with that?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Chen Ran chuckled, a look of amusement on his face. "If you're her boyfriend, then who am I?" Everyone present was baffled by Chen Ran's nonsensical question. How could this guy not even know who he was, and instead ask others? Was he an idiot? "How the hell would I know who you are?" Zhou Yang cursed in anger, irritated by the mocking look in Chen Ran's eyes. "Xiaonan, come here." Chen Ran beckoned to Li Anan. Li Anan walked over to Chen Ran's side and swatted away Zhou Yang's hand that was gripping Chen Ran's clothes. Then, like a devoted wife, Li Anan meticulously smoothed out the wrinkles in Chen Ran's shirt. "Are you hurt?" she asked with concern, letting out a sigh of relief when she saw his chest was unscathed. "I'm fine." Chen Ran, don't misunderstand. I'm not close to him at all. We have nothing between us. It's all one-sided on his part. Li Anan hurried to explain, fearing Chen Ran might get the wrong idea. "Don't be silly, I trust you." Chen Ran patted Li Anan's head and added, "Besides, your taste isn't that poor to fall for someone of his caliber." Though he didn't name anyone with half a brain could tell who he meant. He was insulting Zhou Yang. "Kid, who are you talking about? If you've got something to say it to my face." Zhou Yang, no fool, knew Chen Ran was referring to him. Being mocked in front of the girl he admired, Zhou Yang couldn't tolerate it. He stepped forward, ready to teach Chen Ran a lesson. "Don't you dare touch him." Before Yan Jinxia and the others could react, Li Anan spread her arms to shield Chen Ran, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Zhou Yang. "Whoa, Li Anan looks genuinely angry. I've never seen her like this. If even someone as good-natured as her is mad, Zhou Yang has really stepped on a landmine." Li Anan is so protective of that guy, they must have a special relationship. The onlookers had sharp eyes. Normally after being forcefully kissed by Chen Ran, Li Anan would be furious. But instead she wasn't angry and was even defending him. This was proof enough that their intimacy went far beyond that of ordinary friends. Xiaonan, this guy harassed you, and I was just standing up for you. Zhou Yang was also baffled. He was helping Li Anan, and she should be thanking him. Why was she blaming him instead? Zhou Yang couldn't figure it out at all. At that moment Chen Ran reached out and put his arm around Li Anan's shoulders, saying in a calm tone, Xiaonan, tell him what we are to each other. He's my boyfriend. Li Anan confessed her relationship with Chen Ran without hesitation. The moment these words were spoken, shock rippled through the crowd. During registration, only a few had seen Chen Ran and Li Anan together, so many assumed Li Anan was single. No one expected her to have a boyfriend already. The fantasies of every male student shattered in that instant, and you could almost hear the sound of hearts breaking. No wonder Li Anan is so protective of him. So they're a couple. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, any girl who had previously been interested in Chen Ran now completely dismissed the idea. Though they were confident in their own looks, they knew they'd be utterly outshone by Li Anan. Better to stay put than to embarrass themselves. What? He's your boyfriend? Zhou Yang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He had been fantasizing about confessing to Li Anan after military training and then living a blissful life together. He never imagined she was already taken. Please stop pretending to be my boyfriend from now on. Li Anan's pretty face turned cold. She was usually gentle, but Zhou Yang's claim to be her boyfriend had crossed a line. What if Chen Ran got the wrong idea? She couldn't bear to lose Chen Ran. Anan, let me explain. Hosey said you were forcefully kissed, so I pretended to be your boyfriend to stand up for you. Zhou Yang tried to explain, but Li Anan cut him off with a wave of her hand. We're not close. Li Anan enunciated each word. Classmate, Zhou, please use my full name from now on. I don't want my boyfriend to have any misunderstandings. Hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Li Anan had always called him Zhou Yang before, but now she called him Classmate Zhou. Though it was just a few words difference, the meaning was completely different. Classmate Zhou sounded much more distant. Li Anan was pledging her loyalty to Chen Ran and also telling everyone that she and Zhou Yang were merely classmates. There would never be any further development. So you're Zhou Yang, right? Chen Ran felt smug. Li Anan publicly declaring their relationship showed she truly cared about him. There was no reason for him not to be happy. I can understand you wanting to be Xiaonan's boyfriend. After all, my Xiaonan is so beautiful, you're not the only one hoping to win her over. Chen Ran said leisurely. But as long as I'm here, you all don't stand a chance. Young man, better find a job in a factory soon. Xiaonan is out of your league. Seeing Chen Ran so cocky, the other guys who admired Li Anan gritted their teeth in hatred. This guy had won their dream girl and was now rubbing it in their faces. This was the ultimate humiliation. Brother, keep a low profile. Zhang Kai and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Even they had to admit Chen Ran was being a bit too infuriating. What? I'm not being low-key enough. Chen Ran shouted at the top of his lungs. If it weren't for this, Zhou Yang, I wouldn't have even planned on revealing my relationship with Xiaonan. The people around them were speechless. He had forcefully kissed the prettiest girl right off the bat, and he had the nerve to claim he was being low-key. You call that low-key? If you're low-key, then no one in the world is high-profile. Shout a little louder, and the whole world will know you're a couple. Young man, don't hang your head. Chin up, chest out. Chen Ran patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm a generous guy. I won't hold it against you for impersonating me. But Xiaonan is already taken by me. You've got no chance in this lifetime. Why not try another target? Everyone's mouths twitched, and even Yin Jinxiao and the others looked at him with utter contempt. Shameless. This guy was simply insufferable. Zhou Yang clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He was trembling, overwhelmed by intense emotion. Buzz. Just as everyone expected him to erupt in a fit of rage, a sudden roar echoed in Zhou Yang's mind. Immediately after, Zhou Yang's vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. His body toppled backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Damn! Zhou Yang fainted. Quick, get him to the infirmary. Everyone was stunned, never expecting Zhou Yang to be so enraged that he passed out. Looking at Zhou Yang, who had fainted, Li Anan felt a twinge of guilt. However, she did not regret publicly announcing her relationship with Chen Ran, nor did she regret rejecting other boys for his sake. Because Li Anan knew in her heart that love and infatuation were two different things. She and Chen Ran had been together since their freshman year of high school. Although they had broken up once due to family reasons, they eventually found their way back to each other. Even during their time apart, Chen Ran had silently taken care of her. For instance, when Li Anan skimped on meals to save up for tuition, she would always find a warm breakfast waiting in her desk every morning when she arrived at school. Similarly, after every evening self-study session, when she walked home late, Chen Ran would always follow behind her, only leaving after ensuring she arrived home safely. Chen Ran thought Li Anan was unaware of this, but she had long since discovered his secret. The love Chen Ran gave her never demanded anything in return, nor did it ever burden her. Through Chen Ran, Li Anan experienced what it truly meant to love someone, and to be loved. That was why she could clearly distinguish that Zhou Yang was merely infatuated with her looks. The only one who truly loved her was Chen Ran. Tisk, this guy's mental fortitude is way too weak. I didn't even say anything harsh. Chen Ran scratched his head thinking he hadn't even used a tenth of his verbal prowess. Was it really enough to make Zhou Yang faint from sheer agitation? Yan Jinxia and the others nearby upon hearing this all flipped Chen Ran the middle finger. You call that nothing? If he had said a few more words that Zhou Guy would probably have coughed up blood from sheer rage. You don't bully people like that next time. Li Anan chided, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Ran, though there was little real blame in her eyes. Oh right, there's still something important I haven't done. Chen Ran remembered the bet he had made with some guys earlier, and pointed to his cheek. Come on, give me a kiss. Huh, isn't this a bit too sudden? Li Anan was no longer as introverted as before, but Chen Ran's sudden request caught her off guard. Chen Ran urged, come on, just one kiss. It's not appropriate, so many people are watching us. Li Anan noticed that everyone was staring straight at them. Even though she had become more outgoing than before with so many eyes on her, she still felt embarrassed. Chen Ran pointed to his cheek again. Let them watch, this kiss is for them to see. For them to see? What do you mean? Li Anan was utterly confused. Chen Ran didn't hide anything, and told Li Anan about the bet he had made with the guys. After hearing the whole story, Li Anan couldn't help but laugh. You boys are so childish. Li Anan was both amused and exasperated, so she gently tapped Chen Ran's forehead with her knuckle. A man is but a boy at heart. Chen Ran didn't see anything wrong with it. Although his soul was that of a middle-aged man, he was currently a just-graduated college student. Occasionally acting childish suited his current age. Xiaonan, are you going to kiss me or not? Chen Ran pretended to look pitiful. If you don't, they'll definitely mock me. You don't want your boyfriend to be humiliated, do you? Alright, I can't stand you. Stand up straight then. Yes, sir. Chen Ran immediately straightened his back, arms pressed against his pants seams, chest out, and head high, standing at perfect attention. Huff! Li Anan let out a breath, then placed her hands on Chen Ran's shoulders. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Anan slightly rose on her tiptoes, leaning her body forward at a 25-degree angle. Smack! Closing her eyes, Li Anan planted a gentle, fleeting kiss on Chen Ran's cheek. She kissed him. She really kissed him. I want to try kissing too. The surrounding students were jumping for joy, even more excited than Chen Ran and Li Anan themselves. Yan Jinxia and the others also wore envious expressions. None of them had ever been in a relationship, and they yearned for love. Seeing how intimate Chen Ran and Li Anan were, they were dying of envy. Zhang Kai said with a dejected look, Boss, I'm so jealous. Set me up with a girlfriend too. Scram. I'm still single myself. Yan Jinxiao rolled his eyes at Zhang Kai in annoyance. The usually taciturn Tang Jun suddenly spoke up. Second brother's girlfriend probably knows a lot of girls. We could ask second brother to help set us up. Upon hearing this, Yan Jinxia and Zhang Kai's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. Why hadn't they thought of such a great idea before? They could totally get Chen Ran and Li Anan to be matchmakers and organize a mixer event. They would definitely have to talk to Chen Ran about this when they got the chance. Elsewhere, Li Anan and Chen Ran were still being lovey-dovey. Who knows if Chen Ran was addicted to showing off his relationship. He actually asked Li Anan to kiss his other cheek. Xiaonan, kissing just one side is a bit asymmetrical. You should kiss this side too. Don't push your luck. Although she said that, Li Anan still indulged him, leaning in to plant a kiss on his other cheek. Zhou Yang, who had just managed to regain consciousness, opened his eyes to the sight of Li Anan willingly kissing Chen Ran. After being stunned for a few seconds, he fainted once again. Chen Ran was feeling playful and wanted to tease Li Anan more, but a female counselor a few years older than them was approaching the group of students. Alright, no more fooling around. Our counselor is here. Okay, then I'm out of here. Chen Ran scurried away in a flash. Watching his retreating figure, a smile unconsciously tugged at the corner of Li Anan's lips. Chen Ran could be incredibly mature and steady, managing his business affairs with great competence. But at other times he was as childish as a little kid, even getting jealous on her behalf. However, she loved this unbridled and ever-changing personality of his. Stop staring, Chen Ran's already gone. Haven't you seen enough? Zhu Kiki came over to Li Anan and raised an eyebrow. Xiaonan, I think you should change your surname to Wang. Wang? Why? Li Anan was confused, not understanding what Zhu Kiki meant. Zhu Kiki teased. Well, the way you were just staring at Chen Ran, you looked just like a Wang Fu, sure, a stone statue of a woman waiting for her husband. Cuckoo. Li Anan let out a coquettish cry and started playfully wrestling with Zhu Kiki. Chen Ran, with his hands in his pockets, walked back to his school's team with an air of triumph, swaggering over to the guys who had been jealous of him. Ahem ahem. Chen Ran cleared his throat. The few guys had varied expressions on their faces. One of them, a guy named Wang Hao, asked sheepishly, Chen Ran, could you teach me how you managed to get such a beautiful girlfriend? Shameless. Sucking up to Chen Ran just to get a girl. Wang Hao, I misjudged you. Another guy named Shui Bin berated Wang Hao, then turned seriously to Chen Ran and said, Indifferent. He'll just become your disciple. Master, please impart your wisdom on how to pick up girls. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. This Shui Bin guy was even more shameless than him. How dare he criticize him? Here it comes. Here it comes. The extra update sweet enough to give you diabetes is here. Send your small gifts and power stones. Let's hit 1,000 gifts this week. Go, go, go. The boys who had previously envied Chen Ran no longer felt repelled by him. Instead, they showed a hint of fawning. Li Anan's beauty was evident to all, so they asked Chen Ran for advice on how to find such a gorgeous girlfriend. Sigh. Chen Ran sighed and said, Your master is a bit thirsty. A sensible disciple would have gone to the convenience store by now. Whoosh. Several boys rushed to the convenience store to buy water, afraid of being slower than others. They were desperate to find a girlfriend. Soon several boys ran over with cold sodas in their hands, thrusting them at Chen Ran with obsequious smiles. Master, can you tell us now how to pursue girls? Chen Ran distributed the drinks to his dorm mates, including Yan Jinxia, then opened a bottle of iced cola, threw his head back, and took a big gulp. The icy cold soda flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, making him feel much cooler. Actually, the trick to chasing girls is very simple. What is it? Everyone looked at Chen Ran with anticipation. Even Yan Jinxia and the other two, while drinking soda, perked up their ears to eavesdrop. The trick is... Chen Ran deliberately drew out his tone, keeping everyone in suspense. What is it? It's being handsome. Chen Ran said matter-of-factly, because I'm too handsome, that's why I can find such a beautiful girlfriend. You guys probably have no chance in this life. Damn. Everyone simultaneously gave Chen Ran the finger. They had thought Chen Ran would reveal some insight, but the guy had gone through such a big roundabout just to praise himself. The boys who bought the sodas were bleeding inside. They hadn't learned how to chase girls and had wasted so many bottles of drinks. The thought of it felt like a loss. Chen Ran still had 2 bottles of soda left. With a glint in his eye, he took the 2 unopened bottles and ran over to Li Anan. Xiaonan, here you go. Chen Ran said without changing his expression. It's so hot you might get heatstroke. Have some cold soda to cool down. As he spoke, he pretended to pant heavily, looking breathless as if he had just finished a marathon. Did you specially go buy it for me? Li Anan held the drink, looking at Chen Ran with immense gratitude. Although the drink was icy cold, her heart was melting from Chen Ran's thoughtfulness. I was afraid you'd get heatstroke, so I specially got a cold drink for you. Chen Ran pretended to wipe sweat from his forehead. That convenience store was so far I ran until I almost passed out. Chen Ran, thank you. Li Anan's eyes shimmered. She took a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped the sweat from Chen Ran's face. Her boyfriend's meticulous care made Li Anan's heart sweeter than honey. Do we need to say thank you? I'm your boyfriend, I have the duty to take good care of you. With that, Chen Ran gave the last bottle of drink to Li Anan's counselor. Hello, beautiful teacher. I'm Li Anan's boyfriend. I'd like to ask you to take good care of my Xiao Nan in the future. Okay. The counselor took the drink with a bewildered expression, feeling as if Chen Ran was bribing her. The surrounding girls cast envious glances at Li Anan. Chen Ran cared so much for Li Anan and even helped her get closer to the counselor. A boyfriend who thought so much for his girlfriend was rarer than a panda. If only they could have a boyfriend like Chen Ran. After doing all this, Chen Ran returned to his own group. The boys all looked at him with contempt. Second brother, you've shown me what it means to lie through your teeth. Zhang Kai was utterly amazed at Chen Ran. The drinks were clearly bought by others, yet Chen Ran claimed they were his. They had never seen such a shameless person. You can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Where did I lie? Chen Ran spread his hands innocently. I only said the convenience store was far away, and said I ran until I almost passed out. But I never said I went to the convenience store. Chen Ran patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder. Third brother, you need to be rigorous in analyzing problems and learn divergent thinking. Otherwise, how will you pass the civil service exam in the future? Second brother, how do you know I want to take the civil service exam after graduation? Zhang Kai looked at Chen Ran in astonishment. He had never told anyone except his parents about his plan to take the civil service exam. How did Chen Ran know? Chen Ran smiled meaningfully. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. On the first day of military training, since everyone had just arrived and was tired, the main activities were distributing uniforms, making beds, and the instructor giving a few words. There was no substantial training. After dinner, Chen Ran changed into his own casual clothes. Seeing Chen Ran constantly preening, Yan Jinxia asked curiously, Second brother, where are you off to? To pull some strings for my girlfriend. With that, Chen Ran left the dormitory and went straight to the instructor's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing someone at the door, the instructor inside said, Come in. Chen Ran pushed open the door. The dormitory was simply decorated with the bed sheets neatly folded and some daily necessities placed on the shelves. At that moment, a young instructor with a crew cut was writing a diary at his desk. Brother Xiaoyu. Hearing someone call his nickname, the instructor's pen paused, and he turned to look at Chen Ran in surprise. How do you know my nickname? Chen Ran walked up warmly, pointing to his own face. Brother Xiaoyu, don't you remember me? I'm Chen Ran. Chen Ran. Shen Tianyu fell into thought, then quickly remembered. You're Xiao Ran. Yes, that's me. Chen Ran laughed. I thought you looked familiar in the cafeteria just now. I didn't expect it was really you, Brother Xiaoyu. Haha, sit down and tell me. Shen Tianyu pulled up a chair for Chen Ran. I never thought we'd meet here. It's been 3 or 4 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? You've grown even more handsome, kid. Chen Ran smiled and said, Hee, Brother Xiaoyu, you've become more masculine too. Shen Tianyu was the grandson of the old man next door to Chen Ran's family, a few years older than Chen Ran. They used to play together as children. But later Shen Tianyu joined the army and they hadn't seen each other since. They never expected to meet at the military training base. After chatting for a while, Chen Ran sighed, his expression turning serious. Shen Tianyu asked curiously, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Tell me. It's just that my girlfriend also came for military training this time. She's not in great health, and I'm afraid she won't be able to endure the intensive training for the next 20 days. Oh, is that all? Shen Tianyu waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll have someone take good care of your sister-in-law. She won't be exhausted. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyu. We're brothers, no need to be polite. Chen Ran beamed with joy. Done. In the following days, Xiao Nen would be able to comfortably get through the military training. The next day, military training officially began. The students were rudely awakened from their slumber by the ringing bell early in the morning, their eyes still heavy with sleep and faces etched with exhaustion. During high school, they were accustomed to rising early for school. However, after a summer of relaxation and indulgence, everyone had long fallen into a chaotic schedule of staying up late and sleeping in. Now, forcing these students to crawl out of bed at the crack of dawn was clearly a tall order. Everyone get up. The drill instructor kicked open the door, sweeping his gaze over the lazy figures still sprawled on their beds. You have 10 minutes to assemble on the training ground. Anyone who's late will run 10 laps around the base. With that, the instructor moved on to the next dormitory. He couldn't care less whether these brats could drag themselves out of bed or not. If they couldn't, they'd face the consequences. Oh man, it's only just past 7. This is killing me. I went to bed so late last night, my head is still spinning. Despite the flood of complaints, their bodies moved with a surprising sense of urgency. One by one, they forced themselves upright. No way. The military training base was huge. Running 10 laps would be the death of them. No one wanted to endure such a brutal punishment. While the others were still washing up, Chen Ran had already changed into his camouflage uniform and arrived at the training ground. His eyes immediately found Shen Tianyu, who was leading the group of instructors. Well, didn't expect you to be the first one here, kid, Shen Tianyu said with a grin. By the way, you never told me yesterday which one is your girl. The prettiest one there is my girlfriend. Chen Ran raised his chin with pride. He didn't need to say Li Anan's name, it was completely unnecessary. Any discerning eye could tell she was the most beautiful girl in the entire place. You little rascal, Shen Tianyu chuckled, shaking his head. His peripheral vision caught students starting to trickle in, and his expression instantly turned serious. They're here. Don't worry, I'll look out for your girl. Thanks, Brother Xiaoyu. The two of them walked off in different directions with perfect understanding, as if they were complete strangers. Pulling strings was one thing, but it wouldn't do to give people any ammunition for gossip. Better to avoid giving any troublemakers a reason to accuse the instructors of being unfair. More and more students were now pouring onto the field, some with disheveled clothes, others with buttons fastened in the wrong holes, and a few even having lost a shoe on the way. They looked like a defeated army in full retreat, abandoning their gear and armor. The instructor in charge of Chen Ran's squad stood about 175 meters tall with a medium build and a slightly tanned complexion. Everyone line up. Girls in front, boys in the back. The instructor's booming, piercing voice was like a hammer striking the sleepy students right on the head. It was a rude awakening that snapped most of them to their senses. The instructor glanced at his watch. The 10 minutes were already up, but a few stragglers, both boys and girls, were still strolling over, as if they were out for a leisurely walk in the mall. Move it! The instructor bellowed, startling those dawdling students into a brisk jog as they scrambled to join the formation. At ease. Attention! As soon as the commands rang out, their bodies moved instinctively. Everyone stood ramrod straight, terrified that any non-standard posture would result in punishment. The instructor made a round of inspections. As he passed by Chen Ran, he pretended to correct his posture. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he murmured, "My name is Xiao He. Brother, you already filled me in." Huh? Chen Ran was utterly bewildered. Li Anan wasn't even in his squad. What good would it do for his own instructor to know? He felt like something was definitely off. Thanks a lot, Brother Xiao He," Chen Ran said, expressing his gratitude nonetheless. Don't mention it. We're all brothers here. Xiao He patted Chen Ran on the shoulder before moving on to correct other stances. After completing his inspection, he positioned himself at the front of the formation. Everyone who was late stepped forward now. Upon hearing this, the latecomers' faces fell. They had thought they'd gotten away with it, only to realize they couldn't escape their fate. Several boys and girls stepped out of the line, and among them stood Chen Ran's nemesis, Chen Ran. Seeing that Chen Ran was about to be punished with laps, Chen Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of schadenfreude. Chen Ran, however, spotted Chen Ran's smug grin from within the formation. It made her so angry that she ground her teeth. Being in the same squad as him was bad enough. And now the jerk was actually laughing at her. If the instructor weren't there, she would have loved to launch a flying kick at his face. Seeing as it's your first offense, he'll be lenient. Run 3 laps around the base. No breakfast until you're done. A wave of relief washed over the punished students when they heard the punishment reduced from 10 laps to 3. Chen Ran stood at the very back of the group. Just as they were about to start running, the instructor suddenly called out to her. You there? You don't have to run. Get back in line. Me. Chen Ran pointed at herself in confusion as the instructor's gaze landed on her. Yes, you. Get back in line. She was stunned for a moment, then a wave of pure joy washed over her as she happily returned to her spot. Naya. As she passed by Chen Ran, she stuck her tongue out at him. Chen Ran was completely taken aback. Why was she exempt from punishment? The others harbored the same question, but cowed by the instructor's authority, they could only swallow their curiosity. After the morning exercises concluded, the students who had been punished returned panting and out of breath. Once everyone was accounted for, the instructor led them to the cafeteria for breakfast. During military training, even eating was governed by strict rules. Take only what you can eat. If you took too much and couldn't finish, you wouldn't be allowed to leave the cafeteria. Not until every last bite was gone. Breakfast consisted of rice porridge, pickled vegetables, tea, eggs, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. All pretty standard fare. Boss, I can't eat anymore. Can you help me out? The instructor had warned everyone from the start to take only what they could eat, but Zhang Kai hadn't listened. He had grabbed 4 meat buns and a bowl of porridge for himself. Now with 2 buns remaining and his stomach fit to burst, he could only keep belching. Get lost. Who told you to take so much? I'm stuffed too. Yan Jinxiao flat out refused Zhang Kai's plea for help. Zhang Kai turned to Tang Jun, but that guy was even more direct. He simply picked up his clean plate and walked out of the cafeteria without a word. Second brother, you gotta help me out, Zhang Kai pleaded, looking at Chen Ran with a pathetic, desperate expression. Chen Ran was his last hope. Alright, I'll help you. Chen Ran grabbed the 2 buns and promptly stuffed them down the front of Zhang Kai's shirt. After he was done, he dusted off his hands. They're all done. Second brother, will this really fool them? Worth a shot. It's better than forcing them down and puking it all back up. I guess you're right. So Zhang Kai, with a let's see what happens attitude, followed behind Chen Ran. He was overjoyed as he neared the exit, thinking he was in the clear. Suddenly, the instructor standing by the door shouted at him. Stop right there. The instructor walked over to Zhang Kai, his expression stern. You're quite something, kid. Your chest muscles got bigger just from eating breakfast. Not even growth hormones would work that fast. Now take out whatever you've got hidden in your clothes. Zhang Kai failed to escape the instructor's watchful eye and had no choice but to obediently hand over the steamed buns hidden in his gift. You've got some nerve, your chest is bigger than the girls. Do you really take us instructors for fools? The instructor gave Zhang Kai a stern scolding, then fetched 2 more meat buns. You will finish all 4 of these buns. If you don't, you can skip the afternoon military training. Skip training? Zhang Kai's eyes lit up instantly, as he wasn't too keen on being out in the sun anyway. That's right, no training. You'll be doing physical conditioning instead. But before Zhang Kai could revel in his brief joy, the instructor sneered, I guarantee your legs will give out, and you won't be able to crawl. Zhang Kai's heart was bitter. Staring at the 4 large meat buns before him, he felt like he might throw up. After a moment's thought, Zhang Kai's gaze fell on Chen Ran. He was only supposed to eat 2 buns, but it was all Chen Ran's fault for coming up with this lousy idea, and now he had to eat twice the amount. Instructor, I want to report that Chen Ran put me up to this. Zhang Kai resolutely ratted out Chen Ran. Since he was doomed, either way he might as well drag Chen Ran down with him before the end. The instructor's gaze landed on Chen Ran as he demanded, is what he said true? Of course not. Chen Ran flatly denied it. Instructor, you need evidence to catch a thief. If Zhang Kai says I instigated him to hide food, he needs to provide proof. He can't just say whatever he wants. Hearing this, the instructor nodded. Chen Ran's words made some sense. Judging Chen Ran guilty based solely on Zhang Kai's words would be far too hasty. Zhang Kai, do you have any evidence? For a moment, Zhang Kai was speechless. He hadn't recorded anything, so where was he supposed to find evidence? Chen Ran, you may go. Seeing that Zhang Kai couldn't produce evidence, the instructor decided not to punish Chen Ran. However, Chen Ran had no intention of letting this slide. That man had a score to settle. Since Zhang Kai had sold him out, he couldn't blame Chen Ran for kicking him while he was down. Instructor. Chen Ran stated with righteous indignation. Zhang Kai had food to get by, and when caught showed no remorse, and even tried to frame me. I think the punishment should be increased. Let him truly understand his mistake. The instructor nodded repeatedly, finding wisdom in Chen Ran's words. You have a point. So what punishment do you suggest? Physical punishment is out of the question. Intense exercise right after a meal is bad for the health. Chen Ran pretended to ponder for a moment, then said, why not just give Zhang Kai 2 more buns? That way he'll remember not to waste food. Zhang Kai stared at Chen Ran in disbelief, itching to throw a punch at him. Please just be a decent human being. Alright, let's do that. The instructor brought over 2 more buns and placed them on the metal tray. Gazing at the mountain of buns piled before him, Zhang Kai felt like dying. After eating 6 buns, he wouldn't need to eat dinner tonight. The instructor instructed the cafeteria lady to supervise Zhang Kai until he finished the buns, then left to take a break. Zhang Kai was so angry, he was practically steaming, and only after the instructor was out of sight did he mutter a curse. Bro, you're a real snake. Hey, you reap what you sow? Don't blame me. Chen Ran said with a grin, betraying your teammate has consequences. You enjoy your meal alone. I'm heading back to sleep. Watching Chen Ran's cheerful retreating figure, Zhang Kai raised a bun ready to hurl it at him. Just then the cafeteria lady spoke up, don't waste food. If it falls on the floor, you'll be the one picking it up and eating it anyway. Hearing this, Zhang Kai instantly abandoned the idea of throwing buns at the dog. He slumped onto the bench and started eating in defeat. After the meal, some students strolled to aid digestion, others gathered at the kiosk buying drinks, and some hid in their dorms to nap. Shen Ran was browsing the kiosk with her roommate when she suddenly remembered that the instructor hadn't punished her with running that morning. So Chen Ran bought an extra cola, intending to thank the instructor for his leniency. With the drink in hand, she found Instructor Xiaohei. Instructor, this drink is for you. Chen Ran offered the bottle to him. For me, eh? Xiaohei didn't reach for it, looking at her with a puzzled expression, clearly not expecting her to buy him a drink. Yes, thanks for going easy on me this morning. Oh, I see. A look of realization dawned on Xiaohei's face, and a rare smile broke through his usually stern features. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. Your boyfriend already mentioned you to me, so of course I had to look out for you. My boyfriend? Chen Ran's eyes widened in shock. She had never been in a relationship. Where did a boyfriend suddenly come from? Yeah, Chen Ran from your class. Xiaohei said he talked to our head last night saying you were his girlfriend and asked him to look after you. Chen Ran. He's the one who said he's my boyfriend. That's right. He said the prettiest girl in the class was his girlfriend, and aren't you the prettiest? Xiaohei reached out to take the drink, but at that moment Chen Ran suddenly spun around, leaving him grasping at thin air. Bang! Chen Ran slammed the door shut as she stormed out. Instructor Xiaohei was full of questions. Chen Ran was perfectly fine a moment ago. Why did she suddenly get angry? A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the deep sea. After leaving the instructor's dormitory, Chen Ran headed straight for the boys' dormitory, ready to confront Chen Ran. That bastard actually dared to impersonate her boyfriend. It was infuriating. He needed to be taught a lesson. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Ran, Yan Jinxia, and others were playing Do Diju, a game strictly forbidden during military training. However, there were always those who refused to follow the rules. A bomb. I win. Chen Ran tossed his last few cards onto the table. Each of you owes me a drink. Hand them over now. Are you kidding me? How did you win again? This is so unlucky. I've lost 8 bottles of cola already. Yan Jinxia and another student named Jiang Lu reluctantly handed over a drink to Chen Ran. At that moment, Tang Jun noticed something was off. He pushed aside the pile on the chair, revealing that behind Chen Ran's A-bomb were hidden a 3 of spades and a 6 of diamonds. Bro, Tang Jun asked the soul-searching question, what kind of bomb is this? Since when do bombs come with 2 extra single cards? Jiang Lu, filled with righteous anger, cursed. Damn, no wonder you always win. You've been cheating all along. Bro, have you no shame? Yan Jinxiao rolled his eyes. It's one thing to scam Jiang Lu, but did you have to scam me too? Hearing this, Jiang Lu was displeased. Yan, that's a terrible thing to say. Enough arguing. Chen Ran silenced them all, and without batting an eye fabricated a story. This is how we play in my village. Bombs can include 2 extra cards. Get lost. Give us our drinks back. Yan Jinxia and the others weren't fools. They wouldn't fall for Chen Ran's lies. Just as they were scrambling for the drinks, the dormitory door was kicked open. Everyone looked over to see Chen Ran standing there fuming with rage. Chen Ran complained, Chen Ran, you scared me half to death. I thought the instructor was here. Chen Ran walked straight up to Chen Ran, took a deep breath and shouted, Chen Ran, you are a complete jerk. Chen Ran's sudden appearance startled everyone. Yan Jinxia, flustered, hastily hid the playing cards under his blanket. Jiang Lu even more dramatically leaped onto the bed and pretended to be dead asleep. Upon realizing it was Shunruo, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Shunruo, this is the boys' dormitory. Did you take a wrong turn? Chen Ran opened his drink, took a sip, and continued. And what did I do to you? Why did you curse at me? So what if I cursed at you? He'll even hit you. He'll fight you today. With that, Shunruo raised her fist and charged at Chen Ran with fierce momentum. Having learned his lesson from the last time she slapped him, Chen Ran was determined not to fall for it again. Quick as a flash, Chen Ran caught Shunruo's wrist. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? Chen Ran scolded mercilessly. There was already bad blood between them, so he saw no reason to be polite. Shunruo struggled, but couldn't break free from Chen Ran's grip. Let me go. Who wants to touch you? Get lost. Chen Ran shoved her away, causing her to stumble backward until she hit the bed and barely managed to steady herself. You. Shunruo pointed at Chen Ran angrily, too furious to speak. This jerk had pretended to be her boyfriend and now had the nerve to push her around. What about me? Chen Ran retorted irritably. This is the boys' dorm. Go have your tantrum in your own room. Just because you're a girl doesn't mean I won't do anything to you. Chen Ran bared a fierce expression. If you bother me again, I'll give you a slap like last time. Yan Jinxia and the others could see there was clearly a conflict between Chen Ran and Shunruo, so they stepped in to mediate. Second brother, be civil. She is a girl after all. We men should know how to be gentle with the fairer sex. Chen Ran scoffed, digging in his ear. Of course he knew how to be gentle, but it depended on who he was dealing with. He would only cherish Li Anan. In his eyes, other girls were no different from animals. He had no intention of being a playboy, so he didn't need to be nice to every pretty face. Chen Ran. Shunruo was furious. She wanted nothing more than to give him a good beating, but after their last encounter, she knew she was no match for him. Forcing herself to calm down, Shunruo looked directly at Chen Ran. I'm asking you, why did you tell the instructor that I was your girlfriend, eh? Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Chen Ran in shock. This news was way too explosive. Everyone knew Chen Ran had a girlfriend. Now another one, Shunruo, appears. Could it be that Chen Ran is two-timing? Are you insane? Who said you were my girlfriend? Chen Ran rolled his eyes at her, utterly speechless. Sure, Shunruo was pretty and had a great figure, but she was fiery-tempered and impulsive. Chen Ran didn't like brainless women. Compared to her, Li Anan was gentle and sensible 1,000 times better. Wasn't Li Anan the perfect one? Even if his brain were full of mush, he wouldn't choose Shunruo. Not admitting it, huh? Shunruo fumed. I just want to see the instructor, and he told me everything. He said you told him I was your girlfriend, that's why he gave me special treatment, and didn't make me run laps this morning. If you dare come with me to confront the instructor. Chen Ran thought Shunruo must have a few screws loose. When did he ever tell the instructor she was his girlfriend? Fine, let's go. The two left the dorm together to confront the instructor. On the way, a thought struck Chen Ran. The instructor had excused Shunruo from running earlier. Could it be he mistook Shunruo for Li Anan? Lost in thought, they arrived at the instructor Xiaohei's dorm. Shen Tianyu happened to be there having some business with him. Xiao Ran, what brings you two lovebirds here? Shen Tianyu noticed their grim expressions, but assumed it was just a lover's spat. Who's a lovebird with him? Disgusting. Shunruo crossed her arms and spat. What's going on here? By now Shen Tianyu realized something was off. The way Chen Ran and Shunruo looked at each other held no trace of affection. Only intense hatred and resentment. Couples don't look at each other like that. They seemed more like enemies. Brother, you got it wrong. She's not my girlfriend. Chen Ran quickly explained. My girlfriend's name is Li Anan. She goes to East Sea Normal University, not my school. What? Not from your school? Shen Tianyu was taken aback. I just assumed you'd find a girlfriend at your own school. Chen Ran pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling quite frustrated. It's my fault for not being clear. Chen Ran admitted the problem was indeed his own. Logically, it was perfectly normal for Shen Tianyu to assume Chen Ran and Li Anan went to the same school. And since Shunruo was undeniably the prettiest freshman at East Sea University. Combining these two facts, it was only natural for Shen Tianyu to mistake Shunruo for Chen Ran's girlfriend. If he had known it would cause such trouble, he wouldn't have been so secretive. This is my fault. I'm sorry. Chen Ran apologized to Shunruo. He was a reasonable person. The problem was his own doing, causing unnecessary trouble. An apology was in order. Oh, it's fine. As long as it's cleared up. Chen Ran's sudden change in attitude caught Shunruo off guard, and the flames of her anger subsided considerably. With everything clarified, they prepared to head back to their respective dorms. Just then, Li Anan, along with Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling, happened to be taking a stroll by the small river in front of the instructor's dorm. Chen Ran had an idea. Since Li Anan was right there, he could introduce her to Shen Tianyu to avoid any future misunderstandings. Anan. Chen Ran called out, rushing over to take her hand and lead her to Shen Tianyu. Brother, this is my real girlfriend, Li Anan. Then he introduced Shen Tianyu to her. Anan, this is my childhood friend. You can call him Brother Yu. Hello, Brother Yu. Li Anan greeted him sweetly. So you're Li Anan. Hello. Chen Tianyu looked her over. In terms of both looks and temperament, Li Anan was superior to Chen Ran. No wonder Chen Ran said she was the most beautiful girl. It was true. Xiao Ran, no more mix-ups this time, right? Chen Tianyu wanted to confirm, fearing another awkward situation. No worries. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. With that, Chen Ran cupped Li Anan's face and planted a flurry of kisses on her cheeks. Smooch, smooch, smooch. He kissed her 10 times, turning her face red. All right. Chen Tianyu waved his hand helplessly. I was just confirming you didn't have to shove all this PDA in my face. Chen Ran chuckled. I just wanted to show off a bit. With the misunderstanding resolved, Chen Ran felt at ease. Having witnessed Li Anan with his own eyes this time, Chen Tianyu would surely harbor no further doubts. Early the next morning, Chen Ran headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. The queue was long and the best items were quickly disappearing. He hurriedly grabbed a meal and headed back to bring it to Li Anan. Young man, didn't you just eat? Why are you back in line? The cafeteria lady glanced at him. With so many students coming and going, it was hard to remember anyone's face. But Chen Ran's striking features were impossible to overlook, and she found herself taking a second look. That face was simply unforgettable. I'm getting breakfast for my girlfriend, Chen Ran said with a smile. Auntie, could you add extra sugar to the soy milk? My girlfriend likes it sweet. Oh, sure thing. The lady replied, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. Don't misunderstand, the auntie wasn't interested in Chen Ran for herself. She had a niece around his age and had thought of introducing them. To her surprise, Chen Ran already had a girlfriend, so that plan was quickly shelved. Hence her slight disappointment. Leaving the cafeteria, Chen Ran carried the steaming breakfast to the entrance of Li Anan's dormitory. He didn't shout or make a scene, simply sent a message, come down and eat breakfast. After sending it, he sat on the railing of the nearby flower bed, quietly waiting for her. The military training base's dormitories were divided into male and female zones, but not by school, so students from both universities lived together. Thus, the female students of both Donghai University and Donghai Normal University resided in the same building. Several Donghai University girls came downstairs and greeted Chen Ran upon seeing him. Chen Ran, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to have breakfast? Don't be silly, can't you see the breakfast in his hands? He must be delivering it to his girlfriend. Chen Ran exchanged a few pleasantries with the girls, but soon grew tired of the chatter. The girls, sensing his reluctance to engage, said their goodbyes and headed to the cafeteria. Besides the Donghai University girls, many from Donghai Normal also recognized him. On the very first day at the base, Chen Ran had publicly, forcefully kissed Li Anan in front of many witnesses. His domineering CEO image had left a deep impression on everyone, especially after Zhou Yang had fainted from anger twice because of him. So despite being from a different school, the Donghai Normal students all knew him and knew he was Li Anan's boyfriend. Isn't that Li Anan's boyfriend? So handsome. How can a guy be this good looking? He must be here to bring Li Anan breakfast. I envy her a boyfriend who's both handsome and considerate. A girl whispered, covering her mouth. You guys don't know yet, but Li Anan's boyfriend is not just handsome, he's also super rich. The Nokia phone Li Anan uses, he gave it to her. And it said he bought her an apartment near our school on the first day of classes. At this, all the girls were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. What? He gave her an apartment? Really? Apartments near our school aren't cheap. Where did you hear this from? Is it reliable? Hearing that Chen Ran had gifted Li Anan a house, some were envious, while others doubted its authenticity. This was a house, not a toy model. A house costs at least hundreds of thousands, and the expensive ones even millions. Even a rich second generation couldn't just give one away like that. Of course it's true. The girl who spilled the beans said, last night, I overheard Li Anan, Zhu Kiki, and Han Xiling discussing how they'd throw a party at Li Anan's new apartment after the training ended. Li Anan said it wasn't hers, that her boyfriend Chen Ran bought it for her, that he's the real owner. Zhu Kiki argued back, saying since the name on the property deed is Li Anan's, the house is naturally hers. The girl finished her tale in a rush, feeling a bit parched. What? The owner is Li Anan's name. Shock came in waves, each one crashing harder than the last, battering the girls' hearts. If the deed had Chen Ran's name, the house wouldn't be considered Li Anan's. She'd just be a tenant. But with Li Anan's name on the deed, and only hers, it changed everything. Even if they fought and broke up in the future, the house would still belong to her. What good deeds did Li Anan do in her past life to deserve such a wonderful boyfriend? I seriously suspect Chen Ran owed her a debt of love in his past life, and is here to repay it. Sai, when will I get a boyfriend who gives me a house? Unmistakable envy gleamed in the girl's eyes. The 3 standards for choosing a boyfriend: tall, rich, handsome. Chen Ran embodied them all, and he was so considerate and generous. A boyfriend like him was a protected species on the brink of extinction. It would be hard to find another one in the whole world. Truly enviable. Chen Ran overheard the Donghai Normal girls gossiping about him, but he couldn't be bothered to care. Let them say what they wanted. After waiting a while, Li Anan still hadn't appeared. Just then Zhu Kiki walked out of the dorm and saw Chen Ran waiting below. She yelled back inside, "Xiao Nan, your man is here." "Kiki, don't shout like that." Li Anan hurried out of the room with quick small steps. Seeing Chen Ran waiting below, her face lit up with joy and she dashed downstairs. Seeing this, Zhu Kiki shouted down again, "Chen Ran, your wife is coming down. Wait a bit more." Chen Ran shook his head with an amused smile and gave Zhu Kiki an okay sign. Shortly after, Li Anan came down the stairs. In her haste, she stumbled at the stairway and nearly fell. Chen Ran, seeing her, moved forward to meet her. As she was about to fall, Chen Ran rushed forward with a swift step, catching her in his arms, narrowly preventing a tumble. He chided gently, "You little scatterbrain, what's the hurry? I was afraid of making you wait too long." Li Anan pouted, looking aggrieved. "Hell, waiting a bit longer is no problem, but I'd be heartbroken if you got hurt." Chen Ran ruffled her hair. "Don't be so reckless from now on, you hear me?" "I heard you." A happy smile bloomed on Li Anan's lips. "Chen Ran, can you let me go first? Everyone is looking at us." Noticing the stares, Li Anan felt a bit shy. "Let them look." Chen Ran said nonchalantly, "It's not against the law for me to hold my own wife, and I'm not just going to hold you. I'm going to kiss you too." With that, he planted a firm kiss on Li Anan's lips. Seeing Chen Ran and Li Anan being so lovey-dovey, the other girls were nearly driven wild with envy. Before entering university, everyone had aspired to study hard and land a high-paying, respectable job after graduation. Yet now, just a few days into military training, Chen Ran and Li Anan had already fed them countless servings of couples' dog food. The girls were itching with desire, now only wanting to fall in love. They had no heart left for studying. But after witnessing Chen Ran as such an exemplary boyfriend, they had developed preconceived notions. They believed that a boyfriend should be exactly like Chen Ran. Tall, rich, handsome, gentle, and considerate. Not a single attribute could be missing. Chen Ran had become the standard template for their ideal boyfriend. Yet looking at the boys in their own school, it was difficult to find even one who met any of those criteria, let alone someone like Chen Ran. All they could do was sigh and envy, lamenting that heaven was unfair. "I brought you breakfast, all your favorites." Chen Ran handed the breakfast to Li Anan, and they placed the food on a nearby tennis table, slowly starting to eat. "Why didn't you reply to my message earlier?" Chen Ran asked. Li Anan swallowed the fried dough stick in her mouth. "You sent me a message. I forgot to charge my phone last night, and it ran out of battery. Little scatterbrain." Chen Ran gently tapped Li Anan's high-bridged nose. "Don't forget to charge your phone next time. If I can't reach you, we'll go crazy. And I might want to do it again." Li Anan blinked. "Speaking of which, I've never seen you go crazy before." In her impression, Chen Ran had always been calm and wise, never losing his composure due to emotional outbursts. "I'm terrifying when I'm mad. Watch out." Chen Ran wrinkled his nose, putting on a ferocious expression, then imitated a tiger's roar. "How about it scary, right? Giggle, giggle." Li Anan laughed uncontrollably, teasing. That cat meow was quite realistic. "What ears do you have? How could that be a cat meow?" Chen Ran said with a straight face, talking nonsense. "That was clearly a donkey's bray. Donkeys don't sound like that." Li Anan beamed with joy. The past few days of training had exhausted her, but Chen Ran's antics instantly lifted her spirits. Even her fatigue vanished. "Hee, from now on you'll follow the donkey you marry." Chen Ran wrapped his arm around Li Anan's slender waist. Because she had been frugal to save tuition fees, she was even thinner than the average girl. Li Anan's delicate fingers tapped Chen Ran's dimple. "Aren't you afraid that while you're asleep, they'll slice off your skin to make donkey hide gelatin?" "What's there to fear? My skin is thick. Come and kiss it if you don't believe me." With that, Chen Ran leaned in and rubbed his face against Li Anan's lips. "Well, stop it. I just ate, and there's still oil on my lips." Li Anan lightly punched Chen Ran a few times, then pulled out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped the oil off his face. Chen Ran teased, "No wonder it felt so smooth. I thought it was your saliva. You're so bad. You're the one drooling." Li Anan pouted adorably. Just then Yin Jinxia and the others happened to pass by on the main road between the male and female dormitories. Yin Jinxia waved. "Second brother, let's go grab breakfast together. You go ahead, I'm not eating." After saying that, Chen Ran ignored Yin Jinxia and the others, continuing to cuddle with Li Anan. "Xiao Nan, I'm a bit thirsty. Then have some soy milk." Li Anan took a sip of the soy milk and handed the cup to Chen Ran. "The soy milk in the cup is too bland, but yours seems sweet. I want to drink from your mouth." Chen Ran kissed her directly. Li Anan's body tensed, and she slightly rose on her tiptoes. She had fed Chen Ran before, but never with her mouth. "Damn, beast." Seeing this, Yin Jinxia and the others were utterly speechless. Why did they have to greet Chen Ran? They were just asking to be tormented. Zhang Kai shoved his hands in his pockets and turned around to go back to the dorm. Yin Jinxia called out, "Third brother, where are you going?" "Not eating breakfast." "Eat my foot." Zhang Kai said indignantly. "I've been fed dog food first thing in the morning. Who the hell can still eat?" The students all went to breakfast, and only Chen Ran and Li Anan were left under the dormitory. Chen Ran caressed Li Anan's gaunt cheek. Due to long-term malnutrition, she had a delicate, sickly charm. It seemed that after military training, he would need to nourish her properly. "Xiaonan, you don't look well," Chen Ran said with concern. "If you can't hold on during the afternoon training, tell the instructor, and go back to the dorm to rest. I've already smoothed things out. The instructor will take care of you." "It's okay, I can manage." Li Anan shook her head. Despite her delicate appearance, she was actually strong-willed inside. A typical case of soft exterior, hard interior. With the kind of vampire parents who squeezed her dry, she wouldn't have survived this long if she weren't tough. "All right, but if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me immediately. Don't force yourself." Looking at her pale, thin face, Chen Ran's heart ached. Others grew strong through trials as they matured, but Li Anan was forced to be resilient. Because if she weren't strong, her life would have no future. Her upbringing was filled with bitterness. "Xiaonan." Chen Ran hugged her tightly. "From now on, you don't have to bear everything alone. He'll share the burden with you." Hearing this, Li Anan's body trembled. Chen Ran's words struck her heart like an arrow. She didn't speak, resting her chin on his shoulder, silently thinking, "Chen Ran, thank you for loving me so much." In the following days, everyone gradually adapted to the military training and no longer complained as much as before. During breaks, Chen Ran generously bought drinks for the classmates in both his and Li Anan's squads, subtly boosting her popularity. After the midday break, the instructor led them in practicing the goose step. The afternoon was the hottest time, and many students began to suffer from heat stroke and exhaustion. Chen Ran, with his excellent physical fitness, only sweated more, but didn't feel tired. However, he worried that Li Anan might not hold up. Just as his concern arose, he suddenly heard Zhu Kiki shout, "Instructor, Li Anan has fainted." Chen Ran's steps froze instantly. Looking over, he saw Li Anan collapsed on the ground, with Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling supporting her. Chen Ran glanced at Instructor Xiaohe, who understood immediately. "Go ahead." With permission, Chen Ran sprinted over, pushed through the crowd, and lifted Li Anan into a princess carry. "Take her to the infirmary quickly." Before the instructor could finish, Chen Ran shot out like a bullet, carrying Li Anan. The instructor gave chase, but was astonished to find he couldn't keep up with Chen Ran, carrying someone and still running so fast. Was this kid on steroids? Though Chen Ran was young and strong, his stamina was certainly no match for the instructors. Yet in moments of crisis, one can always unleash potential beyond their limits. On a normal day, Chen Ran would never outrun the instructor, but Li Anan's sudden collapse ignited his latent potential to the fullest. "Doctor, my girlfriend fainted, please take a look." Chen Ran burst into the infirmary, carrying Li Anan, startling the drowsy doctor into full alertness. "Put her on the bed quickly." Chen Ran laid Li Anan down on the bed with the utmost care. "You two wait outside. I need to examine her." The female doctor shooed Chen Ran and the instructor out and firmly shut the door. Knowing he could do nothing inside, Chen Ran could only wait quietly by the entrance. A dozen or so minutes later, the infirmary door opened again. "Come in." The female doctor beckoned to Chen Ran, who darted in like an arrow. "Doctor, how is my girlfriend?" he asked anxiously. "Young man, you seem quite devoted to your girlfriend." The female doctor glanced at Chen Ran, then continued, "She's fine, just fainted from exhaustion. A bit of rest, and she'll be right as rain." "Does she need any medication?" Chen Ran pressed. "No." The doctor shook her head. "But she appears to be quite frail, likely from long-term malnutrition. If you can afford it, get her some nutritious food to build up her strength. With proper care, she'll recover her health in no time. Oh, and don't give her anything too potent like ginseng or deer antler. Her body can't handle such strong tonics. Just make sure she eats plenty of fruit to get her vitamins." "Thank you, doctor." Chen Ran committed every word to memory. He had previously worried about Li Anan's health, and his concerns had proven true. It seemed his plan to nourish her body needed to be moved up the agenda without delay. The doctor removed her white coat and said, "I have to step out for a bit. Would one of you stay to look after this girl?" The instructor patted Chen Ran on the shoulder. "Chen Ran, you stay and take care of Li Anan. They'll put in a leave request for you and Xiaohe." During these past few days, Chen Ran had been visiting Li Anan's class to check on her whenever he had free time, so everyone, including the instructor, knew they were a couple. Thus, Chen Ran was undoubtedly the most suitable person to care for Li Anan. "Thank you, instructor." Chen Ran expressed his gratitude, and after seeing the instructor off, swiftly returned to Li Anan's side. He pulled a few tissues from the table and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Worried she might catch a chill, he also turned up the air conditioning. After doing all this, Chen Ran pulled up a chair and sat beside Li Anan, gently holding her soft, boneless hand in both of his. "Silly girl, I told you not to push yourself. Why won't you ever listen?" he murmured, smoothing her disheveled hair. Chen Ran remained busy rinsing a towel with water every 10 minutes to wipe Li Anan's face and arms. After an unknown stretch of time, Li Anan finally regained consciousness. As she slowly opened her eyes and her blurry vision came into focus, she saw Chen Ran bustling about tending to her. Summoning every ounce of strength, Li Anan called out his name. Chen Ran. She tried to sit up, but she was far too weak. She couldn't even lift her arm, let alone rise from the bed. Hearing her call his name, Chen Ran immediately rushed to the bedside and crouched down. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? He grasped her hand with his left and gently stroked her forehead with his right. The doctor hasn't returned yet. If you feel unwell, tell me, and I'll have someone take you to the hospital. While Li Anan was unconscious, Chen Ran, fearing any unforeseen complications, had called his company to send an assistant over by car. That assistant had been waiting at the entrance of the training base ever since. On standby 247A, the assistant was ready to carry out any task at a moment's notice. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Li Anan shook her head, wanting to touch Chen Ran's cheek, but she had no strength left in her entire body. Seeing this, Chen Ran understood what she wanted and gently lifted her hand to place it on his own cheek. And you say you're fine? You nearly scared me to death. Chen Ran scolded her sternly. Didn't I tell you not to push yourself? Why don't you ever listen? Luckily Han Xiling and Zhu Kiki were there to catch you when you fell. What if no one had noticed and you'd hurt yourself? I was going to tell the instructor, Li Anan said weakly. But before I could even speak, I couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. I'm sorry for making you worry. Don't say sorry. What matters is that you're all right. Chen Ran also realized his tone had been a bit harsh, so he softened his voice. Get some more rest. Once you can get out of bed, I'll walk you back to the dorm. Li Anan intertwined her fingers with his. Can you stay? Don't leave, just stay with me for a while. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Rest easy. With a mix of gentle coaxing and soothing words, Chen Ran lulled Li Anan back to sleep. Perhaps because he was by her side, she slept particularly soundly this time, a faint smile occasionally curling at the corners of her lips. Silly girl, you can still smile at a time like this. Chen Ran was caught between amusement and exasperation. Just then he noticed her lips moving as if she were murmuring something. He leaned in close and heard her softly calling his name over and over. Chen Ran. Chen Ran. After what felt like an eternity, when Li Anan finally woke again, the sky outside had already darkened. Having rested all afternoon, she had regained a little of her strength. Finally awake. If you little sleepyhead hadn't woken up soon, I would have dozed off myself, he said with a yawn, his eyes slightly reddened. I am not a little sleepyhead. Li Anan pouted in protest, then asked, Chen Ran, what time is it? It's past 7 now. Everyone's probably done showering and getting ready for bed. It's that late already. I need to get back to the dorm quickly. Li Anan got out of bed and Chen Ran helped her put on her shoes. She tried to stand, but having not eaten dinner and not fully recovered, she couldn't muster the strength. You'd better take it easy. Don't even think about walking until you're fully recovered. As he spoke, Chen Ran turned around, turned his back to Li Anan and knelt down on one knee. Hop on. He'll carry you back. Li Anan paused for a moment, then draped her arms over his shoulders and clung to his back. Chen Ran, are you tired? Li Anan asked shyly, lying on his back. Am I too heavy? Not heavy at all. In fact, I wish you were a bit heavier. Chen Ran shifted the topic with a grin. See how we look now? Like Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Li Anan smiled. Not in the slightest. Zhu Beiji is way cuter than you. Chen Ran protested vehemently. Who taught you to be so sly? Now you're insulting me without even using a single bad word. I learned it from you. Li Anan giggled, tugging at his ear. Now you look a little like Zhu Beiji. Hee, this old pig is off to get married. Chen Ran wasn't mad at all. Suddenly he broke into a sprint with her on his back. Let's go back to the Gao family village for the wedding night. After a day of military training and dinner, many students were carrying wash basins, some heading to the showers, others to do their laundry. Except for a few who lingered lazily in the dorms, everyone outside witnessed the sight of Chen Ran carrying Li Anan on his back. The female students were deeply captivated by the heartwarming scene, a wave of envy washing over them. Are those two running a wholesale business? They've been doling out couple goals from dawn to dusk. How haven't they run out yet? Burp. I just managed to digest dinner, and now I'm full again. Darn it, this makes me want to fall in love too. I wish I had a boyfriend to carry me around and lift me high. Chen Ran's meticulous care and tenderness towards Li Anan made him the ideal boyfriend in the eyes of the female students. Yet they knew well that there was only one Chen Ran, and they'd probably never find a boyfriend like him in their lifetime. Compete. Don't be silly. Li Anan's beauty surpassed even that of the previous campus belle of Donghai Normal University. Why mention the previous one? Because within days of enrolling, Li Anan had already usurped the title. Moreover, she was hailed by students as the most beautiful and elegant campus belle in the history of Donghai Normal University. Unless a fairy descended from heaven, no one could outshine her. Chen Ran became everyone's heartthrob, and Li Anan wasn't far behind. She became the envy of every girl. Wealth, good looks, gentle, and considerate, qualities of an ideal boyfriend. Most guys would be lucky to have even one. But Chen Ran had them all. He was so flawlessly perfect that how could other girls not envy Li Anan? If you were given a boyfriend like Chen Ran, but it cost you 5 years of your life, would you do it? A girl washing clothes suddenly blurted out this absurd question. Duh, of course I would. A long-haired girl answered without hesitation. Trading 5 years for decades of pampering. That's a steal. Exactly. If I live to be 100, what's 5 years less? Another short-haired girl chimed in, 5 years is too short. I'd give 8 years of my life for it, or else my conscience would bother me. Hey, are we bidding against each other now? Fine, I'll offer 10 years. I'll do 11. I'll do 11 years and 1 second. The girls burst into laughter. How did a discussion about Chen Ran and Li Anan turn into an auction? On the other side of the road in the boys' dormitory area, many guys who had just showered were also doing their laundry. Seeing Chen Ran and Li Anan so close, some were envious, some jealous, and others sighed helplessly. Chen Ran's girlfriend is really beautiful. Yeah, a girl that pretty. No wonder Chen Ran likes her. I like her too. Huh. Everyone turned to look at the second speaker. Well, you sly dog, you're just like us. We're all admirers. The guys burst into laughter too, their words harmless, just playful banter. They wouldn't dare to have any designs on Li Anan. They all knew their place. A goddess of Li Anan's caliber was only for admiring from afar. Of course, the main reason was Chen Ran. Hadn't they seen him go berserk when Li Anan fainted? If they dared to have any ill intentions towards her, Chen Ran would probably fight them to the death. Zhou Yang is really unlucky. Of all people, he had to fall for Li Anan. Is that love? Falling for her after just one glance. That's just lust being smitten by her looks. True. Chen Ran and Li Anan have been together since their first year of high school. Their foundation is solid, not something an interloper like Zhou Yang could shake. Whether his feelings are genuine or not, with a formidable rival like Chen Ran, he doesn't stand a chance in this lifetime. Just as everyone was gossiping, Zhou Yang walked out of the dormitory building. The guys exchanged knowing glances and fell silent in unison. After being infuriated into a faint by Chen Ran twice, Zhou Yang had needed 2 days of rest to recover. During the subsequent days of military training, he had actively tried to win Li Anan's favor, buying her water and breakfast, and offering words of care every day. However, Li Anan remained resolute and ignored him completely. This left Zhou Yang feeling dejected, so he decided to go downstairs for a breather. But as soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw the sight of Chen Ran carrying Li Anan on his back. Chen Ran was bouncing along, sometimes sprinting, sometimes braking suddenly. Then he stopped, panting heavily. What's wrong? Are you tired? Put me down, let me walk on my own. Li Anan gently wiped the sweat from Chen Ran's forehead, her heart aching for him. I'm not tired, just running low on fuel. A mischievous glint flashed in Chen Ran's eyes. How about you refuel me? Li Anan asked, looking puzzled. How do I do that? It's simple, just give me a kiss. With that, Chen Ran turned his head slightly, offering his cheek to Li Anan. Moi. Li Anan didn't mind his sweat-covered face and gave him a quick peck like a pecking chick. Fuel tank full. I feel energized. Chen Ran imitated a car's sputtering engine sounds from his nose and scuffed his right foot on the ground a few times. Dear passenger Li Anan, hold on tight to your handsome driver. We're hitting the highway. With that, Chen Ran dashed off like the wind. Startled, Li Anan quickly wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, letting out a silvery bell-like laugh. After sprinting a distance, Chen Ran finally stopped. Why are you so playful? Li Anan laughed and lightly tapped his shoulder, but despite her words, she gently wiped the sweat from his brow again. Watching from afar, Zhou Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy, the world spinning around him. He instinctively reached out to grab a pillar beside him, barely managing to stay on his feet. At that moment, Monkey, who had just finished showering, happened to return. He rushed over to support the tottering Zhou Yang. Yang, what's wrong? Quick help. Help me back to the dorm. Okay. Monkey set his wash basin on the ground and helped Zhou Yang upstairs. Before going up, Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at Li Anan, and Chen Ran happened to see him too. Their gazes clashed in the air, sparking with electricity. Still thinking about my wife? A hint of mockery flickered in Chen Ran's eyes, and he said to Li Anan on his back, out of fuel again, Nan. Quick, refuel me. Moi. Li Anan kissed him without hesitation. But this time, as she leaned in, Chen Ran suddenly turned his head, and their lips met. Seeing this, Zhou Yang's vision went black, and he fainted backward once again. Holy crap. Yang, don't scare me. Monkey shouted at the top of his lungs, someone help. Zhou Yang fainted again. Chen Ran was not an unreasonable person. It was only natural that Li Anan, being so outstanding, would attract the admiration of other boys. The more people who liked Li Anan, the better it proved Chen Ran's taste. However, Zhou Yang's persistent pursuit, even knowing that Li Anan already had a boyfriend, was crossing the line. Would you be pleased if another man pestered your girlfriend? No man with any pride could tolerate that. Chen Ran wasn't blind. In just the past few days, he had personally witnessed Zhou Yang making overtures to Li Anan no fewer than 20 times, not to mention the times when he wasn't looking. Zhou Yang was acting as if Chen Ran didn't exist. Since Zhou Yang was pushing his luck, Chen Ran wasn't about to indulge him. Everyone knew that Chen Ran was a man of reason, so he certainly wouldn't resort to the childish act of simply beating Zhou Yang up. But Chen Ran had 1,000 ways to infuriate Zhou Yang. The monkey's shout drew the students' attention, and everyone instinctively looked over. Just as expected, Zhou Yang had fainted again. This Zhou Yang is really frail. How can he keep fainting like that? If you're looking for a boyfriend, never pick a sickly one like him. It would affect the genes of the next generation. No one suspected Chen Ran of causing Zhou Yang's fainting because everyone had seen Chen Ran and Li Anan being affectionate. Why was it only Zhou Yang who fainted? It was clear that Zhou Yang had a health problem. So people quickly concluded that Zhou Yang must have some hidden ailment and added him to the blacklist of those off-limits for dating. Seeing Zhou Yang being taken to the infirmary, Chen Ran curled his lip in disdain. Serves him right. With such weak mental fortitude, Zhou Yang actually dared to think he could compete with Chen Ran for a woman. It was utterly delusional. However, Chen Ran had already shown mercy. If he had used even a bit more of his skill, Zhou Yang would have ended up in the emergency room, not the infirmary. You're up to your tricks again, aren't you? Li Anan gently tugged on Chen Ran's ear. You've already made Zhou Yang faint 3 times. Do you really want to infuriate him to death? She hadn't noticed Zhou Yang earlier, but now she realized Chen Ran had deliberately kissed her for Zhou Yang to see. The purpose was of course to assert his claim and to annoy Zhou Yang. I'm innocent. I did nothing. Chen Ran protested, loudly pouting. I was just kissing my own girlfriend. What does it have to do with him? It's his own weak mental state. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. Li Anan smiled, looking as if she had seen through everything. All right, fine. He'll drop the act. I did it on purpose to annoy him. I confess. Chen Ran stopped pretending to be innocent. Who told that guy to hover around you like a fly all day? I'm already being polite by not having someone beat him up. So petty. Li Anan gave a coquettish huff, but she felt secretly pleased. His actions showed he cared about her, which made her happy. Yes, I'm petty. So what? Chen Ran declared loudly. A wife is like territory, not an inch to be yielded. Besides, I'm indirectly training Zhou Yang's mental resilience. When he enters society, hell face blows 100 times heavier. Hell thank me then. Seeing Chen Ran's self-righteous expression, Li Anan couldn't help but laugh. He infuriates someone to the point of fainting, yet claims it's for their own good. Chen Ran's mouth was full of twisted logic capable of talking his way out of anything. All right. I don't like Zhou Yang. You don't need to be jealous. Li Anan hugged Chen Ran tightly, whispering softly into his ear, her breath warm in a voice only they could hear. I will always be yours alone. After saying this, Li Anan shyly buried her face in Chen Ran's shoulder, surprised she had said something so bold. Gulping. Chen Ran couldn't help but swallow, feeling his blood run hot. Fortunately, Chen Ran wasn't completely overwhelmed by his impulses. Remembering they were at the military training base, he managed to restrain his desires. If they had been in a hotel room, he would have already swept her off her feet. Come on, let me walk you back to the dorm. Chen Ran carried Li Anan up the stairs, climbing 6 full flights without stopping. Carrying a person up 6 floors was no easy feat. No matter how strong Chen Ran was, it took a toll. He carried her into the dorm, turned around slowly, crouched down, and carefully placed her on the bed. Huff, huff, huff. After setting Li Anan down, Chen Ran gasped for air, nearly exhausted. Li Anan wanted to get him a glass of water, but she didn't have the strength. Seeing this, Zhu Kiki proactively poured a glass. Chen Ran, your physical fitness isn't up to par. Zhu Kiki handed him the cup. You're this tired after just 6 floors. How are you going to keep up with our Xiao when it's time to? You know, have kids. Kiki. Li Anan protested with a shy, reproachful whimper, her pretty face flushing deeply. Zhu Kiki was always blunt, but Li Anan hadn't expected her to say something so embarrassing in front of everyone. I'm just stating the facts. Chen Ran, you need to train harder. Aim for 10 or 8 kids with our Xiao. Han Xiling rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could you be any more exaggerated? Even a sow in a breeding farm wouldn't have that many. Ha ha ha. Chen Ran wasn't offended. He knew Zhu Kiki meant no harm and was just joking. Besides, Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling took great care of Li Anan. If they hadn't caught her when she fainted, who knows where she might have gotten hurt. So Chen Ran was genuinely grateful to those 2 girls. All right then, once we have 10 or 8, we'll give a couple to you. How about being their godmother? Hearing this, Zhu Kiki's eyes lit up. That's great. I love girls. I'll not only be the godmother, but I also want to be the bridesmaid. Sure, no problem. Chen Ran waved his hand grandly. I'll even arrange some high-quality groomsmen for you then, so you can take your pick. They chatted and laughed for a while. Li Anan had regained a bit of strength, so she picked up some dirty clothes and got up from the bed. Chen Ran quickly stopped her. Where are you going? To do the laundry. If I don't, I won't have any clean clothes to change into, she said, heading for the stairs. You get back in bed and rest. He'll do the laundry for you. Chen Ran snatched the basin full of dirty clothes from Li Anan's hands, grabbed the detergent from the corner, and rushed downstairs. Xiao and Chen Ran is really good to you. Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling were envious. After rushing downstairs, Chen Ran washed the clothes diligently. When he got to the bottom of the basin, he found some undergarments. Just then Li Anan seemed to remember something and ran downstairs. She saw Chen Ran holding up a black bra, comparing it to the size of his hand. She rushed over, snatched the bra, and hid it behind her back. Chen Ran said with a look of surprise, Xiao and I feel like you've grown bigger. Though Li Anan was slender, she had a gift for gaining weight in all the right places. There wasn't an ounce of flab where there shouldn't be, yet she was perfectly filled out where it mattered. It was a rare talent indeed. On the day Chen Ran celebrated her birthday, the two had spent the night together at a hotel, and they had already grown intimate. So Chen Ran knew her measurements well. She was about a cup, but this bra was noticeably larger, at least a C, and it didn't seem like Li Anan's size at all. His first thought was that this bra wasn't hers. However, Chen Ran quickly dismissed that idea. If it wasn't her clothing, how could it be in her pile? There was only one truth. Li Anan had grown. Xiaonan, is this bra really yours? Chen Ran looked at Li Anan in disbelief. Among slender girls, some were indeed curvaceous, but with lower body fat, such figures were quite rare. Could Li Anan be one of those girls who just gained weight in the right places? If it's not mine, whose could it be? Li Anan blushed, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Chen Ran's gaze. Before she could react, Chen Ran suddenly pulled her into his arms for a tight embrace. Their bodies pressed together without a gap. Whoa, you really have grown. Chen Ran's mouth formed an O in surprise. When he had first seen her return, he was only thinking about how to cheer her up and help her relax. He had completely overlooked this aspect. Now, feeling it more carefully, he noticed that her figure was indeed fuller than on her birthday. Chen Ran grinned with delight. Xiaonan, how do you manage to gain weight so well? All of it goes to the right places. Oomph. Li Anan let out a coy whine, then said shyly, how would I know? You should ask your perverted hands. With that, she was too embarrassed to stay any longer. She broke free from his embrace and ran upstairs with the bra. Chen Ran was stunned for a moment, not quite getting her meaning at first, but he quickly caught on. He stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It seems my dragon claw technique has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Chen Ran waved at Li Anan, who was standing at the dormitory door. Xiaonan, once military training is over, let's practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together. Hearing this, Li Anan's face turned even redder, and she scampered into the dorm. In the following days of training, Li Anan didn't participate. The doctor had specifically advised the instructor that Li Anan's constitution was weak and couldn't handle intense training, or an accident might occur. Hearing this, the instructor didn't dare let her train. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. So the instructor let Li Anan rest in the dorm, and if she got too bored, she could walk around the military base. As for Chen Ran, he initially participated actively in the training, but with Li Anan unwell, he couldn't stop worrying. So Chen Ran went straight to Shen Tianyu and asked him to approve his exemption from training. Brother Yu, I need to take care of my girlfriend. I really can't focus on the rest of the training. Help me out. Shen Tianyu gave him a once-over. Looks like you're serious about Li Anan. Of course. Do I look like some scumbag who plays with feelings? Chen Ran said seriously. In this life, besides Xiao and I won't marry any other woman. Brother, you just give me some time off to take care of her. Chen Ran said with deep emotion. If anything happens to Xiao, then he'll be a bachelor for life. You wouldn't want your brother to stay single forever, would you? If you don't agree, you'll have my mom call and have a chat with you. Chen Ran played his trump card, bringing out the parents. Stop. Hold on. Shen Tianyu said in exasperation. If you're going to talk. No need to bring in the parents. They'll tell your counselor you sprained your ankle and get you out of the rest of the training. Shen Tianyu agreed readily. With so many students participating, one more or less of Chen Ran didn't matter. Besides, they had grown up together, so he had to give him that face. Thanks, brother Yu. Chen Ran dashed out of the instructor's dorm only to suddenly turn back and shout to Shen Tianyu inside. On behalf of your future nephew and niece, I thank you. He'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything, just ask. With that, Chen Ran didn't linger and vanished in an instant. Shen Tianyu shook his head with a smile and muttered, you little rascal. Chen Ran rushed to the girls' dorm. Everyone was at training, leaving Li Anan alone in the building. Chen Ran. Li Anan asked in surprise. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be training? The instructor approved my leave. Chen Ran walked over to her bed and sat down beside her. For the next few days, except for sleeping, I can be with you all the time. Really? Li Anan was overjoyed. Being alone in the dorm with no one to talk to was incredibly boring. Now someone could keep her company, and that someone was Chen Ran. She was over the moon. Of course it's true. Chen Ran took her soft hand in his. They gazed at each other for a moment, then embraced. Chen Ran, what if someone sees us? Everyone's at training. Don't worry, no one will see us. They fell silent, savoring the tender moment. After some time, Chen Ran's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was his assistant Xiao Wu. He frowned. Why call now of all times when he was enjoying his private time with her? Hello, what is it? The assistant on the other end flinched at Chen Ran's tone, but braced himself and spoke. Mr. Chen, everything you asked me to prepare is ready. Ready? Alright, I'll be right there. Hanging up, Chen Ran stood and pulled Li Anan towards the door. Chen Ran, where are we going? Just follow me, you'll see. Hand in hand, they ran to the entrance of the training base. The assistant had already set up a table with cutlery, a vase, and a variety of delicious food. The doctor said you're malnourished and need more nutrients. Chen Ran said, I specially found a nutritionist to prepare these meals for you. I promise they're both tasty and healthy. Chen Ran. Li Anan was deeply moved and hugged him on her own. Chen Ran glared at his assistant as if to say, what are you looking at? Don't you want your bonus this month? Oh. The assistant quickly turned away, sighing inwardly. It's hard being an assistant, and even harder being the boss assistant. It truly was like serving a tiger, a constant state of peril. Chen Ran had intended to wait until after military training to nourish Li Anan's health. However, after the fainting incident, he dared not delay any further. The sooner they progressed, the sooner Li Anan's constitution would improve. Medicinal tonics were no match for dietary therapy, so Chen Ran secretly infused these delicacies with beneficial Chinese herbs. The bountiful table before them appeared simple and unadorned, yet its worth exceeded 100,000 yuan, truly priceless. This was due to the many rare medicinal ingredients incorporated into the dishes. Chen Ran and Li Anan sat down across from each other, and the assistant opened a bottle of red wine, pouring 1/5 of a glass for each. Let's toast. Chen Ran raised his glass and gently clinked it against Li Anan's. Red wine contains numerous beneficial compounds, while modest amount poses no harm and offers considerable health advantages. Cheers. Li Anan took a small sip, her brow furrowing slightly. She had never tasted alcohol before, yet the wine's rich, fruity aroma was far gentler than baijiu or beer, and she found it quite agreeable. Seeing them empty their glasses in one go, the assistant promptly refilled them. Fill it to the brim, Chen Ran said, finding the repeated pouring tedious. Moreover, he wished to enjoy some private time with Li Anan. The assistant hovering around like a third wheel was an eyesore. To the brim, The assistant looked at Chen Ran with astonishment. Red wine was typically poured in small measures, not like beer. He had never seen anyone fill a glass to the top. And the wine they were drinking was no ordinary vintage. It was a 1976 Romanée-Conti. Some might not be familiar with Romanée-Conti, but everyone knows Lafite. Suffice it to say, even a 1982 Lafite is but a mere junior sibling before Romanée-Conti. This bottle alone was worth over 100,000 yuan. Such a fine vintage deserved to be savored slowly, yet Chen Ran had the assistant fill it to the brim without a second thought. If wine connoisseurs witnessed such blatant waste, they would surely condemn him for his ignorance of fine spirits. Yes, fill it up. Chen Ran tapped the table with his knuckles. Otherwise the neighbors might think we can't afford it. Chen Ran had initially meant to say foreigners, but upon glancing around and seeing nothing but rustic countryside with not a single Westerner in sight, he amended his words to neighbors. The assistant, though taken aback, dared not object. After all, it was Chen Ran's money. If the boss himself didn't mind the expense, why should a mere assistant fret over it? The first rule of working for a boss: speak less, do more. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, don't say what shouldn't be said, and keep your mouth shut. After pouring the wine, the assistant stood quietly to the side. You've been standing guard all these days. Go rest in the motorhome for a while. No need to attend to us here. Seeing the assistant still lingering nearby, Chen Ran devised an excuse to send him away. Mr. Chen, I'm not tired. The assistant straightened his back, instantly seeing this as a golden opportunity to impress his boss and secure a future promotion. He was determined to project an image of diligence, endurance, and unwavering dedication to earn Chen Ran's trust and future favor. Just as the assistant was lost in fantasies of climbing the corporate ladder, marrying a beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of success, Chen Ran's expression darkened. No, you are tired. Chen Ran's voice dropped to a low, ominous tone. The assistant, mistaking this for a test of his loyalty, shook his head firmly. Mr. Chen, truly, I don't feel tired. Bang. Chen Ran set down his glass, the base striking the table with a sharp, resounding crack. I don't care what you think. I know what I want. Chen Ran commanded in an imperious tone. Get back to the vehicle now. It was only then that the assistant realized Chen Ran's displeasure and understood that his presence as a third wheel was intruding on their private time. Mr. Chen, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit weary. The assistant feigned a yawn. He'll head back to the vehicle to rest. Just call if you need anything. With that, he scurried into the car. After closing the door, the assistant chuckled at himself. Working with Chen Ran had certainly sharpened his acting skills. That little performance of feigned exhaustion could easily outshine many of the pretty-faced idols in the entertainment industry. With no one left to hover around, Li Anan finally relaxed. "Anan, I want some lobster meat." Chen Ran rested his chin on his hands. The lobster was within easy reach. He could simply stretch out his chopsticks, but he refused to lift a finger. "You're hopeless." Li Anan smiled and picked up a piece of lobster, bringing it to Chen Ran's lips. Chen Ran opened his mouth and let her feed him, chewing slowly. Delicious. Everything my Anan feeds me tastes sweet. You're so smooth talking. I don't believe you." Though she said she didn't believe him, it was merely playful banter between lovers. Li Anan trusted Chen Ran unconditionally. "Anan, try this steak. It's quite good too." Chen Ran fed her a piece, and her eyes lit up at the tender, juicy texture. It was the finest steak she had ever tasted. "Truly delicious," she praised enthusiastically. Chen Ran smiled. "See, I wasn't lying. If you like it, eat your fill." And so they fell into a pattern of feeding each other. One bite for you, one bite for me. As sweet as newlyweds still in the throes of a passionate honeymoon. The training grounds where the students were drilling sat at some distance from the military camp's entrance, yet the view was unobstructed with nothing to block the line of sight. Thus everyone could clearly see what Chen Ran and Li Anan were up to. Watching them feast on such delicacies left the students in training utterly tantalized. They craned their necks for stolen glances, saliva practically pooling at the corners of their mouths. What infuriated them most was that Chen Ran and Li Anan were perfectly capable of feeding themselves. They had working hands. Why couldn't they just eat on their own? But no, they had to feed each other, tormenting the onlookers with both food envy and a forced dose of couples affection. It was maddening. "What are you looking at? Focus." The drill instructor barked, catching a student slacking off. The trainees flinched and quickly snapped their heads forward. But the allure of food was overwhelming, and with their stomachs growling, they couldn't resist sneaking another glance. The instructors realized this couldn't go on. The students were utterly distracted. They reported the situation to Shen Tianyu. Upon hearing the news, Shen Tianyu sprinted to the camp's entrance and sure enough found Chen Ran and Li Anan indulging in their gourmet feast. Unbelievable. Shen Tianyu's nose practically twisted with fury. "Do you think you're on vacation in the Maldives? Everyone else is here for military training, and you two are on a honeymoon. Shall I set up a bed for you as well?" Even Instructor Shun has been alerted. Chen Ran is in for it this time. "I've been putting up with Chen Ran for too long. All that delicious food is driving me crazy. They should make him run 20 laps around the training base and force him to throw it all up." The students reveled in schadenfreude. They didn't truly dislike Chen Ran, but watching him feast so brazenly before them was infuriating. It felt like they were peasants toiling in the fields under the scorching sun, while Chen Ran like a landlord sat by eating watermelon and watching them with cold indifference. Wouldn't you be annoyed? Staring at the table laden with delicacies, Shen Tianyu felt his heart ache with fury. He had no objection to Chen Ran wanting to enjoy a moment with his girlfriend, but not so openly. Couldn't he find a secluded corner to sneak a bite? Though Shen Tianyu regarded Chen Ran as a younger brother, there were still hundreds of eyes watching. Chen Ran's blatant feasting would surely lead others to accuse Shen Tianyu of favoritism. "Chen Ran, Shen Tianyu's chest ached with anger. As he started to rebuke Chen Ran, the latter interrupted him. "Brother Xiaoyu, you're here. Come sit and eat with us." Having enjoyed their private time, Chen Ran didn't mind another person joining them now. Besides, Shen Tianyu had always looked after him and Li Anan, so treating him to something good was only fair. "What? You want me to sit and eat with you?" Shen Tianyu's eyes bulged in disbelief. Chen Ran was clearly trying to drag him into collusion. "Brat, with all these students watching, this is outrageous." Shen Tianyu scolded him, then said, "Pack this up immediately. If you want to eat and drink, find a private spot." "All right." Chen Ran shrugged nonchalantly and had his assistant load everything into the RV. The vehicle had air conditioning, making it more comfortable to dine. As Shen Tianyu was about to leave, Chen Ran called out from the RV door, "Brother Xiaoyu, are you sure you don't want to join us?" "No." Shen Tianyu shot Chen Ran an annoyed glare. As the head instructor, how could he be swayed by a mere spread of food? Absolutely not. "What a pity." Chen Ran sighed regretfully. "I also have an unopened bottle of romanicani in here. I was planning to share it with you. But since you're not drinking, I'll take it back from my father." With that, Chen Ran moved to close the RV door. Suddenly, a broad hand gripped the edge of the door. Shen Tianyu had appeared beside the RV out of nowhere. "What did you just say?" At that moment, Shen Tianyu's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure. He had few hobbies, didn't smoke, avoided bars and such places. But his one true passion was wine. Red, white, yellow beer. If it was alcohol, Shen Tianyu loved it. One could say he was addicted to it. "I said I have a bottle of romanicani in the car." Chen Ran deliberately emphasized the name, romanicani. "Romanicani. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" Shen Tianyu gasped, his pupils dilating with excitement. He had heard from his parents that Chen Ran had started a business and earned a considerable fortune. But even the cheapest bottle of Romanicani costs tens of thousands, and the expensive ones can reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Even if Chen Ran was wealthy now, Shen Tianyu still doubted he could own such a wine. If Chen Ran casually paired his meals with Romanicani, just how rich would he have to be? No trickery. Chen Ran went back inside and brought out another unopened bottle of Romanicani, handing it to Shen Tianyu. Taking the pristine bottle, Shen Tianyu examined it closely. He knew his wines well and could tell at a glance that this 1976 Romanicani was the genuine article. This is a fine wine. Shen Tianyu cradled the bottle like a precious treasure, caressing it gently while swallowing hard. But before he could admire it further, Chen Ran snatched it back. Indeed a fine wine. Chen Ran looked at Shen Tianyu with a hint of pity. Too bad you won't drink it. Staring at it won't do you any good. With that he turned and entered the RV, closing the door behind him. Li Anan asked, Chen Ran, isn't it a bit harsh to leave brother Tianyu outside like this? It's fine. He'll come in on his own soon enough. Chen Ran smiled knowingly, everything going according to his plan. Shen Tianyu didn't enter the RV right away. He turned to head back to his quarters, but the more he thought about it, the more restless he became. That was Romanicani. With his meager instructor's salary, he could never afford a single bottle in his lifetime. If he missed this chance, he might never taste wine of such caliber again. So Shen Tianyu halted abruptly, spun around, and dashed back to the RV. Damn, Instructor Shen looks like he's about to lose it. With that fierce look, is he going to beat up Chen Ran? Chen Ran's been shoving his romance in our faces for days, ruining my appetite. I'd love to see him get a beating. The students whispered among themselves. If not for the other instructors keeping watch, they would have gathered around to watch Chen Ran get his due. Shen Tianyu opened the RV door, stepped in, and closed it behind him. Brother Xiaoyu, why are you back? Chen Ran feigned ignorance, knowing full well that the wine bug had bitten Shen Tianyu. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shen Tianyu couldn't very well admit he wanted a drink. So he came up with an excuse. What if you get food poisoning from eating out there? Shen Tianyu said with a stern face, for your safety, I must inspect whether this food is clean. Chen Ran suppressed a smile. How will you inspect it? Isn't it obvious? I'll inspect it with my mouth. Shen Tianyu rolled up his sleeves, took a few bites of the food on the table, and then said, bring out that Romanicani. The wine world is full of pitfalls. You're too young to navigate it, and might get cheated. Shen Tianyu said sternly, I need to check it for you, to see if it's just grape juice or real red wine. Li Anan couldn't help but laugh. She suspected that Shen Tianyu's shamelessness was a bad influence from Chen Ran. No need to inspect it. It's real red wine. Chen Ran hugged the bottle deliberately, keeping it from Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's eyes widened as he delivered a classic line from a famous host. Really? I don't believe it. In the blink of an eye, military training was drawing to a close. The once disorganized students had become remarkably disciplined, and with the regular daily routine, everyone's spirits were far higher than before. On the final day, all participants took part in the military training showcase. It was as if they had all merged into one entity, every movement perfectly synchronized, delivering an impeccable conclusion to their 20 days of training. After the showcase ended, they would return to school the next day to begin their formal studies. To commend the students for their unwavering perseverance and effort, the faculty of Donghai University and Donghai Normal University held a discussion. They decided to host a celebration party that evening. Congratulations to all the students for successfully completing this arduous challenge. The students were overjoyed upon hearing about the party, though most of them had never attended such an event. Just thinking about it filled them with immense anticipation. After reaching a consensus, the teachers organized some key students to start preparing for the evening's festivities. However, they quickly stumbled upon a problem. There was no money. A true celebration required good food, drink, and fun, but the cafeteria fare was far too shabby for such an occasion. Yet with over 1,000 students at the training base, preparing a decent feast would require a substantial sum. The teachers were willing to pay out of their own pockets, but even then they fell far short of the budget. Perhaps we should just cancel the party. One teacher suggested abandoning the event, as even pooling all their money together wouldn't be enough. Moreover, the university was unlikely to fund an impromptu activity. However, this suggestion was quickly shot down by the other teachers. Keeping one's word was a fundamental principle of integrity. As educators, how could they deceive the students' feelings? No, we've already made the announcement, we can't just back out now. Indeed, we can't let the students down. Let's think of other solutions. Just as the teachers were racking their brains over the financial dilemma, their eyes suddenly lit up with inspiration. A name surfaced in their minds simultaneously. Chen Ran. Chen Ran had frequently treated Li Anan and his own classmates to meals and drinks, so it was common knowledge that he was loaded. With such a wealthy benefactor around, there was no need to fret over money. After a brief discussion, the teachers decided to have Chen Ran's counselor Wu Hongxing approach Chen Ran for assistance, hoping he could provide some sponsorship. Wu Hongxing headed straight to the boys' dormitory to inquire about Chen Ran's whereabouts. Is Chen Ran in the dorm? A crew-cut student shook his head. No, I haven't seen him since this morning. He's probably off gallivanting somewhere again. At that moment, another student spoke up. Sir, I just saw Chen Ran chatting with his girlfriend in the cafeteria. Alright, I'll go look for him there. Wu Hongxing then made his way to the cafeteria. By this time, the meal period had passed, and the instructors usually closed the cafeteria doors to prevent students from loitering inside. However, Chen Ran was different. He had connections. The privilege of having connections was the ability to do things others couldn't. Of course, the main reason was that Shen Tianyu feared Chen Ran might, as before, enjoy fine food and drink in public, inciting envy. To avoid stirring up public resentment, Shen Tianyu had specially permitted them to stay inside the cafeteria. Although some students harbored silent complaints, it was still better than letting Chen Ran provoke widespread indignation. Wu Hongxing arrived at the cafeteria entrance and peered through the glass. The spacious hall was eerily empty. After scanning the room, he vaguely spotted two figures in a corner. It was obviously Chen Ran and Li Anan. Could that rascal be up to some shady business hiding in the corner like that? Wu Hongxing's mind immediately conjured up a vivid image of Chen Ran and Li Anan engaged in a heated battle within the cafeteria. Young people today were brimming with hormones and prone to reckless behavior. As Chen Ran's counselor, he had a duty to instill proper values and absolutely could not allow Chen Ran to engage in anything disgraceful in broad daylight. What if some passing student caught sight of it? Chen Ran. The more Wu Hongxing thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He pushed open the door and rushed in. Although college students were adults, they weren't yet of marriageable age, and he certainly didn't want his student to become a parent out of wedlock. However, the scene before him left Wu Hongxing utterly dumbfounded. The imagined sight of Chen Ran and Li Anan being intimate was nowhere to be found. Instead, they were sitting respectfully playing cat's cradle. Chen Ran and Li Anan looked at Wu Hongxing in complete bewilderment. Wu Hongxing was equally stunned, his mouth twitching slightly as he stood there awkwardly. Due to Chen Ran's past habit of frequently hugging and kissing Li Anan, Wu Hongxing had formed a rather lecherous impression of him. He would never have guessed that Chen Ran would be playing such an innocent little game. It completely clashed with Chen Ran's reputation as a pervert. Chen Ran put down the string and asked in confusion, "Old Wu, am not deaf, why are you shouting like that?" Wu Hongxing could only manage an awkward smile, as he certainly couldn't admit that he suspected Chen Ran and Li Anan of doing something illicit. "Chen Ran, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Wu Hongxing walked over to Chen Ran, trying to change the subject. "I'm sure you've heard about tonight's party. Well, we've run into a bit of a snag, and I was hoping you could help." "What kind of problem?" "Well, it's a bit short on. You know." As a teacher, Wu Hongxing found it incredibly difficult to ask a student for money. He resorted to rubbing his thumb and index finger together as a subtle hint. "Short on cash. I thought it was something serious." Chen Ran said magnanimously, "Old Wu, since you've asked, he'll definitely do you this favor. They'll have my assistant deliver the funds shortly." Chen Ran was wealthy, but he wasn't foolish. Not everyone was worthy of his generosity. The sole reason he was willing to sponsor this party was out of respect for Wu Hongxing. Chen Ran still had 4 years of interactions ahead with Wu Hongxing, and building a good relationship now would make his life at the university much more comfortable later on. "Then on behalf of all the students, I thank you." Chen Ran stood up, walked to the cafeteria entrance, and poured himself a cup of water. "No need for thanks. If it were anyone else asking, I wouldn't have agreed." Chen Ran boasted, "But old Wu, you're my counselor. I'd give face to you over anyone else." Wu Hongxing was quite pleased by Chen Ran's words, feeling rather light and elated from the praise. However, the next moment his expression turned serious. "Chen Ran, didn't Instructor Shen say you sprained your ankle? It's healed that quickly." A fracture typically took 100 days to heal, but Chen Ran had been walking briskly, just now showing no signs of a foot injury. "Oh right, it's indeed much better." Chen Ran's face contorted into a painful grimace as he said, "But if I walk too much, my right foot starts to ache a bit." Wu Hongxing looked at him with a strange expression. "But Instructor Shen said you injured your left foot." Chen Ran was momentarily stunned, having forgotten to coordinate his story with Shen Tianyu. So he began to spin a yarn with a perfectly straight face. "The injury has metastasized." With the financial issue resolved, everyone was basking in joy, eagerly looking forward to the party that evening. No one knew that a disaster was quietly approaching. To provide the students with a venue for their evening party, the military training base lent 2 schools an empty 6-story building. Built in the 1980s and once used as dormitories, it had been vacant for years. Despite its age, the building was regularly cleaned, so apart from outdated decor and facilities, it was in good shape. With Chen Ran's financial backing, the students quickly transformed the old dormitories into activity rooms. Each activity room featured a different theme and games for the students to enjoy. Naturally, there was also plenty of food. Chen Ran had his assistant arrange catering from the best local hotel, the Sky Soar Hotel, to provide a delicious buffet for the event. When the students got hungry, they could head to the cafeteria for a meal and a break. Passing by the cafeteria, Shen Tianyu caught a glimpse of the busy cafeteria staff and the chefs brought in from the hotel. This guy Chen Ran. He's seriously loaded, Shen Tianyu muttered with a wry smile. The Sky Soar Hotel was the most luxurious in the area, though it wasn't top tier by the standards of the entire city of Donghai. Its prices were still steep. Now a large portion of the hotel's kitchen staff had been brought in to help. The scale of it all was simply staggering. A question formed in Shen Tianyu's mind: just how wealthy was Chen Ran really? That evening, every tree in the training base was adorned with twinkling lights, creating a magical garden party atmosphere. The students were already waiting outside, their enthusiasm undimmed by the sultry weather or the mosquito bites they'd accumulated. Even those who usually slacked off during training showed up for the party. Who would pass up free food and fun? As soon as the time came, the doors to the activity rooms swung open and the students surged in like a flood. The teachers stood by to maintain order, wary of any potential stampede that would turn their good intentions into a disaster. The activity rooms were packed with fun things to do, and completing games earned you prize tickets. Enough tickets could be exchanged for rewards, from video games that boys loved to handbags and lipstick that girls adored. Everyone was having a blast. Chen Ran and Li Anan had slipped away from their dorms to wander hand-in-hand through the various activity rooms. By now the other students were used to seeing them together. They'd been flaunting their affection since the very first day of training, and everyone had simply become numb to it. After playing a few games, Chen Ran and Li Anan had won some prize tickets of their own. Beaming with joy, Li Anan headed to the prize redemption area. A few skilled gamers had already amassed a large number of tickets and were lining up to exchange them. Several couples were in the line, having met and gotten together during the training period. "Excuse me, ID like that biggest doll over there," said the girl in front of Chen Ran and Li Anan, pointing at a plush toy that stood taller than a person. The boy beside her grandly tossed his tickets onto the counter, his face radiating a "I'll pay for anything you want" attitude. The student in charge of the exchange picked up the tickets, counted them, and handed them back. "Sorry, this doll requires 100 tickets, the student said. "You only have 95, so you're 5 short." "Huh, we can't get it." The girl's face fell, and she turned to her boyfriend in frustration. "I told you we didn't have enough. You wouldn't listen." Let's just go in a few more," the boy said, his earlier bravado gone, replaced by an awkward expression. The couple hurried off to the activity rooms to earn their last 5 tickets. Chen Ran and Li Anan, who had overheard the whole exchange, looked at their own tickets. Li Anan's face fell. Seeing her disappointment, Chen Ran asked, "What's wrong, Anan?" "I want that doll too, but I don't have enough tickets," she said with a sigh. She only had a little over 50, far fewer than the girl before them. Even if they went to win more now, they'd be slower than that couple. By the time they got to 100, the doll would be long gone. "Is that all?" Chen Ran chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Your man here might not be a gaming pro, but remember, we're the organizers. We set the prices." Before Li Anan could react, Chen Ran took her tickets, walked to the counter, and said the exact same thing as the couple before them. "I want that biggest doll." "You don't have enough tickets," the student in charge said, without even counting, seeing at a glance that Chen Ran had even fewer than the previous couple. Chen Ran said nothing. He picked up a pen from the table and drew a 5-point star on one of his tickets. "I declare that I've got the only lucky ticket in the whole place, which can be exchanged for any prize I want," Chen Ran announced, slapping the star-marked ticket on the table with utter confidence. It was a trick head learned from Hanamichi Sakuraji in Slam Dunk. "They'll pay what I want and not a cent more." "Wow, you're so lucky. Congratulations on being our one and only lucky guest," the student said, playing along with Chen Ran's little self-directed act of "I'm the lucky one" before reluctantly accepting the ticket. After all, Chen Ran was the organizer. He could make up whatever rules he wanted. "No freaking way. I thought Chen Ran was already shameless enough, but I seriously underestimated him." The students behind them were dumbfounded. They'd expected Chen Ran to use his power to lower the ticket threshold to 50. But this brazen guy just used 1. Even a robber would be more reasonable. Still, they all knew it was Chen Ran's money that paid for their free food and fun, so they just grumbled and let it slide. Li Anan's mood brightened instantly upon getting her coveted prize. Just then Chen Ran ran into Yan Jinxiao and the others, who rushed over with delighted smiles. "Second brother," Yan Jinxiao said bluntly, "use your organizer privileges to help us get a gift." "Do I look like the kind of guy who just breaks the rules?" Chen Ran replied with feigned righteousness. "Cut the crap. Everyone knows you traded 1 ticket for that doll." Yan Jinxiao lowered his voice. "Fourth brother has his eye on a girl and wants to give her something. If you're a real brother, you'll help us out." "Really? Then I've got to help. Anan, come with us. Cuckoo asked me to come find her. You go with them. They'll see you in the cafeteria later." Alright, call me if anything comes up. Chen Ran and Li Anan parted ways. She watched him leave, then headed up to the activity building. Li Anan was completely unaware that a boy was following her from behind, watching her every move. Li Anan found Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling, and the three of them wandered around winning a considerable number of redemption tickets. Zhu Kiki suddenly remarked, "Xiaonan, aren't you tired carrying such a huge plush toy?" Zhu Kiki was petite, and the doll Li Anan held made her look over a third of a head taller than her friend. It's a bit tiring, but there's nowhere to put it down. Having held the giant plush toy continuously, Li Anan's arms were feeling sore. Yet with the bustling crowd everywhere, she couldn't find a suitable place to set it down. "When we're playing, you could just put it on the ground," Zhu Kiki suggested. However, Li Anan shook her head. This was a gift from Chen Ran. Although it wasn't very expensive, she treasured it deeply. She was afraid of getting it dirty and couldn't bear to place it on the floor. As for the dormitory, it was quite a distance from the activity building, making a round trip rather strenuous. "Xiaonan, the room on the 6th floor is vacant," Han Xiling said. "Why don't you put the doll in that room for now, and we can retrieve it after the party ends?" Okay. Li Anan wasn't worried about the doll being taken from the empty room. Among all the prizes, there was only this one large plush toy. If it were stolen, the culprit would be immediately obvious. They were all educated university students. No one would commit such a foolish and self-humiliating act. "You two keep playing, you'll go put the doll away first." "Do you want us to go up with you?" Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling asked in unison. "No need, I can go by myself. You guys go have fun, I'll be right back." After saying this, Li Anan went upstairs alone. The higher she climbed, the fewer people she encountered. It took considerable effort for her to reach the 6th floor, where she was completely alone. The doors and windows of the activity building were made of wood, their natural grain clearly visible. Due to their age, the wooden frames of the doors and windows had begun to crack and loosen. Whoosh! A gentle breeze would set them creaking and groaning. Perhaps due to aging wiring, the dim ceiling light flickered erratically. The atmosphere was indeed eerie and unsettling. Any other girl might have turned tail and fled downstairs immediately. However, Li Anan had previously worked at a barbecue restaurant, often not getting home until late at night. She was accustomed to such dim and gloomy environments. Li Anan walked down the corridor to the very end, where the door to the last room was indeed half ajar. She pushed the door open and casually flipped the switch on the wall. Click! The light came on, illuminating the entire room. This room was used for storage, filled with tables, chairs, stools, brooms, mops, cardboard boxes, and other miscellaneous items. Li Anan found a clean cloth, wiped the dust off a table, and then laid the doll flat on its surface. Having done all this, she prepared to go downstairs to find Zhu Kiki. But as she turned around, she saw a male student blocking the doorway. His sudden appearance, without even a sound of footsteps, startled Li Anan despite her usual boldness, causing her to take several steps back. "Zhou, why are you here?" Li Anan patted her chest, her heart still pounding from the scare, slowly beginning to calm down. Zhou didn't answer, walking straight up to Li Anan. With unwavering persistence, he said, "Xiaonan, I truly like you. Can you give me a chance?" "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." Li Anan rejected Zhou Yang's confession without hesitation. In truth, he had confessed to her privately many times before, and each time she had turned him down. Even Li Anan, known for her gentle temperament, found Zhou Yang rather annoying. Perseverance is a virtue, but it must be applied appropriately. Feelings require mutual consent. What use was relentless pursuit? She simply didn't like Zhou Yang. The more he pestered her endlessly, the more he only fueled her aversion towards him. "Excuse me, please let me pass." Seeing Zhou Yang blocking her path, Li Anan tried to get him to move, but he remained immovable. Seeing this, she decided to walk around him. She sidestepped, but in the next moment Zhou Yang took a large stride and blocked her path again. "What do you want?" Li Anan frowned, instinctively stepping back a few paces to keep her distance from him. A woman's intuition told her something bad was about to happen. "What's so great about Chen Ran? Why can't you give me a chance to compete with him fairly?" Zhou Yang stepped forward, closing the distance between them. At the thought of Chen Ran's face, a surge of intense resentment flared up in his eyes. "I get it. Is it because I'm not as rich as Chen Ran?" Zhou Yang's emotions grew increasingly agitated. "Give me some time, and I guarantee you'll earn more than him." "No." Li Anan set her gaze firm. "Why don't you understand? Love has nothing to do with money. Money can buy many things, but it can never buy true love." She enunciated each word. "Even if Chen Ran ends up with no money in the future, I'd be willing to share a hard life with him." "Not money. Then what is it?" Zhou Yang was genuinely puzzled. Both he and Chen Ran were students at a prestigious 211 university with comparable academic credentials. If it wasn't about money, where exactly did he fall short of Chen Ran? "I know. Is it because he's better looking than me?" Zhou Yang suddenly grabbed Li Anan by the shoulders. "Cosmetic surgery is so advanced now. Oh, I can get plastic surgery. They'll change my face to whatever you like. Xiaonan, just give me one chance, please." Zhou Yang's eyes were hollow, staring intently at Li Anan as if possessed. "Let go of me." Startled, Li Anan slapped his hand away. The current Zhou Yang was terrifying. Is anyone there? Li Anan shouted several times. However, deafening music was blaring on every floor at that moment. Even from just a floor away, no one could hear her cries. Seeing Zhou Yang approaching step by step, Li Anan retreated in terror, backing away continuously. Stay away from me. Li Anan grabbed a nearby mop, brandishing it tremblingly at Zhou Yang. Smack! Zhou Yang firmly seized the mop, yanked it from her hands with force, and casually tossed it to the ground. Why? Why won't you give me a chance? Zhou Yang roared hysterically, his expression turning extraordinarily ferocious, utterly terrifying. Li Anan's eyes flickered with fear, but she spotted a chance to escape. She suddenly bent down and darted under Zhou Yang's arm. Just as she was about to dash out of the room, Zhou Yang shoved her from behind. Thud! Li Anan lost her balance instantly, her head striking the wall with a heavy impact. Bang! Li Anan's head hit the wall with a heavy thud, her skin instantly turning red. She felt dizzy and disoriented, collapsing limply to the ground. Zhou Yang was startled by the sight. In his earlier emotional agitation, he had tried to stop Li Anan from leaving, and in a subconscious reflex, he had pushed her. Never did he imagine that Li Anan would get hurt. Fearing that someone might pass by and witness the scene, Zhou Yang quickly closed the door, crouched down, and began to apologize profusely. Xiaonan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Can you forgive me? Li Anan was utterly terrified by Zhou Yang's actions. Don't come near me. She remained conscious, wanting to stand and flee, but every slight movement made her feel as if the world was spinning. It was like a hypoglycemic episode. Her body was completely beyond her control. She couldn't even stand up. All she could do was prop herself up with her hands on the floor, dragging her heavy body backward, trying to distance herself from Zhou Yang. Xiaonan, I truly realize my mistake. I'm sorry, please forgive me, okay? Zhou Yang was frantic with anxiety. If Li Anan reported this to the counselor, although he might not be expelled, he would definitely face a public reprimand and disciplinary action. Most critically, if people found out he had followed Li Anan and even physically hurt her. What would they think of him? They would surely see him as a deranged person who destroys what he cannot have. He would likely become an object of universal scorn. Who would want to be friends with him after that? Zhou Yang slapped himself hard several times, hoping to appease Li Anan. Yet he never considered that this self-harming behavior would appear even more terrifying in Li Anan's eyes. If someone could harm themselves, what wouldn't they do to others? Chen Ran. Chen Ran. Li Anan instinctively called out Chen Ran's name. But the noise downstairs was too loud. Even her earlier shouts had gone unheard, and now her voice was too weak to be noticed. Don't shout. At the mention of Chen Ran's name, Zhou Yang broke out in a cold sweat. During breaks in military training, Zhu Kiki had told a story about how their dorm originally had 4 girls. But because of another scheming, two-faced girl who nearly caused Li Anan to get hurt, Chen Ran flew into a rage. That girl ended up dropping out on the very day she reported, all thanks to Chen Ran. Now even the students at Donghai Normal University knew that Chen Ran was a notorious wife protector. If Zhou Yang had merely pestered Li Anan, Chen Ran wouldn't have done much. Maybe just flaunted his affection to make Zhou Yang faint from anger again. But now Zhou Yang had hurt Li Anan, and the situation was far more serious. With Chen Ran's fiercely protective nature, he would never let Zhou Yang off. Zhou Yang couldn't even bear to imagine how dire his fate would be. Xiaonan, please don't tell Chen Ran, I beg you. Zhou Yang pleaded desperately, but Li Anan, panicked and terrified, couldn't listen to any explanations. She only wanted to escape this place. Just then a strange smell of something burning drifted from somewhere. Zhou Yang instinctively sniffed, then noticed a puff of white smoke rising from the pile of junk behind him. Whoosh! Before Zhou Yang could even investigate, the clutter burst into flames. How did it suddenly catch fire? Zhou Yang's eyes widened in shock. He rushed to try to extinguish the fire, but the room was filled with flammable materials, and with the dry weather the flames spread rapidly. Realizing he couldn't put out the fire, Zhou Yang's first instinct was to flee and call for help. But he soon discovered to his horror that the door was locked. No matter how hard he twisted the handle, the door wouldn't open. Zhou Yang slammed against the door several times, but the seemingly old wooden door was sturdier than expected. It only shook slightly and refused to give way. Cough! Cough! In the blink of an eye, half the room was engulfed in flames, thick white, smoke billowing everywhere. Li Anan and Zhou Yang were choked into fits of coughing. What do we do? What do we do? By now Zhou Yang was utterly panicked, collapsing helplessly to the floor. He had never imagined he would one day be trapped in a fire. If he had known this would happen, he would rather die than have followed Li Anan here. In the face of crisis, it was the previously terrified Li Anan who managed to calm down. She pulled out her phone and dialed Chen Ran's number. Some might argue that she should have called 119 first, since Chen Ran couldn't put out a fire. But what use would it be to call her? Yet far-off water can't quench a nearby fire. Li Anan knew that by the time firefighters arrived, she would already be burned to death. Rather than waiting foolishly, it was better to call Chen Ran and have him bring the instructors to organize the students for a rescue. Moreover, when most people face danger, their minds go blank and they don't know what to do. Li Anan at this critical moment of life and death didn't collapse in despair like Zhou Yang. She had the presence of mind to call for help. Her performance was already quite commendable. Chen Ran. She barely uttered his name before thick smoke rushed into her throat, choking her into silence. Hey Xiaonan. Chen Ran's voice came through the phone. Yin Laoda and I are eating at the cafeteria. Are you guys done playing? When are you coming over? I saved a piece of your favorite cheesecake. Beep beep beep. Before Chen Ran could finish his sentence, the call abruptly ended. Li Anan glanced at her phone. The battery had died, and it had shut down automatically. At this sight, Zhou Yang's spirit completely shattered. He hadn't brought his phone. Li Anan's was their only hope for rescue. Now even that last hope was gone. It's over. Completely over. By the time people downstairs noticed the fire, the two of them would already be charred corpses. Zhou Yang was in utter despair, resigning himself to his fate. Chen Ran is still waiting for me outside. I can't die. I have to get out. A powerful will to survive pushed Li Anan to her feet. Smashing the window was their only chance of escape. But everything that could be used to break it was already consumed by flames. Li Anan could only use her Nokia phone to hammer at the glass. Bang, bang, bang. But the glass was inexplicably tough. Despite her many blows, only a few cracks appeared. Li Anan wanted to ask Zhou Yang for help, but every time she opened her mouth, she inhaled a lungful of smoke and couldn't utter a sound. Moreover, Zhou Yang had completely broken down, clutching his hair and sitting on the floor, utterly useless. Bang, bang, bang. Li Anan could only use her frail strength to pound the window repeatedly, hoping to shatter the glass. The fire grew fiercer, engulfing all the rooms on the 6th floor. The raging flames illuminated the night, and finally the people downstairs noticed the blaze. Fire! Fire! Help! Students rushed to fetch water basins. Some ran to inform the counselors and instructors, while others rallied their classmates to join the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, Chen Ran and his friends were still in the cafeteria. Why did she hang up without saying anything? Chen Ran tried calling Li Anan back, only to find her phone was turned off. He frowned slightly. For some reason, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Just then, a male student stumbled into the cafeteria. Bad news. The boy took a deep breath and shouted, "The activity building is on fire. The activity building is on fire." At the sound of this announcement, the students fell silent instantly. The entire cafeteria became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. A moment later, the students began asking anxiously, "How did the activity building catch fire? Is anyone injured?" "Stop asking, let's get over there first." The students had only seen fires on television. They had never encountered one in real life. As everyone was talking, all at once a figure dashed out of the cafeteria like a bolt of lightning. "Lao Air, wait for us." Seeing Chen Ran sprint towards the activity building, Yin Jinxiao and the others immediately dropped what they were holding and chased after him. The rest of the students exchanged glances, then followed suit, rushing towards the activity building. By the time Chen Ran and his group arrived, the 6th floor was already a sea of flames. Moreover, as burning debris fell, the 4th and 5th floors were also ignited and thick smoke billowed from the top 3 floors. The female counselors called 119, while the instructors and male teachers organized rescue teams, pulling students out of the fire one by one. Cough cough. Students were carried out one after another by the instructors and male teachers. Fortunately, the fire on the 4th and 5th floors was not severe, so the students only had soot-blackened faces and irritated throats. After drinking some water, they felt much better. Chen Ran was frantic with worry. He scanned the crowd, but saw no sign of Li Anan. Just then, Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling were rescued from the fire by the instructors. "Where is Xiaonan? Why isn't she with you?" Before they had parted ways, Li Anan had told Chen Ran she was going to meet up with Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling. The 3 of them should have been together. Now Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling were safe, but Li Anan was nowhere to be found. Chen Ran was beside himself with worry. Cough cough. Zhu Kiki was badly affected by the smoke, coughing incessantly, her eyes turning red. Once she finally managed to recover, she immediately pointed to the 6th floor and said, Xiaonan is on the 6th floor." Hearing this, Chen Ran instinctively looked up at the 6th floor. The raging flames grew, with the wind tongues of fire licking outwards. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ran spotted the curtain behind the prize podium. He rushed over and tore down the red curtain in one swift motion. Seeing a student passing by with a basin of water, Chen Ran snatched it and doused the red curtain. Immediately after, Chen Ran draped the red curtain over himself and charged towards the stairwell of the activity building. "Lao Air, don't be reckless." Yin Xingxia's heart leaped with alarm, and he quickly grabbed hold of Chen Ran. "Let go of me. Xiaonan is still trapped up there." Due to his extreme agitation, Chen Ran's eyes were bloodshot, making him look like a maddened beast. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yin Jinxiao roared, the fire is too big now. If you go in you'll be trapped too. You'll die. Second brother, calm down. Zhang Kai also tried to console him, saying, maybe the instructors have already rescued Xiao Nan. She'll be out any moment. Tang Jun remained silent as always because he knew that Li Anan meant more to Chen Ran than Chen Ran's own life. So no matter how much they tried to persuade him, Chen Ran would still charge in, without hesitation, to save Li Anan. Moreover, at this moment Chen Ran had completely lost his usual calm and composure. He wouldn't listen to reason. Let go of me, or we're no longer brothers. Chen Ran knew that Yin Jinxia and the others were concerned for his safety, but with Li Anan still in the fire, how could he stand by and do nothing? By the time the firefighters arrived, Li Anan might already be dead. In his past life, it was because he had let go too easily that he had lost Li Anan, and when they met again they were separated by life and death. In this life, Chen Ran absolutely could not accept anything happening to Li Anan. Even if you hate me for the rest of your life, I won't let you go in there to die. Yin Zengxia's stance was equally firm. With the fire raging so fiercely, finding Li Anan was already an immense challenge. Let alone rescuing her, that was practically impossible. Knowing full well that it was a path to certain death, Yin Jinxian naturally couldn't allow Chen Ran to throw his life away. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, Tang Jun suddenly locked Yin Jinxia in a bear hug from behind. Lao Si, what are you doing? Let me go. Tang Jun didn't answer, but instead looked at Chen Ran and said, what are you waiting for? Go. Seeing this, Chen Ran immediately broke free from Yin Zengxia's grip, and with the wet curtain draped over him, he charged up towards the 6th floor. Lao Sin, stop him. Yin Jinxia tried to get Zhang Kai to stop Chen Ran, but it was too late. Chen Ran had already rushed into the activity building. Only after Chen Ran had disappeared did Tang Jun release Yin Jinxia. Yin Jinxia shoved Tang Jun hard and shouted hysterically, Tang Jun, what the hell is wrong with you? Why did you let him go to his deaths? Tang Jun stumbled and fell to the ground, then got up expressionlessly. He didn't fight back, just brushed the dust off his pants. If it was your family trapped in the fire, would you be this calm? Tang Jun's plain words struck a chord deep within everyone's soul. Didn't Chen Ran know that going in meant a slim chance of survival? Of course he knew the kind of danger he was facing. So why could Yin Jinxia and Zhang Kai calmly analyze the situation and weigh the pros and cons while Chen Ran lost all rationality? Was it because they were smarter than Chen Ran? No. It was because they weren't the ones involved. Because the one trapped in the fire wasn't their beloved. If their parents or family were trapped inside, they would have charged in without a second thought, just like Chen Ran. Sigh. Yin Jinxia let out a heavy sigh. What was done was done. All they could do now was silently pray for Chen Ran. They hoped Chen Ran would be safe and come out of this unscathed. While the instructors and male teachers were rescuing people on the 4th and 5th floors, Chen Ran, draped in the wet curtain, charged towards the 6th floor. Chen Ran used a corner of the soaked curtain to cover his mouth and nose, preventing himself from inhaling too much thick smoke. Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan. Chen Ran kicked open several doors in succession, but found no one inside. It seemed Li Anan heard Chen Ran calling her name. She, who was on the verge of giving up, regained a sliver of consciousness. She couldn't speak, so she used all her remaining strength to bang her phone against the window. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ran stopped shouting. Through the roaring of the fire, he vaguely heard the faint sound of knocking. The last room. Having pinpointed the direction of the sound, Chen Ran rushed over in large strides. Through the glass he indeed saw Li Anan and Zhou Yang inside. Bang! Chen Ran kicked the burning door with all his might. After being ravaged by the fire, the wooden door was no longer as sturdy as before, shaking violently under his kicks. Chen Ran delivered several more kicks, and finally the door burst open. Dodging left and right to avoid the burning debris, Chen Ran made his way to Li Anan's side. The moment she saw Chen Ran, tears welled up in Li Anan's eyes, and she clung tightly to her savior. It's okay, it's okay. Chen Ran comforted Li Anan while swiftly draping his own wet curtain over her. I'm getting you out of here now. Chen Ran didn't bother asking if Li Anan could still walk. After inhaling heavy smoke for an extended period, the body experiences numerous discomforting symptoms. The fact that Li Anan remained conscious was already commendable. The curtain was small, barely enough to cover one person, yet Chen Ran draped it over Li Anan without hesitation. Then he hoisted Li Anan onto his back in one swift motion. Don't leave me behind. Zhou Yang begged. Chen Ran desperately for rescue. His body was racked with pain, and after repeated mental breakdowns, he was utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Zhou Yang knew that relying solely on himself escaping the blaze was nearly impossible. Chen Ran was his only hope for survival. Li Anan bit her lip. She was kind-hearted at her core. Although Zhou Yang had injured her, and it was because of him that she was trapped here, she couldn't bear to watch him perish in the flames. Yet she didn't plead with Chen Ran to save Zhou Yang as well. She understood the gravity of the situation. Adding Zhou Yang as a burden could very well jeopardize Chen Ran's safety. If that happened, all three of them would die here. So after a fierce internal struggle, Li Anan decided to stay silent. She didn't want her misplaced kindness to drag Chen Ran down. Whether to save him or not, she would leave that decision entirely to Chen Ran. Chen Ran frowned, hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Zhou Yang and hauled him up from the ground. With that, he charged out of the storage room with both of them. Despite their past friction, Zhou Yang didn't deserve to die. Of course, Chen Ran's decision to save Zhou Yang was purely out of ignorance. He had no idea that Zhou Yang was responsible for Li Anan being trapped in the fire and the injury on her forehead. Had he known the truth, he wouldn't have given a damn about Zhou Yang's fate. The three of them burst out of the storage room, finally gasping in some fresh air. Li Anan and Zhou Yang's conditions improved slightly. Chen Ran led them, both rushing all the way to the stairwell. But they quickly discovered that the stairs were now engulfed in searing flames. Drip drop. The ceiling plaster scorched and loosened, fell down like fiery rain. We're doomed. There's no way out. Zhou Yang panicked, his face etched with despair as he looked to Chen Ran for help. What do we do? Are we going to die here? Chen Ran spat out 3 words: charge through. What? Charge through? Zhou Yang stared at him in shock. The fire's too big. Would be burned alive halfway through. Then stay here and wait to die. Chen Ran wasn't about to stand around foolishly. The fire was intense, but there was still a sliver of escape route. If they wasted more time, the flames would seal off even that last sliver of space. Moreover, due to the extreme heat, most of the moisture in the curtain draped over Li Anan had already evaporated. While the curtain still retained some dampness for protection, charging through now was the best way to ensure Li Anan remained unharmed. Chen Ran himself didn't care. He was a tough guy who a few extra scars wouldn't matter. He could always get them fixed later. Anan, do you trust me? Li Anan nodded firmly. Her trust in Chen Ran was absolute. It wasn't just a mere sea of fire. Even if it were a mountain of blades or a cauldron of boiling oil, as long as Chen Ran was by her side, Li Anan would dare to charge through it with him. Chen Ran took a deep breath, ready to dash down the stairs, when a shadow of malice flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes. The next second, Zhou Yang snatched the curtain from Li Anan and bolted down half a flight of stairs. Don't blame me. Every man for himself. Better you two die than all of us. Draping the half-damp, half-dry curtain over himself, he fled down, without a backward glance, abandoning Chen Ran and Li Anan to their fates. Damn it! Chen Ran cursed in fury. Words like selfish and biting the hand that feeds you weren't enough to describe Zhou Yang's sheer shamelessness. But the situation was dire, and there was no time for anger. He had to find a way out fast. Chen Ran scanned desperately for an escape route, finally spotting a public water faucet at the end of the corridor. His eyes lit up. He ran over with Li Anan on his back and swiftly tore off his camouflage t-shirt. Please, there has to be water. Chen Ran prayed, silently reaching out to turn on the tap. Sizzle. The prolonged high temperature had made the faucet scorching hot. The moment his hand touched it, a searing pain shot through his palm. He instinctively recoiled, then wrapped his hand in the shirt and tried again. Even through the thick layer of fabric, he could feel the intense heat. He twisted the tap, and after an agonizing wait, water finally flowed out. The faucet had clearly been in use for years. The first spurt was murky yellow, thick with rust. After a few seconds, it gradually turned clear. Chen Ran wasted no time. He soaked the shirt and draped it over Li Anan's head. You gave me your shirt, what about you? Don't worry about me, let's get out of here. No, you'll get burned. So be it. I told you I'd protect you for life, and I won't let anything happen to you. Li Anan tried to protest, but Chen Ran wouldn't give her a chance to dawdle. He hoisted her onto his back and charged down the stairs. The very second they descended, the space behind them was mercilessly devoured by the inferno. The flames chased them relentlessly, like the grim Reaper himself, closing in with every step. The space they had to move through was shrinking by the moment. Chen Ran didn't dare look back. He gritted his teeth and sprinted, knowing that any hesitation would mean certain death in the blaze. Elsewhere, Zhou Yang had already burst out of the fire, collapsing onto the ground, greedily gulping down the fresh air. Seeing Zhou Yang draped in the curtain, the crowd assumed it was Chen Ran and rushed over. Lao Er, second brother. Chen Ran, where's Xiaonan? But when they lifted the curtain, they saw it was Zhou Yang. Why is it you? Yin Zhenxia grabbed Zhou Yang by the collar, furious. Why do you have the curtain? Where are Chen Ran and Li Anan? They're still in there. Zhou Yang's eyes darted about, guiltily unable to meet anyone's gaze. What? Still in there? By this time, the fire department had arrived. When Shun Tianyu learned that Chen Ran was still trapped, he immediately relayed the news to the firefighters. There are still 2 students trapped inside. They should be on the 5th or 6th floor. All right, everyone stand back. The firefighters prepared for the rescue. Just as everyone was on tenterhooks, they faintly saw 2 figures emerging from the blaze. As the 2 stepped out of the smoke, hope surged in everyone's hearts. It was Chen Ran and Li Anan. Chen Ran's upper body was covered in burns, and a large patch of skin on his right arm was completely gone. Lauer, I thought I'd never see you again. Second brother, you're badly hurt. Go see a doctor now. Chen Ran's face was grim. He gently set Li Anan down. Yin, take care of Xiao Nan for me. With that he sprinted towards Zhou Yang. You son of a bitch. He roared, delivering a flying kick that slammed hard into Zhou Yang's body. Chen Ran kicked Zhou Yang over with a single blow, pinning him to the ground and raining down a flurry of punches and kicks. Thud, thud, thud. His fists, heavy as iron hammers, slammed into Zhou Yang's face again and again. Zhou Yang's skin split open, and Chen Ran's fists were soon slick with blood. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yang was beaten black and blue, several of his teeth knocked out, his mouth filled with blood. FCK you bastard. Chen Ran cursed relentlessly while continuing his brutal assault. In truth, Chen Ran wasn't one to curse casually, nor did he enjoy resorting to violence. At most, he'd use a few tactics to scare someone off. Just like the time he set up a stall by the water park's entrance, and that thug called Brother Go brought his gang to wreck it. Chen Ran hadn't even laid a hand on them that time, just scared them away. But this time he had reached his absolute limit. He had extended a helping hand to Zhou Yang, only for Zhou Yang to repay him by stealing the only protective gear, nearly costing Chen Ran and Li Anan their lives in the blaze. Everyone has their selfish moments, and Chen Ran could understand that. But a creature like Zhou Yang who repays kindness with enmity and kicks a man when he's down. No. Calling Zhou Yang a dog would be an insult to dogs. If you save a dog, it would at least wag its tail at you. Zhou Yang was worse than a beast. Lauer, stop. Are you trying to beat him to death? Yan Jinxia and the others, unaware of what had happened inside the fire, rushed over to pull Chen Ran away upon seeing Zhou Yang spitting blood. Second brother, any more, and he's done for. Zhang Kai patted Chen Ran's cheek, trying to snap him back to reason. But the fury burning in Chen Ran's chest was like an erupting volcano, not something that could be extinguished on command. Let me go. Chen Ran roared. I'm going to beat this bastard to death today. If Zhou Yang had merely stabbed Chen Ran in the back, Chen Ran wouldn't have been this enraged. But inside that fire, besides himself, there was Li Anan. Zhou Yang had nearly gotten Li Anan killed just now. Li Anan was Chen Ran's bottom line, and he would never let Zhou Yang off so easily. Yan Jinxia and Zhang Kai held on to Chen Ran with all their might, knowing that if he accidentally beat Zhou Yang to death, he'd be facing serious legal trouble. Though they hadn't known Chen Ran for long, they already considered him a sworn brother, and couldn't stand by and watch him make a grave mistake. Chen Ran was in a state of pure rage at that moment, and even with both Yan Jinxia and Zhang Kai restraining him, they barely managed to hold him back several times. Second brother, what on earth happened? Tang Jun immediately sensed something was off. The Chen Ran he knew, despite his occasional flippancy, was generally a composed and mature person. Honestly, Tang Jun could hardly recall ever seeing Chen Ran truly angry. But this time Chen Ran was genuinely furious, so Tang Jun deduced that something significant must have occurred inside the fire. That was the only reason Chen Ran would beat Zhou Yang like a frenzied beast. Ask him. Chen Ran's eyes blazed with menace as he shot Zhou Yang a vicious glare. I don't know anything, I didn't do anything. Zhou Yang wiped the blood from his chin, denying everything outright. He wasn't stupid, there was no way he'd admit to his misdeeds. If everyone found out that he had abandoned Chen Ran and Li Anan to save his own skin, what would his classmates think of him? They would surely call him a despicable and shameless coward. Zhou Yang's eyes darted nervously from side to side, and everyone could tell he was hiding something shameful. Seeing that Zhou Yang refused to confess, Zhu Kiki turned to question Li Anan. Xiao Nan, what exactly happened in the fire? Why is Chen Ran so angry? Li Anan hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. She was a kind person, yes, but she wasn't a sanctimonious pushover. Zhou Yang had nearly gotten her, and Chen Ran killed, so there was no way she would cover for him. Chen Ran rescued me and Zhou Yang from that locked storage room. Li Anan recounted the sequence of events. Originally, Chen Ran planned to carry me out of the fire. But out of nowhere, Zhou Yang snatched the canvas sheet from me, abandoned us, and fled on his own. Li Anan only shared the latter half of the story, keeping silent about how Zhou Yang had trapped her in the storage room earlier. It wasn't that Li Anan was overflowing with misplaced sympathy, wanting to protect Zhou Yang. It was because she understood Chen Ran's temperament well. Zhou Yang had already provoked Chen Ran's wrath. Revealing the earlier incident would only add fuel to the fire. Li Anan dreaded to think how far things could escalate. She didn't want Chen Ran to do something impulsive that he would regret for the rest of his life, which is why she withheld the first part of the story. The classmates knew Li Anan to be an exceptionally kind-hearted person who would never slander anyone. So upon hearing Li Anan's account, everyone was incensed by Zhou Yang's shameless behavior. He saves your life, you steal the protective gear, and then you just run off on your own. Where's your damn conscience? Utterly heartless. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a wave of fury surged through Yan Jinxia and the others. The next second Yin Jinxia Zhang Kai and Tang Jun charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on Zhou Yang, who was still on the ground. You worthless piece of SHD. My second brother saved your life, and you turn around and betray them. The very men who had been holding Chen Ran back moments ago were now encircling Zhou Yang, cursing and beating him. Their blows were even heavier than Chen Ran's. Tang Jun less verbose than Yin Jinxiao, and Zhang Kai simply uttered a single word. Damn! Students from Donghai University cast contemptuous glances, and even Zhou Yang's own schoolmates stood by watching with cold indifference. No one stepped forward to plead for Zhou Yang. Because his actions were so despicable, not only trampling on his own dignity, but also besmirching the collective character of the students at Donghai Normal University. They now felt that being in the same school as someone like Zhou Yang was a disgrace. Monkey, help me! Zhou Yang cried out for help to his good friend Monkey. If this had been at the very beginning of military training, when Chen Ran and his group had bullied Zhou Yang, Monkey would have certainly rallied his friends to come to his aid. Just like the first time Zhou Yang pretended to be Li Anan's boyfriend, nearly sparking a conflict with Chen Ran. Back then many classmates had stood behind Zhou Yang. But this time it was different. Everyone just stared at him coldly. A selfish scumbag like this didn't deserve an ounce of sympathy. Some students even shouted indignantly, beat him to death. In the end it was the instructors who had seen enough and rushed over to pull Yin Jinxiao and the others away. Yin Jinxiao and the others were still seething with anger, wanting to charge back and hit Zhou Yang again. Shen Tianyu barked, enough. If you actually beat him to death you'll all be in deep trouble. Only then did they stop. Uffed. In unison the three of them spat on Zhou Yang. At that moment Li Anan's female counselor stepped out from the crowd. Zhou Yang immediately put on a pitiful act, sobbing. Teacher, they hit me. You have to get justice for me. All right, I will ensure justice is served. The counselor looked down at him with a cold, piercing gaze. When we return to school, I will report your behavior to the school authorities. Zhou Yang, you'd better prepare yourself for expulsion. Donghai Normal University, though not among the most prestigious institutions, falling far behind Donghai University Tsinghua and Peking, prides itself on strict discipline. Chen Ran saved Zhou Yang, yet Zhou Yang repaid him by endangering Chen Ran and Li Anan, nearly costing them their lives. Zhou Yang's character is deeply flawed. The school absolutely cannot tolerate a student of such despicable character as Zhou Yang remaining in its faculty and student body. Teacher, I was wrong, please let me off. This time Zhou Yang was truly panicked. He crawled on his knees to the female counselor, begging her not to report his disgraceful deeds. Donghai Normal University had expelled many students with misconduct before. Once reported, his life would be completely ruined. Zhou Yang, you'd better look after yourself. The female counselor cast a cold glance at Zhou Yang. Although graduates from a normal university might not necessarily become teachers. But what if Zhou Yang became a teacher in the future? Letting a person of such moral decay educate students would be leading the youth astray. Who knows how many innocent, pure-hearted children would be corrupted by Zhou Yang. Therefore, even though Zhou Yang was a student in her class, the female counselor decided not to show favoritism and would report the situation truthfully. As for how the school administration would punish Zhou Yang, that would depend on his own fate. I am your student. Why won't you help me? Zhou Yang, with tears and snot streaming down his face, pointed at Chen Ran and said, he chose to save me. What does that have to do with me? The situation was so dangerous, I only wanted to survive. What did I do wrong? Seeing that his pleas were futile, Zhou Yang voiced his true thoughts. From start to finish he believed he had done nothing wrong. He had completely forgotten how he had begged Chen Ran like a dog to save him from the fire. It's all your fault. All of it. Zhou Yang directly shifted the blame onto Chen Ran. If it weren't for you, Xiao Nan would never have rejected me, and none of this would have happened. Hearing this, the contempt on everyone's faces deepened. He saved you, yet you caused him to be trapped in the fire, and then you act as if he deserved it. How selfish and shameless must a person be to be so brazen? Zhou Yang had brought disgrace upon the entire Donghai Normal University. Hep. Chen Ran let out a cold laugh, baffled by the twisted logic of this guy. When he had first met Li Anan in his first year of high school, Zhou Yang was nowhere to be found. And Li Anan was Chen Ran's girlfriend, yet Zhou Yang had the audacity to rebuke Chen Ran for being with her. What kind of bastard logic was that? Chen Ran even regretted saving him. He should have left him to burn to death in the fire. At that moment Li Anan, who had been resting on the ground, trembled as she stood up. Xiao Nan, be careful. Zhu Kiki and Han Xiling each supported her from one side. Leaning on her friends, Li Anan walked up to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang gazed at the goddess he had pined for day and night. Zhou Yang, even without Chen Ran I would never have liked you. Li Anan's words dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Yang. His heart trembled violently. He had always believed that it was Chen Ran's presence that prevented Li Anan from accepting him, but now she said that even without Chen Ran she would never have liked him. Why? Zhou Yang asked, looking at Li Anan with a dazed expression. After everything that happened today, don't you understand why? Li Anan said expressionlessly slowly. Chen Ran risked his life to rush into the fire to save me. But you to save yourself discarded others like worn-out shoes. People like you only love yourselves. The reason you pursued me was simply to become the envy of others to satisfy your own vanity. You have no idea what love truly is. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang clenched his teeth and lowered his head in shame. The surrounding students nodded repeatedly, finding Li Anan's words very reasonable. One sacrificed for love, the other sacrificed the loved one. The two were on completely different levels. How could Zhou Yang compare with Chen Ran? He wasn't even worthy of tying Chen Ran's shoes. Zhou Yang, considering we were classmates, I won't hold you accountable for this incident, but I won't plead for you with the school either. Li Anan said earnestly. I hope you can turn over a new leaf and behave yourself in the future. With that, everyone stopped paying Zhou Yang any more attention. Yan Jinxia and other close friends accompanied Chen Ran and Li Anan to get their wounds treated. The remaining students either returned to their dorms or went to the hospital for treatment. After extinguishing the fire, the firefighters drove away in their trucks. In front of the activity building, which had been crowded before, only Zhou Yang remained. He sat slumped on the ground, as if abandoned by the entire world. Only then did he realize that he had lost utterly to Chen Ran. Lost in character, lost in life, lost everything. The firefighters informed Shen Tianyu that the fire was caused by aging wiring. Coupled with the dry weather and the storage room filled with flammable materials, the flames had spread rapidly. Although the activity building was destroyed, fortunately, no lives were lost. The injured students were all sent to the hospital. After a series of examinations, those with no serious issues were allowed to return to their dorms. Chen Ran, however, was more severely injured. Multiple burns all over his body, several patches of skin burned off, revealing raw, bloody flesh. The doctor performed a series of emergency treatments, including sterilization and bandaging. If the wounds became infected, his life could be in danger. To ensure Chen Ran's safety, the doctor ordered him to stay in the hospital for observation overnight. His assistant promptly arranged a private room for Chen Ran. Now lying on the hospital bed, Chen Ran was covered in bandages from head to toe. Zhang Kai teased, "Second brother, you look like you're ready to shoot a mummy movie." Ha ha ha. The survivors burst into laughter, their spirits lightened. "Second brother, you're a real beast." Yan Jinxia gave Chen Ran a thumbs up. "You dared to charge into such a massive fire. It's a shame you're not a firefighter." "What do you know?" Zhu Kiki said smugly. "This is true love. He was willing to risk his life for his girlfriend." Han Xiling chimed in with a dagger. "He's not your boyfriend, why are you so smug?" "TCH, Zhu Kiki retorted indignantly. "Xiao Nan is my best friend. Can't I be happy for her?" Everyone chatted back and forth, filling the ward with laughter and joy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a nurse knocked on the door and entered the ward. She said to everyone, "Visiting hours are almost over. Only one person can stay overnight." "Who will stay?" "He'll stay." Zhang Kai volunteered to take care of Chen Ran. "What the hell are you staying for?" Yan Jinxia slapped Zhang Kai on the back of the head and gave him a meaningful look. "His girlfriend is here, why would it be your turn?" "Second brother, we're heading back now. Call me if anything comes up." Yan Jinxia dragged Zhang Kai and Tang Jun out of the ward. Zhu Kiki raised an eyebrow at Li Anan and said with a wicked grin, "Xiao Nan, if you two do anything naughty tonight, don't forget to lock the door." The night view was exceptionally beautiful, with a bright moon hanging in the sky and stars glittering brilliantly. After their friends had left, only Chen Ran and Li Anan remained in the private ward. "Want to get some fresh air?" Li Anan knew well that Chen Ran was not one to stay idle. Keeping him in such a stifling hospital environment for a night would depress him to no end. "Sure." Chen Ran smiled and nodded, climbing out of bed. Although his arms, chest, abdomen, and shoulders were wrapped in bandages, it didn't stop him from moving around. However, any slightly larger movement caused a dull ache in his wounds. "Don't move, you might tear your wounds open again." Li Anan quickly pressed him back down, preventing him from standing. "He'll go find a wheelchair, wait here." With that, she hurried off to ask a nurse, and soon returned pushing a wheelchair. "Come on, be careful." Li Anan draped Chen Ran's arm over her shoulder, and mustering all her strength, helped him transfer from the bed to the wheelchair. Seated, Chen Ran raised his right hand high. "Let's go." The moment he said that, a sharp hiss escaped his lips, his facial muscles twitching from the pain. "I told you to stop moving." Li Anan shot him a glance. "If you keep that up, I won't take you out at all." All right, I'll stay still." Chen Ran raised his hands slightly in a gesture of surrender, then relaxed fully into the wheelchair. "That's better." Li Anan nodded in satisfaction, then crouched down, picked up the slippers by the bed, and gently helped him put them on. Once outside, Chen Ran was like a bird freed from its cage, greedily breathing in the fresh air. "You're sweating. Does getting out help you feel better?" Li Anan asked, her heart aching as she wiped the sweat from his forehead. The old Chen Ran was full of vitality, facing thugs like Brother Dog, without flinching, remaining calm and confident. But now he needed a wheelchair to move. Li Anan felt terrible believing she bore an unshirkable responsibility for his condition. If it weren't for saving her, Chen Ran wouldn't be covered in bandages like this. I do feel much better, it's just that the bandages are a bit too tight. I feel a little breathless and my chest is stuffy. Then let's go see the doctor and have them re-bandage you. As she spoke, Li Anan started to get up ready to take him to the doctor. At that moment, Chen Ran suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Losing her balance, she stumbled and fell onto his lap. Chen Ran, did I hurt you anywhere? Startled, Li Anan quickly unbuttoned the top few buttons of his shirt. Only when she saw no blood seeping through the bandages did she breathe a sigh of relief. It was fine, but now it's a problem, Chen Ran said with a sly smile. Undressing me in public like this isn't quite appropriate, is it? You're being too hasty. If you want to get fresh, we should head back to the ward first. You're the one getting fresh. Li Anan instinctively raised her hand to give him a light punch. But remembering all his wounds, she silently lowered her hand. If she hit him, even if he didn't feel pain, she would be heartbroken. Sitting on his lap, she buttoned his shirt back up one by one. Is it uncomfortable, eh? Should I go get the nurse? Of course it's uncomfortable. Chen Ran grinned mischievously. I'm not some saint who remains unmoved by beauty. Having such a beauty sitting on my lap is driving me crazy. Li Anan was innocent, not stupid. She caught the innuendo in his words, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Then he'll get up. She started to rise, but Chen Ran pulled her into an embrace. What, trying to get a free ride on my legs and leave? You've already sat here, so now you have to take responsibility. Li Anan smiled radiantly and playfully tapped his nose with her delicate finger. And how would you like me to take responsibility? Simple, I won't make it hard for you. Chen Ran said glibly. 1 kiss for every second you sat. You were sitting there for 7 or 8 seconds, so let's make it 10,000 kisses. Li Anan looked at him in disbelief. 1 kiss per second, 7 or 8 seconds should be 7 or 8 kisses. How does that become 10,000? Of course it's 10,000. Chen Ran said with confidence. Haven't you learned rounding? It's a primary school concept. Surely our brilliant Li Anan can't fail to grasp such simple math. Nonsense. Li Anan said, half amused and half exasperated. Who rounds numbers like that? Why not just say 1,000,000 kisses then? Small thinking, too small. Chen Ran wagged his finger, saying seriously, actually I was going to say 100 million. But I thought 100 million might be a bit too many. I'm afraid I'd kiss your lips swollen. 10,000 seems more realistic. With that he closed his eyes and puckered his lips, looking like he was asking for a kiss. You greedy thing. Li Anan scolded playfully, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his lips. The hazy moonlight bathed them. As if sensing the deep affection between Chen Ran and Li Anan, the stars in the sky suddenly seemed to shine even brighter. Under the company of the stars and the moon, the lovers held each other close. The scene was as beautiful as a promotional poster for a romantic movie. Half an hour later, Li Anan was pushing Chen Ran back to the ward when they ran into the male doctor who had been treating him. Hello, Dr. Wu. Chen Ran and Li Anan greeted him. Dr. Wu glanced at Chen Ran, noticed a faint lipstick mark on his neck, and let out a helpless sigh. I understand young people are full of passion, but you need to exercise restraint. Dr. Wu said earnestly. You're this badly injured, there are some things you should avoid. Holding back for a while won't kill you. Li Anan also spotted the mark on Chen Ran's neck, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Earlier she had been so focused on wiping his face that she completely forgot she had also kissed his neck. It was so embarrassing. Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Wu. We'll be more careful. Then, thinking of something, Chen Ran added, Dr. Wu, could we exchange contact info? In case of any complications, it'd be easier to reach you. The next second, he took out his phone. Attached to it was a long phone strap, and at the end of the strap was a square plastic wrapper. The wrapper clearly had 3 characters printed on it, Jispin. For a moment, all 3 of them stood frozen. Li Anan's face turned even redder, and Chen Ran was at a loss for words. This condom had been attached to his phone strap by Zhang Kai during the party in the cafeteria, who claimed it was a charm to attract money. Dr. Wu, it's not what you think. Chen Ran quickly said, let me explain. I mean, let me clarify. Sigh. Dr. Wu waved his hand. No need to explain. Just try to keep your movements gentle. Too much intensity could tear your wounds open. Overindulgence is not good. Take care of your kidneys. With that, Dr. Wu turned and left, leaving Chen Ran's mouth twitching in disbelief. Well, there was no clearing up that misunderstanding now. At midnight, the patients had all fallen asleep. The nurses, exhausted from a long day's work, dozed off at the service desk. The entire inpatient department was enveloped in an unusual stillness. In a private ward, Li Anan, having finished her wash, emerged from the private bathroom and bent down to pull out the folding chair. Every hospital room had a folding chair. When folded, it was a chair, and when unfolded, it turned into a single bed. Just as Li Anan was about to lie down, Chen Ran took her hand. This chair is hard and narrow. You won't sleep well on it. Chen Ran raised an eyebrow at Li Anan. Why not come sleep on the bed? We can squeeze together. Although the hospital bed wasn't a double, it was a bit wider than the standard ones. Since both Chen Ran and Li Anan were slender, they could fit on the bed perfectly. Li Anan teased with a smile. Did you forget what Dr. Wu said? You need to restrain yourself. Having already shared a bed with Chen Ran on her birthday, she didn't mind sleeping together at all. However, she was worried that the bed was too small and she might accidentally bump into Chen Ran's wounds. Although Chen Ran's burns had been bandaged and disinfected, the skin was truly scorched. A slight misstep could cause bleeding, so Li Anan was extremely cautious. I'm not going to do anything, Chen Ran said, shifting his body to the side and patting the bedsheet. Come on, sleeping together keeps us warm and prevents colds. It's the middle of summer, how would we catch a cold? Li Anan found his excuse ridiculous and couldn't help but laugh. Even if Chen Ran had said he was afraid to sleep alone, it would have been more believable than the cold excuse. Beep. Without a word, Chen Ran picked up the air conditioner remote and set the temperature to 20 degrees Celsius. It's cold now, come here. Chen Ran reached out to pull Li Anan, and she, defeated by his antics, could only get into the bed. Just so you know, you're injured, so no funny business. Alright, I promise I won't do anything. After receiving Chen Ran's assurance, Li Anan lifted the blanket and slipped into the covers. Indeed, the hospital's sheets and blankets were cleaner than those in many five-star hotels, and the bed was quite comfortable. Li Anan shifted her body, turning to face Chen Ran. Chen Ran used one arm as a pillow for her and interlocked his other hand with hers. Chen Ran, there's something I need to tell you, but you have to promise not to get angry. Alright, I won't be angry. Go ahead. After organizing her thoughts, Li Anan began. Actually, today, when Zhou Yang and I were trapped in the storage room, he blocked the door and wouldn't let me leave. Don't worry, he didn't do anything inappropriate to me. Li Anan had initially planned to keep this a secret, but she believed that couples should be honest with each other. So she decided to tell Chen Ran. Moreover, she felt she hadn't done anything wrong to Chen Ran, so there was no need to hide it deliberately. Oh, I see, Chen Ran said. He certainly believed that Li Anan hadn't been taken advantage of, but his concern wasn't about that. His focus was on her forehead. Before they had separated, Li Anan had no scratches on her. But when Chen Ran rushed into the fire, he immediately noticed her forehead was red and swollen, as if it had suffered a violent impact. At the time, his only thought was getting out of the fire, so he hadn't thought about how she got hurt. It was also possible that she had been accidentally struck by falling debris during the fire. But now it didn't seem like an accident. Chen Ran probed. So was the injury on your forehead also caused by Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang had trapped Li Anan in the room, which indicated he was extremely agitated. Therefore, it was highly likely that Zhou Yang had caused the injury on her forehead. Li Anan hesitated before saying, he pushed me from behind, and I hit the wall. The impact was so strong that Li Anan nearly blacked out. Even now, touching her forehead was still painful. But she didn't dare tell Chen Ran this, fearing he would lose control again. A head injury is no small matter. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Dr. We'll give you a brain checkup. Chen Ran appeared very calm, not exploding in anger as she had imagined. It's fine, I'm much better now. Li Anan's fingers brushed against Chen Ran's palm. Please don't go looking for Zhou Yang. I don't want anything to happen to you. Alright, I'll do as you say. I won't cause him any trouble. Chen Ran smiled, then abruptly changed the subject. Xiao and I read a novel once where the male lead Chen Feiyu and the female lead Fang Yuan got intimate in a hospital. Look, we're alone now. How about we try it too? Chen Ran stared intently at Li Anan. I want to see if you've really grown. No. Li Anan pinched Chen Ran's cheek. You promised you wouldn't do anything. A man must keep his word. Just a look, I won't touch. Alright, fine, but only looking, no touching. Li Anan eventually relented, allowing Chen Ran to appreciate her graceful and exquisite figure. But as he looked, his hands began to wander. Li Anan grabbed Chen Ran's wandering hand. What do you think you're doing? We agreed, only looking, not touching. I'm just touching a little, I definitely won't go overboard. Chen Ran said with an air of righteousness. Don't you trust my character? I trust you. As if. Li Anan clutched her collar. Don't try that Russian doll trick on me. I'm not falling for it. Chen Ran had intended to exploit a loophole, but Li Anan saw right through him. However, Chen Ran didn't feel embarrassed at all. He pretended to be angry and said, I'm fine, I won't touch then. Li Anan smiled sweetly, seeing right through his act. Alright, don't be angry. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. I'm just thinking about your health. If your wound reopens, it'll be bad. How about this? Li Anan whispered into Chen Ran's ear, when you're better, I'll agree to anything you want. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran's eyes lit up. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. Don't go back on your word later. Alright, I won't regret it. With the agreement made, Chen Ran stopped his wandering hands and simply held Li Anan as they slept. Soon Li Anan was fast asleep. Once she was asleep, Chen Ran carefully took out his phone and sent a text message to Li Pengfei. Chen Ran, send someone to teach a person a lesson. Li Pengfei, why are you still up so late? Who do you want to teach a lesson? Chen Ran, a male student from Donghai Normal University named Zhou Yang. Li Pengfei, how should we teach him? Chen Ran smashed his head in. Chen Ran had promised Li Anan he wouldn't personally go after Zhou Yang, but he never said others couldn't. Li Anan couldn't suffer for nothing. Zhou Yang had to pay a price. Of course Chen Ran was measured in his approach. He wouldn't have anyone smash Zhou Yang's head in like a watermelon. But a bloody head was an absolute certainty. Military training concluded and campus academic life officially began. The fire that broke out during the freshmen's military training had spread across the entire school, and the administration commended the students who actively participated in the rescue efforts. Chen Ran's heroic act of charging into the blazing building to save his girlfriend was now known by everyone. It had become the hottest topic of conversation among students. Old Zhang, tell us what really happened. Junior, was the fire really as big as they say? In the cafeteria, a group of senior students surrounded Zhang Kai, pressing him for details about the day of the fire. Let me tell you, that fire was massive. Zhang Kai stood up, climbed onto a table, transforming into a storyteller. At that point, the top few floors were already engulfed in flames. Before the firefighters even arrived, even the instructors and teachers didn't dare to go back up. But my second brother, upon hearing his girlfriend was trapped, didn't even blink and charged straight into the sea of fire. We were all frantic, thinking he was a dead man, but guess what happened next? He miraculously managed to bring my second sister-in-law out alive. Not content with just narrating, Zhang Kai began to embellish, adding his own dramatic flair. As they were coming out, the red-hot iron door at the entrance suddenly collapsed, falling towards them. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. And then, Then to protect my second sister-in-law, my second brother didn't hesitate for a second. He used his arm to block it, holding up that massive iron door that weighed dozens of kilograms. His arm was instantly severely burned, the skin scorched off, leaving raw, bloody flesh. Zhang Kai spoke with great emotion. I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating one bit. I could smell the scent of burning flesh right then. It had to be said, Zhang Kai had great potential as a screenwriter or novelist. By adding this fabricated plot point, he instantly made the entire story far more dramatic and captivating. Everyone was utterly engrossed, their emotions swinging like a roller coaster. Damn, Chen Ran is a beast. SSS getting burned until his skin split open, how painful must that have been? Upon hearing how Chen Ran blocked the scorching iron door with his arm, everyone instinctively rubbed their own arms, their faces scrunching up in sympathy. No one doubted Zhang Kai's story because Chen Ran indeed still had bandages wrapped around his arm. Chen Ran, you're a true man, I respect you. A burly senior student gave Chen Ran a thumbs up. What's there to admire? Isn't it just what anyone should do? Chen Ran didn't expose Zhang Kai's lie, offering a slight smile. A man should protect his own woman. Yeah, that's right. The senior students nodded repeatedly, finding his words quite reasonable. If a man can't even protect his girlfriend, what right does he have to be her boyfriend, let alone date anyone? While the boys were discussing fervently, girls eating nearby also put down their chopsticks one by one, pricking up their ears to listen intently. Chen Ran is amazing. I'll use Chen Ran as the standard for my next boyfriend. Comparison kills. Last time I went to the haunted house with my boyfriend, he saw a ghost and actually pushed me forward as a shield. What? Why would you keep a man like that? Exactly. If you're not going to break up with him, are you waiting to keep him for the new year? The girl who went to the haunted house nodded, feeling the others made valid points. If he's scared witless by a fake ghost and would even sell out his girlfriend, how can she rely on him to save her in a real crisis? Yeah, I'm sending him a message right now to break up. Meanwhile, at another table, a sophomore couple was eating. The girl suddenly put down her chopsticks and stared seriously at her boyfriend. She abruptly questioned, "Do you love me?" The guy was stunned for a second, then blurted out instinctively, "Baby, of course I love you. Okay, if you love me, give me your lighter. Here." The guy was full of doubts, wondering what his girlfriend wanted with a lighter, but he took it out of his pocket anyway. Click. The girl lit the lighter, the flame flickering slightly. "I'm not asking you to brave a fire for me, but if you love me, let me burn you with this." "What? Burn me? Can I skip it? What do you think?" "Of course not," the girl said with full confidence. Chen Ran endured a red-hot iron door to save his girlfriend. But when it comes to you, you can't even handle a quick burn from a lighter. I just want to see your commitment. But you've disappointed me. I can see now that you don't love me at all. Let's break up. With that, she made to get up and leave. "I love you, how can I not love you?" Seeing this, the guy quickly grabbed her hand, gritting his teeth. "It's just a little burn, right? Bring it on. You agreed to this yourself, don't regret it." The girl picked up the lighter and burned the guy's arm. The guy winced in pain, letting out a sharp SSS, instinctively pulling his arm back and rubbing the burned spot with his other hand. "Baby, are you satisfied now?" The guy thought while he got burned that should be enough to pass the test. But the girl just looked disappointed and shook her head. Chen Ran had his skin scorched off without even a whimper. "If you can't even handle this little pain, then you truly don't love me. Let's just break up." The girl left the cafeteria without looking back, leaving the guy sitting there in utter shock. He got burned, so why was she still breaking up with him? Does that mean he got burned for nothing? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He stormed straight up to Chen Ran. Chen, this is all your fault. My girlfriend is breaking up with me. I don't care, you have to find me a new girlfriend. Senior, how is your girlfriend breaking up with you any of my business? Chen Ran was baffled. He had no idea that his heroic rescue had become legend among the girls. Their standards for boyfriends had consequently been raised a notch, inadvertently causing many couples to break up. I don't care. The senior was so angry his cheeks puffed up. He grabbed Chen Ran by the collar. If you don't introduce me to a freshman girl, I'm not letting this go. Senior will give you 3 seconds to let go, or there will be serious consequences. Oh, trying to scare me, huh? I'd like to see how serious these consequences are. Not letting go, huh? Ugh. Everyone expected a fight to break out, but the next second something happened that left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Chen Ran's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight onto the floor. Holy shit. Chen Ran, don't play dead. Fine, I won't ask you to introduce me to anyone, just get up. The senior patted Chen Ran's cheek, but getting no reaction, panicked completely. Everyone saw it. I didn't touch him, he fell on his own. Only after the senior had fled in a panic did Chen Ran get up from the ground. Chen Ran dusted off his clothes and spat, trying to play dirty with me. I was playing dirty before you were even born. Now with success in both love and career, Chen Ran had undoubtedly become a major winner in life early on. After the semester began, Chen Ran had classes to attend, so his time with Li Anan decreased. However, whenever he was free, he would visit her at Donghai Normal University every few days. Of course, while flourishing in romance, Chen Ran never neglected his career. Thanks to the efforts of all employees, the number of Ice Castle stores grew at a visible pace. Franchises expanded from Donghai City into the neighboring Su province. The store count had surged past 1800, and Chen Ran was already overwhelmed by the franchise fees pouring in. In the company conference room, Chen Ran was holding a meeting with senior and mid-level management to discuss future development plans. Gu Qing, who had previously handled negotiations with stubborn property owners, reported on his work progress. President Chen, the markets in Su province and Donghai City are nearly saturated. What should our next step be? After learning from the failure of the last negotiation, Gu Qing reflected deeply and enrolled in many training courses. Now his work capabilities had vastly improved, and he had successfully closed numerous deals. Gu Qing had become one of the young core members of Shaon and Tong Shui Food Co. Ltd. As long as he didn't commit any major mistakes, his salary would multiply year after year. Since the market is saturated, there's no need to keep expanding there. Chen Ran clasped his hands together, leaning back in his office chair. Stop accepting new franchises in Su province. For the coming period, we'll shift our main focus to Zhe province. Both Zhe province and Su province were extremely affluent regions. The commercial potential there was immense. If Ice Castle could capture the market in Zhe province, it would undoubtedly bring nothing but benefits to the company. However, Chen Ran's ambitions extended far beyond just Su and Zhe provinces. His goal was to open Ice Castle stores across the entire nation, allowing people nationwide to enjoy their products. President Chen, a female employee, brought out a proposal, and the secretary quickly distributed copies to everyone. Our production factory is already under construction and is expected to be completed before next summer. The factory will have multiple production lines. Besides supplying Ice Castle, it will also produce the Snow King series. We have a comprehensive promotional plan ready. Advertisements for the Snow King series will be on TV stations and billboards. I believe that once Snow King enters major supermarkets and convenience stores, it will trigger a wave of consumption. Chen Ran remained silent, carefully reading through the proposal. After finishing, he closed it and said, "Your plan is solid. You can also buy trending topics on Weibo for promotion." President Chen, what are Weibo and trending topics? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. They had never heard of Weibo. You don't know about Weibo? Chen Ran was momentarily stunned, then realized that Weibo only started its internal testing in the fourth quarter of 2009. There was still a whole year before Weibo would even launch. So naturally no one knew what it was. After a moment of thought, Chen Ran looked at the group and asked, "You've all heard of Facebook, right?" "Yes, we have. It's an American internet company specializing in software and IT services. I followed Facebook too. Their user activity hit 34 million back in 07. Everyone present was a well-educated, knowledgeable university graduate, and being young, they were somewhat familiar with these novel foreign things. Weibo is similar to Facebook, a product from a domestic internet company." Chen Ran explained. "However, Weibo isn't available yet. If all goes well, you'll see it around August next year." "I see." The group nodded, half comprehending, but the same question arose in everyone's mind. How could Chen Ran know about a product that wouldn't be released until next year? Although they were full of doubts, no one dared to ask. Just then Gu Qing suddenly stood up. "President Chen, I have a proposal, if I may." "Go ahead." Chen Ran nodded. President Chen, since Weibo is a product that will only be born next year, why don't we seize the first mover advantage and create a similar product ourselves? As soon as he said this, the room buzzed with excitement. Indeed, if others can imitate and learn, so can we. President Chen, looking at foreign development trends, I believe the internet will be the major trend in our country's future. Gu Qing spoke with conviction. Although we're not an internet company with our financial resources, we can hire the best programmers. And we have an advantage other companies don't. Our fame. Chen Ran suddenly interrupted Gu Qing's speech, saying, there are plenty of companies more famous than us. Traffic is a more apt term. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Usually traffic referred to mobile data usage, but they hadn't realized it could also describe a company's popularity. Two simple words, yet it felt like they were seeing a whole new world. Right, we have the traffic that other companies lack. Gu Qing seamlessly continued his pitch. We have over 1800 franchise stores, and the daily customer flow is massive. We can establish a new company and post advertisements in all our stores. Customers can redeem free drinks and ice cream just by registering for our social app. I believe our social app's user activity will grow explosively in a short period. After Gu Qing finished, everyone began discussing animatedly. Young people today love new things, so they'll definitely be attracted to a new social app. Undoubtedly, this proposal was highly feasible. If successful, the new company could become a new giant in the domestic internet industry, just like Facebook. Actually, I've had the idea of venturing into the internet for a while now. Chen Ran couldn't help but look at Gu Qing with newfound respect. Just by observing the foreign landscape, he could deduce that the internet would be a mainstream industry in China for the next decade or more. Gu Qing had remarkable foresight. He was truly a talent. So you already had this in mind, President Chen. Gu Qing scratched his head awkwardly. He had hoped to propose something novel, only to find Chen Ran had already considered it. I originally planned to enter the field once the internet industry was more mature, Chen Ran said, but hearing your thoughts, it seems like the present is a more opportune moment to stand out. If we're going to do it, we should aim to be the best. Chen Ran looked at Gu Qing and asked, Gu Qing, do you have the confidence to build this new company into one of the nation's top internet giants? Gu Qing swallowed nervously, not expecting Chen Ran to entrust him with such a critical task. I do. I guarantee I won't let you down. Good. Then I'll leave the entire matter of establishing the internet company to you. As per usual, we'll offer top-tier compensation. We only want the best talent. Gu Qing thought for a moment and asked, President Chen, what should we name the new company? Let's call it Beluga Tech. Chen Ran said with a smile. My girlfriend loves belugas. Upon hearing this, the male colleagues exchanged knowing smiles, while the female colleagues were filled with envy. The food company was named after Li Anan, and now the new internet company was also named after her preferences. President Chen truly doted on his girlfriend. Chen Ran had already made the decision to establish the new company, entrusting the entire endeavor to Gu Qing. Although Gu Qing didn't come from an internet background, he possessed an unyielding spirit and a tenacious drive to strive and succeed. Moreover, Gu Qing was a talent with both exceptional ability and foresight. Chen Ran believed he could make white whale technology thrive. After the meeting, Chen Ran savored his coffee in his office. He glanced around the room, remembering how spacious it had felt when he first started his business. Now for some reason it seemed to be shrinking before his eyes. It no longer matched his status. It seems it's time to find a new office space, Chen Ran mused to himself. He decided that once some capital flowed back in, he would visit Secretary Gao in the industrial zone and purchase a few plots of land. Like the major corporations, he would build his own magnificent campus. It wouldn't just house office buildings, but also activity centers, cafes, libraries, nap rooms, and even more recreational facilities. Employees should have a balance of work and rest, enabling them to work even more diligently for the company. Suddenly his phone vibrated softly, playing a melodious ringtone. The blue and white porcelain sketched with bold strokes that fade to light. The peonies painted on the vase resemble your initial makeup. The slowly rising sandalwood smoke drifts past the window, revealing my thoughts. The brush pauses halfway on the rice paper. This was Jay Cho's blue and white porcelain, released in 2007. Perhaps many of the post-2000s and post-2005s generation don't realize how formidable Jay Cho was back then. In the mid-2000s, the Chinese music scene was flourishing with 100 flowers blooming. She Mayday will pan JJ Lin. Hit songs came one after another. But Jay Cho was undoubtedly the one who stood head and shoulders above the rest. He won major music awards so frequently that he famously made multiple trips to the stage at a single award ceremony. Chen Ran had also been a huge fan of Jay Cho's music during his school days, drawn to his unique musical style. Of course, the main reason Chen Ran liked him was because he couldn't understand the lyrics. Some of Jay Cho's early songs were incredibly tongue-twisting. You couldn't decipher what he was singing without looking at the lyrics. Once you understand a song and can sing along, it loses its novelty. But not understanding it is different. You can savor it, repeatedly ponder it over and over. That's a truly fascinating experience. Chen Ran used to use Jay Cho's songs as listening practice, trying to transcribe the lyrics by ear. I used to be pretty bored, huh? Chen Ran chuckled self-deprecatingly, then picked up the phone on his desk and glanced at it. The caller ID read "My lovely wife." He pressed the answer button and spoke softly. "Hey Xiaonan, missing me already?" "I don't miss you at all," Li Anan retorted, though her words contradicted her feelings. Then, brimming with joy, she said, "Chen Ran, I have great news for you." "Guess what it is, eh?" "Let me think." Chen Ran pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "Don't tell me you're pregnant." "That can't be right, we haven't even gotten to that stage yet." "You're so improper. You're the one who's pregnant." Li Anan touched her flushed cheeks, grateful that Chen Ran couldn't see her, or he would surely tease her. "Fine, I can't guess. Just tell me quickly." Actually, Chen Ran had already figured it out. A while back they had both signed up for driving lessons. Chen Ran had started earlier and already gotten his license. Calculating the days, Li Anan should be getting hers around now. So Chen Ran guessed that Li Anan wanted to tell him she'd gotten her driver's license. However, he didn't reveal it directly. Girls appreciate a bit of playful mystery. If he had guessed outright, she wouldn't have thought him clever. Instead, she might have found it disappointing and labeled him a dense, unromantic man. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you," Li Anan said cheerfully. "I got my driver's license today." Chen Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Just as I expected," but he still feigned excitement. "Why, you got your license?" "My wife is amazing," Chen Ran exclaimed dramatically. "We absolutely have to go out for a nice dinner tonight to celebrate." Back in the mid-2000s, the driving test was quite simple and regulations were lax, making it very easy to obtain a license. Of course, there were always a few clueless individuals who, despite having someone there to guide them during the test, still managed to fail 4 or 5 times. But Li Anan was a smart girl. She passed all her exams on the first try. "Great'll wait for you at school." The moment she heard Chen Ran was coming to pick her up for dinner, Li Anan's heart blossomed with joy. Lately, Chen Ran had been busy juggling his studies and running to the company for meetings and to manage things, so they hadn't seen each other for over a week. Li Anan had been listless, without appetite, her mind filled with thoughts of Chen Ran. She even muttered his name in her sleep, and Zhu Kiki had teased her about it for days. "Okay, you'll be at your school around 7:30. Be a good girl, and don't wander off," Chen Ran joked. "If some guy tries to flirt with you, just tell him your kid is already in 1st grade. Don't worry, no one at school dares to pursue me anymore." Everyone at Donghai Normal University knew Li Anan had a boyfriend who, without a second thought for his own life, had bravely rushed into a blazing fire to save her. Trying to compete with such a fearless and formidable man for a woman, that would be asking for trouble. So the male students at the Normal University only dared to admire Li Anan's beauty from a distance, not daring to have any improper thoughts. "Well, that's a relief. I'll call you when I get there." "Okay, drive safe. Don't rush. You're so thoughtful, my dear. Come on, give me a kiss." Mwah. Li Anan had completely gotten used to showing affection with Chen Ran, even with Zhu Kiki and Han Siling nearby. She felt no embarrassment. After a bit of sweet talk, they ended the call. Just then, Li Pengfei happened to be passing by the office door. Chen Ran waved his hand and called him in. "Da Peng, come here." Li Pengfei pushed the door open and sat down on the sofa, looking quite at ease. He and Chen Ran were close friends, so their interactions were casual, unlike the other employees who were a bit more formal. "I still have work to do. Why did you call me in?" "Xiaonan got her driver's license. What do you think I should get her as a gift?" "A car, obviously. Do you know what car she likes?" "I really don't know." Chen Ran thought for a moment, then dialed the number of a car company manager he knew. "Hey, Manager Zoe, I want to buy my girlfriend a car, but I don't know what she likes. Can you prepare a few different models and have them delivered to the entrance of Donghai Normal University? Let my girlfriend pick the one she wants." "No problem." Manager Zoe agreed readily. Chen Ran was their golden goose. If they could keep him happy, maybe he'd buy all his future cars from them. Oh, and they don't need to be too expensive. Just make sure each one is worth around 1.5 million. After confirming the time and place, Chen Ran hung up. "Are you planning a car show? Can't you be a little low-key?" Li Pengfei said, looking exasperated. "Just get Xiaonan a Volkswagen to practice on." "I'd love to get her a Volkswagen," Chen Ran said with a sigh of feigned helplessness. "But what can I do? We're just too rich. Our wealth simply won't allow it." After finishing his work, Chen Ran had the newly hired company driver take him to Donghai Normal University to have a meal with Li Anan. Chen Ran had obtained his driver's license merely as a precaution. In truth, he wasn't particularly fond of driving himself. Besides, how many wealthy individuals regularly drive themselves around? So Chen Ran simply acquired several luxury cars and hired a few drivers for the company. Firstly, it made his own travel more convenient. Secondly, they could be used to chauffeur clients during business negotiations. Driver Wang to Donghai Normal University. "Very well, President Chen. The drivers Chen Ran hired were no ordinary chauffeurs, they were bus drivers poached from the public transit company. These drivers all possessed over 15 years of driving experience, some even more. If they could navigate those massive buses with ease, driving a small car was as effortless as playing with a toy. The driver's skill was exceptional, the ride smooth and steady, devoid of any abruptness or jostling. Seated in the back, Chen Ran's gaze was fixed on his laptop screen. He planned to take Li Anan to a hot spring out of town once the weather turned colder, so he was browsing images of women in swimsuits. He intended to buy a beautiful swimsuit for Li Anan. Driver Wang glanced at Chen Ran through the rearview mirror, a wave of emotion washing over him. His own son was around the same age as Chen Ran, yet his son was still as naive and immature as a child. Chen Ran, in contrast, had already ascended to the ranks of successful elites. Driver Wang used to wonder why the gap between people could be so vast. But now he finally understood. 2 words: diligence. Just look at President Chen. Even though he could rest during the ride, he still found time to work even harder. No wonder President Chen at such a young age had amassed such immense wealth. It was all earned through hard work and sweat. While others worked, Chen Ran worked. While others rested and played, Chen Ran was still working. President Chen is truly diligent. Driver Wang's admiration for Chen Ran surged like an endless torrent. He resolved to paste Chen Ran's photo on his wall at home, making him a role model for his son to emulate and learn from. Before he knew it, the car had already stopped at the gates of Donghai Normal University. Seeing Chen Ran fully engrossed in his work, Driver Wang didn't dare disturb him and simply waited in silence. Chen Ran suddenly asked, "Driver Wang, how much longer until we arrive?" "President Chen, we've already arrived," Driver Wang said with a sheepish smile. "We're here already." Chen Ran only then looked up and glanced out the window, confirming they were indeed at the university gates. "President Chen, what time should I pick you up?" "No need to pick me up. You can head home if you have nothing else." The driver's job was flexible. When idle they had freedom, but when needed a midnight call from the boss would have them rushing out. With that, Chen Ran closed his laptop and opened the car door to get out. "President Chen," Driver Wang called out, stopping him. "President Chen, you are the pillar of our company. You must remember to rest and take care of your health." "Moi." Chen Ran was taken aback momentarily, thinking that Driver Wang had caught him looking at bikini models. He chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks for the reminder, you'll be sure to get some rest." After bidding farewell to the driver, Chen Ran walked into Donghai Normal University. He had been here before during enrollment, so he knew his way around, and quickly located the female dormitory. "Hey, isn't that Chen Ran? What's he doing at our school?" "That's obvious, he must be here for Li Anan." Even though it was getting dark, some of the nearby freshman girls recognized Chen Ran instantly. Some senior girls who didn't know him curiously gathered around to ask, "So he's Chen Ran, Li Anan's boyfriend?" "Yeah, he's the one who rushed into the fire. He walked out of those flames bare-chested like a superhero. It was incredibly cool." Mentioning Chen Ran's heroic act of charging into the fire to save Li Anan sent the girls into a swoon, their eyes practically turning into hearts. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a perfect man? Chen Ran ignored the chatter and pulled out his phone to call Li Anan. "Hey Chen Ran, are you almost here?" Li Anan's voice was filled with undisguisable joy. Chen Ran smiled softly. "I'm already downstairs at your dorm." "You're at my dorm?" Li Anan was stunned for a moment, then opened her window and looked down, seeing Chen Ran standing under the streetlight waiting for her. "Wait a moment, it'll be right down." Beep, beep, beep. Li Anan hung up and rushed downstairs, soon bursting out of the dormitory. She spotted Chen Ran in the distance and the next second sprinted towards him joyfully, her long hair streaming in the wind. Chen Ran stood still, smiling as he opened his arms wide. Li Anan flung herself into his embrace, and Chen Ran closed his arms, holding her tightly. "Chen Ran, I missed you so much." At that moment, Li Anan could no longer contain the flood of longing she felt for him, which surged out like a broken dam. "I missed you too." A doting smile spread across Chen Ran's lips. He had also wanted to visit her several times, but work was just too hectic to find the time. There was no helping it, he had to sacrifice some dating time to give Li Anan the best life possible. However, there was no other way. This brief period of hardship was for the sake of a better reunion in the future. Once his career stabilized, he wouldn't be this busy and they would have more time to be together. Chen Ran gently stroked Li Anan's head. "Have you been eating regularly while I've been away?" Li Anan nestled against his chest like a little bird. "I've been eating properly as you told me to. I've even gained 5 pounds. "Gained 5 pounds. Chen Ran said playfully. "No wonder my little Nan has gotten more curvaceous. All the weight must have gone to the right places. When we get home, I'll have to check thoroughly." The home Chen Ran referred to wasn't his own place in the West City district, but the apartment he had bought for Li Anan near the university. His parents were at his own house. What if they were caught being intimate? How embarrassing would that be? "You're so annoying." Li Anan asked shyly. "Where are we going to eat?" She wasn't really hungry and had no particular preference, she just wanted to spend more time with Chen Ran. Chen Ran glanced at the time on his phone. "Let's eat a bit later." I have a gift for you. A gift? Li Anan looked at him in surprise, not expecting a surprise from him. Our little princess got her driver's license, so of course there's a gift. Chen Ran said mysteriously, come on, let's wait at the school gate. Your gift should be here soon. Chen Ran and Li Anan arrived at the school gate. It was only 7:18 and the appointment with manager Zhou from the car dealership was set for 7:30. Since Chen Ran had left early to reach Donghai Normal University, the dealership staff would have to wait a while before arriving. Chen Ran texted manager Zhou, who replied that he was already on the road with the new car and would arrive in about 10 minutes. Anan, are you thirsty? A little. They'll go buy you a drink. Wait here for me. Chen Ran crossed the street and ducked into the Howda convenience store, picking out a bottle of Wangzai milk, Li Anan's favorite. After paying, he walked out and was about to head back to Li Anan when he saw across the road that a girl had suddenly appeared beside her. The girl was strikingly beautiful with delicate features and a graceful figure. Her wavy hair carried a hint of mature charm, and her attire was fashionable. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. If a perfect 10 were possible, she would easily score a 9. Though the girl was undeniably attractive, rivaling Li Anan in looks, there was a stark contrast in their temperaments. Li Anan possessed an ethereal, refined elegance like a celestial maiden untouched by the mortal world, while this girl exuded a trace of worldly allure. In terms of presence, Li Anan clearly outshone the girl. Separated by the wide road, Chen Ran couldn't hear their conversation, but his keen eyesight caught the displeasure and subtle rejection on Li Anan's face. It was obvious they knew each other, though the relationship was far from amicable. Chen Ran crossed the road and walked over to Li Anan. And this is A. He handed her the drink and took a closer look at the girl. Even Chen Ran, who had seen his fair share of beauties, had to admit she was exceptionally pretty. She's Senior Xiaqing. Li Anan introduced her reluctantly. Her relationship with Xiaqing was strained, with Xiaqing harboring outright hostility toward her. Xiaqing had repeatedly tried to provoke Li Anan before, only to retreat in disgrace when Zhu Kiki stood up for her. Seeing Li Anan alone today without Zhu Kiki's protection, Xiaqing felt emboldened and came over to hurl insults. Li Anan would have walked away immediately if she weren't waiting for Chen Ran. So you're Xiaqing? Chen Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of her. Before Li Anan arrived, the campus belle of Donghai Normal was a junior, but Li Anan had since taken that title. The girl who lost the title was none other than Xiaqing, standing before him. So you're Li Anan's boyfriend. Quite handsome indeed. Xiaqing looked Chen Ran up and down, a nameless fury kindling within her. Before Li Anan came to Donghai Normal, Xiaqing was the center of attention, the dream girl admired by every male student. But after Li Anan arrived, everything changed. Her 3-year reign as campus belle was snatched away by a freshman. Why should Li Anan, the moment she arrived, steal the spotlight that rightfully belonged to her? Why should Li Anan have such a distinguished boyfriend? The flames of jealousy blazed fiercely in Xiaqing's heart. She said with a sarcastic tone, "You two make a perfect couple." "Han, the one who's unworthy," Chen Ran replied with a subtle smile, easily seeing through her thinly veiled barbs. "If I recall correctly, your name is Chen Ran, right?" Xiaqing's dark eyes twinkled slyly as she said with a knowing smile, "Li Anan is very popular with the boys at school. Someone confesses to her every few days. You'd better keep a close eye on her, or one day your girlfriend might be whisked away by another man." Hearing this, Li Anan grew angry. When she had called him earlier, she had told Chen Ran that no one at school dared to pursue her now. But now Xiaqing was insisting that many were courting her. It was clearly an attempt to sow discord between them. "You're lying." Li Anan started to retort, but Chen Ran gently took her hand. She looked at him in surprise, and he gave her a calm nod as if saying, "Let me handle this." Li Anan fell silent and stood obediently by his side. "Senior Xiaqing, is it?" Chen Ran flashed a friendly smile. "Thank you for your concern, but I've never once worried about Anan running off with someone else. Because she's not that kind of person." Chen Ran knew Li Anan well, though she was incapable of lying. If she said no one was pursuing her, then it was the truth. If he were to believe some random woman's slanderous words against Li Anan, he might as well shut down his company. A mind that simple would be utterly hopeless. "Oh, I didn't realize you trust Li Anan so much." Seeing her first attempt at provocation fail, Xiaqing pressed on. "But people change, and the moon waxes and wanes. No one can guarantee what the future holds. Don't say I didn't warn you. The men pursuing Li Anan are all refined and impressive. You have some formidable competition." "Is that so? Then I'm truly honored." Chen Ran smiled instead of getting angry. "With so many outstanding people pursuing Anan, it only proves my judgment is right. She's a remarkable girl." "Heh." Xiaqing forced a hollow laugh, inwardly fuming. Chen Ran was far too magnanimous. Why wasn't he angry? Having lost the campus belle title, Xiaqing already resented Li Anan. Since she couldn't compete in beauty, she would compete in partners. Who would have thought Chen Ran would be so forgiving? This only fueled Xiaqing's jealousy. Her mind raced, preparing a third round of attacks. "Senior Xiaqing." Before she could speak, Chen Ran interjected. I heard you were the previous campus belle. What are the criteria for selecting one at your school? He emphasized the word previous deliberately. Xiaqing wasn't a fool. She knew Chen Ran was mocking her. She gritted her teeth in rage, but maintained a composed facade. Of course there are requirements. The foremost is beauty. No wonder. Xiaqing was cut off mid-sentence by Chen Ran. With senior Xiaqing's looks, being campus belle is a bit of a stretch. No wonder you fell out of favor. Hearing this, Xiaqing was momentarily stunned, then glared at Chen Ran. What did you say? Say that again. Whether at home or abroad, there is not a single girl in the world who does not love beauty. What girls care about most is their face. You can point out their various flaws, but the one thing you must never say is that a girl is unattractive. That is the greatest insult to them. If this holds true for ordinary girls, how much more so for a great beauty like Xiaqing. Although Xiaqing's throne as the campus belle of Donghai Normal University had been usurped by Li Anan, she was still the former reigning beauty. That pretty little face had brought her countless privileges and glory, with suitors lining up to circle the track 10 times over. So this face was Xiaqing's greatest pride. Yet Chen Ran now dared to say she was merely average and unworthy of the title campus belle. It was like trampling her pride beneath his feet. How could she not be furious? Don't think I can't tell. You're beating around the bush calling me ugly, aren't you? Xiaqing glared at Chen Ran like a tigress, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Senior Xiaqing, you're overthinking it. Chen Ran gave an awkward smile, and said, I didn't say you're ugly, just that you don't live up to the title of campus belle. With that he counted on his fingers, and muttered deliberately, 18, 19, 20, 21. So you're 21 this year, quite advanced in years. The title of campus belle doesn't quite fit you anymore. Hearing this, Xiaqing's teeth itched with rage. Age was a woman's greatest vulnerability. Before 28, girls love to dress themselves up more maturely, afraid others might see them as little girls. But once they hit 20, every passing year makes them feel their facial collagen is draining away, and they start frantically pampering their skin. Though 21 wasn't exactly old, Xiaqing had already entered the maintenance phase. And every time she saw those freshman girls radiating youthful vitality, she felt herself aging. It had to be said. Chen Ran's words were like a sword, striking with deadly precision and piercing straight through Xiaqing's heart. You? Senior Xiaqing, don't be angry. Chen Ran pointed at her forehead in feigned surprise. Look, when you get angry your frown lines become more prominent, and your crow's feet too. Hearing this, Xiaqing's heart jolted, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her forehead. Wow, Senior Xiaqing, you must be the campus belle with the fewest admirers, right? Chen Ran shook his head with a smirk. Was it because no one else could be chosen that year, so they let you take the throne? In truth, Xiaqing was genuinely beautiful, both in looks and figure. But in Chen Ran's eyes, apart from Li Anan, no woman, no matter how pretty, was anything more than a skeleton wrapped in rosy flesh. So Chen Ran wasn't about to show Xiaqing any mercy. Xiaqing had offended Li Anan, which meant she had offended Chen Ran. So she'd better brace herself for the storm. Huff, huff, huff. Xiaqing was gasping for air, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her brain feeling starved of oxygen as she nearly fainted. She had heard before that a freshman named Zhou Yang had been infuriated into fainting twice by Chen Ran during military training. At first, Xiaqing hadn't believed it. How could anger possibly make someone pass out? Now she finally understood Zhou Yang's feelings. Chen Ran's tongue was too venomous. He could insult people without using a single curse word. Senior Xiaqing, I truly envy your boyfriend. Li Anan and Xiaqing looked at Chen Ran with bewilderment. This guy had just been tearing Xiaqing down to nothing. Now in the blink of an eye he was suddenly praising her. Had Chen Ran's conscience finally kicked in? But when he uttered his next sentence they realized just how wrong they were. Senior Xiaqing, your frown lines are deep enough to crush mosquitoes. Chen Ran unleashed full firepower. I truly envy your boyfriend. When he holds you while sleeping in summer, no mosquito dares come near. He must save a fortune on mosquito coils every year, right? Conscience. Sorry. That was something Chen Ran simply didn't have. Huff, puff, huff, puff. Xiaqing's chest heaved violently, like an asthma attack, feeling like she couldn't catch her breath. Uffed. Li Anan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Chen Ran was too wicked. Every word he said was needling Xiaqing. Look at how green with rage Xiaqing's face had turned. Li Anan was even starting to feel a bit sorry for her, genuinely worried she might roll her eyes back and pass out any second. But Chen Ran wasn't planning to stop there. He glanced at the supermarket shopping bag by Xiaqing's feet, filled with snacks and daily necessities. She had clearly just returned from the store. Senior Xiaqing, you really are hard-working and uncomplaining. Carrying all these things back all by yourself. Chen Ran sighed with feigned emotion. Our little Nan here can't compare to you in that regard. Her suitors line up one after another waiting to fawn over her. Little Nan never gets a chance to do this kind of manual labor. Ah, forget it, forget it. Chen Ran shrugged his shoulders. No point saying all this to you anyway. A washed-up campus belle is worse than a dog. The joy of our little Nan being surrounded by admirers like stars around the moon. You'll never understand. Xia Qing swayed unsteadily on her feet. It was only thanks to her strong mental fortitude that she wasn't being rushed to the emergency room right now. Li Anan tugged at Chen Ran's sleeve, signaling him to stop. It wasn't that she sympathized with Xia Qing. It was just that she knew his tongue was lethal, and she was afraid Xia Qing might actually be infuriated to death. But Xia Qing was no pushover. She was seasoned and worldly, not like the sheltered flower Zhou Yang. In no time Xia Qing had composed herself. How could I compare with junior sister Li? Xia Qing smiled with a hidden blade, steering the conversation toward Chen Ran. Junior brother, Chen has such outstanding eloquence. No wonder junior sister Li fancies you. However, Xia Qing deliberately drew out her tone, saying, good eloquence alone doesn't amount to much. Salesmen have decent tongues too. What truly matters for a man is capability. Senior Xia Qing is absolutely right. I'm quite ashamed myself. Chen Ran said with a face full of inferiority. All I did was get recommended to Donghai University. Just a top-tier 211 school nowhere near the 985 level. Xia Qing blinked a few times, nearly forgetting that Chen Ran attended Donghai University. Donghai University was far more prestigious than Donghai Normal. If Chen Ran didn't count as capable, then wasn't she calling herself incompetent? Seeing Chen Ran's smug expression, Xia Qing nearly ground her teeth to dust. Damn it. Had shown her up again. Good grades might land you a decent job, but in the real world economic strength is what speaks. With that, Xia Qing shifted her posture, slightly flaunting the designer Chanel bag she was carrying. My boyfriend gave me this bag, Xia Qing said with self-satisfaction. It's not an extremely expensive bag, but it might cost you everything you own to afford. Why that expensive? Seeing Chen Ran's stunned expression, Xia Qing assumed she had intimidated him, and a triumphant smile spread across her face. But his next words completely shattered her worldview. What kind of bag is this costing 200 million?